Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A lot to do this morning. We got to talk Astros. We got to talk a lot of Rockets as well as Rafael Stone met the media for the first time since all the big deals, and he had a lot to say. We will play sound from that this morning here and break down a lot of the stuff that he had to say. The Astros lose to a team last night that had lost 10 in a row, was averaging in those 10 losses was averaging a run and a half a game. 10 straight losses, averaging a run and a half, and they put up a 7 spot last night. I thought Colton Gordon got squeezed. He got hit in the head, in the face, in the head, hat and head. And then he threw a pitch to Ramirez that he didn't really. If it wasn't for the umpire, he wouldn't have had to throw because the ump squeezed him. He had strike 2 on Ramirez. It would have been 0-2. Instead, he called a ball, was 1-1. Instead of being able to waste a pitch, maybe Ramirez chases it. There was an argument whether or not you walk Ramirez in that situation with first and second. He's the only guy in the lineup that can hurt you.
That's true.
But he is, first and second. You rarely walk a guy.
Nah, you're putting a guy at third. I mean, you're putting 2 guys in scoring position.
Yeah.
When does that? I don't see. You just don't like that's reserved for Aaron Judge, stuff like that. Like you just don't do that.
Ramirez is their only guy though, so that was a tough situation for both Joe Espada and for Colton Gordon. Unfortunately, Ramirez won that battle, and he hits the home run. The Astros, how about Trammell homering, a 3-run homer, and then Isak ties it up with his homer. Then they come right back with a couple. Rocchio double down the line in left field. The Astros come back to within 1, and then they put up another, and the Astros lose it 7-5. You're gonna have some games like last night. I've never seen. I mean, yet another debut last night with Kennedy Corona. I've never seen. I mean, I don't know how this. I don't know what we expect. They should lose to the Indians with this lineup that they've got out there. There are very few major leaguers in this.
Guardians. Dell yelled out, "Guardians! Get the name right. No one calls you Grant anymore."
What did I say?
You said the Indians.
Oh, Mama called them the Indians.
They're the Guardians now.
Okay, the Guardians. I can't. I'm sorry. The Guardians.
Thank you.
I said it. Okay.
After years and years of trying to get you to say Guardians, they finally did it. Well, it was Trammell and Hummel and Short and the new guy, and it was just like I looked at 6, 7, 8, 9, just like wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they've been winning using that lineup, so I couldn't really expect anything less.
Well, yeah, I think we gotta temper all of this. We will talk to Robert Flores today. I was enraged yesterday when I saw MLB Network's power rankings, and I immediately went to Robert Flores.
I bet he liked that.
He loved it, and I said, you got some splaining to do, okay? And he just chuckled, and he said he would come on the show at 8:00 today. So we will have him on. I don't know if it's an embarrassment to Major League Baseball, to MLB Network. I don't know how else to explain it, but we will have Robert Flores try to explain away because he's an Astros fan. Mark DeRozan had about a 4-minute clip talking about the Astros. I wish we could play. It's 3.5 minutes long.
Well, how old is it?
It was just the other day.
Oh, I didn't see the new one.
Oh yeah. And yeah, I mean, he talks about all of the, he talks about Pena's injury. He talks about everything. And he's just like, the Astros they put on that uniform and say, doesn't matter who puts on that uniform. They say, let's go win 2 out of 3. And it's what they do. And I hope the Guardians aren't the ones that are going to ruin this streak of series wins or unbeaten series because this is not a great baseball team that they're playing. But, that it is what it is. It can't go on forever. I guess it can't go on forever. I say that it can't go on forever, but man, they're just playing such great baseball. We'll have Robert Flores' thoughts about it. He's a Houstonian, and he's a big fan. So we'll see what he has to say. We got the good news is Hunter Brown going today. Hunter Brown against somebody named Cantillo, okay, and Brandon Walter against Ciccione, which is that's a problem. That's going to be a problem, but we'll see. So these two games, we start with Hunter Brown tonight, and love when Hunter Brown pitches. We'll have about an hour and 40-minute game tonight with Hunter Brown on the mound, and hopefully the Astros can get through that. A loss last night, no big deal. The Astros still 6.5 games up over the Seattle Mariners in the division, just kicking some ass, just kicking everybody ass. 713-780-3776 is the number on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You have any other thoughts, or you want to move on to Rockets?
No, I think from an Astros standpoint, there's not a lot to say. I mean, the storyline keeps popping up is who's up next. When I saw, what was his name? Who made
Kennedy
it yesterday?
Corona.
Yeah, Corona, because the Astros sent an email out. It was the Astros that sent an email out, and it had video highlights for Cam Corona.
Kennedy.
And so I was like, oh, someone new's coming up today.
Yeah.
Well, here's something. I didn't click on his highlights. I figured I'll see him soon enough. But
apparently he's a great fielder. He's been hitting a little bit better lately, but he's an incredible fielder. He only came up because Christian Walker's on the paternity leave. The baby's born. Get back. Hurry up. Okay, get back. Well, the baby's born. That's fine. Whatevs. I worked the same day Frankie was born. Okay, that's the kind of work ethic I have. Okay, Frankie was born. Okay, you okay? Everything's great. Well, I got to go to work. Okay, that's how I approached it, and I'm hoping that's the way that Christian Walker approaches it. Okay, because Christian Walker is starting to hit a little bit. We don't want him to take a break right now. This baby thing getting in the way a little bit of him starting to hit better. So let's move on.
Are you though?
Yeah, I am. And this whole thing about dads getting 2 months off when a baby is born is incredible to me. Okay, get back to work.
Well, he can maybe have 2 days off, right?
He's not going to be gone for 2 months.
Can he have 2 days off?
A lot of companies are doing that. The dads get 8 weeks.
Do you know one?
Yes, my nephew.
In sports?
No, not in sports.
Do you know a guy who's
in the work world?
Do you know a guy in the work world who's taking 2 months off?
Why do you care if someone takes 2 months off?
What do you care?
What do you care?
What do you care? You like it the guys went to live.
Gross national product. What? It's kind of a big deal.
You liked it whenever guys went to Saudi Arabia to play golf.
No, I'm not a fan. You know that. I'm not a fan of that.
I mean,
that's a lie.
If you can get it, take it. Aren't you? If you
want Mapes takes time off for college football releases on video games.
He was playing it.
You're not saying anything like that.
He was playing yesterday.
I kind of did. I crushed him when he took a week.
He wasn't
off.
playing.
He was playing.
He was.
Yes, he was.
You hear that?
I was playing too, but I didn't take the day off. I don't care if some dad wants to stay home and help his wife for 2 months or 1 month, whatever. What does it affect me? I don't care.
Let's get back to work. Let's provide for the family.
What? If it's 2 weeks off, isn't it paid?
Let's get some hits.
I mean, 2 months.
Let's mix in some hits.
Oh, Christian. Now we're back to Christian Walker. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Enough of okay.
He's been gone for a day.
I know and that's enough.
And John's already screaming at him.
Yeah.
Get back. That's enough.
What's wrong with you? Bad teammate.
You're starting to hit.
Bad teammate. And he's like, I got to live with this. Let me tell you something. I'd much rather have John Granado complaining than a wife complaining.
Yes.
That's not
an easy choice.
Oh, that's an easy choice.
Well,
unhappy wife, unhappy life.
Some Californian yelling at him about getting back to work.
California screaming at him about his taxes and not playing.
Or my wife.
Some Californian screaming at him.
To get back. You're damn right. You're damn right I am.
Who is this guy?
By the way, Caratini in Christian Walker's absence, 2 of 4. We didn't end a home run. We didn't miss him.
We kind of did because we had to play Kennedy Corona. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, we got to see a new guy.
Got to see Kennedy.
We got
in
to
center
see
field.
Kennedy Corona.
Yeah.
I thought it was Cam
I
Corona.
thought Kennedy Corona had come up because Christian Walker was down.
Someone else. Could someone else have played center field last night?
Yeah,
that wasn't
Trammell
Kennedy
could have
Corona.
played center, and Caratini could have DH'd and whatever. Altuve could play left, whatevs. All right. You know, we got Kennedy Corona. Now, listen, nothing against Kennedy Corona. His wife was crying in his first at bat. That was really nice. It was touching. And everybody was cheering. Did you see that?
We had Zach, by the way, it was Kennedy Corona and Zach Short playing last night.
Well, Zach Short is our best hitter.
Well, not last
His
night.
His OPS is over 1,200.
Is it
It
still?
was 1,700 going into the game.
But I need Zach Short to keep hitting. How about don't go 0 for 3 against the Guardians?
I know. Or whoever they are. Yeah, no, I agree wholeheartedly. Zach Short, do your part. I mean, if you're going to be, a 1,700 OPS guy,
be consistent.
Don't go 0 for 3.
Oh, I got 3 hits yesterday against the Dodgers. What about Monday night? How about that? Show up.
Yeah. What have you done for me lately?
Show some consistency, Zach. Okay.
That's the reason you're not
That's
a major
why your
leaguer.
ass is headed back down.
Well,
I don't know about that.
Well, they're still not very healthy, so he may have a little bit more time.
Oh, yeah, he's probably got at least a good week.
Well,
maybe more.
At least to the All-Star break.
Well, and we'll see if Jeremy plays. I don't know. What do you think?
No chance.
No, I don't think so either.
I think he'll go.
He should go.
Yeah, he'll go.
He should go.
He should.
But that was pretty neat. Like the crowd was, and even Todd and Blummer, they were both like, "This is neat. This is cool." Everybody's standing and they're cheering for the kid and his major league debut, his first at bat. The wife is crying. It was like, wow, this is really, really neat that the crowd is so behind this kid.
Are we allowed to call him a kid if he's 25?
He is 25. He's a kid to me. But
well, understood. But as far as when it comes to athletes and their age.
Do we call Sam a kid? She's 23-ish, I think.
A kid. Yeah.
Do we call her a kid on the show?
That's what I call her. Hey, good kid. What's going on?
Do we call her that on the show?
Not really.
We just call
her Sam on the show.
Yeah.
Well, that's different. But I call her.
Get that kid with the social media thing.
Yeah.
Do we say that?
Stop talking to me, kid. Like when she says, "Hey, could you stop the recording?" Because she needs to pull a video. I don't respond. Hey, kid, listen up.
I'm actually a coworker. Can you stop calling me a kid?
Well, yeah, I know he's a major leaguer. He worked his tail off. That kid worked his tail off to get up there. Good for him. To me, he's a kid. Yeah. Good kid. It's what we ball players say to each other.
Isn't he?
Hey, kid.
Can you call him a kid if he's old enough to be off his parents' insurance?
We call Kevin Durant kid. Come on, kid.
I don't think we do. Okay. I don't think he'd like it very much.
No, I think he'd have something to say about you on Twitter.
Sure. No, he wouldn't. Some burner account.
A good kid, Mad City.
Not at this point. KD's stand on business with his own account, and we'll hear from Rafael Stone about that. The billboards are up. Welcome to Houston. I don't know who that's for, though. I mean, is KD actually going to see any of those billboards?
Kennedy Corona?
No.
Could be for Zach Short.
It's welcome to Houston.
Zach just coming off a road trip. It could be his welcome home.
It could be.
It's Kevin. No, I know it's not because it has Kevin Durant's face on it. So I know.
That could be for Zach also, though.
Are you sure there wasn't a little picture of Zach Short?
Why don't they put Zach Short on on lower and Zach Short and Kennedy Corona and Cooper Hummel?
You know how I know it wasn't for Zach Short?
And Taylor Trammell.
I don't think anyone over at the Rockets knows that Zach Short exists or what he looks like.
No, they've been busy.
They have no idea.
At some point, the Rockets are going to believe they're the only team in town. They're going to be like, every team that starts doing well eventually gets a little sassy, a little full of themselves. It's inevitable. I've seen it over multiple years of in this business. They all get a little big britches. I don't know what the verb would be for that, but all of them will be just like, When I first started, the Rockets had won, but they were on maybe they were starting to decline, it turns out. But boy, they thought they were, you couldn't, you were lucky to even be in their presence.
Yeah.
The way that they behave, wow, okay. I guess, do you want any media help at all? We don't need media help. We are the media. I had somebody from the Texans once say, whatever radio station has the Texans is the only station that matters. We are the sport in Houston, and no one will ever be bigger than the Texans. Okay.
No.
I heard that. They said that to my face, and I said,
the Astros are pretty good, but we all know this is a football town. Okay. Listen, the Rockets ship didn't stink from 2002 on. They thought they were the ship forever.
The Rockets or Astros?
The Texans.
I mean, the Texans, rather. Yeah, you said Rockets. The Texans.
I meant the Texans.
Oh, no, Texans were riding on that thing for a long time.
A long time. We're the NFL.
You have no idea how arrogant they were.
They were.
No idea. Massive levels of arrogance.
Yes. We got a break. Let's stay on time. We got Robert Flores at the top of the hour. You're listening to the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll hear from Rafael Stone on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station. Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, big ups to our guys here, especially AD and Joe George. We have an upgraded app now. If you haven't seen it, if you haven't been on it lately, if you're having a problem listening to us, go through the app, put it through your Bluetooth. It's easy. It's easy to listen to all the podcasts on there as well. So it's really cool. You got 97.5, right? 92.5, 97.9 HD2. You can stream with the app, smart speaker, web. You can go to the web. You can go to YouTube. So, I mean, there's all kinds of ways that you can listen to us if you're having a problem, and we hear you. There is a way, especially like the 97.9. That is just an awesome 97.9 HD2. That is an awesome signal. Like it's perfect. So if you're struggling in the morning to hear us, just try one of those other things. Go through your Bluetooth. Go through the app. Download the app. Update the app. And see how good it is.
Yeah,
it's really, really good. Nice job, guys.
We officially have it for the Android as well. So if you were if you weren't an iPhone user waiting for it, it's there for you as well. And you mentioned AD. I spoke to AD yesterday about we had a little mic issue. Lance brought it up, and AD said Lance is so disgusting, and so are the mics that he couldn't.
So that
after trying to clean the mic and sitting it in degreaser. It didn't fix the problem.
Let's find out who else sits here. You want to go through all the names?
Sure.
You can go through all the names.
You set a precedent. You
look what I'm wearing.
Who eats there?
I put this cover on the microphone like a simple common human.
The question isn't who sits there. The question is, as John pointed out, who eats there?
Right there and right there. Nasty.
Who eats at that mic?
Everybody.
Usually.
You.
Everybody.
You are
we almost never eat on this show.
Habitual line stepper when it comes to eating.
We almost never eat on this show.
Okay.
Who cares? Get the mics cleaned up sooner. You won't have the problems.
What?
Do your job.
We almost never eat just because we don't always have
do your
food.
Job.
Just because whose job is it?
We do our jobs. Whoever's job it is to clean these things up. Put these covers on. Do your job. You have one job. Bill Belichick once said it.
Perhaps when you're
not keeping our station on the air, then do this.
When you are wow. When you're doing the soft boy thing, when you're doing your soft boy thing and buying chips for the world, perhaps don't eat at the mic while you eat your jalapeno baked chips or whatever.
I want. I do what I want.
Then don't whine about the food debris.
I want.
Then don't whine about the food debris if you're going to do whatever you want.
Yeah. I'm not whining about the food debris. I like it.
No, you don't.
You're the one whining about food debris.
No, you're the one
just taking it, just dealing with it.
First of all, I'm not going to sit back and take anything. That's bad advice. And secondly, you're the one who started a group chat about how disgusting the mics were. So you had a problem.
It was all three. I took pictures of all these mics.
All right, Dell. In the new app, my volume is too low, Dell. I don't know how you can adjust
you're
that.
Jacked up as high as I can have you. I don't know.
Well, in the app, can we change something or no?
Well, if it's individualized to your mic, I don't think so. If it's only to your mic, I don't think we can. At least not right now. Maybe after the show.
Well, we got to work on that. That's something we got to work on. 713-780-3776. Let's work on some Rockets talk here. First, the KD trade. Okay. Rafael Stone talked about. Let's combine the two. Jalen Green, trading Jalen Green, and bringing in KD. The KD trade definitely improves their title window. One of the questions out there, Lance, was how is Jalen going to be remembered here? For you, how are you going to remember Jalen Green?
I will remember him fondly. I remember Jalen as the guy who put the time in, who altered his professionalism, altered his level of play from a defensive standpoint, and bought into what Ime Udoka was selling, was a good teammate whenever he had to hit the bench on the fourth quarter when he didn't handle his business. I got nothing but positive things to say about Jalen Green. He's extremely explosive. I thought he was like a Steve Francis level explosive athlete who actually tried to get better at things that were issues, and he appeared to be more coachable. That's what I think. I've got nothing but positive things. I mean, the issues he has, I think there's some basketball concerns I have, and maybe, can he be the guy on a team? I don't know. His efficiency as a shooter is not great. But I mean, I saw a player who was in a really bad situation, got here with a lot of young players. They ran all over their coach. Jabari Smith even said it was a mess with how they just ran all over Steven Silas. And it could have gone really sideways. He could have been a difficult player to deal with and a diva. And instead he wasn't. He put effort in defensively. He did what his coach asked. And I never heard one thing where he sulked or pouted or made comments publicly when he had to, when Ime had to impose some discipline on him. So I that's all you can ask for.
Yeah. I thought I will too. I remember him fondly. Let's do that one first.
I'll say
Dale,
he's a footnote. You won't remember Jalen Green unless he makes you come to regret him being traded away. Initially, yeah, we can have the conversation about all the things he did or didn't do. But if he goes on to be the guy that some people believe he'll be, just some inefficient scorer who never ascends to his draft status as number 3, he'll be, oh yeah, I remember we had Jalen Green here. That's how people remember him down the line, unless he makes the Rockets regret the trade, because there are a number of guys in this league who play the way Jalen Green does. Anthony Simons is one of them. Well, Portland Trailblazer fans think fondly of Anthony Simons when he's 4 years down the line in his career.
Well, but Anthony Simons he wasn't there with a turn of a franchise either.
The franchise decided when they made the turn, he's got to go. They decided when the franchise thought to themselves, now it's time to win. Well, you're not part of the process.
Yeah, but Rafael Stone addressed that too. Okay, first let's hear Rafael Stone talk about Jalen Green. He glowing about what Jalen Green was, and I don't think this is. I mean, Jalen Green was a really good citizen here. Not only that, he was a good teammate.
Yeah, he was.
He was all of those things. I mean, and early on with the coach and some of his teammates, he could have gone the other way, and instead he couldn't have been a better teammate, playing 82 games a year for you every year and giving it his all. Here's Rafael Stone talking about Jalen.
But was it a difficult decision to move on from Jalen Green?
Yeah, Jalen's awesome. He did everything we asked. He's a wonderful combination of talent and work ethic, along with being just a great human being. And any time that you have the privilege to work with someone who is talented and works really hard and is really nice, you should value it. And so organizationally, we've valued him tremendously. So yeah, very hard.
So, and Dell, to your point about that, they turned the corner and then they got rid of him. Listen, you got to give up something. It's got to hurt. It's got to hurt a little bit. I mean, you're not just giving up Cam Whitmore and Jeff Green for Kevin Durant.
Well, they tried to give up Cam Whitmore, and the Sun said no. I get what you're saying. You have to give something up of value, but yes, the immediate reaction, Jalen Green, we list all the plaudits, all the stuff you listed. But as far as how history will remember Jalen Green in this town, they won't, unless he's a guy who, I can't believe we traded Jalen Green away.
Well, that's not true, Del. There's a lot of people who will remember him. They'll have their own feeling for. Well, what will happen was Rocket fans who didn't want Kevin Durant will say, "I told you so," and then Rocket fans who did. I mean, I don't think that will change no matter what he does. I think Kevin Durant's on the hook much more than Jalen Green's play is.
This is not this is
because we didn't look at Charles Barkley didn't work out, and we didn't look at Sam Cassell and Robert Horry forever. Like, to be honest with you, I mean, yeah, we noticed their Robert Horry's success, but he wasn't a star player. He just played well in the postseason. No. Sam was a pretty good player for the rest of his career.
Regardless, I can remember Jalen Green for what he did here.
Yeah,
I don't care what he does.
Why does it have to be connected to what he does moving forward?
Because
that doesn't matter to me.
This whole thing about how he'll be remembered, I don't think he will be remembered unless he's great someplace else. Trades happen and guys go, and you can just list guys. And how often are you thinking about ex-Rockets who aren't good?
What do you mean by
remember?
How often do you think about Rockets
the Stephen Coutinho years?
That's because of how awful they were.
Well,
no.
You're dealing with memory. Hang on, I think Dell's definition of remembered is maybe different. Like, you don't mean your memory of them. What do you mean by remembered?
you were talking about we will remember Jalen Green for what? This is what you guys said, for the hard work,
Yeah,
82
right
games
now,
and
you
all that
asked me the
stuff.
question, sure.
Yeah, right now, that's what you're thinking of. But 5 years from now,
he'll be a guy who played here 4 years.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah,
that's what it'll be.
I get it.
That's what it'll be.
Yeah,
I get it. I answered the question now, though.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But I will still remember him fondly as a good. He was a good player. He helped you get Kevin Durant. I mean, he was the foundation, one of the foundations for turning a franchise around. I mean, so yeah, I'll remember him fondly. I don't care what he does going forward. I don't care what he does going forward. We gotta break, and we'll hear about KD on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Texas Card House is what we're talking about now. Texas Card House is the premier poker facility in the city of Houston. It wasn't. It is now. Okay, things change, and Texas Card House is the best. Texas Card House is a beautiful, clean facility. Drink, food. I mean, you can bring food in, or you can order food. I mean, they don't have a kitchen there, but they sure do. They will help you get whatever food that you want. You can eat there when you go. Yeah, you certainly can drink there. The bar's open till 2 every night. It's 24/7, so you can always find a game. It's got Omaha. It's got Hold'em. It's got different Hold'em games depending on your level. You want to play 1-2. You want to play 1-3. You want to play 5-10. I mean, there's all kinds of. You want to play Omaha? That's a crazy game, but there's action. You're looking for action. You got it at Texas Card House. You've also got the app that you can play at home. It's Hijack Poker, where you can deposit your money at Texas Card House or withdraw your money at Texas Card House. Texas Card House is the place to play poker in the city of Houston. It's in Spring, just off 45. It's on Westheimer and Green Ridge. You're looking for poker, TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the Rockets headed to Summer League. It's already started, but apparently they're starting a little later than the Jazz did last night.
It's Ace. Look out now. We're off of Shedeur Sanders for now, very briefly, and we're on Ace Bailey. ESPN can only talk about Ace Bailey in the summer leagues. 2 straight days of Ace Bailey, 3 straight days actually of Ace Bailey articles.
That's nice. I mean, well, it's Ace Bailey's turn.
Well, what?
Shedeur can't.
What's Ace Bailey? The Rutgers player that didn't make the tournament? Cool.
Yeah. No, the one that he steered himself in the draft
to Utah,
manipulated the draft so he could get to Utah.
Okay, that's
yeah.
No,
that's. I mean, what player doesn't want to do that?
No, most want to.
Most every NBA player actually. If you could pick a spot that you don't want to go to,
it's not typically where
as an NBA player, it's probably Utah.
Not typically.
So here is Rafael Stone talking about the Kevin Durant trade and whether or not this opens up a title window for the team.
I mean, our goal is definitely to win a championship. I don't know about the window opening or closing or whatever else. In order to be a champion, you have to beat them. Oklahoma City had just an amazing year last year, an amazing run in the playoffs. That's an extremely high bar, and there's other really great teams all around the NBA. So I think it's way too early to talk about championships other than, for obvious reasons, that's our.
Yeah, I mean, it's too – okay. So I was asked this when KD came over on a national show. What's a successful season?
Western Conference Finals.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
They got to get to the Western Conference Finals for this to be a successful season.
And even then, they get swept 4-0, and we're not saying it's successful. That would change. But I would just say right now, in a general sense, you need to – I'm sorry, but you're going to need to get to the Western Conference Finals this year.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, anything short of that, you're bringing Kevin Durant in here. You're changing this whole thing up for the playoffs. To get that score that you had to have, you need. This is. I mean, you did exactly what you needed to do. So it has been. This has been a great off season, but it's not gonna pay off unless you're doing something in the postseason. But that's exactly why you brought him in here. You got to get out of the first round and possibly the second round. It ain't gonna be easy because Denver's loading up. I mean, the West is just Minnesota, Denver. It ain't gonna be easy. That's for sure. But the Rockets are better. Everybody's looking at the Rockets, going, "Holy crap!" Okay. So you still got a lot of work to do. But here's Rafael Stone talking about KD, not just the window opening, but what does Kevin Durant bring to the table for your Houston Rockets?
I mean, he's Kevin Durant. I think he's really good. He's super efficient. He had a great year last year. So, I mean, he's obviously he's not 30 anymore, but he hasn't really fallen off. And we just think, we think he has a chance to really be impactful for us.
Rafael, what do you hope the young guys learn from Kevin Durant and can take from him as they're around?
Yeah, we actually arranged for a bunch of those guys to work out with him last summer and the summer before. His work ethic is just awesome. Like the speed at which he goes, not in a game. I mean, obviously everyone tries hard in games, but the speed at which he practices and kind of the intensity at which he practices is something that has made him great over the years. And it started when he was very young. And so of all the things that I hope rubs off, that's the main one. I think that practice makes perfect. And I think one of the reasons he's had such an excellent career is because of the intensity with which he works day in, day out.
What does Kevin bring that this team didn't have last season?
I mean, he has an easy time getting his own shot in the half court. He's hyper efficient, or has been hyper efficient in the half court. And honestly, that's what he brings to every team. So no team that doesn't have Kevin has his unique skill set. So he'll bring that here. There'll be for sure things we give up, but we like the trade off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting. They coordinated an effort to get some of their guys working out with Kevin Durant last
year. Yeah.
That's kind of last summer. That's
he and Ime are close.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it lets you know that there was a positive link between the Rockets and Kevin Durant. The way Rafael made it sound in terms of we help to facilitate that. Didn't sound like it came directly from the player. Sound like the Rockets were involved with that. Not that there's anything illegal about that. I'm just saying I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yep. So the Rockets are going to start summer league here, heading over there. And Garrett Jackson is going to be their head coach. We'll hear from him about what we're going to see from Reed Sheppard. Reed Sheppard is going to go to summer league again and get the work in. Reed Sheppard needs to be great. Rafael Stone said he's got to be good. He needs to be good. He was good last year. I have a feeling Reed Sheppard is going to be great in summer league. We'll see.
I did too, but he's the only guy you'll know basically in summer league.
Yeah,
have you seen the list of players?
Yeah, I don't know him.
It's a bunch of Astros.
Right. Is Zach Short on the team?
I mean, he might be.
Maybe Taylor Trammell, but
I
not
guarantee
Zach
one
Short.
of these guys is going to have to be pulled for the summer league roster to come play, third base or left field at some point.
Kennedy Corona? That doesn't sound like a basketball player to me.
Yeah, well, he was a point guard, and then
Taylor
they moved him to
Trammell
the
does.
Astros.
Taylor Trammell sounds like one, but not Kennedy Corona. That just doesn't sound like a baseball player to me. We got to talk right now about feeling good, about looking good, feeling great, about getting your numbers, your testosterone numbers, getting your prostate numbers. That's kind of a big deal. They do that as well. All of your numbers. How do you get the numbers? You take tests and you get labs, okay? Well, they got labs right there at Game Day Men's Health. Right there on the spot. And they got locations. They got 11 locations around the city, and they're opening more. Okay, but Game Day Men's Health, to me, and I've been doing testosterone for a while, I can tell you, if you're somebody that hasn't done testosterone before, I can tell you that Game Day Men's Health is different. It feels like they care more. It feels like they have a better plan. It feels like you're not just a number, that you're a person. It feels like, well, it's free. It doesn't feel like that. It is. You go, you get a free test to find out whether or not you're a candidate for testosterone, and you might not be. But you still might want some peptides that they have to help you get to make your goals, whatever goals that you have. You want to lose weight, you want to feel better, you want to focus more, it's better sexually, all of those things you can get done at Game Day Men's Health. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them that you heard it right here. But if you're looking for a different way, a better way to get that testosterone treatment, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Looking over, there is a Kennedy Chandler on the Rockets Summer League roster. So maybe Kennedy Corona could play for him. There's a Malik Wilson. Is he going to wear long sleeves? Of course he is.
I forgot about that. Malik, high rise, one of the fastest leapers I've ever seen in college basketball.
Yeah.
That's right, he is. I don't think he's going to be able to wear long sleeves, but that's his look. Like, man, maybe he will.
That is his look.
I get the feeling it's probably not super regulated in Summer League. Well, actually, they pretty much do all wear the same kind of cheap looking, don't they wear the little cheap looking shirts?
Is it shirts and skins in the Summer League?
No.
They wear uniforms. They're just.
They do?
Are they full uniforms?
Yes, it's full uniforms.
I've watched. I can't remember because
Yes.
I was so
we
hyped
have a
couple years
Serbian, Uros Trifunovic. So I don't know if you think we can't win. Uros Trifunovic is.
I'm actually
different.
That's one of the guys. When I looked at the list, I want to see somebody who didn't play in college, because if you played in college and you're on the team and I've never heard of you, you're probably not to have no chance. I was looking for foreign players, and he's one who's considered a rookie that I'm like, okay. And he's a big, if I remember correctly. So I thought, this will be interesting.
Oh, he's 6'7".
Oh, is he 6'7"? Okay. Oh, another wing.
Let's
see what he's got.
That's,
So I'm kind of more interested in the international players.
we got Moses. We don't really have many. We got a bunch of. We got Moses Brown, who's a center, 7'2". We got N'Faly Dante, 6'11". Otherwise, we allowed a lot of wings. And I'm pretty sure we're loaded with wings. If I was a wing, I don't know, rookie, I don't know that I'd sign with the Rockets per se. That would be the best place for me because, I'm not going to play ever. I'm not going to make the team. But, okay. Garrett Jackson is our coach for the Summer League team. And, we're all very interested in how Reed Shepherd plays. Here is the plan for Reed Shepherd in Summer League.
Specifically for Reed, what do you want to see from him?
Just I want him to be aggressive. I want to see just more growth as a point guard for him. He's got a lot of tools. He's a very smart player. I just want to see him get more comfortable on the court and just keep being aggressive. And yeah.
What does being more aggressive for Reed entail? Is that like in a shot more, pushing the pace?
Pushing the pace, looking for a shot, looking for his teammates, just overall just aggressiveness. So that's what being more assertive, being more of a leader, especially like with the other group. He's kind of, or during the regular season, he was kind of soaking things up last year, his rookie year. Here he's taking on more of a leadership role, talking to guys and being aggressive.
You mentioned Reed as a point guard. Will he still have some opportunities to play off ball this summer?
Yeah, for sure. Mostly point guard. I want to see him handling, getting people set. That's part of like the leadership part, is kind of setting the table for the rest of his teammates. But we'll definitely use him on some off ball stuff. He's just such a good shooter and gives us flexibility as a staff to like draw up different things and get different looks. So.
Does defense matter in the Summer League? I mean, I know it's not that kind of a okay. Yeah, it does, particularly for him.
It matters for us.
Okay, I got you.
For everybody, our whole team, especially Reed. Like top down, there's no drop off there. So that's part of the stuff that I talked about that carries over to training camp is definitely defense. So.
All right.
I love that it matters to us. Ime's literally put the edict out to Garrett Jackson and everybody else. Hey,
play defense.
We ain't running around playing this old school Viper ball where people are just flinging up shots and no one's caring. Defense still matters in summer ball.
No, you want to make this team. You want to be on the floor. Play defense. You ain't making the Rockets. You ain't gonna be on the floor for Ime if you ain't. Who cares about that defense? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about that. Gary is here, and he wants to talk about the window that is open for your Houston Rockets right now. Hey, Gary.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Good morning. I think with the Rockets, the players around Kevin Durant this year with his new team as opposed to last year, that'll be the key. Which core is going to be better? Because in a half-court setting, when they mentioned it earlier on the show, if they run at Kevin and make him come off the ball, or if he's obviously one-on-one, but what core group was better? The Rockets core group or the group from last year? Because this game is going to be won in a half-court setting with them getting to the championship, because we know defense intensifies and stops and rebounds and all that. But so my key would be looking at who around them, which core group would be able to do better and in order for them to advance. And if and when he's out 10 or 20 games, who can carry the load? Which group did best last year or this year to sustain him? And finally, I think everybody after Eli Manning that was born after Eli Manning in every sport, baseball, basketball, football, bowling, NASCAR, should thank Eli for being able to dictate, hey, where I want my child to play. Okay, then, guys.
All right.
Well, I don't think it really.
Well, John,
I don't think
John
it's worked
Elway
for most
did it
people.
first.
Yeah, John Elway did it first.
John Elway did it first, and then Eli.
Well, it wasn't where he wanted to play. John just said, I sure don't want to play here.
Right.
But he also had baseball he could have played. Like Kyler Murray played. Kyler Murray had a Ricky Williams. There's been baseball in the past has allowed guys to be a little, if they wanted to have a little bit of leverage. But I don't think it's ever going to work. Like, it didn't work for Ace Bailey. I don't think, that San Diego Chargers at that time, they eventually relented on draft day. And they said, this is literally between pick number 1 and pick number 4. They said, okay, let's relent. I mean, and I've never heard that they had a plan to draft him 1, because then you have to, you've got your slot stays the same where you draft somebody. So you got first pick of the draft slot money and 4th pick. So they had to, the Giants had to use 4th pick of the draft slot money. Oh, no. Wait. Eli was 04. That wasn't until 06, right? Where they started slotting. It was a little later. So I don't think there was any slotting.
Sam Bradford draft, right?
Yeah. So actually there was no slotting.
09 or 08, something like that.
Yeah, they didn't have well, but no, they did have not slotting, but they do have salary cap. They do have cap numbers attached to them. If I remember correctly, didn't they have some cap?
I don't remember.
I seem to remember there being something with a cap where they didn't have unlimited. There was always a salary cap.
I just remember Bradford got something like a $50 million deal. I don't remember if it was guaranteed over how many years, but I remember that being his number.
Well,
or something.
all I know is that the Chargers gave in. Most teams are not going to give in. They're not going to let players be free agents from start to finish for their whole careers. And players are going to want to, because more and more players are leaving from high school. Like, I'm going to this high school. I'm going to that high school. Now, teams think it reflects poorly on the player, just that they're not really willing to sit, to stick out anything that's tough.
As far as which roster is better, the Suns or the Rockets?
Well,
there's no question.
No. I think he meant the roster before Kevin Durant, like last year versus this year. Isn't that what he meant?
Oh, I don't know.
Like the run it back Rockets and this version of the Rockets.
Oh, okay. I
think that's what he meant.
Who was Kevin Durant playing with last year, and who is he playing with this year, which is better? But okay, this Rockets roster, I'll take it over last year's roster.
Well, he was also asking what is the best the other thing he asked very specifically was what's the best roster when Kevin Durant's not playing? Because Kevin Durant's going to miss a minimum of 10 games. He'll miss a minimum of 10 games and a maximum of season with an Achilles. But the minimum is 10 games. And probably somewhere between 10 and 20 is what he'll miss. What is the best when because he asked us, what's the best lineup going to be when he's not playing? That's a real question.
Well, it's going to be, Alperin, Jabari, Tari.
Well, we got to figure it out.
And Fred.
Is it Tari? Is it Dorian Finney-Smith instead of?
Yeah. Okay. Well, the rotation. I don't care what the starting is. The rotation is going to have. Yeah, and Finney-Smith is going to be there, and Steven Adams is going to be in there.
Well, the rotation will be
the same. Clint Capella is going to be in there.
Yeah, the rotation will be the same, but how you dole out the minutes, that's a real question, because you may want to find somebody who's a better scorer. It may be Tari instead of Finney-Smith because he's a better scorer, but Who knows? Maybe you look for threes. I don't know.
Maybe Robert Flores has thoughts.
Yeah,
on
maybe
it.
Robert Flores.
Well,
has some thoughts.
we'll get that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Robert Flores from MLB Network joining us next. Right now, though, we got HR&P to talk about. We got your business. You're a CEO, you're a CFO, and you have to make decisions for your business. And sometimes the decisions are tough. Sometimes, you've got a payroll department and an HR department that is costing you a lot of money. Well, maybe you can move those people to other places, but when you got HR&P, you basically need a payroll and HR department of one because HR&P does the rest, okay? Laura Beavers takes care of, we've got, I don't know how many employees, 75 or whatever. With our peak, we were at 75 employees or so, and we could handle it with just one person. But she is the liaison with HR&P, and that's how easy it is. And that's how much money you save. I don't know how big your payroll department is getting, but it's probably too big because HR&P does payroll better than you do. It's what they do every day. It's DHR is what they do every day. They're experts in the Affordable Care Act. You're not. So I don't know how you're doing your payroll. I don't know how you're doing your HR. I don't know how you're choosing which benefits packages for your people. But HR&P does all of that, and they do it better than you do, period, because that's their business, and they're great at it. So you're looking for a great way to get your payroll, your HR, your taxes done, your benefits packages, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Being joined right now by Robert Flores, Houstonian, co-host of MLB Network's morning show, MLB Central, weekdays at 9 a.m. Central, and the crew is going to be live from the All-Star Game next Monday and Tuesday in Atlanta. Rejoining the show here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I'm not going to get on you about the embarrassing MLB power rankings, okay? I'm just not. Where you guys had the Dodgers ahead of the Astros. I'm just not going to do that. Okay, so you don't have to explain. You don't have any explaining to do. What I did, I really like DeRozan's breakdown, the zombie Astros. It's about almost 4 minutes long, so we haven't played it. I'd like to play it because then we can just take a break and not do anything and listen to Mark DeRozan talk about the Astros. But, man, what a great breakdown. I mean, it is incredible what Joe Espada is doing. Robert, you got to make the push for him to be manager of the year.
Yeah, I think I think he's making a strong case. Him and his entire coaching staff, Dana Brown and his entire staff, to be able to do what they're doing without Yordan Alvarez, without Christian Walker really getting scorching hot, save for the series against the Dodgers this past weekend. Now without Jeremy Pena for almost a week, without a good portion of their pitching staff, yes, he does deserve to be mentioned for manager of the year. But I think it also speaks to, and this is what D-Roll was talking about in his breakdown yesterday on the show, it speaks to the culture that has been developed within that clubhouse and within that organization. D-Roll said it perfectly. These guys put on that Astro uniform night in and night out, and they expect to take at least 2 of 3 in a series. That's the culture. That's the standard of the franchise. And to everyone's credit, so far this year, despite the trying circumstances, they're upholding it.
Robert Flores with us here this morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That was, and look, when you look at the two lineups between the Dodgers and the Astros, and it's just ridiculous. And they came off a loss against Colorado. I mean, I was there on Friday night for the 18-1 game. It was just ridiculous. The difference in talent on the two sides. And yet they just kicked their ass all weekend, all weekend long. And they continue to do this, Robert. How is this a championship caliber team? Because it doesn't look like it on paper.
Well, that's a very, very good point. Look, I think in recent history, we have seen that what is happening in June and July does not necessarily mean it's going to happen in September and October. Look, the Arizona Diamondbacks a couple of years ago, I believe they were hovering around 500 and eventually made it to the World Series. The Washington Nationals, the year they beat the Astros, they were hovering below 500 for a good portion of the year and eventually made it to the World Series and won. But I think what this team has done, it has afforded Dana Brown the luxury of, he is getting so much talent back in theory, where he does not have to then sacrifice precious resources, and maybe resources, quite frankly, he doesn't have in the minor league system, to go acquire talent at the deadline. You can almost think of Yordan Alvarez as a de facto trade deadline acquisition. You can think of Christian Javier as a trade deadline acquisition. Now, we cannot expect Christian Javier to look like Christian Javier from the 2022 World Series. Yeah, they're going to have to ease him back into it, but there are some reinforcements coming, and maybe they can then make acquisitions around the margins to make this team a championship team come October.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when I was asked a question at a little get together this weekend. Hey, the Astros championship team, and I said, realistically, been doing this a long time. I try to be objective. I said, no, it's not. I mean, I've seen what championship Astros teams looks like. I've seen what championship teams who didn't win the championship for the Astros look like.
Yeah,
this doesn't look like it. But when you break it down, and we've always got the Arizona Diamondbacks that we can look at with the two pitchers that carried them with obviously Schilling and Big Unit. You do have two hammers as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
You've got somebody coming back as the number 3 starter. Somebody's coming back, and maybe 3-4 are going to be really, really good. The bullpen at any given year can be good or bad, and the Astros just have a tendency to have them, play above their level typically, and it's happening again this year. And you mentioned Yordan. It's interesting how quickly you can get from this isn't really a championship caliber team to, well, I mean, they could look a lot different in 6 weeks.
No doubt. I think that, and I'm glad you mentioned the bullpen. They are getting production and getting outs from guys that you're like, wait a minute, where did this guy come from? Brian King, what? And then you got Hader and obviously Abreu locking up the 8th and the 9th. So I also like the possibility of moving someone like Ryan Gusto to the bullpen. I love his stuff, the potential of his stuff for the 7th inning or their 6th inning. And then you add Hector Neris, who has always pitched better when he's in an Astro uniform. So it's going to be very interesting to see what this team looks like post-trade deadline once everyone is back healthy. I have a feeling that Christian Walker is about to get scorching hot. I mean, like really scorching hot. It's been a struggle. It's been a work in progress for him so far in Houston, but he's on the paternity leave list now. But I think once he gets back, I think you're going to see a lot more of the Christian Walker we saw this past weekend at Dodger Stadium.
Did Framber and Brian Abreu get ripped off not being on the All-Star team?
They certainly have a strong case. My thing is, who are you taking off? When you consider that every team has to have a representative, right? So there were some people that we had this discussion I was doing on my Twitch stream, twitch.tv/RealRealFlow. Shameless plug there. But people are like, well, yeah, he should be on here, and Clayton Kershaw shouldn't be on. I'm like, Clayton Kershaw, that's a legacy pick. That's a guy. I mean, it's an exhibition game, and that's a guy that should be there. I want to see Clayton Kershaw in the Midsummer Classic this year. So they certainly have both of those guys make strong cases. But a lot of times, what happens with these snubs, quote unquote, is that they eventually find themselves on the roster anyway. There's injuries that pop up. There's availabilities. There's certain things that come up, scheduling, etc. So I would not be surprised to see Framber make his way onto the roster because he's certainly deserving.
Would you like to see Ced Mullins on this team? There's a lot of talk about that.
Who is he going to? Where are you putting him? You putting him in left?
Jake is outplaying him. That's for
sure. I mean, obviously Jake's dealing with a little bit of a calf issue. I think I read where he said yesterday he's feeling a lot better, so that's great. I mean, I love Cedric Mullins as a player. Probably a little bit better offensive power profile than Jake Myers, but the way Jake has been playing, especially defensively, I am not moving him. So if you're talking about Cedric Mullins in left field, or I just don't see it. I don't see the juice being worth the squeeze there.
Right. I don't think it'll cost you much, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And he's been down lately anyway. But there's that. It's about about a month and a half ago, Robert. You couldn't believe in this team. You just couldn't. Is there anything to point to? I just don't get it. I love this team, and I just don't understand how they're doing this. I just don't get it.
I don't either. I do not either. But you know what? What's so great about it? It's what's great about sports. Like so much of sports now, I feel like we already know the answers before we take the test because we know so much, because we have so much access to data and so much access to analytics, and we're so savvy. They were so spoiled in part because sports is on 24/7. When you and I were growing up, we watched one game, and it was like on a Friday night or a Saturday, or we only got to watch the Astros. So this is what is beautiful about sports, the unexpected. That's what we love. And to see what they're doing, I really hope it continues because I would love to spend watching some postseason baseball in Houston again.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the division, there's no worse division. I mean, the American League Central is – I thought the West was awful, but, man, the American League Central is just terrible.
Well, the Tigers have a very strong case to be not only to be labeled as the best team in the American League, but the best team in all of baseball. They're legit. Obviously, and the Astros found that out last postseason. I would love to see the Astros and the Tigers meet with both teams at the height of their powers. I want to see the Astros with Jordan and Pena and Walker and Cam Smith and everyone firing on all cylinders against Tarek Skubal, against Jack Flaherty and Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson. I want to see that. And let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, this is, it's funny. We talked about the fact that this is, it's a little tough right out of the gate to get real excited about the Astros team because, there's been just such an attrition, right, to the core. And then you lose two big ones, Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. And Bregman's been there from the very beginning, basically. I mean, 16, not 15, but 16. But I think this team being so gritty is drawing people into this Astros team because, there's new guys like Paredes, and Paredes is playing great. But Cam Smith came out of nowhere. I think it helps to have a rookie who you think, wow, this is a guy we're going to grow with as fans while he grows.
Yeah.
But the grittiness is something that is attracting me to this team. Like, it's not, I don't have the same emotional connection historically, but I love this grit.
Yeah. And look, I always, going back to 2017, whenever I would go back home or visit family, I would always be struck by how much Astros gear there was. And I didn't see any Texans gear. I didn't see any Rockets gear. It's Astros, Astros, Astros. And obviously the Texans and Rockets have gotten better. Shout out to Kevin Durant. I hope that works out. But yeah, look, Houston's a baseball town. It's an Astros town. And they've had a tremendous run, a tremendous stretch of success. And you're right, to see them have the same kind of success so far with a whole bunch of new faces, and they're doing it in unexpected ways. And it's definitely going to draw new fans. Or Isaac Paredes has been, you can make a case he's been the Astros MVP all season. And Cam Smith being a revelation. So there's a lot to like about this team, and to see the lead that they have right now in the division. I know they lost last night. It's remarkable. And it speaks to, like I said earlier at the beginning, it speaks to the culture and the organization and the standard that has been set going almost a decade ago.
Would you vote Cam Smith Rookie of the Year right now?
I think it's either him or Jacob Wilson, who's going to start in the American League for the at shortstop. I'd have to take a look at what Wilson's numbers are. I know he was scorching hot a few weeks ago. I don't know if he has fallen back.
Yeah, still close. He's hitting 325. It's
so
that's tough.
But look, Cam Smith has made. I thought the way he started, I thought they were going to have to send him down. But once again, give Dana Brown and the coaching staff credit for sticking with him. Joe Espada has been really good about, he would bat him. Sometimes he would bat him 8th. Sometimes he would bat him 7th. And then over the weekend, he's batting 3rd, or he's batting cleanup. Yeah. So it is just again, I just can't say enough of what and it's something that can't be quantified or measured by numbers or analytics. And that's culture, and it's environment, and it is the standard. And those things are hard to quantify, but the Astros have it.
So he's hitting cleanup for the second best team in all of baseball, regardless of what MLB Network says. Okay.
Hey, well, to be fair, that's MLB.com. That's not MLB Network.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what Lance does all the time. With
no,
NFL
trust me.
Network.
We get that all the time with NFL Network versus NFL.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. See. Yeah.
Let's see. So you could crush them for that, then, right? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, we're kind of all in the.
And I know
but yeah, my paycheck does say MLB. So
MLB Central, weekdays at 9 a.m. Central, and live from the All-Star Game next Monday and Tuesday. What's your podcast again?
It is it's twitch.tv/RealRealFlow. I play video games and do all sorts of stuff. I do that even though I'm a man well into my 50s. So.
Wait a minute. They pay you to play video games?
Dude, you don't know this is a thing? How do you think Twitch got so
amazing.
big?
It is amazing how much these nerds. I mean, how much these people will pay to watch you play video games, and I love them all.
That's crazy. I got to get a job like that instead of playing golf all day. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you can do for money these days on camera. It's crazy.
There is.
Right. That's how. Well,
and then, but God forbid you're like a magazine writer or a newspaper writer.
No, we don't need those
But
anymore.
if you play video games, you can make a ton.
God bless America, guys.
That's right.
God bless America.
RoFlo, we appreciate it, man. We appreciate it. 9 a.m. Central. It's coming up, so we've got to get back to work. Thanks for hanging with us.
You got it, guys. Have a good one.
Robert Flores right here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk a little Coors Light. Okay, that's what I do. Instead of playing video games, I drink Coors Light. Okay, that's my pastime. You guys want to watch me drink Coors? I should start a podcast where I just sit there and drink Coors Light. Okay, how awesome would that be? How many people would pay to see that? A lot. I mean, that would be just totally sweet. And then you guys drink them with me, okay? And we'll just sit around and talk. And you want to talk about an intelligent conversation when I'm 10, 12 Coors Lights deep. Holy crap. We'll save the world, okay? We'll fix this whole world with Coors Light. Let's do it. Let's do it anyway, even without the podcast. Let's just drink Coors Lights and save the world, all right? If there's global warming, we're keeping the world chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. So if you're looking for the best way to get that beer, there's one beer in my mind that will keep you chill, and that's Coors Light. Let's go. Climb on, brother. Coors Light. Keeping America, keeping the world chill.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Oh, so I just got an email. I don't know if you got it too, Lance, of Kate wanting to visit the bench on July 16th and bring us mini hot dogs. They're going at Tony's. They are doing a ballpark special.
Nice.
Nathan's mini hot dogs and funnel cakes at Tony's on the 16th and 17th of this month. So they're the ballpark at Tony's for 20 games this year. Actually, it's not just the 16th and 17th. It's 20 games this year, July and August. Tony's is going to be showing the games with lounge seating and a special menu and drink specials. Mini hot dogs she's going to bring to the show next week. And she wants us to have who you got, Del? Me or Lance? Most mini hot dogs eaten in a minute.
I'm not doing a contest of eating fast.
Yeah.
I couldn't care.
First of all, you can't.
I couldn't care.
You wouldn't beat me.
Less about how many phallic objects you guys put in your mouths.
So they're mini hot dogs. So you got to eat it over your microphone, though, Lance. Okay. Directly over the microphone.
That's fine.
So that Del can come in and smell glizzies the whole time.
That's fine.
He's doing his show.
I can just move. I'll just move to a different mic. I mean, it's not that difficult.
No,
I mean, if he does,
you got to sit there.
Nah, that's no rule that says I do. So he can do whatever he wants. On the day where he decides to stuff things that are phallic in his mouth, I will just sit.
See, you make it sound terrible.
Hot dogs are phallic. I will just sit at a different mic. That's all. So you guys have your contest. How many dogs can you put in your mouths? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't realize you were so homophobic, Del.
How's
You
it-
can't eat a hot dog.
How's it homophobic?
Apparently you are.
We'll make
Apparently
sure
you
the
are.
cake doesn't bring you any hot dogs.
That's fine. Just saying something phallic doesn't make it homophobic. It's just pointing out the facts. It's a phallic symbol. So go
You
ahead.
say you won't do it. Well, will you do it?
No, because I don't eat. I don't participate in eating contests. I think those
You
are
don't
dumb.
eat hot dogs?
I said I don't participate in eating
All
contests.
we're doing is eating hot dogs. What's the problem?
You said how many can you eat? That's a contest.
And you said I don't put phallic things in my
I
mouth.
said I don't.
Okay, so
No,
you're
I
not
didn't.
American
We
like
caught
Joey
you.
Chestnut.
We caught you not being an ally, didn't we?
No, you just made all that up.
Yeah, we just caught you.
You know what? If you've determined that I'm not like Joey Chestnut, I'll take that because I don't want to be like Joey Chestnut. I have no interest in being like
champion?
him.
Yeah,
don't
you don't
care.
want to be a champion.
You're right.
Yeah.
Not when it comes to eating hot dogs. That's a
A
dumb,
Hall of
That's a
Famer.
dumb, Hall
The
of Fame.
greatest at something.
Congratulations to you, sir, for dunking hot dogs in water and eating them. Congratulations.
That's right. That's what he does.
Congratulate. Very, very proud.
Better than anybody.
Congratulations for dunking hot
Great.
dogs in water.
That is what he does.
That
Congratulations.
is the grossest thing I've ever seen.
That is gross.
It's really, truly terrible that you dunk bread into water. Ugh. I'm gonna eat these hot dogs with style and class and grace and patience. I'm not dunking anything into water and going.
No, it's awful.
Yeah.
Kind of horrible person do you have?
Can't believe we had a whole this station at one point had a whole personality around eating contests. Remember we featured eating contests on the station years ago.
There was a lot of that. Joey Chestnut was in studio
There's a
with
lot
Ken
of
Hoffman.
that.
Yeah.
There's a kolache eating contest that people
He
took
had
part
Joey
in.
Chestnut on like in the early days.
Very early.
Yeah.
Well, that's like having Jordan in like 86 on your show, 85 on your show. Not necessarily rookie Jordan, but you know, you're catching him early on. Well, it was like having SGA on, you know, in his first year with Oklahoma City.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know,
Like
when
that.
they went to the bubble against the Rockets, when you saw something there. Yeah. I mean, I think didn't we have someone who worked here eat kolaches in a contest like at Minute Maid or something?
Yes.
Yeah. We had a whole thing.
Yeah. Oh man, Hoffy. Well, Hoffy was until he miscounted. He was like the guy at the 4th of July.
Yeah,
hot
he
dog
was
eating
at
contest.
Nathan's and miscounted at Nathan's, right? And then they're like, "That's it.
That's it." Yeah.
See you never."
Yep.
You miscount at Nathan's, and that's tantamount to. I mean, I don't even know in the sports world. I don't even know what that's like. Being a judge who's being a boxing
like,
judge
I'll
that's
tell
on
you
the
what it's like.
judge that's on the take.
No, it's like James Joyce calling that runner safe, and Armando's perfect game was ruined with 2 outs in the 9th. Remember that?
Yeah.
Umpire James Joyce called him safe at first, and he was out, and he lost. What was his name? Armando. Anyway, he lost his perfect game, which should have been reinstated, but it wasn't. So what the hell? I didn't understand the whole C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing. Can you guys explain it to me?
Oh, my God.
Can you guys explain to me what that was?
So, apparently, well, we got the audio from the girlfriend, the ex.
You can't
no,
use it. She's
a
dropped
baby
so many
mama.
F-bombs.
A baby mama who claims her claim is that Chauncey, she was airing out dirty laundry that new Texan safety, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who can't stay on a team very long because there's just too much drama with him. Well, and Eagles fans are all in the comments like, I'm so glad we got rid of him. There's just so much drama that comes with him, which I already know about. That's why he might be a one and done here, but whatever. Her claim is that he was jealous of Malik Neighbors, I guess. I don't know if it had to do with if he's mad about a game, something happened in game, or if it had to do with his ex or something, but she claimed that he said he was going to get a hitman to take care of Malik Neighbors.
Well, was it another player that was going to take him out? Or
Z. All we know is it's Z. I'm going to get my man
put a
Z.
hit out on him?
We don't know. Z, whoever that is. It's not me.
Who's Z?
It's not me.
Dell, do you have any insight?
I don't think it was former Boston College tackle Paul Zukowskis.
That's probably a safe assumption. Pretty much what Lance said. I feel like the name was listed or mentioned that was involved in it. I don't remember it because it came across my timeline, and I kind of just said, "Oh, I don't want to really dive deep into that." But
I thought it was a hit like the Saints taking the head off the snake.
That's what I assumed it was.
I didn't think it was a hitman.
But I didn't dive deep to take a look. Maybe she was saying that someone had to die.
Yeah, I don't know, but is this
so? It was in Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's baby mama Summer goes off on him, implying that he hired a hit on Giant star Malik Neighbors.
I said hired
a hit. That he hired a hit would suggest murder.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a teammate.
Well, you thought wrong. Hired a hit.
Wow. Is the league look into this?
I don't know.
Do we lose him and Jimmy Ward, and now we have no safe after we
I
had
don't know
30 safeties, now we have none?
The league's looking into an Instagram post that from some I take that back. I mean, league is pretty their security department is pretty, they'll very quietly sniff around on this actually.
So someone very funny under this this post where I read that allegedly he hired a hit had the hitman, and it's a picture of Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
That he could get you killed.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones can get you killed.
Oh, throwing over the middle and you're right into a safety.
Right into CJ.
I mean,
Carter
you don't
Johnson.
even, and that's plausible deniability. Hey, I always do this stuff. I wasn't doing it on purpose.
Right.
Just running him right into a concussive hit to the head. Like, I'll take the 15 yards and the ejection. You know, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson paid me to.
So for some reason, he was jealous of Malik Neighbors. For whatever reason.
Maybe he was talking. Malik's a big talker. He may have said something on the field and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is a huge talker.
Oh,
so it could have gone trash talk, you know. I mean, if what she's saying is true, it could have been trash talk that went way too far.
So speaking of jealous, apparently Cardi B is a little jealous.
Oh my God.
None too happy. She has washed all of her social media of Stephon Diggs.
Whoa. Have you seen Cardi B?
Have I seen her?
She broke her butt.
She broke it?
Yeah.
What do you mean she broke her butt?
She added to it. It's broken now.
Oh, really? And now it's broke?
it is trouble walking.
Oh, no.
She's struggling to walk.
Well, that's
it's broken.
Messing with that.
It's broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She went way too far. It is so cartoonish now. She went with the Brazilian.
And apparently, I thought Stephon Diggs was going to be faithful. And here he is. Apparently, He cheated on her.
That's
and
not true.
You mean the guy who got the nickname Community D?
Yeah.
Cheated on Cardi B.
Come on, John.
And I
Cut
thought
the
this
crap.
was going to be a love story, a never-ending love story of monogamy.
Yeah.
And here,
I thought this was
already
the
2
one.
months into it, he's cheating on her.
The former stripper who's admitted to giving guys roofies and then stealing money from them versus the guy known as Community D. I thought this was going to be
a love story.
I thought this was going to be where they finally found the one, and these are going to be, truly, hey, this is my one. This is my soulmate, Cardi B.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
It is surprising to see this go sideways, but
I hate that for them. I hate that for them. I thought this was going to last forever.
Well, I mean, she's got a new butt, so we'll see what happens.
See, John, you were fooled by the love you always want other people to have. So you are in a loving relationship, so you just assume everyone else can be in one too. And sometimes it's not the thing for people. I understand you placing your trust in Cardi B and Stephon Diggs. They seem like the couple most likely to stick it out. But sometimes the world gets in the way, like Romeo and Juliet. Sometimes circumstances keep people from being together when they should be. So very sad.
Yeah. Well, I did think it would be more like Romeo and Juliet, and that they'd kill each other.
Well, they got out of it before they went Montague and Capulet. So congratulations.
Yeah.
I looked up the Cardi B thing because Lance brought up she broke her butt, as he said. I'm seeing a lot of suggestions that he got tired of the BBL smell.
What is that?
I don't know what it means, but
and this is what on Twitch somebody's saying Google Cardi BBL smell. It's the reason Diggs left her.
That's what I saw too. That is a lot of the he must have left her because of this.
Am I going to have to on an NFL computer type in BBL smell?
You don't have to. That's
yes,
up to
I
you.
actually do because it's for the show.
Okay.
So I can tell them, hey guys, this is for understanding BBL smell. This is from an actual plastic surgery site.
I know.
Causes, solutions, and how to avoid it. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's from the actual surgery. It's because you are less capable of wiping.
No, don't panic. You're not alone. Many patients experience a temporary BBL smell post-surgery.
That's what I'm saying.
This show's way better than most shows because we will go into this. And we're here to break down the causes, solutions, and preventative measures.
What does a BBL smell mean? I don't want that. Please,
the BBL smell is often described as musty or slightly sour. But it should not be don't bring the hot dogs today, Kate. It should not be overpowering. You may notice the odor more prominently after sweating or sitting for extended periods. However, the smell is accompanied by other symptoms like redness, swelling, or fever. These BBL is Brazilian butt lift, for those who don't know. I know there's people out there asking, what is a BBL? I've heard of the other.
Brazilian
what other one are you talking
It's a different letter.
Okay.
So wait a minute. There's a smell from a Brazilian butt
Yes.
lift?
I guess you're putting stuff in that area.
Oh, God. Hygiene challenges post-surgery.
Yeah, it's difficult because you
thought
I was making up what I said.
Oh, my God.
We don't need that. Just leave your butt alone. Stop. Leave your butt.
Go to the gym. Isn't that one way to build it?
You either have that or you don't. As a matter of fact, I'm for the natural anyway.
But yeah, well,
if you don't, then that's fine.
Yeah, you can. There are ways. Go to the gym. That's natural. You can do that. But
everyone seems to know the same workouts. I see girls on the same gym equipment doing the same things. A lot of leg lifts,
right?
A lot of squat rack stuff. A lot of deadlifts. They figured out where which muscles to isolate.
Hey, Chase,
if that's your thing,
Hey, Chase, he's our intern. He can hear me right now. Do not put this in the description because he does a good job of describing what happens per hour.
Be extra diligent about
Leave
cleaning
this out,
after
Chase.
bowel movements.
BBL.
Why is this in here?
Don't write BBL smell as part of the description, Chase.
They're telling her to wipe her ass better to prevent unwanted smells. You learn that when you're 3 and 4 and 5.
I told you. Well, it gets
Well,
Why do you have to tell somebody that again?
Maybe she wipes forward
Oh,
instead of back.
Lord.
Oh my gosh. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Yeah.
Maybe
This
the
is
BBL
way.
makes you wipe
We
forward.
went past break for
Well,
this.
you started this by saying she
Yeah,
broke
I know,
her
but
butt.
she did break her butt.
She broke her butt. With the BBL smell.
Now this show taught you something. What did you learn this week on the show? We should do that on Friday, John. Let people find out what they learned this week, because I learned that, and you're the one that brought BBL smell to the show, Dale. I never even heard of that.
I did, because I am a researcher. When you brought up Cardi B, I had no idea she broke something, so I looked it up, and it turns out people are suggesting that Stephon Diggs left her because
of the BBL
the aforementioned BBL smell.
Yeah.
And
just there's a little note: wipe forward to back.
Well, yeah. Who does it the other way?
She got broken up with because she's not wiping well.
I don't know.
Just terrible.
I don't know.
What a hit you've taken.
And not Dan Holden says fantasy football team name BBL smell.
It will be somewhere. Oh, I guarantee you there will be at least 500 teams name that. Yeah.
BBL smell. Hey, we all know how brutal the summer can be.
I named my team Tub Girl one time.
Okay. If you're looking for a great way to beat the heat, there's one way to do it, and that's with your air conditioning, right? So, yeah, if you got an awful smell in your house, the air conditioning can push that out, okay? What you need is the Air Team, airteamltd.com. I love what they did for me. You'll love what they do for you. Air Team Ltd has got the latest in technology, the best. I mean, it's incredible, but you got a selection. I got I bought a couple of them from them, and I could have spent a heck of a lot more, but I got the option, and they said, this is just fine for your house. They will come, and they will break down the square footage of your home, and then they will give you the proper air conditioning unit for your home. They're experts in this. They do this. They've been doing this for, I don't know how, this generations now that Air Team has been around. You think they don't know what they're doing? Yeah, they know what they're doing, and they're great at it. And they will come to your house for a low, low price, and they will clean out those air conditioners. They'll make sure that the Freon is running. All the lines are running well. And if they're not, then you know what? You're going to create a big problem. You don't want a big problem. What you want is Air Team to come and make sure that everything is working properly for a low, low price. If you haven't checked your air conditioners in a while, you need to do it now. Check them out, airteamltd.com. That's airteamltd.com, or call them 713-936-5346. Tell them you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Billy Brown did not just sponsor the last segment.
Who?
They're saying the last segment about BBL smell was sponsored by Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's what the
Billy
streets
Brown will make that BBL go down. That BBL
Well, at least the smell go down. Yeah.
The smell go down. Yep.
That is terrible.
Billy, you don't want to be associated with that last segment, Billy. Okay? You do not want that.
Do you guys have, since honestly we're way past, so I'm asked a question, maybe we can answer this succinctly and then go to break. Do you guys have TSA pre-check?
Yes. I didn't forever, and I finally went like, yeah.
Well, do you know now that you don't have to take off your shoes? If you have pre-check, you can just...
I never had to take off my shoes.
That's why
now
you
it's going to be...
Well, they said it's no longer required.
You never... No. That's going to be everybody.
Oh, yeah, you're right. No,
yeah.
Without TSA pre-check, you no longer have to take off your shoes.
Right.
Oh, no one has to
No
anymore?
one has to anymore, yeah.
Pre-check, you don't have to take off your shoes now.
I read it
But
wrong.
now nobody's going to have to.
Correct.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That was a big advantage.
Yeah. A pre-check, yeah. Hell, a lot of times pre-check is longer than the regular line. Now.
Yeah, but it goes faster. I've gone to,
yeah.
Like I got clear. I always pick wrong. I've got clear and pre-check, and whichever side I pick is going to go slower. It doesn't matter.
It's like traffic.
It's like traffic. Yeah, you get
in
one
the wrong
side.
lane.
Like it's 100% going to be the wrong side.
100%. That's a little slow.
I'm watching Sabalenka is getting the number one women's. She's getting beat. She just lost her first set. So
did you see Sinner's down 2 sets to
Oh
Love?
My God, he's down 2 sets to Love, and the other guy rips his pec or strains his pec and can't keep playing.
Yeah,
Dimitrov, and I know somebody who had Dimitrov plus 1350.
Wow,
you know somebody?
I know somebody who had him plus 1350, who made the comment that the only way you stop that match if you're Dimitrov is if you literally had been beheaded. You must keep playing. There is no injury that stops you once you're up 2 sets, at least. So I guess he said his Dimitrov bets lost, but any live bets got canceled out. But his Dimitrov bet lost, despite being up 2-0 on the number 1 seed. That was tough action.
That is horrible.
Because he came back and got center as a hedge. So as a hedge bet, he played center.
If Sinner goes on to win this thing, it's because of Dimitrov's pec.
Oh yeah,
going down.
No, 100%. I mean, there's a good chance he was going to lose because Dimitrov was serving a bunch of aces. Boy, Ben Shelton looked really good at times yesterday. I remember watching him against Alcaraz at the French and thinking, man, this kid is good. He can play. So I've been following. I just really wasn't following tennis until then. Not American players. And I've been really impressed. He's a left-hander also, and he is the broadcasters kept calling Trinity Rodman Tiffany Rodman the whole time. They never got her name right. Dennis Rodman's daughter who dates American tennis player Ben Shelton. They just kept calling her Tiffany Rodman. And I was like, what? Have I been saying it wrong the whole time? Is that her real name, Tiffany? And they just call her Trinity? Nope. They were just saying it wrong the entire time. And the British lady after, who does the interviews after it, it was said, and I've done some research on you, and it was said you played American football, and you were a quarterbacker. Can you tell me what being a quarterbacker is like in relationship to tennis and American football? And he's like, well, yeah, I was a quarterback or quarterbacker, as you said, and everyone's laughing. And he's like, I don't really see any. He goes, that's a team sport. There's an individual sport. He goes, I don't really see any real comparisons there. And I was thinking, well, that's not really true. Like, you have to have great mental toughness. You have to be able to overcome adversity. Because tennis is about, like, you can lose an entire set, and you can lose 2 sets and you're still in it. I mean, there's some of that in football too, where you got to play all 4 quarters. So I thought he could have answered that better. It's just a personal thing. But this Ben Shelton kid's got a real, like, I'd keep a close eye on him because he is a terrific player. And I think he's got center next, and center could be in some trouble. So we'll see, because Ben Shelton plays center, and center was just losing to another big server. So, and this kid Shelton can get all over the court to anything.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, there's a lot of ups, and looks like another one here. I mean, well, Sabalenka's coming back. She's up 2.
Yeah,
two games.
I'd hold off on Sabalenka. She always falls apart in one set.
We talked about a celebrity couple that led us down a poor path in the last segment.
Mm-hmm.
Do we believe that if Ben Shelton falls off at any point, that Trinity Rodman is like, I'm a champion. I can't be with the scrub. If you don't know, he's dating Dennis Rodman's daughter, star soccer player for the U.S. national team, Trinity Rodman. Is that a situation where if Ben starts to fall off, it's like, nah.
Hold up now.
Like the
where
movie,
was she in the last World Cup? She didn't win the last World Cup.
She won a gold medal in the Olympics. They just
we don't count the Olympics.
Actually, we do it in women's soccer because they play their best players.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yes. So is it like Challengers where she's like, if you fall off, I got to move on?
The movie?
Yeah.
How
Not
was
exactly like Challengers because
how was that? That had Zendaya.
Yeah, I didn't watch that.
Yeah.
Oh, they won they got a 2-on-1 fast break going at one point.
Yeah, there actually was her more being the orchestrator of having those two do stuff together.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why. That's probably why I didn't see
yes. Oh, you thought it was just all fun and games.
Yeah, I thought it was fun and games.
Well, if you think fun and games is 2 dudes.
just what's it started with hot dog talk, and then it went to BBL smell, and then it's this. You see what happens when the Astros lose, and it's a bunch of guys named Zach Short and Cam Comran and Speckles
Kennedy
McGee
who?
playing.
What's his name again?
Yeah,
Kennedy
Conrad.
Is that his name?
Yeah, no one knows.
Yeah, we'll see if he's out there tonight. But yeah, I just hate Ben Shelton. Just keep winning, buddy. That's all. Just keep winning. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't fall off.
You better not.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Or Tiffany's getting rid of you.
Trinity, but sure.
Same
Point
thing.
is made. Yeah.
Some say
Same
Tiffany.
thing. Hey, we got to talk about Dream Rate. I got to talk about Kent Jones. I got to talk about your mortgage. I got to talk about you as a first-time buyer. If you are a first-time, even if you're a second or third or fifth-time buyer, okay, you're doing it wrong if you don't have a broker. You're doing it wrong if you don't have Kent Jones. You're doing it wrong because Kent Jones gets it done, man. Kent Jones knows all the hacks that you don't know. See, I talk about this a lot. If you're an expert in your field, in 30 years of doing this, with the number of different mortgages that Kent Jones has done, he's an expert in the field. Why would you not use his expertise to help you buy that home? Because Kent Jones is going to do it, and he's going to do it cheaper than you can. He's going to get all the surveys and the titles and the agents, and he's going to know the mortgage company that he's going to lock in at the perfect time. He's the one that watches this stuff. You don't, okay? He knows the game. You don't know the game. So why would you not use him when you're buying a home? Why don't you get advice from him when it would be the best time to buy a home? Because he can give you that as well. He is an expert in the field. 30 years of doing this has made him that. And also, he's a guy that has saved our listeners thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Okay? So you're looking for the best way to get that loan. My man is the way. I wish I knew him when I bought a house in Houston, man, because he is so good. So good. He's going to save you money. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com. I'm telling you, if you're going to buy a home, use Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage. Did you see this? Apparently, Tom Brady. Did you see the picture of him and Dakota Johnson and Kate Hudson in Ibiza on the yacht?
I saw Dakota and Kate Hudson. I didn't see Tom Brady in there.
Yeah, Tom Brady's is on the yacht with them. He's also recently been hanging out with model Brooks Nader and having dinner with Sofia Vergara and Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, I heard about that, but I don't think there's anything with that.
What do you mean? Why don't you think
true.
so?
There's a picture of him and Sofia Vergara.
No, but
dinner.
she's.
You think?
Well, no, Sydney Sweeney. I think he's gonna be too young for him. He doesn't do the.
He's
not typically.
He's not Leo.
He was doing stuff.
Yeah, he's not. Well, I know he's.
Also, yeah,
I know he saw her.
Well, Sophia's single.
He had a dance with her at the Bezos wedding, I think, with Sydney Sweeney.
She's a recently single woman as well.
Who?
So Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, I just
She
think
was
she's too young
engaged.
for him. Sophia's older than him.
Yeah,
Tom.
she's 52. Yeah, you think Tom Brady age will play a part in when he makes decisions about women he's with?
I don't think he's ever been like the young. Like he's not Leo DiCaprio.
She's 27. How old is Tom Brady?
44.
You think 17 years is too much of a gap?
Yeah, for Tom.
For rich people?
Well, I don't think Tom Brady does that. He's not typically. He's always dated
47.
If anything, he's
I
dated.
think she could change his mind.
He's 47.
There's a 20-year difference. I don't think so.
Yeah, she could change his mind.
I don't think so. You can change your mind, change my mind, but not change Tom
Why
Brady's.
do you think Tom Brady's
Tom
immune?
is a better person than us?
We don't know that.
Yeah, I know that for sure.
Are we talking with the guy who
is Tom Brady a better person than John?
Are we talking about
just off the rip?
Hold on, let me follow up with this.
He's not better than me. I helped the guy change his tire.
Understood. We're talking with the guy who left his pregnant girlfriend for a model?
That was when he was young.
So we do have evidence of him not being allegedly a great guy.
He kissed his son on the mouth. He's a good person.
I remember this show making fun of that at the time.
Yeah, that was kind of.
He's wholesome.
Much.
It's extra, but he's wholesome. He's a family.
I'm not making a judgment.
It was his ex that ruined the whole relationship.
Understood.
It was her fault because she was running around the jujitsu instructor.
I remember all of that. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just don't know if ruling it out because he's Tom Brady is the right way of going about it. Oh, he would never because he's Tom Brady. What evidence do we have that he would never?
Well, the 20-year difference is not like historically he hasn't done it.
Well, he was married for a lot of the time.
Up. Yeah, he's gone up in age. But I don't think will he do something in private? Yeah, he might do something in private.
We don't know.
I don't think he's gonna be seen going out with.
I don't know.
Well,
I can't speak to that.
Now, Sofia Vergara would be interesting.
You think Sydney Sweeney would allow herself to be hidden by Tom Brady if they were together?
That's why I don't think he would do anything anyway. And she's probably like, "Ooh, he's an old."
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because she can do better than
Bill
Tom
Belichick's
Brady.
girl likes old.
Sure, she does.
Yes.
Sure, she does.
Yeah.
I know she needs some help with the. No one knew her. Everyone knows Sydney Sweeney. She needs no help.
I don't know.
She needs no help.
I don't know.
She's got everything she needs.
We don't know.
You don't know if it's love.
I don't know if she's interested in Tom Brady, but
why are y'all trying so hard to get Tom Brady to be a thing with her?
I'm not trying anything.
She can have somebody on the F1 circuit that makes way more than Tom Brady, but
it's not as famous as Tom Brady.
Doesn't matter. Looks better.
It might for her career to be with a much more famous person than an F1 driver.
I think her career is fine.
I don't know. Hollywood.
I think her career.
Hollywood sometimes it helps.
No, I know y'all are trying to get Tom inside those pants, but it's not.
I'm not trying
happen.
to do anything.
That's how hard Dell's trying. Like it's going to happen, Tom.
I'm not trying.
Stop being Tom's number one wingman.
I find it odd that you're ruling it out because of an age difference.
I just don't think not everyone runs to the 20-year-olds, and not every girl looks for somebody who's 20 years older.
That's crazy. This is the hill you're going to die on.
Yeah,
what? That every woman wants to find somebody who's 20 years older?
Did we say every woman?
She loves him.
No, she doesn't.
I say every woman, or are we talking about this example?
She doesn't. Sofia Vergara's got a better chance.
Okay.
Tom went older with what's her name? Who he had his first baby with.
Bridget Moynihan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he might like younger now.
Well, she may not like older.
I'm not gonna decide what
she
Tom
may
Brady
not
likes,
like older.
And
yeah,
that Sydney Sweeney's not for someone.
Bridget Moynihan is 7. I didn't say Sydney Sweeney. What I'm saying is, well, he may not though. There's some guys who don't like to date girls that could be his daughter. But he's 54. She's 7 years older than Tom, Bridget Moynihan. So I don't think it's a big deal for him to go after Sofia Vergara.
No, no one said it was. I think the thing is you're so steadfastly standing in the spot that Tom would never.
I just think it's a lot for a girl to want to be with somebody who's 20 years older, and for Tom Brady, who doesn't have a history of going out with younger girls, to that's all I'm saying.
Well,
I'm just saying, if I'm using my analytics as a number guy, when I look at the numbers on this, they just don't come out.
John, using your analytics as a guy who knows people, when a man has been married.
No, we don't go off the feel. We don't do our gut in analytics.
I'm asking John.
Then don't call them numbers or analytics. I didn't
say numbers. I said a guy who knows people.
I'm a numbers guy.
I never called him a numbers guy.
He's a gut guy. He's a feel guy.
Once again, this thing has you riled up. I never called John a numbers guy. I said as a guy who knows people. That's what I said.
By the way, we're not going to do a real sports show today.
Oh, we're done
if you're here, we're done with that.
It's fine. It's fine. John, as a guy who knows people, who knows men who have been married for a significant amount of time, do they think, you know what? I'm going to find someone age appropriate. Is it always the case? Or do sometimes they think to themselves, hey, I might like a younger woman?
Well, it's actually the exact opposite of that.
What happens?
They try to go as young as possible.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay?
So yeah. I don't know that Tom Brady is into Sydney Sweeney, but it would not surprise me. That's all I'm saying.
It would surprise me.
Would not, because he's such a good guy.
No, just because I think he wants somebody more age appropriate. It would surprise me if he didn't, because she's Sydney Sweeney. Okay,
who's dated? So I don't care how old you are. She's Sydney Sweeney.
He was just with a Brazilian. What's he want to go with that white bread girl, with that milquetoast girl?
I don't know. Giselle Bundchen.
He may like a little more seasoning in his food.
I don't know, but if Giselle Bundchen was walking by someone, you think, oh, that's a white woman. Not.
Yeah, you really would.
Yeah, no. Oh, she's got seasoning, as you put it.
She does have seasoning.
I don't know if you say so. I don't know.
She does.
What type of seasoning, Lance?
Is the dumbest segment ever.
Food.
That Tom Brady wouldn't go for.
You don't know that you don't know he would.
For Sydney Sweeney.
You don't know he would.
You don't know he wouldn't.
You don't know he would. So it looks like we're at a standoff.
Apparently.
But now he would go for Sofia Vergara because she has seasoning too. He's got a history.
Bridget Moynihan didn't have seasoning,
so I had to leave her.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she went with the jiu-jitsu guy. Well, no, Giselle did.
Yeah, Giselle. Not Sophia.
She's pretty vanilla too.
Look, we started this.
No, she went with a guy who has more seasoning than Tom Brady.
We started this whole stupid thing with saying Tom Brady was on a boat with Dakota Johnson and Kate Hudson. Lack of seasoning all around. What are you talking about? I don't think.
That's almost an entire segment.
There's no butts on that.
Tom Brady
no butts on that boat.
I didn't say that at all.
That's what you're referring to.
No, it wasn't actually.
You're basically saying nobody has a butt on that whole
John,
boat.
As far as this show is concerned, you're the one who gets most frustrated when someone says something you didn't say. I didn't say that. I never mentioned body parts.
Well, they were kind of, they weren't exactly BBLs. Okay.
It's not the life they live.
That's not, no.
What does POG mean, Del? I don't know what that means.
Yes, you do.
No, I swear to God, I don't.
That's why you asked me. Why don't you look it up on the NFL computer?
Okay, but no, I'm not going to look it up on this computer.
Type it in.
Nope. Certain things don't get typed on this computer.
Well, you got a phone. Look it up.
I did type in BBL smell on this computer, though. So
you did.
Yeah, I did do that already.
If you really want to know what that is, type it in your phone. You'll find out pretty quickly. I'm not going to do that.
I don't want the videos to come up because I see all these videos. I'm like, well, I know WG is white girls. I know that.
Well, you can figure out the rest then.
Okay.
I'm not going to do it. Sometimes you got to do your own research. Be like Aaron Rodgers. Do your own research.
Be like Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to do my own research.
Hey, so the Astros lost yesterday.
They did, and Colton Gordon survived getting hit in the head with a baseball.
Yeah. I mean, I do want to find out. How about this? So when we were at the game the other night on Friday night, the 4th of July, at the 18-1 game, we were sitting next to Colton Gordon's girlfriend. And so it was Frankie's boyfriend, then Frankie, and then Wendy and me, and she was on the other side of Frankie's boyfriend. And we went to go get beer, and he goes, man, can you maybe talk to Frankie? Because this whole game, that's all she's doing is talking past me. I said, hey, Frankie, do you want to change seats? She was like, no, I don't want. Could you please ask her if she would change seats so she would sit next to her? Because that's all they're doing is talking over me, past me. So that would be great. And I was like, yeah, Frankie, you sit here when we came back over here. Sit next to the girl. And she got her number and everything else. So I'm going to find out how Colton is. We're going to have Frankie find out how Colton Gordon is with his head as he got hit by a line drive. I felt bad for dude. He pitched really well yesterday. And he got the no decision because he got the ump. Well, listen, he threw a bad pitch to Ramirez. He threw a bad pitch. And Ramirez took him deep. And some of that on Joe because he didn't walk Ramirez. Listen,
no,
you saved that for Aaron Judge.
You're not putting two guys in scoring position. That's what you're doing.
I get that.
Nobody,
2 outs.
I've never seen anyone do that, honestly, from other than with Barry Bonds.
Listen, relatively speaking, in this lineup, he's Barry Bonds.
Just get him out.
Yeah,
don't put two guys in scoring
Gordon
position
on the mound.
No, but what? He's been a problem this year.
No,
he's been good.
Sometimes
no, he's been pretty good. Like you can't put two guys in scoring position. That would never happen. That's just too much. That's too much to ask of a pitcher. Now you're pitching with you don't have any out. Like you can't walk anybody with the bases loaded. It just puts a tremendous amount of. You add another runner in scoring position, and you give no bases open. Now that's just that would never be the choice. You just got to get that guy out, and he didn't get him out. It happens.
Well, it did happen, and unfortunately, it was the biggest play of the game, and the Astros ended up losing 7-5. Hey, Colton Gordon's been okay.
He's been all right. He's been what they need.
Yeah, he's got almost a 5 ERA. I mean, so
he went up a little yesterday. He was okay yesterday. He had a strikeout. Like he didn't have his best stuff. He's no Ryan Gusto.
No. He started 10 games already. His whip's 1-4.
That's not great.
No, it's not great. He's over 5-1 in strikeouts to walks. That's nice.
Some of those numbers sound like he's a minor leaguer who happens to have come up into the big leagues because he's got, a bunch of injuries.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
So he had a nice run last month, actually, where he gave up 1 run, 2 runs, 2 runs, and no runs. This month so far, he's given up 4 and 5 in his 2 outings.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, he's been serviceable. He's been okay. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I want to expect. They won 3 of his 4 starts.
This is what to expect.
Yeah. They won 3 of his 4 starts in June. They won 3 of his 4 starts in May. And they're 1-2 and 1-1 in July.
I mean, and this is why I don't see them as a championship team right now, because there's just not enough pitching outside of your first 2 guys. But
well, Aaron Getty's coming back.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Once these guys actually come back, because how do we know he's not going to have what do we call it what do the Astros like to say? He had a setback. What if he has a setback and 3 more fractures develop that they missed on the X-ray?
Well,
it's possible.
It's possible. It's not out of the realm of
possibility. It's not out of the realm of possibility that other fractures could have developed suddenly.
Yeah. Who was? Oh, Jordan. Jordan he's got a commercial in which he says, or it's an Instagram post or whatever, in which he says, hey, you should use my doctor. And all the comments were,
No. He's got a commercial that says that?
It was an Instagram post of, hey, for anybody who needs, you should use my doctor's theme. I don't know what group it was, but it was like, everybody was like, no, we don't want your doctor. Your doctor's terrible. But listen, what my question is, I mean, we're just assuming Christian Javier is coming back. I mean, Robert, for those of you who missed it, Robert Flores was on with us at 8 o'clock and talked about that. How do you use Christian Javier when he comes back? You throw him right in the rotation? I mean, I'm not sure that that's the case.
Well, when is he coming back?
Well, apparently, I mean, he's like yesterday. Julia was given. He's done a couple of innings now. He's done a couple of outings already, live outings, and who else was? I think Luis Garcia too. So I mean, he's coming back.
That's good. Like, is it favorable? Is the velocity up? Is he got control? Like, what are they saying about it?
She didn't report that. All she said was that they were, he was out there. He had a couple of outings and Luis Garcia
look at
had
this.
a couple of outings.
Garcia threw 2 innings today in rehab, starting FCL,
Yeah.
striking out 4 and allowing 1 hit/run. McCormick will join AAA on Oklahoma City tomorrow.
Yep.
Jake Myers feels better, but Espada wants to stay away from blah, blah, blah. And Javier threw 2 innings of live BP, and that's all it said on him.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's coming back. And he's coming back, I would say, by August.
I will
give
not.
him another month.
You have to put him. You have to activate him before. I am not buying into any of this stuff until it happens. Astros are I just can't do it with them until they are on the roster. I'm not going to do it. I'm glad that they're throwing, but until I get them on the roster, because it always takes 2 years on all these Tommy Johns with the Astros for whatever reasons.
Luis Garcia's already been
Garcia's already burned off 2 years, and he's still not back, and it's July. I just have to see these guys back. I'm more excited. It sounds like Garcia's closer than Javier. Based on that, live BP versus a live outing where he struck out 4. Sounds like one guy's more ready.
Well, that's encouraging.
Yeah, I don't care who. I mean, just somebody.
Who's he facing though? I mean,
well, whoever the FCL is.
I don't know what that means.
Is that a league you're talking about?
Yeah,
I guess some kind
Florida
of league.
Complex League.
Oh, yeah. I don't know that there's a lot of sluggers down there.
Well, I mean, and he did give
Isn't
up
that the league they sent Abreu to?
Yeah, and he couldn't get out of there.
It's a rookie level minor league that operates in Florida. Yeah, it's the lowest rung on the North American minor league ladder. It says here, like you're pitching to Mason, you're pitching to my kids. I'd expect you to strike out 4.
Right, but what kind of dribble package do they have?
Yeah, well, not as good as Mason's.
Right.
Mason, his new beef right now is that his coach didn't let him play more stretch 4, and that's had he been allowed to play the stretch 4.
How tall is he in comparison to everyone else?
He's 6'3".
Okay.
Oh, tall. Yeah, he's taller, but he just believes that everything would have been different for him had he been allowed to play the stretch 4.
So he was used in the post, and he thought that was a bad way to use.
To be fair, he's not really a post player.
Is he a stretch 4?
Yeah, but with a jumper that was broken during the game,
then you're not a
get him
stretch
in
4.
get him in a pickup game. He can make threes all day long.
If your jumper's broken, you're not a stretch 4.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, you could be for the Rockets.
Well,
for some of the Maury teams.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
They didn't.
Yeah.
Well, they were small. They were bulky but small.
Yeah,
outside
he
of
used to
Capella.
always go for like 6'7" power forwards.
Yeah.
Daryl used to collect 6'8", 6'7" power forwards.
Yeah. Luis Scola.
Well, Scola's one of his taller guys.
6'9".
Yeah, we're talking like the Chuck Hayes of the world.
PJ
Tucker, shorter.
Chuck Hayes, Pat Patterson.
Yeah. All those,
you had a time where Daryl couldn't get enough 6'8" power forwards and 3-point shooters who couldn't shoot 3-pointers.
Yeah, who was the other guy that was the tip? Oh man,
I'll get it. There was another one in there too that they drafted. Well, you had Marcus Morris.
Walt, what was his name? Gosh, dang it!
Not Walt Williams. You're not talking about.
No. Yeah. All right, although he was there too. We got a break. Time to talk about Texas Card House. Time to talk about the best facility in the city of Houston where you're playing. And time to talk about Hijack Poker. Hijack Poker is an offshoot. It's an app. You can play at home, and there's a lot of great players on it. It's only in Texas. I would love to play on it. I downloaded it, but I can't play because I'm here in L.A., so it's only in Texas. You're playing Texas people. You gotta love if you're an online player. Texas Card House is for you. You can download the app on your computer. You can download it on your phone. You can play wherever, whenever. You can deposit money at Texas Card House as opposed to using your credit card. A lot of credit card companies won't let you deposit money on a poker site. You go to Texas Card House, deposit the money, and withdraw the money as well from there. But if you're if you're somebody that, hey, listen, I can't spend hours and hours in a card house, that's fine. I got a family, okay. But while the kids are watching TV, you're playing poker. That's awesome. It's a great way to raise them. Here's the deal. If you are a live poker player, Texas Card House is here for you too, okay? If we're Green Ridge and Westheimer or right off 45 in Spring, beautiful locations, secure, huge parking lots, plenty of parking in both locations, beautiful facility, bar open till 2, 24 hours a day you can play. You're looking for the best way to play poker in the city of Houston. It is Texas Card House. Check it out for yourself, texascardhouse.com. Tell them that you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We haven't talked really any football, but we're getting About that time. It's July. We're getting ever closer, and that means fantasy football is right around the corner. And ESPN 97.5 is giving listeners a chance to win the ultimate fantasy draft experience. 4 lucky listeners will each win 2 spots in the fantasy league held at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, on Thursday, August 28th. We'll be giving away 1 spot for you and a friend to be in the fantasy football league with John, Lance, and Dell and Sean every Thursday starting July 24th. Through August 14th. The winners will also receive a 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget, a $200 food and beverage credit, and dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. So we're all going to be there. We're all going to play fantasy football. You got a chance to be in our league and have a chance to have a great stay at the Golden Nugget. You guys hear us talk about all the time how fun it is to be there. We do shows from there. You guys going to be able to join us, but make sure you can actually join us there if you enter to win. So we're going to be doing that starting Thursday, July 24th. So be ready.
How do you enter?
Well, we're going to develop contests, so maybe sometimes we'll do it on air and give it away.
Oh.
There'll be some social media stuff as well. Just be ready for it, guys. Make sure you get the people you want to spend a weekend at the Golden Nugget with, I guess. And we're going to get that going as we move forward in July.
And don't forget, the boys are going to be out at the Pleasure Pier on Friday. The electronic bike. What is it called? It's the e-bike.
I think Power On Electric Bicycle Company.
Yeah. Power On Electric Bicycle Company is giving away two e-bikes, which are a $4,000 value. So that is a great one. All you have to do is show up at Pleasure Pier on Friday and register to win. That's all you got to do. Just register. 713-780-3776. is the number to hang out with us. Rafael Stone met the media yesterday. We talked about what Reed Shepherd is going to be doing. He really liked Jalen Green, the person. He broke down what KD, okay. Cam Whitmore, the Cam Whitmore trade, all right. A lot of people, I don't know if I'm upset. I mean, I think Rafael Stone has got maximum value for everything that he's done. I think he's gone about. Oh, by the way, he's also, how about the Dorian Finney-Smith contract? We haven't even mentioned yet. Only 2 of the years are fully guaranteed.
Yeah, that was a huge win.
How about that?
It initially was reported as 4, 2 in. I mean, I got to tell you something, man. Rafael Stone, from a contractual standpoint, has killed it. Yeah. Not enough is being made about a 2-year deal with Fred. A 2-year with options with Finney-Smith was great. Steven is a legitimate 3, I believe. Steven Adams is a legitimate 3 full years. He got a 5-year deal done with Jabari Smith, locked him in.
Alperin
and Jalen got done at less than max deals, which they didn't deserve max deals, but still, it just seems like a lot of times players just get max deals.
Do you want the comp? What Paolo got? Jabari's same rookie class. Paolo just got the full max from the Magic.
Well, but
now he's a better player,
much better player.
But to your point,
$243 million to $125.
Yeah, just the difference in what you can do and how flexible you are. Yeah, because you didn't. Now Jabari didn't deserve it, but and sometimes you see a guy get maybe not the full max, but close to it, and you're like, wait a minute, for what? What are we looking at? 25 a year for Jabari?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Jabari ain't Paolo. Paolo got max.
Yeah.
Jabari didn't. That's all.
And with the CBA, you think about what the Magic are doing. If they accomplish what the Celtics have done, they'll have to suffer the same fate. Everyone will. Like, they're paying Paolo 51. Franz is on, I think, somewhere close to max. Jalen Suggs, Desmond Bane. At this point, when you're giving out, whether it be rookie maxes or full maxes, you don't have a big window unless you're willing to pay out your backside for the tax. So the ability to not have Finney-Smith on for 4 years, fully guaranteed. You got Jabari at a reasonable number. Of course, the KD number, we don't know what it'll be, but that's the only one where you might even be a little concerned down the line where you're like, oof, we're paying this guy this much for this. As far as what the Rockets are concerned, they got great value on, I think, almost every contract, if not every contract they've got.
Yep. And he got rid of Cam Whitmore. And, a lot of people are not happy, but I would imagine there wasn't much Rafael could do. I mean, he was a 22nd pick. He dropped that far for a reason. And then his years here, there were issues, but attitude, not wanting to do what Ime expected of him, all of those things. Here is Rafael Stone on the Cam Whitmore trade.
I just think, we're just not a developmental team right now. It's really like we want to provide Cam with the opportunity to do in his career what we still believe he very much can do. So I think Cam's insanely talented, really nice young man, and wanted to provide him an opportunity to go home and be in a situation where he could really play through mistakes in a way that we never could afford him just in the iteration of the Rockets that he joined.
I mean, they did a lot for Cam here. They sent him where he wanted to go. They sent him to a place where he's going to play. He's probably going to score, and he's going to get a paycheck. They did a lot for Cam. Was it in Rockets' best interest to do it? Some would argue no. I would argue, I mean, you already know how Ime rolls. If you know that's how he rocks, then why in the world would you even question this? He wanted him out of the building. They'll never say that, but that's the truth. He didn't want, I mean, he wore it on his sleeve when he didn't get a play. Cam, and I get it. Cam Whitmore was super frustrated. He's a talented player who wasn't getting to play late in the season. Like, he was playing a lot. If you go look at his box, in January and February, he was playing a lot, and then he just got in a doghouse, and that was it. That was a wrap. He couldn't get in anymore. And obviously, he didn't respond to things the way that the head coach liked. And there was just no doubt in my mind that he was going to be out of there, because Ime's not going to keep a guy who's sour on the bench, especially when he shows it, when he shows how sour he is on the court and on the bench. It was just never going to work. Once I saw that toward the end of the year, there was no doubt in my mind he would be moved. Most teams probably knew that, and so the Rockets had no leverage, unfortunately. And I know everyone wanted to keep Cam like it's a video game, and his personality and all that stuff didn't matter. But in the real world and team building, that stuff matters a lot to teams who are trying to win at the highest level. And so the talent's great, but they just, obviously Ime Udoka, and to a lesser extent probably Rafael Stone, just didn't want it on the team.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, Ime, it just wasn't a fit. How you talk about, though, a position that you could use right now, though. You get rid of Jalen, and Cam is he's a great talent.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't have his head on straight.
No.
And, that's a shame, too, because he could have walked into a nice role here. He could have a nice role here on a winning team. Instead, he's going to Washington, where, they got a couple of guys, but it's Washington. They're not going to win anything. So, I think it's a shame, because Cam Whitmore, what a steal he was at that draft pick.
But the only reason he was a steal is because of the attitude stuff.
Because of the attitude. That's it.
So it's, the leopard and the spots comes into play. You are who you are. So It's unfortunate, but man, he can ball.
And he could have played possibly with Ace Bailey.
What an amazing time to be alive. But Ace isn't there.
But Ace
and Cam didn't want to go to Utah, unfortunately.
Yeah. He worked the system to get himself in Utah.
Is it going to surprise you if Cam averages over 20 points a game next year?
Nope.
Not me either. But it doesn't change.
On how many shots?
Well, he's going to get some shots up.
No,
now.
actually.
That dude takes a shot a minute.
Yeah. His points per minute was excellent.
I just think
shots per minute was excellent, too.
At Cam, not a passer of the basketball. I just think in that particular spot where you got a lot of guys trying to make their way, much like the Rockets were before Ime got there, a lot of guys trying to establish their careers in Washington. I think it's a spot where he can thrive, because there's just a lot of open playing for someone to become a guy there. But he's going to be competing against a lot of recent first-round picks trying to find his way. But there's no established stars there. So if he wants to be the Cam Thomas of if you've ever caught Cam Thomas on a NBA League Pass night for the Nets, he can be Cam Thomas there. You take your 25 to 30 shots if you want to. Go 14 to 30. We don't care. Cam Whitmore's got that in him.
Yeah. Well, but he actually shoots a lot better than that. I think Cam Whitmore is going to be, if he can, He'll thrive in Washington because they ain't gonna win nothing, and he'll be on the floor and he'll be a featured guy.
Yeah, I wonder. They traded for 2 second-round picks, so they don't have to give him 30 minutes a night, and they have their own recent draft picks to go. He'll have to, much like he had to do it here, earn it just because they have so many guys who play. That's why Bub Carrington's a recent draft pick for them. So Cam doesn't even have the buffer of I'm one of your first-round picks. We just gave away a couple seconds to see what you got. So
no, but he has 2 years of NBA
yeah,
experience.
understood. But he's gonna have. I don't think they're giving him a slot. He's gonna have to go take it. Much like he could have done it here, it just didn't work out for him.
Yeah, but that's a team that I think you get a talented guy like that in Washington. I think it ain't like Shedeur where you only spent a 5th round pick on him, although it is kind of like that. But Cam is a guy who can, well, in Cleveland too, it's wide open there at quarterback as well. So I guess Cam and that's a similar situation with him and Shedeur, actually.
All I mean is just that there's a lot of recent lottery picks who play his spot there as well. It's just more open because here we actually have guys who can play, like have established themselves as guys who can play. There, it's just a bunch of 20-somethings trying to make their way. They came here once, and it was just a bunch of dudes getting up shots. They didn't really have a direction. So, like I mentioned, Bub Carrington, Keyshawn George, these are all recent swing men that were wing guys that were drafted in the last couple of years for them. So Cam fits right in with guys who haven't done much on the NBA level.
Yeah, that's true. Time to talk about, who's done a lot. It's Houston Powder Coaters. Done a lot in the city of Houston. All over, as a matter of fact. You see Houston Powder Coaters work all over, even though you don't know it. When you see the Ferris wheel, when you go to the West Side Tennis Club, when you go to NRG Stadium, when you go all over. I mean, the Woodlands Waterway, all over the place. All kinds of different. And listen, if it's metal and it's been around a while, chances are Houston Powder Coaters has touched it. Okay, your patio furniture, your furniture at your local pool. Okay, are you somebody? There was a guy who listens to the show who runs a pool. I forget where it was. I think it might have been in Spring. And he was like, he sent Robin an email and said, I've been hearing you and John talk about this forever. We need to get this done. And I'm going to talk to the city council about, getting all of our metal done as Houston Powder Coaters. And I couldn't be prouder. If you are somebody that runs a place that's got a lot of metal and that metal needs to look better, Houston Powder Coaters. Robin is going to bend over backwards and make sure that it's done perfectly, as quickly as it possibly can, exactly how you want it, the colors, everything about it. The primping and priming is second to none. They are so conscientious about making sure everything is done perfectly. They're awesome. Been there, seen it, done it. Houston Powder Coaters is the way to go if you want to save anything metal. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Sabalenka starting to pull away. She won the second set 6-2, lost the first set 6-4, but Sigmund is just about done. She can't even return. She wasn't able to return one serve in this in the first game of the third set. So she's starting. Sabalenka is looking good, and like she could get her first Wimbledon here. We'll see.
She's lost at the finals of the French and the Australian so far this year. Madison Keys got her at the Australian, Coco Gauff at the French. So she's trying to finally get one. I mean, she's clearly the best female player in the world.
She's got 2 Australians and 1 U.S.
so far.
Yeah,
she's really talented. She just gets down on herself sometimes. I was talking to 5-Star about, 5-Star gambles professionally on women's tennis. So he knows these women inside and out, like every female player. And we were talking about, I was just, curious about talking to him about some of the women's tennis because I've been watching a lot more. He said Sabalenka is famous for, she just gets real down on herself in the middle of a match and would just blow a set because she's just yelling at herself and then all of a sudden it just clicks in and then she starts dominating. And that's what's happening right now. She's just dominating.
Yeah, no, she's tough. She's really tough. Della, what have we missed anything today?
Well, this isn't a surprise, and it's a thing we've talked about, but PFF gave out their grades for the 2025 NFL offensive line units. Where do the Texans rank?
32.
Yeah, you would be correct.
Yeah.
They referenced that, yes, Shaq Mason and tons of other problems, but it prevented last year's offensive line from being even worse, and now that they're not there, expect them to be the worst line in football, according to PFF.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not surprising. Everybody has the Texans as the worst line in football.
Just toss another group into that, another ranking into that group, 32nd overall.
Yeah. It may be one of the lowest rated groups in all the NFL.
Yeah, you guys did the whole best rankings of groups overall. Yeah, the Texans probably would a bottom 5 group across all the groups.
Any group.
Yeah.
Might even be the worst of all of them.
Yeah.
Right? I might.
I mean, it's
possible.
Bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. There's got to be some worse ones. We'll find out how bad. I mean, we're saying that, but these guys haven't played together. Maybe it magically will be good.
I don't like the word magically in your assessment.
It does a lot of work.
Yes. Maybe
there's a lot of heavy lifting.
First we got maybe, and then we got magically. I don't like any of that when it comes to CJ Stroud.
It does a lot of heavy lifting to try to get there.
Maybe the unit we put together to protect our franchise will magically be better.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's going to be better because Nick Chubb can block. You're going to, keep in Brevin Jordan. You're going to keep in Kate Stover. Not Dalton.
No, not Dalton Schultz.
No. Dalton showed very little want to. And
some guys know what they're good at.
His care factor for blocking was, he said, I
appreciate a man knowing what he's about. I am not a blocker. You should not make me block. It's bad for everybody. Stop doing it. Exactly. Except when the Giants trade for me, then I'll play whatever they want.
Right.
So maybe if another team trades for Dalton Schultz, he'll at least try to block. But for the Texans, nah. That's what Cade's here for.
How about that blocking life?
Cade, Brevin, who else? Just not me.
We got Cades. We got Quintorianos or whatever.
Keegan's.
That's what they're for.
Is it Keegan? Is that his first name?
Keegan.
Yeah.
I don't feel great about that.
No, and what didn't we draft another?
It's Keegan Quintoriano?
Is that what his name is?
Doesn't seem like it, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's something like that. No one knows though. It's impossible to know.
Tegan. It's worse.
Tegan,
it's Tegan.
It's Tegan.
Keegan.
No, Tegan.
With the T.
With a T.
Yeah.
Yes. Tegan. Pretty much.
Pretty much. Didn't we draft another tight end or something?
No, not this year.
No,
Are we sure? I feel like we have to draft one every year.
We did. I feel like we had another guy.
I thought we didn't draft one this year.
I'm pretty.
Oh no, they did. They did.
They always take one.
Who was the last one they drafted?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Luke Lachey.
Yeah.
From Iowa. He was the 255th pick.
In the 7th round. They always take
Tony's
one.
like, what the?
He won't make it.
Luke Lachey's going to make it?
In place of who?
I don't know.
Could make it in front of Cotoriano, actually.
No, he'll be on the practice squad.
Is that making it?
It kind of is.
I mean, that's not like Astros minor league where you actually get a play. Why keep him when you can keep some veteran nowadays?
No, because you drafted him.
So
absolutely.
So what? He's a 7th rounder.
Absolutely, you're going to keep him.
Why? If he can't play?
Well, you keep him on, because if somebody gets hurt, boom, Luke's here. Let's go.
Oh, great.
Boom, Luke's here.
Boom, the 7th rounder's here. It'll be boom. Somebody off the streets is probably what it's going to be.
No.
Are you going to question the pedigree of an Iowa tight end?
Iowa tight end? It's tight end you.
Got a little.
Yeah, I mean.
Kittle, Laporta, Lachey.
Yeah.
It is. It is. I don't know if this guy fits that mold, though. After I watched him, he got drafted about where I thought he would get drafted, to be honest with you. Their 7th rounders last year, Solomon Byrd, Marcus Harris, and Ladarius Henderson. I think 2 of those guys made practice squad. I think Byrd actually made the team initially. I believe he may have made the team. Ladarius Henderson is practice squad guy. I don't think Marcus Harris made practice squad. In 23, their 7th rounder, Brandon Hill, he didn't make it. In 22, they didn't have a 7th rounder, but Tegan Cotoriano was a 5th. Austin Deculus, they kept him around. He's the 6th.
That's great.
Yeah. I mean, you pray to Jesus every morning that he doesn't have to get in. My dad told me that about drafting players. He goes, Lance, I learned early on because of Joaquin Gonzalez, who's from Miami, who Butch drafted. He goes, you better care more about who your team is drafting. Don't just say, yeah, that's fine. We can draft them in the 7th round. Because if you draft them, they may end up having to get into a game. And he goes, and that's the worst thing in the world is taking a guy who you know can't play because they may have to play. I'm like, wow, I never thought of it that way.
So Iowa tight ends currently in the league: Kittle, Hawkinson, Fant, Laporta, and the Texans got a Lachey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Lance, maybe don't bet against the Iowa tight end.
Yeah. Lance.
You typically don't want to. Your girl Sabalenka is got some problems, John.
She is?
While you're out here bullcorning, yeah.
It's tied it up.
She won the next 2 games.
Yeah,
wow.
she's trailing in the
she looked
third
like
set.
Crap in the first game of the 3rd set. Apparently, there is a host of a host in let's see. He's telling Patrick Mahomes to get off the fast food.
Yeah,
Patrick apparently is getting a little chummy.
Yeah, I was looking this guy up. Kevin, what's his name? Kevin Keitzman,
he's from Kansas City.
He was.
Right?
He got fired.
Oh, he did.
Now he has like a podcast that he does.
Oh, now he found his voice.
It spans multiple topics, political stuff. He talks about it all, but he's saying he's doing Mahomes a favor because I don't want you to be fat. I want you to be great. And he goes, look, this is an all year thing. You don't get in shape in training camp anymore.
Calls Mahomes an embarrassment.
Yes.
This guy's a multiple-time MVP and Super Bowl winner. He's an embarrassment.
Not taking care of himself.
Over dad bod. I mean, he does have a dad bod. I saw the videos, and it's, I mean, he's fat. He's an embarrassment. Woo.
He's Chaz Mahomes.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
hey, fatty.
Now, is he staying in shape? Not by typical standards that you would think. But I've never considered him to be like. He's always had, he's always been kind of that way.
Vacation photos are popping up of Patrick Mahomes, and he's fat. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. I guess he's an embarrassment. You're a $500 million quarterback. You've made all these comments in the offseason. We're going to do our talking on the field. We got our butts kicked in the Super Bowl. We're coming back with a vengeance. Dude, you're fat. Your belly would be fat at my pool, hanging out with us 60-year-olds. My skin is flabbier than yours. I get it. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something.
Oh, my God, nobody. Did he watch quarterbacks? Because nobody works harder than Mahomes.
He said
he's got a dad bod.
He's not a kid anymore. You can't just run through your NFL career eating Taco Bell all the time and door dashing fried chicken, which he loves. It's time, dude. It's time.
Oh, God. Calling out Pat Mahomes.
I know. That's a tough one for me.
That is not the
best.
That's not advisable. Did y'all happen to see this golf fight?
A golf fight? No.
You mean where the Canadians, where the guy gets thrown in the water?
In the water?
Yeah.
And then gets pounded.
Yeah.
He grabs his shirt and just go, he
wham, wham,
wham.
This
wham.
one guy seems to be he's taking forever to play, and he's like, come on. I mean, to be fair, like that guy shouldn't have been. That guy started something with the bigger guy, and the bigger guy threw him into the water. It looked like we were done. Then he came back for more, and he did something that this guy looks like he must have been looks like a former, like he was a hockey fighter, because he runs into the left. He runs into the left hand, which is extended. Bang! He snatches him up by his shirt, and the right hand is just cocked back, just bang, boom, bang, goes down, gets up again, goes back down. His buddy's lucky he didn't get punched in the face.
Yeah, his buddy was trying to stop it, and I thought he was going to hit him too. Man, talk about a good golf fight. That's a great golf fight. Yeah, that's a great golf fight. All right, we got to break it. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to talk a little John Daspit.
John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, one phone call away, 713 call now. If you have an injury because of someone else's negligence and you need hospital attention, you need doctor's attention, you need to get an x-ray, you've got pain that you're dealing with, John Daspit says, look, the insurance company from the other side, whether it's a workplace or a job site or a grocery store or somebody on the roadway, they're going to get a hold of you. And the first thing they're going to want to do is make you a settlement very, very quickly so that you don't have any chance to really go through the entire process, which is determining what the outcome is. A lot of times when you are injured, you will have something that feels sore and you just think, okay, like we're guys. A lot of times, well, I'm just sore. And in about, 3, 4, 5 days, it should be better. And then what if it lingers? Well, we have a tendency a lot of times to just put it off like, I'm just sore. I'm still sore. Well, it could be something like a fracture. It could be something that is going to be a long-term issue if you don't get a surgery, if you don't have physical therapy on it, if you don't take care of it. How do you know what's going on? Well, John Daspit will make sure that if you're having those issues, you get the MRIs, the x-rays, the CAT scans for your head, your neck, whatever the case may be, to make sure that you're not dealing with anything. Because if you are, it needs to be taken care of by the other side. That should not be a bill that you have to pay. Your pain and suffering should be compensated. And on top of that, any time missed from work, short-term, long-term, that needs to be compensated on the other side. You didn't ask for that injury, but at the same time, you don't want to have to be the one who is responsible for paying for it, either physically, mentally, or certainly with real money coming out of your pocket. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
A guy in Canada, he had a ring of people that scammed the elderly out of $30 million. He preyed on seniors across 46 states. They would call the grandparents and say that they were their grandchildren and they were in jail and needed money to get out of jail. He did this to the tune of $30 million. 23 people have been arrested.
Goodness gracious.
Are old people just stupid, or, I mean,
Are old people just stupid?
Well,
they are awfully. I mean, they're the ones who fall for everything already on social media. Those dumb Facebook messages that get sent to each other, email strings. Let's face it, that's got old people written all over it.
I just don't see.
And they're the ones who get beat with all the, with all the scammers get them all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't get how you could think, oh, that's my grandchild. Let me send them money. How about I ask a couple of questions? Like, what's your name? Like, who's your mom? Where do we live?
They're just so happy to hear from their grandson or granddaughter.
Yeah, they're in prison. They're in jail. They need money. Nah, you're not happy to hear from that grandkid. Stay there. That's what I'd say. You deserve it. You probably deserve it.
What did they do? Was it a white-collar crime? Did they really hurt anybody?
Well,
is it the justice system taking advantage of a poor, unfortunate person? There's some context.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're underage drinking, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you go to prison for that.
That's fine. Jail.
That seems awfully strong.
Yeah, jail. You go to jail, not prison.
How long do you stay in jail for underage drinking?
You don't go to jail.
You out.
You don't go to jail.
Don't you just pick up a fine?
Yeah,
or something?
you get a fine. You get a ticket.
They don't put you in jail for that, do they?
No, it's not DUI. No, you
did
don't.
Back in the day.
No,
never mind.
You haven't for years.
Never mind. New adult Chuck E. Cheese's are opening, boys.
Nice.
Chuck's Arcade.
That pizza used to hit when I was a kid.
Adult locations. Actually, it's for where you got to go and your kids are there, and the pizza wasn't bad.
This is what. I was a kid when I ate it, so I can't speak to how an adult would eat it. But yeah, I remember that pizza and love it. Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, at you eating Chuck E. Cheese pizza
when I was a kid,
like on purpose.
Yeah,
when you're a kid,
you had to take them there. They had beer and they had pizza at Chuck E. Cheese. That's one of the reasons that you took your kids there.
Because you had something to do.
Yeah.
Eat and drink.
Yeah, eat and drink while your kids are here. Here's more money. Go.
Being disturbed by that animatronic rat playing the guitar or whatever his instrument was.
Oh my God, Frankie was scared.
I bet she was. That thing is horrific.
Oh my God, I've never seen a kid more. She was shaking under the table.
All kids are terrified of it. And the live action rat, the guy in the suit that would walk around, that was not like. That was a litmus test. The kids who are bold or the kids who are terrified. There's one or the other.
Are you built for this or not?
I picked her up and she was shaking so bad. I felt so bad that hey, rat, come back over here.
And apologize?
No. Scare her again.
This will toughen you up. We're scarring you.
Yeah.
And that's why Luce was forced to pick things up off the table when Frankie threw it down.
Frankie. Poor Frankie. Yeah. No.
Do it again and we're bringing the rat.
That's right. Oh, yeah. My oldest, Steffi, she was scared to death of Alf. I mean, if she
on
saw
TV? Okay.
On TV. If she saw Alf on TV, it was, oh my God. So now I send her pictures of Alf. Now.
To relive childhood trauma?
It. Yeah, to relive it. Finally, did you guys see a Bowling Green linebacker, Gideon Lamprun? You know what his middle name is?
No.
His legal middle name is ESPN. Now, don't you think ESPN is going to play into this now?
If he's any good.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a bad way to do it. that you're going to get your kid a little love on national television.
We remember the Ole Miss receiver. His last name was actually Espy, but it was a thing before the ESPYs, and it just so happened that they coincided. He was a college receiver, and his just family name was Espy, so of course ESPN locked in on him. I think his name was Mike Espy, played for Ole Miss. That just happened to be a happenstance. I don't think the ESPYs existed when he was born. But it's like when people started naming their kids after Game of Thrones characters.
Yeah.
Like you name your kid
I bet no one
Daenerys.
named their son Bran. That's the worst.
It's just Brandon shortened, so it probably wouldn't. But Khaleesi or Daenerys, that happens.
There's really Khaleesi's. I guess we'll find out in a few years.
Yeah, probably. We'll find out. I'm sure there's some Daenerys.
Somebody on the
there.
women's tennis circuit named Khaleesi
Johnson.
McIntyre.
How about Joffrey?
Who's naming their kid Joffrey?
Joffrey.
You got a real jerk of a kid if you named him Joffrey.
you knew from birth that kid was an a-hole.
Yeah.
You're going to name him Joffrey.
We are done. Oh, yesterday, my wife texted me, hey, I got tickets to the ESPYs. We're going to the ESPYs next week. I said, sorry. I'm going to be in Houston next week. Sorry. I can't stand the ESPYs. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next. Is Mapes here?
He is. He just walked in.
Mapes is here. Mapes, did you win your games yesterday? You took off another day to play games. Congratulations.
I explained that wasn't specifically why he did it, but I mean, we could investigate.
Curious timing. An investigation needs to be had.
Yep. We're done. Y'all have a great day. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
Welcome into the show. We welcome Sean Mapes back to the show after his day off yesterday. Speculation regarding how his day off was spent, as if it should matter to anyone, but it became a slightly, I won't say a big deal. It became a topic of conversation, but he's back. Don't worry. Sean's here with us. And I guess it's not typical, but considering I watch a lot of college football, what happened yesterday is like, all right, you beat Alabama, and then Mississippi State comes to town, or you have to go to Mississippi State and you lose. That's what it was yesterday. You sweep the Dodgers, and then the Guardians come to town, who had just been swept by the Tigers, and they come in and get a win. It's one of many games in the regular season, so it's not that big of a deal. Frankly, the only storyline from it for me is the fact that Colton Gordon got hit in the head with a baseball and then kept pitching. Look, I played team sports when I was a kid: basketball, football, soccer. One thing I wasn't ever going to do, partly because there wasn't the talent there, but also pitching, nah, never. Because of that, I could never do it. I could stand in the box. That wasn't a fear of mine, but on the mound, the fear of a ball coming back at me. I know how rare it is, but even the likelihood or the unlikeliness of it was enough for me to go, nope. Since there was a non-zero chance of it happening, I was out. Baseball was not for me. And like I said, there was that whole thing about, hey, you don't have the arm for it, but still, Colton Gordon appears to be fine. He did finish the inning, did give up that 3-run home run to Ramirez, but thankfully, he seems to be okay. I guess we'll get a more of an evaluation on him today when the spotter speaks. But man, that was crazy. He did the thing that cornerbacks do when they drop a pass, when they drop a pick. He did a push-up on the mound. So he gets hit. His hat flies off like in a cartoon. His hat flies off. He gathers himself, does a little push-up off the mound to show everyone that he's fine, and gets back to pitching. Colton Gordon, did you play high school football in South Florida? Did you play defensive back in South Florida? Because that's what a DB would do when they drop a pick. So shout out to him for just letting everyone know. Don't worry about me. Yeah. I'm good to go.
And the Astros training staff was like, "See, he's fine. We don't even have to
just let him keep pitching.
We don't have to look.
That's right. I know look. Thankfully, the ball wasn't smoked. It was smoked enough for him to get hit in the head, but it wasn't one of those exit velo of 115. One of those things right back at him. So he tried to get his glove up, missed. Ball hit him in the head, knocked off the sat. He's fine. And the Astros training staff was like, do we really even need to go out there? He did a push-up.
Sweet, back to Tetris or whatever they're playing.
No, they were back there playing CFB 26 too. Do we really have to go out there? They did check on him. He was okay. And then the big blast from Ramirez kind of changed the tide of that game. So the Astros go down against the Guardians, a team who had been struggling mightily, but it happens sometimes that way. You can't win every game. They can't lose every game. And shout out to Eric Wong, who called in to call us out once again for scoffing at his prediction of 100 wins and said, hey, is it possible the Astros don't ever lose a game again this season? And I said, probably not, Eric, but considering you're right that last time about the pace, although you're not even right about that, the pace has just picked up for the 100 wins, that maybe I can't summarily dismiss the notion because you brought it up that the Astros won't ever lose another regular season game this season. Turns out I could have, because they did it hours after you suggested that they would.
This Astros team that just lost to the Guardians on like a million game losing streak, please. Just the last game is the only game they've had.
Yes, of course. Let's ignore them putting it on the Dodgers. We're not going to talk about that. That's old news now.
Yeah, keep living the past, Del.
We celebrated that on Monday. Today, it's about losing to the Guardians in embarrassing fashion. What was that? One of the worst, at least in their recent run, one of the worst teams in baseball. The way they played, and you drop a game to them, a real champion would do that.
Spotter.
All that contender stuff we were talking about, beat it. We had Robert Flores on this morning with John and Lance, talking about this Astros team. Native Houstonian, went to the University of Houston, high on this team, and this is a story. I wonder how much coverage it will get because the Astros are always in a position where they're leading the ALS. But the the makeup of this team and how they've continued to win, which we talked about yesterday, has been pretty remarkable. And the makeup changed again because we had another debut. You know, a guy isn't highly touted when he rolls out there at the number 47.
Yeah.
There are just some baseball numbers that, Howie Kendrick hit the home run in that number, but still, let's remove Howie Kendrick from this conversation. Normally, the number 47 in baseball suggests, that's just a guy out there. But it was a nice moment to see the family of, now I'm blanking on his name, Corona. Him go out there, get a chance in his major league debut. They flashed the family, tears in their eyes as he got the call up. And now Zach Short has been around baseball a little bit longer, played in major league games before this year, but that's another guy who was out there. He came up big in LA, not so much last night. It's just, it keeps rolling on, man. Guys we hadn't thought of, had never heard of, continue to be guys called upon for, and the Astros, for the most part, have done quite well with them. Last night didn't work out, but hey, at some point the Guardians would have to win, and unfortunately it happened at the hands. At least they won, and the Astros had to take the loss because of it. So you had Kennedy Corona, you had Zach Short out there, you had a Trammell out there, Taylor Trammell. That was your 7, 8, and 9. And a Cooper Hummel was your 6th guy.
Yeah,
So,
but Cooper Hummel's been around so long. He's produced so much that we're like, oh, of course you got Hummel there.
No, that's not what I was thinking. But he's had his moments this season.
Cooper Hummel's like, I'm not like the rest of these guys.
Yeah, you had Cooper Hummel, Trammell, Zach Short, and Corona. Then you throw a Victor Caratini.
That's half your lineup
at the 5th spot. And Victor Caratini's been good this year, but still.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't call him like a core piece.
No. Then you had Paredes, Cam Smith, rookie Cam Smith, Paredes, who just got here at least this season, and then Altuve and Diaz. So what a lineup that they put out there.
And they did score 5 runs.
They did put up 5 runs. You're right. Thanks to
most Astros games this season. You score 5 runs.
You're winning the game. Yeah. Generally, the way they pitch. Generally, yes, the way they pitch and how that bullpen has come through in high leverage situations. They score 5, they're going to win the game. Just did not happen last night. They'll get a chance. I think if they score 5 tonight, I think the chances are they'll win because they'll have Hunter Brown on the mound.
They better.
Yes. Well, that's now more of a opposite of what's happened with Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown generally doesn't get the run support, and that's cost him some victories, giving him more no decisions than he should have. You score 5 tonight, that's Hunter Brown chalking up another win, I would suspect, as he tries to right the ship as the Astros lose one to the Guardians. But it's fine. Cooper Hummel's fine. Colton Gordon's fine. They're all fine. But that lineup is nuts. Like when Espada's looking at the card, he's had to do this enough that I'm sure he's used to it. But he goes, wait a minute, Hummel, Trammell.
Am I spelling these right?
Zach Short, Corona. I was more like him. What happened to the club I love? Not. I don't know if I'm getting all these names right because they're all new.
He's like, man, Hinch used to be able to write in like Kyle Tucker and
Yeah,
Carlos Correa.
Bregman. Yeah.
6 and 7. Like,
yeah, he goes
6 and 7 used to be that was still real hitters.
He's like, if I don't win Manager of the Year this year, I'm never gonna win it.
What can I do?
Yeah. What else do you want from
You know
me?
how much I'd kill for Robinson Chirinos right now?
Yeah, we won't go as far as say Maldonado because some things are a step too far. But yeah,
where would Maldonado bat? Would he bat ahead of?
If he was
behind?
if he was the DH last night,
whatever.
Like if he took, let's just say we remove Cooper Hummel from the lineup and make Maldonado the DH. Yes, last night. I think he bats ahead of Corona.
Okay,
because at least Zach Short hit well in LA. Trammell hasn't hit well at any point, but I still think he bats behind Trammell.
Okay.
I think he rises to the 8-hole hitter in this lineup.
Got to protect Trammell.
Yes, with Martin Maldonado. Yes, Trammell. The only reason he isn't hitting because he doesn't have enough support because Zach Short is behind him.
Yeah, and Kennedy Corona.
Get an accomplished hitter in Martin Maldonado. We make jokes because they're good enough where we can make the jokes about a loss. It doesn't matter. They've been great. One of the best records in baseball. It just had to go wrong last night. It doesn't mean it'll have to go wrong tonight. The Guardians are still bad, and you got Hunter Brown. No worries there.
But if they do lose next show,
then we're talking
firing people.
We're talking about a losing streak.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, if the Mariners pick up a win or two, now that series after the All-Star break becomes much bigger than you thought.
Yeah.
We had a caller calling about that, how good the Astros have been, and then just tossed in, oh, by the way, the Mariners are up on the schedule after the break. So I thought to myself, this would be a bad time to put together a losing streak against the likes of the Guardians and the Rangers. I thought they could win 5 out of 6.
Yeah.
Now they got to win 5 in a row to get that done. So not off to a great start on the homestand, but they've been great at home all year long. A real departure from what has been the last couple of years, but didn't happen last night. We'll go to break with that. If you want to call in, of course, the number is 713-780-3776. We got a lot of Rocket sound. Rafael Stone spoke. There's some Reed Shepherd stuff there to hear from Rafael Stone about, and also Reed Shepherd himself spoke because he will be a part of Summer League for the second year in a row. We will see if Reed Shepherd's too good for Summer League. Again, he was too good last year, so will they limit his chances to play, or is he going the full run as the Rockets get prepared to take their Summer League team to Vegas? So we'll hear from Rafael Stone on KD and the Cam Whitmore trade. And also, I think something that speaks to what this show has talked about, it appears to be a lack of guard depth there. And Rafael Stone was asked about that, whether there would be an ad, and he spoke to the importance of Reed Shepherd. Also, Sean, I posed this question to you because I asked a question, or at least I responded to this topic during the morning show. We'll get to it in this show. Is Jalen Green someone that will be remembered? Because the way Rafael Stone talked about it and the guys in the morning talked about it, it's much like when you talk about a guy after they die and all of a sudden you pick the best aspects of him. When he was alive, it was like, guy's a jerk. Guy didn't care about anyone but himself. Yeah, all stuff like that. But now that Jalen Green is now
gone too soon,
stuff like that. Now that he's dead to the Rockets world, he's now a Son. We start to discuss all the attributes that Jalen Green and how he will be remembered fondly. My approach is he'll be a footnote unless he comes back to make the Rockets pay. Like if it's something like Shea or anything approaching that where he leaves and becomes a star, then I think we will remember it for the mistake the Rockets made. But if he never does anything but remains like the inefficient scorer type who may be better suited to be a sixth man, sure, we'll know that he was a Rocket, but I don't think it'll be this thing where we start to wax poetic about Jalen Green. We'll see what you say about it when we come back. We'll get to that and certainly some other things Rockets related when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We'll play some sound from Rafael Stone, but Mike called in. He wants to talk Rockets, so we'll get to him here. If you want to follow, you can, 713-780-3776. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Dale. Hey, first of all, I was going to talk Rockets, but really quick. I think on the Astros, we should be really proud of them. I mean, even having like a fighting chance at the pitcher like Colton Gordon I think is pretty impressive. I mean, first of all, did you know Colton Gordon is 26? He looks like he's 55. He looks really bad for a 26-year-old. Wow. But I'm very proud of the Astros by fighting. Trammell got a home run. That was pretty cool. Anyways, what I was going to say about the Rockets is the whole Reed Shepherd thing. Like, I'm tired of the NBA like gaslighting fans nowadays to pretending like the summer league means anything. It really doesn't mean anything, especially for a team like the Rockets or a team that's competing or supposed to be competing for a playoff run. I mean, none of the guys that are going to be in summer league other than Cooper Flag are going to mean anything going in. They probably won't even play him very much. I just think that like it's enough of this whole like the NBA is becoming like the NFL where we pretend like the OTAs mean anything. Like they don't actually mean anything. You know what I mean? Like it's fine to see some of these guys play, but I mean, having Reed Shepherd play on the team, like, do you think it's kind of embarrassing to even have to play summer league in your second year? I remember when we went crazy for Jabari Smith because he, I don't know, dunked on someone who played for, I don't even remember who was Grambling State or something like that. And everyone's like, whoa, look at that. But the games don't really matter. Also, I know I'm a hater, but also on NCAA, I'd love to be able to play one game against Sean and be able to clap those cheeks. He could take as many PTO days as he wants to practice, and I'll play with whatever team he wants, and I'll absolutely pummel him. Anyways, other than that, love the show. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, we got a rivalry. If you don't know where the back end of that came from, back end cheeks. I probably shouldn't have phrased it that way. If you don't know where the back half of that call came from, still not great. Sean took issue with Mike's getting after Jabari Smith last week. Was it a Jabari or maybe
it was the entire team?
Maybe the Rockets as a whole.
He said last year's team sucked.
He didn't. Sean responded, and now Mike's responded. So I guess now we got a rivalry between Sean and
because
Mike.
I said a team that won over 50 games actually didn't suck.
Look, that's one man's opinion, yours and his, and I guess now we have an ongoing thing. I guess we'll see how far it goes. Maybe you guys settle it on CFB 26 and somebody's cheeks can get clapped, apparently. We'll see. That's not how we generally describe what happens when we play. The trash talk doesn't reach that level. In fact, it barely reaches the level of trash talk during our dynasty, and we welcome AJ to that dynasty who filled in yesterday for Sean. As far as Summer League, I think we just crave something to watch in July, and mostly it's about the guys who cover basketball for a living. They're the most excited about the Summer League because what else are they going to do before the summer really gets going? And now there's nothing to talk about because most of the time the transactions, the major ones, have already happened before Summer League begins. And it's just an extension of basketball for a couple more weeks before basketball takes a hiatus for a good long while. So that's what it is. I mean, is Reed Shepherd playing for a second year in a row embarrassing? Not really. We see guys who start for teams play a second year of it. They may not play the entire schedule, particularly if they get off to a good start. I think Reed Shepherd needs reps. I'm not sure Summer League reps mean that much because what they're going to ask him to do most likely isn't what he's going to be asked to do on a night-to-night basis if he becomes a part of the rotation. I think it's more important than OTAs because OTAs is actually just practice. These are at least games, competitive games against other people who are trying to go win something themselves on different teams. But I get your point. It's not that big of a deal, but you can't take anything away from Summer League because you can form an agenda depending on how things go. If a player you like plays well, look, confirms my beliefs. If a player you like doesn't play well, Summer League. A player you don't like plays well, it's just Summer League. That's how people work this stuff out in their mind. But you would prefer
your second-year player who you drafted in the top 3 of the 2024 draft to look like he doesn't belong in summer league, and I mean that in a he's too good for it, not that it's too much for him. That's all you're looking for Reed Sheppard to look good.
It's like very pass fail.
Yeah.
Especially for a second-year guy who's going to be part of the rotation. It's like, all right, you better look good. Like the Jabari Smith thing that we bring up from 2 years ago, where it's like I think it was a back-to-back 30, or is it like 30 and then 25 and a game winner? And it's like, okay, we're good. We know this guy can handle this level of basketball. So yeah, I do think that it is also what you're saying, where the media likes it, where it's like a work conference in Las Vegas right before they get to go on vacation.
Sure. They get to meet up with their friends
and then go on vacation.
Like the guys who they do podcasts with from different parts of the country, they meet up with them and then they hang out in Vegas, and then it's time to go to vacation. Maybe a couple trades come down because everyone's face to face. They always lean on that. Like, now that the guys are face to face, some real conversations can be had. What? They trade with each other all the time and don't see each other face to face. Why do NBA execs need to see each other face to face to make a trade?
Thank God Daryl Morey and Sam Presti got to actually, talk to each other instead of over the phone. Mm-hmm. Now they can make the Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook trade.
Yeah.
Now that I can look a man in his eyes and ask for 2 first-round picks.
It's almost as if they meet each other face to face, one guy will just capitulate because he's being bullied by the aura of the other guy, and now a trade will happen.
The Thunder.
Yeah, because over the phone he wouldn't succumb to the machismo, the aura, the manliness of the other GM. I don't know why.
Looking at the colored frames that Sam Presti's wearing.
Get mesmerized into making a deal you wouldn't normally make. So we'll see if any trades go down. Summer League has had its moments. I think the Kawhi, Paul George daily double happened during Summer League. We'll see if another big trade goes down. But yes, Summer League itself, the game's not that important. You just like to see, particularly if you're a bad team who had a high draft pick, you would like to see your high draft pick play well because it gives you some promise. The Rockets are in a different spot, though. I mean, Reed Sheppard. Let's actually play the sound from Rafael Stone concerning Reed Sheppard, since Mike brought him up. This was a question. The original question was about guard depth and would the Rockets look to add something to the roster. So Rafael Stone asked that, and then the follow-up was a mention of Reed Sheppard, and Rafael Stone gives a pretty clear answer to what they need from Reed Sheppard.
Would you like to add to your guard depth, or do you feel confident going into next season with your current backcourt?
I mean, I like our team as is. We always look for opportunities to do various things, but we're hard capped at the first apron and we have no space left. So I think very likely we'll enter the season with, looking very similar to the way we look at right now. It's very hard not to.
Where do you hope to see Reed Sheppard grow and roll next season?
I mean, Reed just have to be really good for us. Period.
Reed Sheppard needs to be really good for them, is what he said. There will be added expectations beyond the fact that you're no longer a rookie. The depth chart all of a sudden opens up. KD, great, understood. You go get him when you can, particularly at the price you did. But he is really a 4 of in this league now. Sometimes he can play a little 3. The backcourt, it's Fred. You're gonna have Amin likely play the 2, although I'm not sure if he's a 2. Is he a 3? Is he a 4? Whatever. But he will probably start if we have to designate him with the position at the 2. And then you have Aaron Holiday, and who else? Who else is a ball handler that you can lean on? And the hope is Reed Sheppard takes that job from Aaron Holiday, takes the maybe 15 to 20 minutes that Aaron Holiday may get without a Dillon Brooks on the roster. Not that he's a ball handler, just using a wing/guard out the door, Jalen out the door. There's a spot for someone to go get those minutes, and the hope is that your top 5 pick from last year does it. I mean, and without Cam Whitmore as well, who wasn't in the rotation, you just gotta you've gone from too many guards to do we have enough?
Yeah.
And the question whether you have enough will be filled by, at least in part, can Reed Sheppard fill a role? And he'll get, I imagine they'll put him on the ball quite a bit. He'll have the ball in his hands quite a bit in Summer League to see how he handles it. He'll play off the ball. We heard from the Rockets summer league coach in the morning show, the sound was about what Reed Shepard will be doing. He'll be doing a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but a lot of the ball in his hands, running an offense, and that's what you're likely going to need from him if he takes over that backup point guard role.
Yeah, you don't really see it very often where a guy is drafted like top 5 and then redshirts for a year and then is kind of expected to be part of the rotation. Normally it's like, Jalen Green, Amin Thompson, where it's like, yeah, your rookie year, just gotta go out there, try some stuff, do whatever, and then the team slowly gets more competitive as you get better. This one, it's like, hey, listen, we're already pretty competitive. If you need to take a year, cool. Aaron Holiday's got it for this year. After that, we'll keep him around. Just as,
insurance.
Yeah, just as you're learning to ride the bike, Aaron Holiday's still going to be there with his arms around your shoulders. But at a certain point, you're going to have to start.
Is Aaron Holiday Reed Shepard's floaty? Like,
yes,
before we throw you into the deep end,
pool noodle.
We got Aaron Holiday as floaties, so just in case.
Yeah.
But we would like to take these off for you to just go swim.
Mm-hmm.
But it's up to you on how fast you acclimate.
And normally when you get drafted 3 overall, you're in like the ankle deep water because of the certain circumstances of how this team got the 3rd pick. You're actually in like 6 foot. You're actually where it's possible you drown.
Yeah. And Reed Shepard will get a chance to prove that.
But go out there.
go out in summer league. Summer league is another version of the shallow
like a
end.
kiddie pool.
Yeah,
it's
go
like
out there.
Inflatable kiddie pool.
Yeah, go out there, sit and just prove that you can actually
score over a bunch of future rent-a-car salesmen, and there you go.
Yeah, we're just gonna see if you
get 20. We're gonna talk about it.
We're gonna see if you can actually realize you can walk in 5 feet water. Like, hey, actually, it's not that deep. You don't even have to swim. Just walk out there,
tread water.
Yeah, and see if you can do that. And if you can prove that you're capable of that, maybe as we get closer and closer to training camp, a role will be carved out for Reed Shepard as the Rockets. You heard their GM say they're gonna need him. We'll hear from Rafael Stone more when we come back. He talks about the Cam Whitmore trade and Jalen Green, and then we'll play Rafael Stone on Jalen Green, and then Sean will answer the question we didn't get to, but I asked him, or at least I alluded to it at the end of the first segment. How are we going to remember Jalen Green as a guy who helped with the rebuild, or the guy who, as soon as they thought they had a real chance to go win something, they parted ways with him? We'll see what Sean thinks. I've already kind of given my opinion. I'll reiterate it when we get to that. We'll be back. But first, I want to tell you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. It's the place you go to when you need a problem solved. I'll tell you, most of us don't know how to fix a plumbing problem, whether it be a leak, which can seem small or can turn into a giant issue if you mess it up, or a giant job like you need a repipe. I can't do that. You can't do that either. The place that can, Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Check out all they have to offer at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They have a really nice drop-down menu, and you can see all the services they provide. So big jobs, small jobs are there for you. You can call them at 281-488-6238. And once you do, you're gonna be able to deal with a contractor, a competent, excellent contractor who can do the job and do it at the right price, so you don't have to worry about it. And I bring up the price for this. Just because you have a problem doesn't mean you want to get overcharged, and doesn't mean you want to be charged for something when they're trying to figure out what the problem is. So they'll give you a free quote. You kind of tell them what the issue is. They'll figure it out and give you a quote on that price so you can get the work done and get it done in a timely fashion. Local people, Billy Brown's in the Clear Lake area, so it's a local company helping local people get a job done right. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Is the website. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the news of the KD trade broke weeks ago now, and that's literally a couple weeks ago now, but now it's official. I saw the billboards out. Welcome to Houston, KD. Those are, I don't know who those are for. Is it to alert people that he's in town? Because you say welcome, and I guess that's for him, but
yeah, for Durant. He's driving around.
Okay.
Driving around town.
Has he made it to Houston yet? I saw him doing another podcast episode with Steve Nash and LeBron. Is he going to be in Houston for an introductory press conference, or are we just waiting to
looking at houses
until training camp? He'll show up,
making a run to IKEA because he's like, oh, I need an extra nightstand. I forgot.
While I can't say that he would never buy anything from IKEA, I don't think he's the one making the trip. I'll just say that. I'm not going to put it past them to buy. Hey, IKEA has some nice stuff.
Guest room.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know who Kevin Durant's guest would be. I was trying to think of an NBA player, but I don't know who would be. I don't know who his NBA friends are.
Or when Nick Collison swings by, check in on.
When Serge stops by to visit, Serge Ibaka comes by. It wouldn't be Kendrick Perkins. We know that to be the case. They're not friends, at least when they go back and forth. It seems that way. But KD is here. It's official. All the social media accounts for the Suns and the Rockets made their announcements. I think I saw the Suns account say it's green in the valley and welcoming Jalen Green. So it's official. All those things are worked out. Kevin Durant's a Rocket. Good times. Jalen Green was the primary figure in that trade. He is now a Sun. Here's Rafael Stone on Jalen Green.
But was it a difficult decision to move on from Jalen Green?
Yeah, like Jalen's awesome. He did everything we asked. He's a wonderful combination of talent and work ethic, along with being just a great human being. And any time that you have the privilege to work with someone who is talented and works really hard and is really nice, you should value it. And so for organizationally, we've valued him tremendously. So yeah, very hard.
That initial, yeah. I mean, trying a little hard, sounds like to me. But hey, maybe I'm wrong there.
Yeah.
Like the words that followed were very kind and nice, but that initial one where she's asking, was it hard to trade Jalen Green for Kevin Durant? Yeah. All right. I guess I'm supposed to believe that. Sure. I will believe all the other stuff you said about his value, but was it hard? No, I don't think it was that hard. I think you're like, hey, this is the type of deal we're looking for. We'll give you Cam Whitmore too. And the Suns like, actually, no. We'll take your second round pick. That's please. Not me. We know this show is stupid and we make jokes. That's actually real. That's from reporting. I think Mike Scotto reported that the Suns said no to Cam Whitmore. We'd rather have your second round picks because you know what? We already have too many two guards. So now it looks like Bradley Beal's on his way out, but I guess they didn't know that at the time. So no to Cam Whitmore. So while I believe most of what Rafael Stone said, I don't believe it was difficult to trade him.
Come on.
Play that again. Just the first part.
But was it a difficult decision to move on from Jalen Green?
Yeah, like Jalen's awesome.
I believe everything after the yeah. I believe they do think Jalen Green is awesome. I'm sure he worked hard. It's a guy they wanted to succeed. They just found a trade that they felt would benefit the team more. There's a clip of during the Cam Whitmore conversation in that press availability where he talks about how they're no longer a developmental team anymore. Jalen Green, as much as he had improved last year, maybe you didn't see it in the counting numbers because the shooting percentage wasn't so different. Sure, he shot better from three. He was an improved player, but the level of improvement they needed for him to be someone they believe could help them win and win now wasn't there yet. And I think,
yeah, like Jalen's awesome.
I believe that. I believe he's awesome. I believe they do think that. I just don't think he was at a point where, particularly when Kevin Durant's available, you would lean into the Jalen Green part of it. Hey, we're going to lean on him. And in year 3 of Ime, we can depend on Jalen Green to help us reach the level we want to reach.
Yeah.
Don't believe that was in the cards for him, and he will have to get better someplace else. Maybe he'll live up to that number 3 pick status, or number 2 pick status, excuse me. It just won't be in Houston. So, Sean, I asked you the question. You heard the nice words from Rafael Stone. I told you about the morning show saying they would remember Jalen Green fondly, and I said it's like when a guy dies. All of a sudden, he's the best person in the world, no matter what you thought of him when he was alive. Do you think Jalen Green will be remembered? I see you doing something. Do you think Jalen Green will be remembered fondly?
Yeah, like Jalen's awesome.
Okay. Or will he be more of a footnote in this Rockets build?
I think it kind of depends what the Rockets do in the next 3 years. I think that's like the actual answer. Is like if they go on to and even like long competitive playoffs, like the Harden Rockets kind of level of success, not even win the thing, but just like go, because no one goes like, man, can't believe they traded Kevin Martin for James Harden. They didn't win anything. It's like, no, we can still just go like, yeah, that's the move that needed it. Can't believe we moved on from the Luis Scola era to hand it over to Hart. I think it's like that, where if they're good, competitive for 5 more years after this, because it's the instant kind of booing that this offense gets from Durant, and then if things go to plan with Thompson and Shepherd and Şengün, then like I don't know if we're gonna be thinking about it that much. But if this does like kind of blow up on the launch pad, then I can't see people.
I like what you did there. Rockets launch.
Yeah.
Well done.
I can kind of see how you would go like, man, they traded Jalen Green for this, especially if Jalen Green goes on to.
That was my thought
as who he is as a player. Because if he just stays who he is, like you're right that like this is just a footnote of like, hey, remember this guy? Remember the Rockets drafted this guy?
Now they didn't draft him, but I do believe your Kevin Martin was not a bad example. A scorer who didn't affect winning that much, but hey, could put the ball in the bucket. Of course, he wasn't ever looked at, or maybe it was by some people, but because he wasn't drafted by the Rockets, he wasn't looked at as the guy who's going to flip a Rockets franchise like Jalen Green. Some people thought he could.
Is he more? Oh, here we go. Is he more Steve Francis?
People remember Steve Francis. He's not a footnote, partly because of how long he was here, and also because he was the next supposed hope
he was the guy
after the Hakeem legacy, after the Hakeem era. So I think at this point, Steve Francis will be remembered. I don't know if more fondly is a word. I think he'll just be remembered because of whether it be the uniforms he played in, the unappealing style of basketball he was part of. He had Coutinho, all the Steve and Coutinho jokes. I think Steve Francis is going to be a more remembered figure in Rockets lore than Jalen Green, unless it's like, I can't believe they traded Jalen Green because look what he's become.
Yeah, that's the like flip side of, I guess, just the Harden trade. Really, this is just the Harden trade if you think about it. It is just if we're OKC and he turns into James Harden and he's second in the MVP twice, wins one, and then second 2 more times.
Yeah,
that's when people are like, well, what the hell did we just do?
Yeah.
But I think, for the most part, if it is like Steve Francis, like you trade him for Tracy McGrady and you kind of don't think about it afterwards. You never like, man, that road that was never traveled. Like what happened?
Generally remembering Steve Francis isn't done in a
No,
it's not done with like this warm feeling. It's all about, I guess maybe I'm in a bubble of this station and that particular show, all the jokes that get made about this time.
It's like he was a cool, fun player.
Yeah, but that's where it ended.
Yeah,
cool, he was a cool, fun player.
And they kind of got rid of him right at the right time before his career kind of started falling apart.
Yeah. Jalen Green, from all accounts, did everything the Rockets wanted him to do. So if he turns out to be a really good player, that's to the Rockets' detriment. But of course, you understand why they made the move, and if they go on to really compete, as you pointed out, or even win a title, then the trade is justified.
If they win a title with
the trade is justified.
Durant on the team, or with anything resembling this core,
yeah, it's justified. I mean, everyone would go, "Hey, Jalen, go with God, do great everywhere your career takes you. But this one led to a title. So, of course, the move was justified. Okay, we'll go to break with that. We certainly have more Rocket stuff we'll get to in the second hour of the show because Rafael Stone, spoke about multiple things beyond Jalen Green. He talked about KD as a whole, what he brings to the franchise, what he brings to the young players he's going to be working with. So we'll hear from Rafael Stone on that in the second hour. We got some other stuff to get to. Sean, do you know that QB1 is back?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to watch the show, but the Joe Burrow clip that's floating around is pretty entertaining. Joe Burrow in the middle of a win, furious at his offensive line. It's going to be couched as competitor. Joe wants to win. Zach Taylor's like, hey, man, we got to enjoy these wins. It's an effing embarrassment. So QB1 is out there. We see some clips floating, or at least clips floating around, and then a quote from what's his name? Kirk with the K. Kirk Cousins on being misled by the Falcons. He was certainly surprised that Michael Penix was drafted. I'm sure a lot of people were too as well. So that's out there. QB1 is back. Is it called that? Because
I think it's quarterback.
Quarterback, yes. QB1 was the one about the high schoolers, right? As they were getting ready to play.
Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
Tate Martell.
What a class. As those guys are getting ready for college. Yeah, quarterback is the name of the show, and Joe Burrow is in that. Kirk Cousins is in that. So so far the clips I've seen pretty interesting. Maybe take a look at that on Netflix. So all right. I mentioned that in part because I just spoke to Michael Carroll a little bit ago, and he is all in on Superman. So he has seen it. He'll give a full review when he joins us on Friday. The show will divert into movies and TV. We'll do our segment with Michael Carroll at 11:30 on Fridays, and he says Superman good. He liked it. That's his like one-liner about the movie.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't like
Superman's
that.
awesome.
No, it wasn't like that.
Okay.
It was more like it's actually good. It's really good, and I'm glad I got to see it. So we'll hear from him in a more expanded review on Friday. So I know DC needs it, and I would like to see a good Superman movie. I don't care about Superman as a character as much as other people do, not even close. What do you think? What do you think about Superman, Del? Is it good? I tripped him up. I tripped him up. I was asked about Superman, and I think this.
Yeah, Jalen's awesome.
That's kind of how I feel about
Clark's
Superman.
awesome.
Yeah, that's how I feel about him. But if it means more DC movies, expanding the universe, I'm down for that. So hopefully Superman does well. We'll see. Pena, I see you. You want to talk about movies? We'll get to Pena. And you, if you want, 713-780-3776 in the second hour of the show. We will be back. All right, we start hour 2 with Pena. He wants to talk about a movie. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Hey, so this past weekend I had took my mom to go watch Jurassic World. She's a big fan of the series. And I like them too, but this movie sucked, man. It was terrible. Like, I enjoyed watching Scarlett Johansson, but it's definitely down there with the worst of the series. I don't know if you're a big fan, but or a fan at all. Can you give me like your top 3 movies if you can? Thank you. Have a great day.
I think the Jurassic Park movies are fine. I would probably one is still the GOAT. I don't think anyone's challenging that just because of the technology and the surprise of how realistic the dinosaurs looked. And of course, the nostalgia. I was a kid when I first saw it. All that's going to work in one's favor.
Basically say it's more true to say one's the only good movie of the franchise than it is.
That's true.
Not the first, not number 1.
Yes. I would say, since you wanted me to rank the top 3, I would probably say 2. Actually 3. 2 is the one where
San Diego
they wound up like near humans.
Yeah. Two's good. The kid's paragliding and then crashes into the island. They get Sam Neill for one last job.
Yeah, is that 3 or 2?
That's 3.
3. I'd take 3 and then the first Chris Pratt one because they came back. But other than that, toss the rest of it away.
And that one Chris Pratt one, like, you can talk me into that. This one's better than that one.
Okay, I have not seen this one, the most recent one. Sean did. He has also seen F1.
Mostly pretty good.
Okay,
the Jurassic Park. I was like, this is not like so bad. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm like, this is all right.
Yeah, and
it being all right is good enough to be in the discussion for top 3 Jurassic Park movie of all time.
Yeah, so I'd have to see this one before I could rank them fully, but I'm probably leaning 3 from the original set, and then depending on how this one goes, for me, it would either be the first Chris Pratt one or this one. You said
F1 would be the best Jurassic Park movie.
A movie not about dinosaurs would be the best Jurassic Park movie.
Yeah.
You said Jurassic Park Rebirth. You can just stay at home. To me, because I haven't seen either one, F1 or Jurassic Park Rebirth. Watch that one at home. Go see F1 in a theater. That was your recommendation.
Yes.
And I asked
you. And watch Heads of State on.
I have seen Heads of State.
Okay, good.
It's fine. It's
better than it had any business being.
That's true.
And surprisingly bad at other moments.
Yes, it is funnier than it probably should be, considering. Well, John Cena has already been the guy who's been funnier than he probably should be. If you just think of him as the meathead wrestler, he's been funnier in a lot of his stuff than you would ever think he should be. But also, since we're getting into this now, the scenes where they go, "Hey, it's a long story," that stuff is terrible.
Yes,
that is awful.
I'm like, this seems like it's an idea from a different movie.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah, it's a bit they do a couple times where someone doesn't explain what they've been through over the last couple years.
They do almost like a Family Guy cutaway.
Yeah, and it's of them really in bad CGI.
Yeah,
it's awful altogether. But the action is fine.
Plot's good enough.
Yeah, Elba and Cena are good together. It's fine. Yeah, it's a movie that you probably won't be disgusted by.
It's a great streaming movie.
If you want to watch something at home on streaming, that's the one to watch.
If I spent $15 on a ticket,
I'd be upset.
I'd be judging it more critically.
Particularly the long story short stuff. Yes. That stuff I'd be very upset with if I wasn't already paying for Amazon because I like a delivery. If I had to pay for a movie, I'd be upset. So, Pena, I can't give you full rankings. I have not seen the entire series. I'll get there.
I mean, again, Rebirth is just like right in there with all the rest of them.
And I would say
better than Dominion, though.
And I can't. Okay, thankfully, it's better than Dominion. I will say this right there with you. Yes, just being there to see Scarlett Johansson being somewhat of an action star, you'll take it. She's holding a giant gun. Some guys like blondes with guns. I'm sure that appeals to some people. That's enough, I think. The fact that she's even in the movie was surprising me. It was like, wait a minute, what? Like, I know she's done Marvel stuff, but if we're ranking the tiers of IP schlock, Marvel's above Jurassic. Well, the Marvel she was in is above the most recent.
I think current Marvel's still above that.
Yeah, Thunderbolts.
There's been one good Jurassic Park movie.
That's true. Thunderbolts, and now I guess they're called that movie somewhat called the New Avengers, depending on how you take the title change. That's a pretty good Marvel movie. Not at their peak, but better than some of the recent stuff. And I would take Thunderbolts over any other Pratt level Jurassic, or at least Pratt led Jurassic Park movies.
Yes,
I would say
the Pratt led Marvel movies are better than the Pratt.
Well, that's what we're saying. Marvel, despite its downturn, it's a tier above Jurassic Park stuff since we initially saw Jeff Goldblum in movie.
I was gonna say
yes.
The only guys that have been in better Jurassic Park movies are Sam Neill and Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah,
everyone else
and those two kids. I forgot what their names are, but their kids were never that important. It was the dinosaurs.
Oh yeah, there's kids in this movie too.
There always are.
You could easily do the movie without.
Yeah, in the first,
it's like so easy to do the kids.
And the first,
do this movie without.
Yeah, that's what Michael was saying. The family plot line not needed when he joined us on Friday.
It's like someone in a boardroom was like, "We need kids to watch this movie. Let's throw some kids in
How
here."
come there wasn't someone in the boardroom who went? Actually, no, we don't. We don't, because that's the problem with a lot of these movies.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that the suit asking for kids was right because this movie's making a bunch of money.
Well, it's making money because of the dinosaurs, not because of the kids. It's like when Transformers makes money, or when they Kong versus Godzilla. Sure, Millie Bobby Brown's a big star, but I don't care.
But yeah,
that she's in the movie.
Godzilla.
Yeah, the star is Godzilla and Kong.
By the way, T-Rex still a star.
T-Rex always hits. Every time you see the T-Rex on the screen, you know.
I think that's the biggest problem with the Jurassic Park movies.
That T-Rex is a
They
star.
can't make something cooler than T-Rex.
Yeah, no matter all the abominations, as you put it during a break, all the dinosaurs they put out there, because these are the really bad ones. Everyone grew up knowing the T-Rex was the biggest, baddest thing on the face of the earth at that time, at least when dinosaurs roamed. Even if that wasn't true, that's what we grew up on.
Yeah.
The T-Rex.
The marketing's already in there.
Yeah, didn't have to try. The fact that the book cover and the first logo was the T-Rex.
He's literally the logo.
Yeah.
The T-Rex is literally the logo.
Yes. He's the Jerry West of Jurassic of dinosaurs.
But if Jerry West is also Michael Jordan.
Yes, he's the Jerry West of dinosaurs. If Jerry West was Michael Jordan, that is correct. So, shout out to a megalodon or whatever the hell the names of the dinosaurs.
Mosasaurus.
Yeah, whatever. Beat it. We all know that, because the T-Rex is in some ways the hero, because when the raptors come terrorizing the humans, the T-Rex goes, yeah, I'll eat them, but I got to deal with you first. And it gives the humans a chance to escape. That's kind of why the T-Rex holds a place,
because he's a hero
in our hearts. Yeah, he'll kill a couple side characters before he saves the main characters.
That's just nature, though.
Yeah, but
really, I mean, in the first movie, the guy he kills is the terrible lawyer.
Exactly. No one cares about that. Oh, you're sitting in that porta potty?
Yoink.
Appreciate it. Willie P wants to talk soccer. We'll get to that when we come back. Frankly, talking U.S. soccer, less fun than talking about even the Chris Pratt Jurassic Park movies, or in that case, Jurassic World, I guess. No matter what, we take your calls, and Willie P is up next. If you want to follow him, you can. 713-780-3776. We had the Gold Cup final. I went to it. It was as boring as you might imagine a Jurassic Park movie without Scarlett Johansson. Sorry, it wasn't a great experience watching the game. The experience of being around the crowd, great. Sure, it was a clear home road game for the U.S., but that's what you get when the U.S. fans aren't that thrilled with the product, and you come to a place with a heavy Mexican-American community. That's the vibes. I would say, Sean, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. It was probably, and I don't want to be hyperbolic, it felt like 85-15 Mexican fans. Are you aware of the colors for Chivas, the famous Mexican team?
No.
Okay, they are red, white, and blue.
Oh, okay.
I was telling this story yesterday. It was so many Mexican fans at the game. And then when you thought you caught a U.S. jersey out of the corner of your eye, it wasn't. It was just a Mexican fan in a Chivas jersey in red, white, and blue. There were some U.S. fans. as I said yesterday, the ones who sat next to me, not because they're bad people, but they may be. It was just that they're bad soccer fans. It's a lot of stuff being said that didn't make any sense. Even if you do have a Clint Dempsey jersey on, doesn't mean you know what you're talking about. Willie P will get your take on the game when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we're back. Willie Peace wants to get in. There's actually soccer on right now. It's the women's Euros. Spain's been great. I've watched a couple of their highlights. Been really good. Germany may have just scored against Denmark. We'll see if it counts. VAR is involved, which unfortunately did not play a part in a play that could have given the U.S. a penalty kick that would have given them a lead in the second half of their game against Mexico in the Gold Cup final. Someone who wants to talk about that is Willie P. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning, Dale. How you doing, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Not bad. I can't complain. It's been a long time since I called in, but after watching the game Sunday, like immediately, like after 30 minutes, I was like, oh man, I got to call Dale on Monday because this is, look, I understand we got that early goal, But what I don't get is why the U.S. decided to just sit back all of a sudden. I mean, there were so many things wrong with that game, and no lie, Argentina got outcoached. And the reason why I say that is because, he had lead-footed Aubameyang out there, leading the line. And, from time to time, you would see Diego Luna or Sebastian Berhalter, which he was playing him out of position. Sebastian Berhalter is not a right midfielder. He's not a right winger. He's a defensive midfielder. He's an 8 or a 6, He wants to play that Sandro Tonali, Andre Pirlo role. That's where he's best at. And once they made the substitutions, which were, in my opinion, too late in the game, he thrived. He thrived in that position. But it's just this goes back to the whole selection of the team. I don't understand why he didn't select Josh Sargent as one of the forwards. He was healthy, he was available. He didn't pick him, and he's got egg on his face right now. And I have a bad feeling for next summer. I think we're going to get outrageously embarrassed. It's going to be something cool when it comes to our group games, unless we get a favorable draw. I know people complain about the handball, and the handball. In my opinion, the soccer gods said we didn't deserve it. You played so terribly after scoring that first goal that you didn't deserve that handball. And I get it. It might have. Here's the thing. Let's say we get the handball and we win the penalty. Who's to say Mexico didn't turn around and just score anyway? They were pelting the goal nonstop in the late first half, all the second half. It was embarrassing. I just want to get your opinion on the game because I didn't listen to the podcast from yesterday yet. So it's just, I know you were there, and which I think is awesome. Congrats to you. But one last thing. This is to the Glizzy Goblin, Willie riding Eric. Don't think I didn't hear your little jab from 2 weeks ago when you tried to mumble mush mouth to what it do, baby. Look, if you're going to keep sweating me, bro, I need you to send me some Gatorade, all right? I'm losing electrolytes. It's hot out here. Anyways, Dell, you have a great day. Love the show as always. Sean A. Mapes, what it do, baby? Peace, fellas.
Appreciate it, Willie P. So we've got what now is a long-standing back and forth between Willie P and Eric, and of course now we have a new thing between Sean and Mike. So it's more Mike directed at Sean, but I don't know how Sean will respond the next time Mike has something disparaging to say. We'll see. I don't think they're going to be settling it on the virtual college football field because we don't know your gamer tag. Honestly, you didn't leave that with us, so a lot of talk, Mike. Didn't see you drop a gamer tag, so we'll see. We'll see how serious you are about. Well, I'm not even going to use the phrase you used again in regards to what you said you would do to Sean on the field. As far as the game, I was there. It was a great experience to be had. I know it wasn't a great watching experience as far as how the U.S. played, and I'm sure that played out on TV as Willie P talked about. They were very defense oriented. They didn't have they didn't have Diego Luna in a forward position. He was pretty much playing left back along with Arfson, 18. I don't know why. I guess just out of fear that Mexico would have played through them, and Mexico controlled that game. So it's not like they got a poor result. Not like the U.S. got a poor result. Like they deserved to win, and they just didn't find the goals. They shouldn't have won that game. Of course, in the middle of it, you just want them to win. You can break down how well or poorly they played afterwards, and that was a lot of the conversation from the U.S. soccer media, particularly the ex-players who do podcasts and show up to do interviews after the game. A lot of the talk was the team setup and the fact that you didn't even bring any wingers to the team. Period. There weren't really options to play wide and attack. The U.S. forward problem is a thing that seems like it's going to be the bane of my soccer watching existence for my life. The fact that Josie Altidore may be the best American forward I've ever seen doesn't speak well to our development there. Like Christian Pulisic is not a forward. He's an attacking mid. Dempsey, you can play him out of position. You played him out of position there, but he wasn't a true number 9. And of course, Landon Donovan, not that either. Like I gotta lean on the likes of like Brian McBride and others.
Josh Sargent.
Well, good luck. Now we got to hope that Ricardo Pepi is ready to go for the World Cup, and Balogun is another one who they're going to have to depend on. Their top, those are probably their top two guys who didn't play.
Who flipped from England to
So we'll see if those guys are ready for the World Cup. Will he voice some of the anxiety about what this team can be in the world setting in your home country? Generally, you get a boost. There are some countries who aren't developed enough as a soccer playing nation that no matter if the games are played in their home country, they're not going to do well. The U.S. should not be at a point where playing at home results in a group stage exit. You heard Willie P talk about the favorable draw. That's a problem too. That as Denmark just scored, that Germany goal got pulled back and Denmark just scored a nice one. That's a problem if we're looking at a favorable draw, home team, World Cup. Sure, of course, you want it to be as easy as possible, but it shouldn't be dependent at this point in the country's development on the draw. You would hope that you could at least advance out of the group stage at home, no matter if it's a medium draw. Of course, you don't want the group of death. But you would like one where you think this team is competent enough to make it through pretty much any situation when you have the backing and all the build up for a host nation.
Group of death would be fun though.
It would be there would be a lot of talk about how they wouldn't get out of the group leading up, and a lot of trepidation. They've been in a group of death before and survived. I don't remember which. It was supposed to be the group of death. I think it was the Portugal Germany World Cup in, was it 14, when they weren't expected to get out because there was Portugal and Germany.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And they got out because a game they should have won against Portugal wound up in a tie, and then they won their first match. I forgot who it was against. Of course, they got smacked around by Germany, and then in the second round, that was where Tim Howard made all those saves against Belgium.
Stood on his head.
Yeah. Well, is that a hockey thing or a soccer thing?
I've only ever heard.
I think it's a hockey thing. I'm not sure if they use the same. They don't even like calling. They don't want your goalie. You can be a goalie in both, but generally you're a goaltender in hockey and a goalkeeper. In soccer. Either way, Tim Howard
was good.
Was great
on that.
Maybe the
day.
best performance by an American goalie in any competitive match ever, and it still didn't get us out of that because they couldn't score, and eventually wound up losing 2-1 in extra time. As Chris Wondolowski had a chance to score at the very end of regulation. All he's there for. We're gonna put you in the last 10 minutes, and you're supposed to be the sniper, the guy who's one of the guys who takes advantage of being in front of the goal, opportune guy. The opportunity fell to him. He misses, and that was kind of really the end of their chances. So we haven't really progressed since 2014. Still can't find guys who can score in front of the net, and we're unhappy with our manager. Then we're talking now
a decade.
Over a decade ago. We're still doing this thing, unfortunately. We'll see how it plays out. That was the Gold Cup final was the last chance they'll really have an opportunity to play for something before the World Cup. Of course, the team will be different as far as who will be available.
Yeah, we'll see if Pulisic needs
more
rest
for a World Cup.
I don't know. The rest is so important.
It is in the summer. The World Cup is in the summer. Will he be rested enough from his club responsibilities to actually play in a World Cup? I imagine he will, but I can only imagine it. The last time he was called upon, he said, "Ow,"
because it's not because it's the Gold Cup. That's not why he set out. It's for rest. So if it's the World Cup, it doesn't change anything.
It was because it's the Gold Cup, and Americans don't. Even the guys who play don't take it that seriously.
Not my Captain America.
You're right. That's Sam Wilson
or Diego Luna.
Diego Luna booed over and over again. Every time.
I will say Diego Luna and Pochettino, a little bit of bottom of CONCACAF merchants. Little bit of.
Well, Pochettino in the matches leading up to the Gold Cup, they did not play well. So a lot of it was, the level of competition lessened and you were able to win matches. And then you face your traditional rival. I don't even know if Mexico's the best team in CONCACAF. That might go to Canada if they were on their game, but they weren't. So the U.S. didn't have to deal with them in a semifinal. And Mexico went on to win another Gold Cup title. I think it's their 10th Gold Cup title, most all time. They've won most of them on U.S. soil. It is what it is. World Cup summer away. Houston will be a big part of that. Whether we get a U.S. game, I would put that as unlikely considering the turnout on Sunday.
Yeah,
I
probably gonna be in Columbus.
I think the U.S. Federation will do what they can to have games set up for them in places more favorable to them. Look, you're not going to play Mexico on the group stage in all likelihood, but you could play another Latin American country, or just a country with more support than the U.S. would like. Like, it won't be like 85-15.
Yeah,
but any minority as far as fandom, not like minorities, but if you're not the majority fan base, it's going to be looked at as embarrassing for the U.S. You can't even find a way to have more fans during a World Cup. That can't happen.
All 3 games are in Kansas City. What?
Hey, they can't use the cold as an advantage. That's what they normally do to Mexico
Yeah.
in World Cup qualifying. Can't do it during the World Cup. You got to find a way to play in warmer temperatures, just hopefully in spots where you've got more fans. We'll see how that draw works out, as we're now less than a year away from World Cup soccer in this country. Should be a good time. If Sunday was any indication, Houston is ready for the World Cup. A lot of people excited about soccer in this area, and we'll see what type of matches we get when we get there. Okay, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in and maybe not be like Willie P and call out Eric, but just be like Willie P and get on the show, you can join us 713-780-3776. But before we go to break, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. They just had their July 4th event where you could have gotten an EV vehicle. Certainly can still get those, but they had deals going on. You missed out on that, but the deals don't stop at Monument Chevrolet. Check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. So I mentioned those EVs. They also have, your standard vehicles, whether you want a Silverado or a Trailblazer or a Trax, they're all there for you. And that's just the new stuff. Maybe you're looking for something a little different. Maybe you want to look at their pre-owned inventory. They have a wide selection of vehicles. And then, of course, as I always like to talk about, if you are someone who's starting a business or currently has one and you need a commercial vehicle, they have all those for you as well. They got a wide selection of commercial vehicles at Monument Chevrolet. So check out what they have on the website at monumentchevrolet.com, and then find the price you want, find the car you want, and go to the dealership. It's in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And it's a campus pretty much, because they have all those cars for the new, the pre-owned, and the commercial vehicles. And they also have a service department, they got a parts department. They have all there for you. And that's why they've been in business for over 50 years. Been treating generations of families to great service and the great car buying experience. So head on out there, Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we had Willie P on, and he mentioned the non-penalty call and why it shouldn't have mattered, really, because the U.S. wasn't playing well. Well, U.S. defender Chris Richards says this about CONCACAF. They hate us. Homie palmed the ball like Shaq in the box. The thing about CONCACAF is that they feel we're always one step behind with the ref. Is that I feel we're always one step behind with the refereeing. And then he says the second Mexican goal shouldn't have been allowed because there was a defender blocking someone, not the guy who scored the goal, but a different person. In any other league, it would have been called offside. But again, that's CONCACAF for you. They hate us. So there was some there's been some talk about CONCACAF not particularly
because they ain't us or they just hate us.
He didn't expand or expound upon why they hate us. Is it simply because they ain't us? But U.S. soccer feels like they're put upon. I would say this: no matter if CONCACAF hated you or not, if you didn't hire the likes of Greg Berhalter and didn't rehire Bruce Arena because you're desperate because you're firing Klinsman, maybe it wouldn't matter if they hated you. Maybe it wouldn't matter.
Yeah. There's a little bit of like, if you're operating at not even like 100% of like the potential, if finally we're actually seeing the like fruits of the labor of the last whatever since the World Cup in '94, it wouldn't matter if the refs hated you. It only matters because this team actually can't. Like, they need breaks to go their way to have easy wins.
Because in the sport that we talk about quite a bit, there are feelings amongst fans that their program is hated. It only really matters if you're not good enough to overcome it. If you're not dominant, then even if the refs do hate you, then that means they can affect you because you aren't good enough to overcome it. There are great teams in the country who get penalized all the time. You know, it doesn't matter. They lead the country in penalties. Doesn't matter because they're too good for it to matter. And the U.S. Right now isn't too good for it not to matter. When it comes to alleged bias with referees, how about you find a forward who can dribble? How about that?
No, that's bias too.
How about put together a team who has wingers?
Bias.
Some of it, yes.
You're biased.
Some of it has to do with the fact that some of those guys are either unavailable because they're hurt or because they had to play in the Club World Cup.
Yeah, or they don't want to.
That's mostly the Pulisic thing. Too tired. Unfortunately, a lot of those guys are being thrown into that, but a lot of those guys are either hurt or had Club World Cup responsibilities, and their club wouldn't allow them to play. Like, I think Weah and McKinney wanted to play. It's just that Juventus was like, actually, we got this tournament we are trying to win, so you can't play for your country in the same country that their tournament's being played in. But we can play the Club World Cup in the U.S.
Yeah,
and you can watch
playing all the empty
Fox.
stadiums.
Yeah, well, until
now. The last I was watching the PSG.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
Yeah, the big clubs are certainly getting their followings, like Madrid, Real. Everyone's filling up. With it, New York. I think all the semifinals and the final is going to be in New York. It'll be in a central location. All right. So plenty of soccer there. Good luck to the national team.
They'll need it.
That's the unsaid thing I wasn't going to say, but you said it. Yes, they're going.
Good luck to those guys.
They're going to need it in a very obvious turn of events. Not the U.S. struggling. I was going to move to something else, but
okay.
But yes, in another obvious turn of events, Sean, guess where a certain publication ranked the Texans' offensive line?
I saw this. PFF had them 32 out of 32.
Yes. The worst offensive line in football coming at you in 2025. We talked about it all the time right now, considering C.J. Stroud's importance. So we won't kill this particular thing too much. But yes, once again, the entire world looks at the Texans' offensive line and go, "Hey, that sucks."
You guys should really do.
You guys actually did stuff, and it still sucks. Why? Why is that the case?
They have a new mentality, though. Swarm mentality.
Now on the offensive line, full of swarm type individuals, and Nicholas,
That's what PFF they're
not taking into account.
Yeah,
maybe PFF doesn't
swarm plus
doesn't trust. Oh, is that an advanced statistic about offensive linemen?
They should work on it.
Maybe they're not taking that into account because it actually spells swarm when you go by the words they use. Maybe that's why PFF, if it isn't really taking that seriously.
Yeah.
Either way, the Texans are going to have to far exceed what people think of them on the offensive line for them to have a successful year. That's all. Just so you know, if you think there's a problem, despite Nick Caserio's lack of concern and D'Amico's not concerned as well as he told us at a fan event, everyone else is concerned. We'll see who's right.
I'm not saying that the Texans' offensive line isn't bad.
But is it
32
the worst?
32?
We'll find out.
I mean, come on. There's got to be a team out there that's
but the fact that it even boils down to like, come on, there's got to be one. That's a problem. There's got to be one. Like that we're struggling to go, hey, I mean, we're
the Saints running out
there. We can at least be 31st, right? We're 31st. Yeah, that's
Saints, Giants.
I don't know.
Just all the usual suspects.
The problem is it's not like college football where number 130 is clearly much worse than one or like 89.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're 31, I don't feel great either.
You're still the worst.
It's still one of the, like, how big of a difference? That's just, hey, I kind of like how this guard plays sometimes.
Yeah.
So he's 30, they're 31, and this other team's 32. I don't like being in the 30s. How about that? Can I get into I like my offensive line to be in the teens. I'm not asking for too much. Be average. The Texans had a long run of being like league average in a lot of things.
Yeah.
I wouldn't pray for it because that's weird, but I would wish to be league average.
13 to 18.
Yeah.
Oh man, what I'd kill to have an.
We're talking about a real contender. If we had a league average offensive line, replacement level offensive line, that's what I'm looking for.
Is this their Reed Shepherd? Actually, it's probably more important than Reed Shepherd is.
Yeah, it's their fatal flaw. I don't know how you want to put that.
It's their like, we need the Rafael Stone. We need Reed Shepherd to step up if we want to.
No, this isn't
produce what we want to.
This isn't the Reed Shepherd. This is Katie's Achilles.
Oh God, it's like actually the Achilles heel.
Yes, yes, that's what I'm going for. Yes, it is actually the Achilles heel of this team. Yeah. It is Katie's. If Katie's Achilles doesn't hold up, or just Katie in general doesn't hold up, don't want to put an Achilles injury on them again. If that doesn't hold up, the Rockets are cooked. If the Texans' offensive line doesn't hold up, they're cooked. So.
Yeah,
those
I
two.
I guess it is more important than Reed Shepherd.
Yes, if Reed Shepherd doesn't play, okay, your 10 to 15 backup point guard minutes aren't being led by a top 5 pick.
Yeah, it's like at the dedeadline you can still like, all right, let's just get Clarkson in here.
Oh, hey,
same thing.
Yeah, is George Hill still rolling around? What's he doing? We need backup. We need a backup point guard. Hell, maybe Chris Paul won't sign with anyone.
Get Jeff Teague off the podcast.
Yeah, whatever. Go. Toss a second rounder at whoever decides on Chris Paul. Do that. You can do that if you need to.
Yeah, it's a little different than Cam Robinson starting left tackle.
Don't stop at Cam Robinson.
Maybe, if he wins the camp battle.
You can keep naming names. It don't stop at Cam Robinson, and that's the problem. They got more than one potential weak link.
That's probably what it is. If there's like one or two guys, if it was just the Juice Patterson combo, that would be one thing. But it's like 4 guys that you're like, God, I hope they pull it out.
Yeah. You guys can hear that. I heard it too. Don't worry about it. We'll go to break. That's a perfect signal. Hey, guys, go to break. All right, we'll do that. If you want to get in on our final segment, you can. 713-780-3776. Me and Sean will close it out when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So just to be clear, it's not something you can do now. We're going to have contests for everyone, but we're getting closer and closer to fantasy football season, and we're going to be heavily involved. ESPN 97.5 in particular, this show and the John Lance Show will be involved for the ultimate fantasy draft experience. 4 lucky listeners will each win 2 spots in a fantasy league held at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles on Thursday, August 28th. We're going to be giving away 1 spot for you and a friend to be in a fantasy football league with me, John, Lance, and Sean every Thursday starting July 24th through August 14th. And the winners will also receive a 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget, a $200 food and beverage credit, and dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. So we're going to do it on air. We're going to do it like social media contests as well. So just keep track. If you guys got a buddy and you want to head on out there to the Golden Nugget for the fantasy draft, just keep that in mind. It'll be August 28th. So make sure you can make it. Make sure your buddy can make it. And then you guys get to enjoy all the things that the Golden Nugget has to offer. You guys hear us talk about it quite a bit. John and Lance have enjoyed the Golden Nugget experience for a while now. I've been able to go the last couple times. It's good fun. Great time. Don't even have to leave the casino if you don't want, or leave the resort if you don't want to. Kind of got everything you want, from great restaurants to gambling to the sports book. It's all there for you. So we're gonna be getting that going. Just stay aware. Maybe cut out some time for yourself if you think you want to enjoy that experience. So Golden Nugget, August 28th. That's when we'll be doing that fantasy draft. And I gotta be in a fantasy football league. I never do it, but now I have to. Of course, you got to think of a great name for your team.
Study up. See what Matt Barry's all about.
Probably not.
Who he loves, who he hates.
Probably not. But I do now realize I got to involve myself in fantasy football podcasts, which is something I've always kind of avoided. But now
get ready to learn half PPR, buddy.
Well, look.
Wait, who's going to be the commissioner of this league?
I don't know that, honestly. I don't know who's going to be the one doling out rulings and ruling against or for people. I don't know about that. I'm sure that's to be determined. Maybe it won't be.
I don't like any of our options.
Maybe it won't be someone who's invested in winning. Maybe Joe will do it because he's not. I don't know how you do that. Can it be someone outside the league just to keep the people involved in this one from running amok? I don't know. I can't promise fairness, I guess is what I'm saying. I just don't know how we'll do it.
Who would be the worst
commissioner? Well, see, we got trash talkers. John's a giant trash talker. He uses this show to shame Lance because they're in the same league. So he's not the show. The morning show, obviously. He'll use the morning show to shame Lance after a big win. Trash talk Lance as far as how his team's going. So I don't know if you want a big trash talker as your commission.
Yeah.
I would think you want someone level-headed.
Yeah. Lance,
I don't
say not level-headed.
No, I'm trying to figure out if my lack of care would allow me to be good at that, because I wouldn't be passionate enough.
You're Jon Snow. I don't want it.
I don't want it. I don't want it, Dunny. I think maybe my lack of passion for the entire venture might make me a great, because what do they say? Great leaders are the people who don't want to be leaders.
Yeah.
Who are forced into it, kind of. So maybe that's me. I do have a great disdain for John and Lance, so maybe it shouldn't be me. Now that I think about it, I would rule against them all the time. I think
even CONCACAF refs.
Yes,
they're the U.S.
They hate us. Yes, they're all Chris Richards. They hate us. He hates me. So we'll figure that out. I think it's a great question to ask.
I think I'd be bad.
Why?
I just don't think I'd be good at it.
Okay. I imagine there's a lot of logistics and a lot of emails and stuff you gotta. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of rules, a lot of things I need to weigh in on that I'm like,
yeah, leave me be. Yeah, I think it maybe needs to be someone from the outside.
Yeah,
sure. Roger Goodell's like a lackey for the owners.
That's what I feel like it would be. It'd be like, I'm Roger Goodell. It's like, can I go against John Coronado? I don't know. I don't know if I can make a ruling against him.
I mean, you can. I mean, maybe it's not
good,
good for your well-being.
My life hell.
It might not be good for your well-being.
Yeah. He's Jerry Jones.
You think he's Jerry Jones? Does Jerry
I'm
Jones?
Roger
I know he's been a long-standing owner, but does Jerry Jones still have that type of
I think
pull?
he does. I
He's
think
got
he
that
has
in him
kind of
still.
pull.
I guess I'm attributing not winning to lack of power, which I probably shouldn't. It's like me, like Jeffrey Luria, being the most powerful, one of the Clark Hunt being the most powerful owner in the game because his team always wins. I don't know if that's how it plays out, but either way, we'll find a commissioner. You guys can be involved, and it might
find
be
a commissioner. We'll find 6 people or 8 people, however many spots are open for this league.
yeah. It'll be a mess maybe without rules. Maybe that's something you like, but just take into account you get to stay at the Golden Nugget.
Yeah,
for free.
Yeah, hang out with John and Lance and Dell.
So that's not an appealing thing. At least
Get to hang out with Dell.
That's the non-appealing thing. I'm just saying.
You get to because it's Labor Day weekend, right? That we're doing.
August 28th. Is that Labor Day weekend?
I think that's the start.
Probably is. Yeah, Thursday, August 28th. Well, yeah. Then Friday, then the football game's over the weekend.
So you get to watch football in the same room as Dell.
That is not a great sell. I don't think.
Why?
You get to watch football in the DraftKings Sportsbook
with Dell.
Sure. But also with John and Lance and Sean.
You can listen to him complain about Mario Cristobal.
Oh, do they? Do they play Notre Dame that weekend?
I don't think they play on Thursday, but
they play on.
Oh, I hope it's not Sunday. That suck. Or Monday.
I think it's Saturday. I think it's the Saturday. The Sunday game. There's a couple games. No, there's a couple games there. Remember Texas. Ohio State wanted Texas to move to Sunday, but Texas said no because the contract is the contract. I think it's a Saturday night game, Miami, Notre Dame.
I look up Miami week 1. Stupid Dolphins.
See, you got to know how the algorithm works. And even though they've been terrible for my entire life, almost.
August 31st, 6:30.
So that's a
Sunday
game. It is a Sunday game, huh? So we'll be driving back. Well, I'll probably have already left.
Never mind. Then I don't know if you even want to be in this. If you can't watch a Miami game with Dell.
Oh, you mean the Catholic versus convicts back down?
He's going to be wearing the T-shirt.
I'm not going to be doing anything but hiding because I never watch games I care about around people.
The fire extinguisher that Sebastian the Ibis has.
No. Speaking of Mario Cristobal, he did not offer up his likeness for the game. So what EA did was pick a guy and give him a Hispanic name. Who looks nothing like Cristobal, but they gave him a Hispanic name to be the coach.
It's not my place to speak on this, but I don't think I would have gone Hispanic coach.
I agree.
I think I would have just steered away from here's Marco Hernandez instead of Mario Cristobal. There you go.
So
teach you not to be in our game.
So the virtual Miami coach doesn't look like Mario Cristobal at all.
I don't think he does.
No, I know. I played with him yesterday.
He doesn't. I just meant I don't think
he doesn't at all.
I don't find them to be resembling.
No, not at all. But they did give him a Hispanic name. Maybe when he says no, just go with David Smith or whatever you need to do.
What's the what was the Chad Masters, the old New England coach when Belichick wouldn't be in the game? He's not in this one either. If that's meaningful to you.
Yeah, Belichick didn't give his okay to use his name, image, and likeness. So just be aware. We're not that far away from college football and also your chance to hang out with us at the Golden Nugget. So just be ready. It should be a good time, despite me being there and wanting to do anything but watch important games around people. Just not my personality. But John and Lance, they're people. They're people actually. So they'll love if you guys are out there, and Sean will too.
Depends how the Texas game goes.
It always is like that, right?
It's 11 o'clock.
If the team plays well, you got the whole day to hang out and be thrilled. If they don't play well, you want to go hide someplace or drown your sorrows in the slots.
That's what I'll do.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Try to get it back.
That's right. And before we go, I want to let you know about the summer circuit. Of course, we give you a chance to win a Power On electric bike from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's 2 of them, $4,000 value. And this week, we're going to be at the Pleasure Pier. That's down to Galveston. They're going to be inside Sweet Scoops. It'll be Paul Gallant, and then the Killer Bees. So be ready for another event, part of our summer circuit. All right, we're done for the day, Sean. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Yeah, like Jalen's awesome.
Thanks, Rafael Stone. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
third ground ball to Schneemann, and Class A, one of the best in the business, has an easy 1-2-3 ninth. And the Guardians have snapped their 10-game losing streak. The Astros kick off this homestand with a 7-5 loss.
Hello, everybody. You might be hearing a different voice right now, and I gotta say, Paul Gallant is out for today's show. He's taking the day off because it's his girlfriend's birthday week. Okay? Cut the man some slack. You might not know who I am. My name is Harry. A lot of people call me Hot Take Harry. My last name, Ball. Don't ask about that, because we've got to talk about something that happened last night. You might be unfamiliar with my Northeastern style of sports talk radio, but I've got to say, after the Astros swept the Dodgers over the weekend, to lose to a team like the Cleveland Guardians is unacceptable. In fact, to quote this random guy from the movie The Last Samurai, it's this.
But you may not. This is an outrage.
That's right. This is an outrage. You lost 7-5 to an expansion baseball franchise. I had not heard of the Cleveland Guardians until going into last night's game when I was doing preparation for the greatest talk show host in the United States of America. Big opportunity for me. So here I am sitting here insulted that the vaunted Houston Astros lose a game to the Cleveland Guardians. 7-5. Again, the Guardians, expansion team, lost 10 games in a row going into last night's game. Unacceptable. And I know a lot of you people in this soft market are afraid to call out the Houston Astros because they're ranked number 1 in all the power rankings. Oh, we have injuries. Hey, Yordan Alvarez? It's inflammation, bro. Play. Hey, Jeremy Pena? I didn't see no x-ray about your rib being fractured. Play. Christian Javier? Where you at? Luis Garcia? Oh, you're taking your sweet time in recovery. Lance McCullers is back out there. Where are you, bro? This is one of the worst losses in the history of Houston sports to lose to a team that had lost 10 games in a row after sweeping the Dodgers on America's birthday. So, if you think otherwise, you're a stupid idiot and you need to be reevaluated as an Astros fan. You should be angry, like me, a Northeastern sports talk show host by the name of Harry Ball. Don't ask why it's Ball and not Balls. Don't ask, okay? We've got to talk about what happened last night. And what happened last night? Outrage. Ridiculous. Unfortunate. That's Sports Talk Radio in the Northeast, everybody. Hi, it's me. I wanted to riff a little bit, you know. I didn't watch last night's game.
Birthday week.
Right. It's my girlfriend's birthday week. I'm not going to watch the Astros playing a team that sucks, okay? And honestly, take a look at that lineup last night. Good God. I can't believe they scored 5 runs, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, half of it is guys that we never heard of in April.
Yes, seriously.
Because I think it went Hummel, Trammell. Oh, gosh. Oh, Zach Short
was there.
And then I forgot who the 9-hitter was, but it was another. Oh, the new guy, Corona.
Yes! Kennedy Corona.
You can have any player you want as long as it's a Corona.
We'll get to Corona in a moment, family. We'll get to Corona in a moment. So this was the lineup going into last night's game. Isaac Paredes leading off. By the way, tip of the hat to Isaac Paredes, who once again got his free Chick-fil-A by hitting a ball off the foul pole. I forgot the Astros game. It's his 3rd time he's done that this year.
Love this guy.
I forgot after going to the Astros-Cubs game on that Saturday where Paredes did the same thing. I forgot to go get my free Chick-fil-A. He did it on a Saturday in Chick-fil-A. Oh, we're not open on Sunday. Ooh, look at us. Be open on Sunday. I get it. Religion and all. Be open. That's when we want you the most, Chick-fil-A. I understand what you're doing. You're trying to make me want Chick-fil-A more by being closed on a day where I want you. But Paredes is leading off. Cam Smith in right. Jose Altuve, 3rd. Yanner Diaz, 4th. Not bad. But then, all right, Victor Caratini, who has actually had a pretty good year.
Decent.
Cooper Hummel, oh boy, he's your DH, 222 average. Taylor Trammell, Zach Short, and Kennedy Corona.
A tip of the hat to Kennedy Corona. Clearly very emotional making his first start. There was a nice little article written about him and how emotional he was. Everyone at the ballpark got to see it last night. Except for, I guess, Jeremy Branham. Jeremy Branham is going Joe George on Blair Henley when it comes to Kennedy Corona. Did you see the post that he had?
I actually did not see it.
Okay, I saw this. Not great news on the Jake Myers front. Corona has a 228, 315, 351 slash line in AAA this season. How dare you disrespect the man by showing his stats? How dare you do that? How dare you? Hey, when you go from being a space cowboy to an Astro, you know what your batting average is? It's not even 0. It's you haven't batted yet.
0 for 0. It could be anything.
Right, exactly. I mean, 0 for 0.
Slate.
0 divided by 0. Technically, that could be 1,000. I don't know. I'm just asking the question for all the mathematicians out there. I think you can't divide anything by 0. Whatever.
Sure can't.
I mean, a 0 over a 0. That's the same number over the same number. It's kind of a 1. I don't know.
So he's batting 1,000.
Yeah, he's batting 1,000.
Except he didn't get a hit yesterday.
Yeah, well.
So now he's not batting.
Now
1,000.
he's not batting 1,000. But here's Jeremy Branham just dumping on this guy. This guy's making his debut. It's cool.
Yeah, lifelong dream realized.
Listen, all these injuries that are happening, at the very least, can we acknowledge that it's cool that these young guys are getting to play? I'm happy for all of them. I really am. Like, they're playing on a juggernaut of a franchise in the midst of a great season.
Yeah.
It's cool.
The Astros medical team is making dreams come true.
Well, we'll get to them. We'll get to them in 5 minutes or so. Yeah, there's a couple of nice articles written about Kennedy Corona, who has quite the nickname. Remember this running back? I'm looking up just to confirm. There was a running back in the day named Doug Martin.
Oh, yeah.
Doug Martin ran for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when they had the alarm clock uniforms, 5'9", 223 pounds, nicknamed the Muscle Hamster. Well, guess what? Kennedy Corona, same nickname. For Chandler Rome, Corona is on the Astros 40-man roster. 2 spring trainings ago, an unnamed teammate called him a, quote, muscled-up hamster, end quote, and it's been hard to get that image out of my head. So he got to make his debut last night. That was cool.
Wow. And Chandler Rome just can't stop imagining
a muscle hamster.
Muscle hamster. Kenny Corona, muscle hamster.
Would be kind of cool to see a muscled-up hamster.
Yeah, it would be cool.
Yeah.
It would be like Doug Martin running back for the Bucks and
just like
Boise State back in the day.
It's kind of an insult to be called a muscled-up hamster.
Yeah,
definitely.
Because there's a little just call me muscular. Why do you have to throw in hamster in there?
Right, exactly. Like just say like, oh, he's
no
stout.
One's like, The Rock kind of looks like a muscle hamster.
Right, it's because of his height.
Yeah.
It's you only do that because someone is short.
Tiny.
Why don't you say like he's got Joe Rogan physique? Joe Rogan is, I think, 5'7", but is jacked. Like there's a lot of guys like that. Liver King, 5'7" and jacked.
Incredibly jacked. All natural.
Very unnatural. I watched that documentary last week and gotta say, every single person that bought into this person is an effing idiot. And I'm speaking about the Pauls. One of the Pauls, I forget their names. I find them untalented. One of them ranted at the camera on his podcast and said, "You lied to me on my show. How dare you? You idiot. You stupid idiot. Go cry on Piers Morgan again, you loser. Oh, you don't go to the gym. You don't fight real boxers." Where are we? Again, the Astros.
Kenny Corona, happy for him to make.
We're happy for him.
Major League debut.
I mean, the Astros they scored 5 runs last night in a game where they were starting in left field a minor leaguer, in center field a minor leaguer, in right field a rookie, third baseman the only actual starter, a backup shortstop, a starting left fielder, backup catcher, an actual starter, and a minor leaguer, as laid out by Patrick Creighton. Like that's what they were working with last night, and they scored 5 runs anyway. So I know it was a loss, and I know it doesn't help the Astros, and I know the Guardians had lost 10 games in a row going into it. But God wills it, 5 runs with that lineup. Hell, we would have been killing for that a couple of months ago, right? God wills it.
Probably like 80% of Astros games they win if they score 5 runs.
Yes, pretty much. Didn't go so well for Colton Gordon. And speaking of Colton Gordon, this might be the crown jewel of Astros medical staff gaffes this season. What am I talking about? You'll hear on the other side for a special edition of Astros ER. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Yes, it's Paul Gallant. There's no hot take here. He'll come back again, though. That was a fun character I used to do back in the day. 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app available on iPhones and Androids. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Right back to Gordon. Hits Gordon. And everybody's safe. Hopefully he's okay. Doing a push-up on the mound after that ball struck him, which is usually a sign that he's okay. But everybody is going to run out there and check on Colton.
Todd Callis, you part of the Astros medical staff now? Doing a push-up after getting hit by a line drive in the head? That means you're okay? By the way, that hit him right in the head. Golden Gordon, not a soft boy. Tough boy for that. And the push-up afterwards, great. Now, he did give up a Jose Ramirez home run like 5 seconds later. But Colton Gordon got up, and he stayed in the game. That said, you mentioned the Astros medical staff. Is it possible that the Astros medical staff committed medical malpractice in that moment right there? It's time for another episode of Astros ER. I mean, he probably had a concussion, right? And I get that the Astros are injured to the point of having maybe no one left to call up. But, guys, he had a concussion. He had to have. A line drive hit his head.
Maybe he's just built different.
I mean,
just
clearly.
got his bell rung, and he shook it off.
The Astros medical staff was out there for a while. And I feel like just like Todd Callis, they probably saw him do the push-ups and said, he's okay.
Get back out there, kid.
Get back out there. I mean, 20 years ago, for anyone who was playing high school sports back then, that was the mentality. So there is a part of me that says, all right, you feel good.
He did the push-up.
Stay in there for your team. Show off a little toughness there. But then if you give him a home run a couple of batters later, I don't know. I wonder if he was 100%. I'm allowed to have this question because the Astros medical staff has crapped the bed so many times.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Thank you, Will Smith, in the movie Concussion. Thank you. You no longer have the benefit of the doubt. That's all we're saying at this moment in time. And I think there's a very good chance Colton Gordon had a concussion there. We hope he is okay going forward and that this doesn't cause him to miss any time on the other side of the All-Star break. I guess there's a chance, I don't know what the scheduled rotation is, that he starts the last game before the All-Star break for the Astros. But I hope he stayed awake last night. I hope he's not watching any movies that have a lot of blinding lights. The John Wicks. You got to stay away from the John Wicks. Anything that might cause, a stroke. You can't do any of that. Probably got to stay away from the video games.
Yeah.
No raves. I hope he's okay. I'm concerned. Sorry, I'm concerned, and the Astros medical staff probably isn't. Effing barber surgeons over there.
I think that's why you're concerned. It's because you don't think anyone there is actually concerned.
I don't think they checked. I know that there was about 4 or 5 minutes that they were out of the mound, but I mean, well, what are you going to do? Make him like a perp line? Like he's getting pulled over for a DUI? I mean,
they just gave him smelling salts and told him to get back out there like he's...
Yeah, like it's the Junction Boys and he's Bear Bryant with the Aggies. What else do we have? We actually have another pretty funny Astros injury update. So before yesterday's game, Joe Espada was asked about Jeremy Pena's status. This is courtesy of our guy, Will Kunkel. Joe Espada asked if he thinks Astros shortstop Jeremy Pena will play before the All-Star break. Quote, I'm not going to answer that. End quote. He learned. Good job. This is all they should do going forward. This is all they should do going forward. Just don't say anything. Feed him bleep and keep him in the dock. They're learning.
It is funny that we talked about the same thing with Dusty Baker, where Dusty Baker, he had one press availability where he was very open with injuries and what the timetables were, and then basically the next week he was told, I can't tell you anything because I told you too much last week.
Yes.
Joe Espada, and we'll see about Dana Brown, but Dana Brown are kind of reaching that point where but it's the opposite. It's like they don't know, so I don't know. Like I get told things and then I'm wrong the next day. So I don't know.
No one knows.
So now we're gonna go back to I don't know.
Good.
I don't even know which hand is hurt.
That's what Dusty Baker did back in the day. Okay.
Yeah, he just played dumb.
After he got called on it a couple of times, it was like, listen, man, I'm just talking to these people that are supposedly doctors. He said in quotation marks. Even Dusty Baker is probably like, what the hell, man? Like, we had better medicine in the 50s when I invented the high five. I guess that was the 70s. I'm telling you, the insurance in this country. Am I right?
So it's like walking into a time machine.
Seriously. Also, the latest on Jake Myers. I think Kennedy Corona being called up isn't the best sign, but he weighed in on it. For Joe Espada, Myers is feeling better, but yesterday was a rest day. Also, Luis Garcia threw 2 innings and Christian Javier threw 2 innings in a live batting practice session. This is Jake Myers straight from the horse's mouth. These should have been all-stars mouth.
Yeah.
The snub mouth. Jake Myers had this to say when asked about his status. He said, "It's better than yesterday. I'm day-to-day right now. I'm feeling better than I was yesterday." Okay.
Tells me very little.
Always.
I think the phrase "he's feeling better" might be the most used phrase by Astros people to talk about injured Astros. He's feeling better.
He's feeling better. Well, I mean, listen.
Like, I think they might use it more than discomfort. Like, discomfort just normally is like a line on a injury report that they put out.
Right.
But when you actually ask Dana Brown and Joe Espada things, what they say the most is he's feeling better.
Do you think that they ask, "Hey, are you feeling better?" a leading question, and they say yes?
I guess.
I bet they do. I would assume, though.
Hey, how's your day? Good. Okay, so you're doing good. Okay.
How's your day? Day to day.
Yeah.
I would assume, generally, when you suffer an injury, the day after you suffer it, for the most part, I would think it's a little bit better most of the time. But I don't know. I'm not a doctor, and many would argue the Astros medical staff aren't either. Sorry to take so many shots from the text line, from the 409. I think this is talking about Colton Gordon. "'Tis but a flesh wound." The Black Knight from Monty Python. He's just a torso with a head. For the 936, Eric the driver chimes in. "Did anyone else see the massive baseball-shaped welt right at the top of Colton Gordon's dome? Why was he left in?" I actually didn't, because I didn't watch the game last night.
The Astros doctors didn't either.
They definitely didn't. He put the hat back on as quickly as possible. I don't think he has a lot of hair either. So if I remember correctly from the hat being knocked off, from the replay I watched this morning, I feel like they would have been able to see it compared to the mop I got on top of my head. Or yours, Sean.
They're just playing Candy Crush in the...
So there you go. That's Astros ER. We do appreciate the content.
I know. And now that the ER is constantly in use, they're swamped, like the pit.
Yeah.
But the Astros are winning, so they still have enough goodwill that we can just laugh at it. It's
right.
It's back to like 2022 Astros ER levels of like, this is just kind of funny.
Yeah, because they're winning.
Yeah.
They're winning through it, and it's cool because they're overcoming it. But yeah, at the same time,
last year is less funny.
Yes,
when you needed every game possible.
Do you feel more qualified, Sean, having watched a lot of The Pit recently, to talk about medical stuff?
I think a little bit.
Okay,
a little bit. Emergency medicine.
Cool.
Mostly.
Well, listen, everything's an emergency with the Astros. We're talking about $1 million athletes here.
And Colton Gordon probably. You know what? He probably would have been. They probably would have kept him in a room for a little bit longer than the Astros looked at him last night.
I'm from the house of a learned doctor. I am not said learned doctor. Sean, tell me something medically.
Just anything.
Just say something that makes it sound like you know what you're talking about. But clearly,
anaphylactic shock.
Oh, damn. From the 832, even the NFL makes the players take a playoff for a concussion.
That is true.
That is really true.
The game might have stopped for less than when the game stops when an NFL player gets hit in the head.
Oh, that's so funny. So there you go. Astros ER, everybody.
He's just wearing a hat.
I know. It's not armored. You would think that he would start going John Olerud or something like that. For those who don't know, Olerud played for the Mariners, and he had a helmet on. Tino Martinez might have done that too, but I know Olerud did, like his whole career. Up next, in case you missed it, everything you missed over the weekend in sports, including angry Dodgers fans and some excuses from Team USA after their loss in the Gold Cup. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Stick around. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports. This music in the background. Sean, can we pot it down for a moment before we get into the rest of it? I just want to give an update on what's going on with Kerrville. I know the death tolls surpassed 100 people. We're working on something as we speak. I know President Trump's going to visit the state. Absolutely brutal. I've talked to a lot of people who in some way, shape, or form were affected by it, whether they were camp graduates from back in the day or they knew someone. I know, for example, Michael Schwab, his family was hit pretty hard by this. It's brutal. So it has been very cool to see a couple of the local teams team up and give money back. The Rockets, Mavericks, and Spurs combined to contribute $2 million. The Astros gave $1 million. The Texans and Cowboys, $500,000 apiece. It's an unspeakable tragedy, and I know there's a lot of speculation about what went wrong and what should have been done differently. I would ask that you keep that to yourself, especially in the short term. Maybe down the road we revisit that so that something like this doesn't happen again. But I hope everyone's thoughts are with those those people. I saw a couple of posts on social media in the last 24 hours, 2 in particular, and they made me very angry. Our thoughts and prayers, the entirety of ESPN Houston and Gal Media are with all the people affected. Anyway, let's keep it going and try to put on a smiley face again with our crazy wonky music in the background from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. More in case you missed it over the weekend. Astros swept the Los Angeles Dodgers. We've been seeing some fans with poor takes aging even worse. Nothing ages well for what it's worth. But I don't know why Lance Zerline shared this with us. I don't know if this is part of the running bit that I think Lance has where he's like just a boob when it comes to brisket. Or maybe that's a real thing. I know he posts brisket online and he regularly gets crushed. But perhaps because he posts so much about brisket, this random Los Angelian posting about brisket and barbecue in LA, he decided to share it with all of us. And honestly, Lance, I think less of you for this.
The Dodgers are better than the Houston Astros, just like barbecue in LA is just a little bit better than barbecue in Texas. The Astros are currently struggling against the Colorado Rockies on their way to visit Dodger Stadium starting 4th of July, tomorrow night, Friday night. LA's going to barbecue the Astros on Independence Day. 4th of July barbecue, the Dodgers are better than the Astros. The Astros are losing to the Colorado Rockies right now. Listen, barbecue in Texas is great. Austin, Houston. The barbecue in LA is just a little bit better. I just like a little extra barbecue on my ribs.
What?
Tri-tip.
What?
Sausages. Barbecue in LA is just better, just like the Dodgers are better than the Astros.
I mean, he's clearly rage baiting here. I want to suplex this dude. Like, I want to do bodily harm to him. Just listening to him talk with his LA soft tone. I thought of saying another word. I didn't say it right there. What is it about the West Coast? They just sound different. There's just something about them. But Lance, why'd you share that with us? Like, I got very mad watching that. I already every now and then see that annual article by some clown from Brooklyn who's like, this is why New York barbecue is really taking things over. That person probably wrote an article about how you shouldn't have air conditioning on weeks before. I'm too cold at the office because I'm a woman. No, blast that AC. We ain't Europe, baby. Also, Lance, you're in timeout for that. The Paul Gallant Show timeout. This is the first nominee into timeout, and you are in timeout indefinitely because of that. I'm very mad that you shared that with everybody. It made me angry. I do not need more things to get mad at on my X, okay? I already have Texans Jacob getting on his knees for like every single thing Houston sports to praise them, you know?
Yeah,
to praise
bow
them
and exalt them.
Exactly, bowing down. Everything that happened over the weekend in sports, the USA lost to Mexico 2-1 in the Gold Cup finale. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. I'm very frustrated with this. And Team USA is given all the excuses afterwards. I get it. There was a missed handball in the 66th minute. You should be 2 goals better than Mexico. Mauricio Pochettino said, quote, if that happened in their box, for sure it would be called a penalty. Chris Richards on the handball, no call. He's a USA player. Quote, homie palmed the ball like Shaq in the box. Huh? Wait a second. Is he talking about the homie palming the ball in the box, or is he saying that was like Shaq when Shaq was in the box? Did he just like, does he not know basketball at all?
I think he said, yeah,
homie
he palmed the ball like Shaq while homie was in the box.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because the handball was in the box.
I was about to say, like, maybe don't make basketball references if you think the paint is the box.
Yeah.
Also, Chris Richards said this on an offsides that wasn't called It originally was, but it was overturned by video assisted replay that allowed Mexico to score the goal that gave them the lead. In any other league, said Chris Richards, it would have been called offsides. But again, that's CONCACAF for you. They hate us, end quote. Do they hate you? I don't know about that. I think CONCACAF knows that if the USA ever gets good, that's probably a lot more money and a lot more interest, because this was the most watched Gold Cup final in history, which also makes it more embarrassing that we lost to Mexico.
Yes. If anything, CONCACAF should be upset that USA isn't better. But the like,
right,
we
exactly.
could really use like an A-list team in this, I guess, confederation. In the soccer league, like it'd be sick if we had one team that was awesome. Maybe the one that has 300 million people in it. And
Yeah,
is good at every sport other than this one,
except for this one. That's the worst part about it, Sean. It's that we are awesome at pretty much everything. Like even at hockey, we're respectable.
That's why, to me, the whole thing of like they don't like we. It's because this country doesn't care enough about soccer. It's like this country doesn't care about swimming. Like this country doesn't care like
track and field,
even like hockey for large parts of it.
Right,
don't really care.
And we're still at least top 3. And this, like, are we even 30th? Like, I mean,
yeah, maybe like top 20.
Yeah,
we're in the AP poll of world soccer.
We're North Carolina football. We've never been good, but everyone thinks we should.
And we can sneak out an 8-4.
Yeah,
every once in a while.
Yeah, sleeping time. Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, if Bill Belichick can't make it happen, no one can.
He should coach U.S. soccer.
I would 100% trust him to coach U.S. soccer.
New ideas.
This guy, Pochettino. What? I didn't say anything.
No.
Joey Chestnut won again. His 17th Nathan's hot dog eating competition. Took last year off. He consumed 70.5 hot dogs with buns. He is an abomination. I think this is the most disgusting thing that happens every single year. Credit to him. I mean, he is incredible at eating food, but hot dogs are disgusting, especially the kind of hot dogs they're putting out there. These aren't grilled. These aren't charred. These don't have the accoutrements. There's no mustard. There's no relish. It's not burnt in nice little grid mark lines.
No,
boiled. I'm a little bit of a cake eater when it comes to my hot dogs. Eating 70.5 of those, you're disgusting. You're an abomination.
Yeah, eating 7.5 for regular people. If you're like, hey, how was your 4th of July party? And you're like, it was good. I had 7 hot dogs.
I think Kobos had something going on this week on the 4th of July. And correct me if I'm wrong, Raul, if you're listening, but I think Kobos had where you could have 9 beers, 9 hot dogs.
Yeah, the 9 by 9 by 9.
And there was something else, and I forgot what.
Isn't it 9 innings of? That's
maybe
normally
just staying to watch all 9 innings.
That's normally the I guess self-imposed little challenge that people post online is 9 innings at a baseball when they go to a game. 9 innings, 9 beers, 9 dogs. That seems very hard to do.
Oof. Abomination. To quote that witch broad in Dune 2. What? She's fictional. I can call her that. Abomination. Abomination. Just disgusting. It's so gross. I hate how we glorify eating so much in our country. Like, I think we should glorify good food. I don't think we should glorify eating to the point of gluttony, like those disgusting fat people on that. What's that show? Like the 2 people. There's like these 2 fat sisters.
600 pounds.
Yeah, that.
Life.
Ew. Disgusting. Disgusting. It's disgusting. It's a shame. It's a bad example for our kids. It's awful. Anyway, ESPN, not a great weekend for them. Major League Baseball's All-Star Selection Show was delayed for nearly 10 minutes on ESPN due to cornhole. Gotta say, I'd rather watch cornhole than the announcements of a team that I could just look at my phone and see what the announcement is. Because I'm sure that they made things happen slowly. There were commercial breaks.
They had to go position by position and like give like a 20-second highlight montage of like Shohei Ohtani. Like, we got it. We know why he's on the team.
Back in the day, these shows were, I think, perhaps fun. But now when they're just releasing all of it at once, just give it to me like this. I don't need to sit here.
There's so many different ways to like get this information. Like you said, back in the day, like how you found out about the All-Star team was
or Selection Sunday.
Yeah, or Selection Sunday. Like you just had to watch the TV or the next day you found out.
Exactly.
Like, here it's like I can turn off my TV and look at my phone. It'll be right there.
There'll be a graphic in a little bit of time. Hunter Brown did make it.
Yep.
Josh Hader did make it. Jeremy Pena did make it. Also, ESPN is facing backlash for their tribute to late White Sox pitcher Bobby Jenks. Bobby Jenks was the White Sox pitcher who threw for the final out and had 2 saves in the 2005 World Series against the Astros. The post that ESPN made about this was Bobby Jenks, a 2-time All-Star pitcher for the Chicago White Sox, who was on the roster when the franchise won the 2005 World Series, died on Friday in Portugal, the team announced. I'm sure it was a kid that wrote this. You got to do your homework and determine what he did in said World Series. Was he important in said World Series? This isn't the first time that I feel like ESPN's been disrespectful to the dead. I thought when they wrote about Billy Beane passing away a little over a year ago, this was the headline. Billy Beane, openly gay ex-player who worked for baseball, dies at 60. Is that the thing you want to be known for when you pass away? Don't you want to be known as like I don't know, good husband maybe if you married another man, or to be known as a good guy instead of being like, yeah, this guy was the second person to come out of the closet in a prominent role in baseball. I don't know. I think it's disrespectful. Like, yeah, let's talk about let's talk about his sexual preferences instead of whether or not this was a good guy, which I think he was.
I think they landed on that because they're like, we can't put Billy Beane in quotations, not from Moneyball.
Yes.
not
Billy
that
Beane.
one.
Instead, Billy Beane, Moneyball, Billy Beane, gay, dead.
Yeah.
Like, that's basically what they did. ESPN's terrible at this.
Yeah. But
It's the parent company.
There is a little bit of like, what else is this? Like, what's this guy known for an ESPN audience? Where it's like, you know, when Jackie Robinson dies, they're not like, great guy, Jackie Robinson. It's like, broke the color barrier.
But also was a really good player, you know, on his own right. Like, I don't know. Then I feel like to put that in the headline, it's like you're trying to get rage clicks, because that's probably what it got. And I don't know. I think it's insulting to the person's memory. Whatever. They've done this a couple of times now. So there you go. By the way, this is ESPN Houston. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And that is in case you missed it. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in the world of sports. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. This might be the Houston Texans' biggest question mark going into 2025. You'll hear that on the other side. First, let me tell you about Green Street. We're having a party this Saturday, 2 to 6 p.m., before the Silver Boot Series reignites. Green Street is going to be throwing down with a game day block party. Houston versus everybody. Houston versus Texas. It'll be a full throttle afternoon. There's going to be a live DJ, a band, a mechanical bull, a bedazzler station. I should get my shorts bedazzled, huh? And more special surprises. Food, drinks, and good trouble. Free parking and a free shuttle to the game with your RSVP. The game day block party is presented by Green Street, Tom's Watch Bar, and House of Blues. The event's free, but RSVP. That way, if you get there for the free parking and the free shuttle to the game, you'll be able to have a free extra ride. It's probably going to be hot, right? It's a weekend in Houston. We know what that means. Again, it's the game day block party at Green Street this Saturday from 2 to 6 p.m. It's brought to you by Green Street, Tom's Watch Bar, and House of Blues. GreenStreetDowntown.com/game day block party to RSVP.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. It is the Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass. You know how to get aboard. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We're getting closer and closer to Houston Texans training camp kicking off and the start of the NFL season. For those who don't know, the NFL is my favorite sport. Very excited as we get closer and closer. We're 58 days away. Brooks Reed days away. Bill Barnwell and ESPN in the last couple of years have been all over the place when it comes to ranking Houston Texans skill players against the rest of the league. In 2023, we were told that CJ Stroud had the worst supporting cast around him going into the season. That was conveniently forgotten at the end of the year as everyone made a lot of excuses for Bryce Young's rookie season. People were saying going into that year that Bryce Young had quite the supporting cast. Going into last season, however, the Houston Texans had the number one ranked skill position group in the entirety of the league. Number one. And understandable. Nico Collins had broken out as a star. Tank Dell was a really good rookie. And they had just brought aboard Stephon Diggs via a trade. Also, they brought in Joe Mixon. I mean, there was a lot to work with there. And if you wanted to go further, Dalton Schultz, solid as far as tight ends go. At least that's what we thought going into the year. If you really want to go further, there was some excitement about Dameon Pierce. Could John Mechie ever reach the potential that he had when the Texans drafted him in the second round after he was dealing with a torn ACL and he had to deal with cancer? Lots of reasons for optimism. They did not live up to those optimistic hopes, largely due to an offensive line that was awful. Some believe it was the worst in the NFL last year and that it is still the worst in the NFL going into next season. And an offensive coordinator that did appear to be in over his set. Football is football. You know, when asked about the team's struggles, that was a Bobby Slowick line that had me out on him. Right there, right then. Going into this season, you wonder, okay, well, what's CJ Stroud's supporting cast? How does it compare to the rest of the league? Here's what Bill Barnwell wrote. The Texans have the 14th best group of skill players in the league. After almost going from worst to first in 1 year, the Texans have fallen back toward the pack after a disappointing campaign. Both Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs were sidelined by season-ending injuries. And while Diggs left in free agency, Dell isn't expected to return from his multi-ligament knee tear this season. Down the lineup, former second-round pick John Mechie finally got a chance to play regularly and struggled, averaging 28 receiving yards a game while playing 2/3 of the offensive snaps in the second half and postseason. Enter a bevy of new wideouts around superstar Nico Collins, who was every bit as good in 2024 as he was in 2023 when healthy enough to play. Trade acquisition Christian Kirk averaged 2 yards per route run as a big money free agent in Jacksonville. That's an interesting stat, side note, right? I don't even know what that means, Bill. But he missed 14 games over the past 2 seasons with injuries. Injuries definitely a concern with Kirk, but this is not the concerns that the Jaguars had for someone like Kirk missing games and the big contract that they gave him. When he was healthy, he was pretty effective. He's good at getting open in short areas. I think that's big because they're going to need that without a Tank Dell and without a Stephon Diggs. Both of those guys were pretty good at that, even if they weren't maybe as good as they were. Tank Dell, his rookie season, stretching the field. And Diggs, you could say the same thing about him. So this article continues. Second round pick Jaden Higgins had a promising 2024 season at Iowa State, but he is seen as more of a project than a wideout expected to make an immediate impact. I will say this about the wide receivers the Texans brought in. He continues writing about Jalen Knoll, Higgins' college teammate, who will compete with Kirk in the slot for snaps. I would expect, writes Barnwell, the Texans to find some starting caliber snaps across from Collins within this trio, but it's also only realistic to say the vision of 3 elite wideouts they had this time last year isn't in the cards with this new bunch. That is a fair way to frame it. But what the hell means project at wideout? What does that mean? Does that mean that it's going to take a couple of seasons for someone like Jaden Higgins to get to the comparisons that some had for him going into the draft? Nico Collins, to be specific. Does that mean it's going to take time for him to get to that point? I do wonder about that one. And I can't tell you the answer to that. I think a guy with that size is always going to have a chance to be on the field. When you're that big and you have someone across from you that's also big, you're going to probably have pretty favorable matchups. But I will agree with Barnwell. I'm not expecting much out of Houston Texans rookies this coming season. I think to see them actually contribute by the end of the year would be a pleasant surprise. It's not to say I don't think they're going to be good ever. I just think you've been pretty damn lucky in the draft the last couple of years. And no matter how good you are at scouting, you got to remember that the NFL draft is a crapshoot. You are going to miss as much as you hit. So while I like the way Nick Caserio scouts receivers based off of Nico Collins and Tank Dell, we can go a little further with Xavier Hutchinson, who's been pretty damn good as far as 6th-round picks go. But I wonder if this is just going to continue. The odds are against it. I would say the same thing about defensive backs, you know? The corner that the Texans drafted out of USC this year, Jalen Smith, is he going to be on the same level as guys like Kamari Lassiter, who was drafted only 1 round ahead of him? And you're not expecting that from a 3rd-round pick, especially when that guy, or 4th-round pick. I forget which round it was off the top of my head, but mid-round, day 2 pick, your day 2, early day 3 pick. You are wondering, okay, well, what the hell is realistic to expect for someone like that? But what you've gotten out of Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, incredible. What you got out of Nico Collins and Tank Dell, incredible, to bring it back to the offense. Barnwell's write-up on the Houston Texans and the skill players around C.J. Stroud wraps up like this. Running back Joe Mixon's numbers weren't great last season, but the running game the Texans fielded early in the year while he was hurt made him look like Saquon Barkley. Damn, that's an indictment. Mixon suffered behind the dismal offensive line play in Houston. I'm not sure I've ever seen a back pull a rabbit out of his hat more often in beating unblocked or marginally blocked rushers in the backfield on 3rd and short before picking up first downs. He should benefit from a better offensive scheme, and it's tough to imagine the line play being worse. I agree on both of those accounts. Mixon was awesome last season in what he was able to do in spite of the offensive line in front of him. And I think more than anything, I love the leadership that he showed, not throwing these guys under the bus because they deserve to be thrown under the bus and then backed over. Oof, it was bad. No one had more reason to be pissed off than Joe Mixon outside of C.J. Stroud. That is it. And Mixon the entire time constantly complimenting that offensive line. I give him a lot of credit for that. A lot. I would not have dealt with that from a patience perspective. And we know this is a guy who back in the day, maybe not the best patience. You know what I'm talking about. I think he deserves a lot of credit for the way that he handled the Texans offensive line this season. Talking about the skill players still, the ESPN's also put out these rankings. Who are the top defensive tackles in the league? No Houston Texans made it. But as far as running back rankings, Joe Mixon was ranked the 9th best running back in the National Football League. The ESPN write-up, Mixon looked rejuvenated in Houston after the Texans acquired him. In a trade with Cincinnati in March, he's not a home run hitter with a career average of 4.1 yards a carry over 8 seasons, but he's got just about everything else. An NFL personnel evaluator said of him, quote, really good vision, feet, contact, balance, a hammer in the run game. Looked worn down at the end of the season, but overall, that was a really good trade for Houston. Mixon is the NFL's only player with at least 1,300 scrimmage yards and 9 touchdowns in each of the last 4 years. His 94.6 scrimmage yards per game last year trails only Arian Foster in 2014 and DeAndre Hopkins in 2018 and 2015 in Houston Texans history. Also, leaving the top 10 list, Nick Chubb, who the Texans have. It's still crazy to think about that. Obviously, Chubb fell out of the top 10 for injury concerns, knee injury in 2023, foot injury last season, 332 yards in 8 games, $2.5 million deal with the Texans. I mean, they have two huge names, and as far as name cachet goes, I don't think any team in the league has more than that in their backfield than the Texans. And Dameon Pierce is still hanging around. I like Pierce. I'm probably one of the few people that is still a believer in Dameon Pierce. I know what I saw in 2022. If you watched that team in 2022, you saw it too. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We'll see what the Houston Texans do offensively this season. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, Rafael Stone weighed in on the Kevin Durant trade and more in a Rockets State of the Union of sorts. You'll hear what he had to say about the team's future, his expectations for the current group, and about the departures of Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore before the end of today's show. Stick around for some Rafael Stone and a State of the Rockets Union next. all of the Rockets' offseason moves are now official. I guess the Jabari Smith Jr. contract, 5 years, $120 million plus, not technically official, but the 7-team trade that saw the Rockets ship off Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick in this year's draft, and 5 second-round picks for Kevin Durant is official. The Rockets put out a statement courtesy of both head coach Ime Udoka and general manager Rafael Stone to announce said move. Here's what Stone said about Durant. Kevin impacts the game on both ends of the court and is one of the most efficient scorers in the history of basketball. We liked the growth our team showed last season and believe Kevin's skill set will integrate seamlessly. Said Ime Udoka, having played against Kevin and coached him before, I know he's the type of competitor who fits with what we've been building here in Houston. His skill level, love of basketball, and dedication to his craft have made him one of the most respected players of his generation, and my staff and I are excited to work with him. So that's what they said in written form. But what did Rafael Stone have to say at yesterday's press conference where he talked about the moves? I thought this might have been the most interesting thing that he said. We knew this was the case as soon as they made the Kevin Durant trade. And you could have argued last season that this also was the case. But when asked to describe what this team is, Rafael Stone, rather confidently, he's getting very cocky, said this.
I think we're not a developmental team anymore. That shift probably happened a year or two ago. And I think the goal for this group is to win basketball games and be as competitive as we can be.
A year or two ago. I think halfway through last season is when it shifted. I think they loved what they got in Ime Udoka's first season. They were a 500 basketball team. But I think once it looked like the Rockets had a chance to have a pretty good seed in the Western Conference, which I think none of us really believed would happen.
Yeah.
That's when it was official, Sean, that this team was maybe not a title contender, but they're a playoff team now.
Yeah, I think it was like December or January. Actually, it might have been January when Jabari went down and they put
And
him in.
Thompson came in. That was exactly when it happened.
Yeah, where it just goes from like, oh, this isn't like we, after each game, just go, hey, they showed some good stuff and hey, they found a way to win and blah, blah, blah. There, it's like, wait, they're right now the 2 seed in the West.
Yeah.
Like, it was, oh my God, they might not actually fall out of the, this playoff position. They might stick around for a really good seed the entire time. So yeah, however you want to define, we're not a developmental team. Like if you just want to say like the hard line is just when Ime Udoka was hired. I don't know if I think the attitude changed, but I don't think it actually, like, the team was still a developmental team year one, Ime Udoka at least.
I agree with you there. It takes a while for everyone to.
You're still getting rookies getting more minutes than they should. Like, that to me is like the tell. Is like, are younger players playing more than they should given how good they actually are right now?
And then this year, Cam Whitmore's lack of playing time is a reflection of where they viewed themselves.
Because Reed Shepherd didn't just get 25 minutes a game for 70 games, like that to me tells us that they were serious. They were not giving out developmental minutes last year.
More from from Rafael Stone's press conference yesterday. He was asked the very layup of a question. Why Kevin Durant? He's got such an interesting cocky tone to him. And listen, deservedly so over the last year and a half or so.
What was the biggest factor that made you guys want to acquire Kevin Durant?
I mean, he's Kevin Durant. I think he's really good. He's super efficient. He had a great year last year. So, I mean, he's obviously not 30 anymore, but he hasn't really fallen off. And we just think, we think he has a chance to really be impactful for us.
Christy Regan of the AP asking that question right there. He's Kevin Durant. Hey, man, she's just asking the question that you only talked about in a statement. But hey, flex. Go ahead and flex. You can flex right now. You really can flex. I'm not mad about it, but yeah, we know. We know it's Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
We had to ask that question.
There is, yeah. We have to ask a question about Kevin Durant. That's just like, Kevin Durant, your thoughts? Yeah, like, pretty sick, huh? That you got Kevin Durant on your team. And yeah, Rafael Stone's like, yeah, it is sick. Kevin Durant.
Yeah, right?
He's awesome.
More from Rafael Stone's press conference. And this is, I think, where a lot of people are going to get a little pants tent. Maybe if you're at work, you want to go to the office discreetly and tuck it into the waistband. Don't shake your head. It happens. It happens. I'm talking about boners, folks. Rafael Stone had this to say when it comes to the Rockets potentially contending for a title.
We were the number 2 seed last year, and I think a very legitimate one. And so we think we can contend now. We lost a close series last year, and we thought we had a real chance of contending in the playoffs last year, and we hope to have a real chance of contending in the playoffs this year.
We think we can contend now. It's accurate. Already was semi-accurate. I would have been curious as to how many games they would have lasted against Oklahoma City.
Last year's team?
Yeah. Could they have gone 6? Without much offense, like Indiana, the reason that thing went 7 is because Indiana can create offense out of nowhere.
Yeah. I think 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Probably closer to 5, maybe 6.
There would have been some really ugly games offense.
I was going to say, it would have been different than any other of the series that the Thunder played, because it would just been 2 guys that are just, hey, I got a dull knife. I also have a dull knife. Let's settle this.
God, that'd be kind of
I know.
graphic to watch. It's like 2 bums in the street, in the alleyway.
But that just on offense. It's because the defense is so good, but it is just like, ooh.
Yeah, and now you got some top of the line.
Yeah, now you got Kevin Durant.
Some good stuff. Now, you did get this good stuff at, and this is something the girlfriend has introduced me to. You ever hear of thrifting? You ever done that? You can get some good knives thrifting. Yeah. I've never thrifted. Have you thrifted?
I've been to a thrift store.
I have too, but it's always been to get Halloween costumes and such. More from Rafael Stone at yesterday's Rockets State of the Union press conference. He was asked about Jalen Green.
Was it a difficult decision to move on from Jalen Green?
Yeah, like Jalen's awesome. He did everything we asked. He's a wonderful combination of talent and work ethic, along with being just a great human being. And anytime that you have the privilege to work with someone who is talented and works really hard and is really nice, you should value it. And so for organizationally, we've valued him tremendously. So yeah, very hard.
Given that, what was the thought process in moving on from him?
I mean, it's the NBA, and you can only do trades if a certain amount of money goes out and a certain amount comes in, and there's some positional overlap, or at least overlap in terms of on-ball presence. And so that's what the deal required.
First part there, so complimentary of Jalen Green. I think Green deserved that kind of praise on his way out. I do think he grew as a player, and we'll see what he does in Phoenix. It's going to be a tough place for him to win. But that last part right there, some actual honesty, redundance, positional overlap, whatever you want to call it. Green is one of those guys where I don't think he plays a style that is complementary to where the Rockets are with Kevin Durant. Before Kevin Durant, needed him. Because you need a guy who can, from time to time, just do the entire thing offensively. And of all the Rockets players, he's really the only one that can. But unless he's coming off of the bench, which I do think he will someday be a really good bench player, I think it would have lent itself to perhaps a little bit of traffic. And I think that now with Durant aboard, you're going to need Durant healthy for a lot of the season because you do need more than just Kevin Durant to create your own shot. It can't be just Fred VanVleet, who I saw a video of today. I guess he's like boxing Ime Udoka in the offseason. That's interesting. I wonder if like Joe Mazzulla shows up and they start wrestling. But I think when it comes to Jalen Green, that's obviously why he has gone partly, but no one wanted him to stay too. It seems like everyone is just completely out and over him, especially now that Durant is aboard. Kind of unfair to Green, but I get it. He was so bad in that playoff series, and I would imagine for a lot of Rockets fans, their first real taste of Rockets basketball and I mean like the casuals. And listen, let's be honest, most sports fans are casual. I think that for a lot of Rockets fans, this was entirely new. Seeing Jalen Green for 7 games in a series, and he sucked in 6 of them.
Yeah, they saw like the highlights of like, look at the cool dunks. Look at the every 2 weeks when he goes for 25 for 5 straight games, where he would just get the random hot streak. And like you see that just again, probably in clips. You're like, this guy, oh wow, they got this guy.
Yeah.
Wingstop ad, love Wingstop. The biggest, the largest. And then you actually watch the series and you're like, oh, this is kind of why he's where he's at in the league right now, not actually. And I think we said it during the series, like this being the Alperen and Jalen Green show, it's like actually it's kind of, even if he would have come back for this year, I don't think Jalen Green's going to be the guy on the ESPN graphic anymore previewing the next game. Like he had kind of moved out of that,
for sure.
that class with his performance. And it's hard to do that and stay on the same team. Like you said, like if he just becomes a great 6 man, like it's hard for him just to in the same organization where he was the future at one point. He was the first draft pick of the rebuild.
Yeah.
To then go like, actually what we need you to do is come off the bench. And that's just a hard thing for people to do. So he turned to Kevin Durant. There's worse things in the world.
Yeah, exactly. And I like that Stone was complimentary of Green on the way out. One last clip from Stone. We'll play more from his press conference later on in the show. Here is Rafael Stone talking about perhaps the Rockets' most controversial move this offseason, which is moving on from Cam Whitmore, who they traded to Washington for a couple of second-round picks.
I just think, we're just not a developmental team right now. It's really like we wanted to provide Cam with the opportunity to do in his career what we still believe he very much can do. So I think Cam's insanely talented, really nice young man, and wanted to provide him an opportunity to go home and be in a situation where he could really play through mistakes in a way that we never could afford him just in the iteration of the Rockets that he joined.
Pretty complimentary there as well. And he didn't have to do that, Stone. I'm sure he saw a lot of the reporting out there that Whitmore was a malcontent, and that is dishonest framing of what he was. I do think that there were moments where he was complaining a little bit too much about his lack of playing time, and he should understand, like, hey man, like this is a contending basketball team now. But on the other side, he's young, and I mean, if I were in his shoes, would I feel that way? Probably not. I know me, young radio host, being at a very successful station when I first joined, I was like, I should be on the air every day. Yeah, sure, Paul. You didn't know bleep about anything back then. Some would argue you still don't. Sort of what the process of a young man trying to make his mark in a league like this is, especially when he slipped so far in the draft and he's probably just pissed off as it is that he's constantly being disrespected. So trying to be a little empathetic there with Cam Whitmore. I like that Rafael Stone was as deferential as he was to these guys on the way out. Obviously, he drafted both of them, so there's going to be a little bit of extra affinity towards them, especially if they end up being good elsewhere. You're probably like, God. But I thought that was big of Stone to do that, and Stone's allowed to be cocky. And when we get back to the Stone press conference a little bit later, you will hear a little more cocky Rafael Stone, which is enjoyable.
Yeah, walking around with the chest out.
Oh, yeah.
He can't wait to go to Summer League this year.
No, he can't. He's going to wear sunglasses.
Inside, yeah.
People are going to come around and join him. Rafael, Kevin Durant trade. Oh, big dog.
Do you think he can big-time Daryl Morey now? Do you think their stock prices has intercepted?
Question.
Where he can be the CJ Stroud giving advice to Caleb Williams?
I don't know how Maury would take it.
Darren Morey, here's how I would get out of
But
this situation you're in.
I want Stone to do that. I want him to do it so bad because I know Maury might be nice about it, but I bet Maury would be annoyed internally. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Ooh, the ladies in the Twitch. Also on the app. Brand new on Apple and on Android. Download it. It's really good. Also, haven't told you guys this yet, and got to remind you, Friday. Got to get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend. Partying. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the latest edition of the Summer Circuit, where you can win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. You just have to show up and register at the promo table. We're going to be at the Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops in Galveston. Ooh, is that ice cream? Is that ice cream? Coffee ice cream is the best ice cream. 713-780-3776 to call, to text if you disagree. Up next, a brief battle red pill. I'm a little concerned about CJ Stroud and what he's doing and who he's hanging out with. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 713, A texter says, it's funny. I vaguely remember Paul and Joel. That wasn't nice what you said about Joel. Wanting Rafael Stone fired. Yeah, I did. He's done a great job since. I thought he was tremendously underqualified. And it was after that Kevin Porter Jr. article was written by, I forget which Rockets blog, where it showed just how in on Kevin Porter Jr. he was.
Clutch fans, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, Sean. And it felt like he was trying to pull a James Harden out of his ass with Porter Jr. in the same way that his predecessor, Daryl Morey, did. And in that moment in time, I was like, are you serious? But clearly he has picked up some things from Daryl Morey along the way.
Since 2023, he's just been
he
like hiring Ime Udoka, drafting him in Thompson. Like that's just when it's just signing Brooks Van Vliet. Like that's where everything kind of turned around. Trading for Adams, I think that was during the season. But pre 2023, it was very fair to have a lot of questions because this team was a joke.
He even pulled off another art of the deal fast one, because we talked about this last week, how Stone wins every contract he signs. From the sound of things, the Dorian Finney-Smith deal, 4 years and $53 million, you could say, oh, it maybe doesn't age so well. Well, apparently the last 2 years of that contract are fully non-guaranteed. I mean, Dorian Finney-Smith agreed to that. They keep on getting players to sign deals that are not in their best interest, that in years past you would think a lot of players would look the other way about. And maybe that's a reflection of the Rockets bringing in Kevin Durant and where they were last year. But he keeps winning when it comes to giving out contracts that are incredibly team friendly.
Yeah, I remember, I think because it was when it was rumored that the Rockets were in on Finney-Smith, and I was like, yeah, I'd like it for 2 years, maybe 3. Once you get to 4, it's a little scary. And then the next day, it was reported that he signed 4 years. And I remember that was my only little raise my hand at the back of the class. Like, I kind of wish it wasn't 4 years, but it's not the end of the world. And then a week later, we find out, nope, actually, it is 2 guaranteed years and 2 completely non-guaranteed years after that. So back to, I have no problems with this signing. With the swapping him out with, or swapping Brooks out with him. Makes sense to me. So yeah, I mean, more great stuff from Rafael Stone. That's why, again, he is cocky. He is talking like he's a confident guy, but it's well earned.
It's merited right now. It really is. That is Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I'm a little concerned about something involving our Houston Texans. And I'm sorry, but it is time for a battle red pill. It seems that CJ Stroud has a bad influence with him. I say that because I know they went to Ohio State, but I don't like seeing CJ Stroud practicing with Justin Fields. He's going to get worse. Do you think Justin Fields is going to try to pull a CJ Stroud with Caleb Williams with CJ Stroud? Hey, kid, let me tell you, this is how I ended up starting quarterback of the New York Football Jets. I'm like Joe Namath, the second coming. Give me a fur coat. Here's what you do. You just run. You run. You never throw. You just run. Nope. Don't think about it. Don't use that shoulder. Run. Run, CJ, run. Because that's what Justin Fields does. By the way, CJ Stroud could afford to run a little bit more. No. And it felt like over the course of the season, he did realize, oh, I'm fast. Just like I was fast in that game against Georgia back in the day. So I'm a little concerned CJ Stroud's working out with Justin Fields. Paul, they went to Ohio State together. Fine. Okay, well, how about this? So I clipped it, popped up on Houston Texans Reddit and says, CJ Stroud doing side quests. CJ Stroud's at a bar, behind the bar, and he's making people drinks. 1. Is it possible that CJ Stroud's behind the bar because he likes drinking? Is that a problem?
I
don't know. Just wondering. Number 2, is it possible that CJ has passions outside of football that he's exploring?
Even worse.
During his football career. Right. Is CJ Stroud about to turn into, Sean, Tom Cruise's character in the movie Cocktail? Who is literally the most insufferable person in the world?
Poet bartender? You don't.
Oh, do you want me to read that awful poem? By the way, if I ever heard a bartender do this, I'd throw a glass at him. I don't care if I got arrested. I would throw a cocktail glass at this person.
Because it was a big hey, everyone stop what you're doing and listen.
What an a-hole. I hate Tom Cruise's character in Cocktail with a passion. He did not deserve who's a significant other who's also in Karate Kid? Elizabeth Shue. He did not deserve Elizabeth Shue. He did not. I would have tried to pull a robbery on that. I would have said, he's a bartender. Hashtag a loser. By the way, he left you when he thought you were pregnant. Here is I am the last barman poet in what was easily the worst thing that Tom Cruise has ever done in his life, co-signing this movie where he learns lessons from some drunk Australian who kills himself. I am the last barman poet. I see America drinking the fabulous cocktails I make. Americans getting stinky on something I stir or shake. The sex on the beach. The schnapps made from peach. The Velvet Hammer. The Alabama Slammer. Sounds intriguing. I make things with juice and froth. The pink squirrel. The three-toed sloth. I make drinks so sweet and snazzy. The iced tea. The kamikaze. Did he say snazzy? Doesn't rhyme. The orgasm, the death spasm, the Singapore sling, the ding-a-ling. America, you've just been devoted to every flavor I've got. But if you want to get loaded, why don't you just order a shot? Bar is open. This a-hole may as well just put an apron on and sport a fake mustache and twirl it at the end like the biggest hipster bartender ever. I say this because there is a bar, and I still go to this establishment because that person no longer works there, but there is a bar that I went to, and the guy was taking his sweet time. And okay, I understand that. It's one of those places where it's all about the experience. But he skipped over me to go to somebody else. And I said, hey, you can still make me a drink? And then this guy said to me, excuse me, do you think you know better about how to do my job? And I said, well, you're slow. Can I make my own drink? And then he called me the other F-bomb, which I'm not allowed to say on the air. And what's funny is one of my friends was nearby when that happened. And he said, hey, you can't say that. You got to give us free drinks the rest of the night. And then they told me to shut up and sit in the corner and don't say anything the rest of the night, which I did because we had free drinks. Huzzah! Sometimes being called gay gets you free drinks in life. So how about that? It's the Paul Gallant Show. Paul, what the hell are you talking about? How do we get down this rabbit hole? CJ Stroud, there's a video of him online making drinks at a bar, and maybe, just maybe, he is like Tom Cruise's character in Cocktail, where he's about to pursue a passion in bartending, and that could be theoretically dangerous for his hands. You don't want, you squeeze lime, you got a cut in your hand, it's going to sting a little bit. A lot of glass. So much glass. So just saying, things to be aware of. Anyway. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. That is easily the stupidest battle red pill that I've done. It's July. Cut me some slack. Let's do it. 10-minute drill. Hit me. Texter asks from the 281, bartenders are losers? No. Tom Cruise's character in Cocktail is a loser. I hate him so much. I hated that movie. It was tough to get through. And I love Tom Cruise. So imagine me hating Tom Cruise in a movie.
You weren't alone. 9% on Rotten Tomatoes.
9%?
Yes.
Oof. Goodness
58
gracious.
audience score.
58?
That's, a little too high.
That's way too high. By the way, we're 58 days away from the start of the NFL season, Sean.
Look at that.
Did you know that? Is that why you said 58?
No, it's
actually 58.
It's actually a coincidence.
How the hell do people watch this? God. And of course, these people that watch this become like the most hipster, obnoxious bartender ever. Jack Lambert. Back-to-back days where we've had a Steeler linebacker as our number on the countdown. Jack Ham was yesterday. Jack Lambert's the best ever, 58. Also, the late Derek Thomas. Derek Thomas, for those who don't know, was a pass rusher for the Kansas City Chiefs. He tragically passed away at the age of just 33 before I think this was the Super Bowl. What Super Bowl? It was basically he got in a car accident, I think, at the Super Bowl. My computer is acting up all of a sudden. But he was a hell of a player. 126 and a half sacks, and he was still playing, I think. Like, I don't think he had retired just then. This is sad. His SUV went off Interstate 435 in Clay County as he and 2 passengers were driving to Kansas City International Airport during a snowstorm for a flight to St. Louis to see the NFC Championship game between the St. Louis Rams and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He was driving 70 miles per hour on snow and ice. They weren't wearing seatbelts, and brutal. Absolutely brutal. It was a great linebacker. Best Houston Texan to wear number 58, Brooks Reed, who you might remember. I remember Brooks Reed more for this than anything. Peter King once projected that Brooks Reed would be the defensive player of the year after his rookie season. And Brooks Reed was really good for his first couple of years with the Texans. He had this long Viking hair. His first couple of seasons with the Texans, Brooks Reed had, in 2011, 6 sacks, 3 passes deflected, a forced fumble. And Peter King thought going into the next season he was going to be defensive player of the year. Turns out it was J.J. Watt. He was close. Was pretty close.
50-50.
Yeah, as far as Randos to make the projection for, because he was a second-round pick of the Texans back in the day.
Yeah. He was. It was him and Watt like kind of together. They're kind of a tandem. Thought of as a tandem draft selection, kind of like Higgins and Knoll for the Texans this year, where it's like, yeah, both these guys. They got both these guys that play roughly the same position. They're pass rushers. But yeah, Reed had the Clay Matthews look going for him. I think that at the time I was like, I think people are like Clay.
I'm trying to be Clay Matthews too much.
I think people not overrate him like he's a bad player, but they put a little bit of extra potential on him because he just actually resembles Clay Matthews on the field.
Okay.
If he had short hair, I was always like, if he had short hair, like people would not be as high on Brooks Reed as they are.
That's an interesting theory.
I just, because it was right at the time where Clay Matthews was at his height too.
Reed in 10 years of the NFL, that's tough to make it through 10 years.
No, he was a good player.
23 and a half sacks. It's actually surprisingly low. I would have thought he would have had more.
Yeah.
The quarterback docuseries is back on Netflix. Kirk Cousins is on it again. The clip that's gone viral from that is that he felt misled when the Falcons drafted Michael Penix Jr. Yep, I would too.
Back-to-back, or I guess not back-to-back years, but back-to-back years of them doing a quarterback series, and it has a Falcons quarterback controversy in
it does, yeah.
Because the last one was Mariota.
So last year they did wide receiver, and 2 years ago they did the last quarterback one, which Kirk Cousins was also on. The first one had Mahomes, Cousins, and Mariota. I didn't want to watch it because of Mariota. I have not seen it, actually. In fact, because I was so... I had an irrational dislike for Marcus Mariota because I told Titans fans that he wasn't good, and Titans fans got mad at me, and I randomly felt the need to constantly rub it in that Mariota did not live up to the standard that he was drafted at. Still in the league, for what it's worth. So this season is going to feature Joe Burrow. That's interesting. Burrow had the kind of dramatic season. He had that outburst that went viral where they were beating the Titans, and he's like, what the hell? We suck. And Zach Taylor's trying to calm him down. He's like, no, F that. I like Burrow. The burglary, that also happened. And Jared Goff's going to be on it too. And that would be interesting in a season where the Lions were as good as they were. We'll get to see how he was doing in that game where he threw 5 interceptions against the Texans.
It really was a guy who had oh my God. I forgot about
lost that game.
A guy who had a awesome season, Goff, a guy who had a good, individually good, but disappointing season, and then a guy with a train wreck of a season in Cousins. So it's interesting in that way. I mean, they got it. It was kind of the same thing as season 1 or quarterback season 1, where it was Mahomes, good choice. He ended up winning the Super Bowl that year. Cousins, who had a solid year that year, and then Mariota, who left his team early.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah, that is a weird story.
They really massaged it too. They really massaged it in the doc.
I'm sure they did. Another docuseries, official date August 19th, 8 45-minute episodes. The Dallas Cowboys Netflix docuseries.
8 45-minute episodes.
I'm in. I'm
there
in.
we go.
I think it's going to be good. America's Team, The Gambler, and his Cowboys. Skip Bayless, who is homeless as far as
covered
sports
those
media
teams.
entity goes. I'm sure he would do well, doing whatever his side, not a side hustle, but doing things on his own. I'm sure he's getting money. But it's going to feature a lot of Skip Bayless.
Yeah, because he covered those teams, wrote a book. That
implied Troy Aikman may perhaps be gay.
Yeah,
that was the implication.
I hope they have to get on that.
They have to.
They have to talk about
it's
that.
Netflix too. I wonder, because the NFL loves to curate things, but it's nice to actually have alternatives to Hard Knocks, which I think is a disappointing show now, to get you ready for football season in late July.
Yeah, if this isn't Untold Stories, I feel better about it.
For
Untold
sure.
Stories is
Sucks.
and I think the fact that it is an 8-parter. Untold's normally like 60 minutes. We're kind of in and out.
Yep.
Go by it pretty fast. This one I have high hopes for.
Also, our intern Praise told us that we need to watch the Dallas Cowboys cheerleader documentary. Still
also on Netflix.
Still not really into it, but maybe we will.
We'll see.
Patrick Mahomes. He's talked to Tom Brady a lot this offseason. I don't like that. Real competitor doesn't share his secrets, Tom.
He's talking to the owner of the Raiders.
Yeah, that's also
Collusion
true.
much.
Is that is tampering. You think they take away a first-round pick from the Chiefs? Huh? Or the Raiders?
Suspend him 4 games.
Yeah, suspend. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes needs to be suspended for daring to speak with the greatest quarterback the world has ever seen.
For bothering Tom Brady during his offseason.
By the way, and listen, I know a lot of people get annoyed when I talk about the Patriots, but I'm excited because they got someone who's a special player. Special. I saw this headline. I rolled my eyes a little bit, but then I was like, you know what? No, I'm going to flex on this. The Patriots have a special player that is at a very special position. Some would call him a specialist, in fact. Julian Ashby is viewed as having a special talent for long snapping. Patriots are winning the Super Bowl this year. Let's go! I kid. I can't believe someone wrote that headline. Patriots draft pick Julian Ashby is viewed as having a special talent for long snapping. Like, calm down. Calm down.
I wonder, maybe I should read this article of how hard is long snapping really? Because it feels like something you could just kind of practice and a lot of people could get good at it. But
that's disrespectful to John Weeks.
I'm not saying I could be John Weeks. I'm just saying I could do it. I don't know what the physical limitation, like there's physical limitations. That's why like we are not in the NFL, but long snapping seems like the one where I'm not sure what the physical limitation is.
One of my high school coaches was a long snapper at the 1AA level, and that was how he got a scholarship to college. So it is a smart thing to do. One of my coworkers in Seattle, his son, I think was long snapper at, I want to say Montana State as well. Like, it is a way to get a scholarship if you really love football and you're hoping to continue to play past high school and perhaps save your parents some money. Something to think about.
Yeah. All you kids out there listening to the show right now on summer break, try out for football as a long snapper.
Yeah, F it. Why not?
See how it goes. Maybe save your parents some money.
That's Sean Davis Behind the Glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next. All right, the Astros lost last night. Understandable with their lineup. Have you seen how things have gotten for the New York Yankees? You would think that it is the end of the season and they are in fire everyone mode again. They were in the World Series last year. The Yankees Watch episode is coming up next. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, also on the brand new ESPN Houston app, available on your iPhone and on your Android phone. Astros lost to the Cleveland Guardians of all teams last night. The Guardians had lost 10 games in a row going into the game. But you kind of understand how they could have lost given the lineup that they threw out there, which featured a Kennedy Corona making his first start. A couple of people asked, do you think he had a lime in his pocket? We'll allow it. You know, Astros are playing with a lineup featuring a minor leaguer in left field, a minor leaguer in center field, a rookie in right field, a backup at shortstop, a backup at catcher, and a minor leaguer at DH. I mean, that is a lot to overcome. And they still somehow scored 5 runs against this Guardians team. Colton Gordon might have thrown through a concussion. Hopefully the Astros medical staff has him staying away from bright, shiny things, strobe lights, television shows like Lost or Squid Games, John Wick movies. I hope that he's okay. A little concerned.
I hope he's okay too, but nice to know we have the team doctor from Any Given Sunday consulting with the
James Woods,
consulting with the Astros to like take one look at him and go, he's good. No need to check.
James Woods is one of the people who dunked on me in Chill Dog. That's so, you know.
Oh, wow.
2 degrees of separation from Any Given Sunday. Paul Gallant.
Steamin' Willie Beeman. Wow.
My name is Willie Beeman. Yeah, that's true. Hey, the Astros lost, but it's more fun to make fun of the New York Yankees. The Yankees did win yesterday, but they are now 3.5 games back in the American League East, and people are melting down. It's time for another episode of Yankees Watch. Actor Nick Totoro, who is the brother of John Totoro, you might know from the movie Severance. Totoro was in the movie, the remake of The Longest Yard. He's been in other movies as well. He's become an amusing follow if you like to watch the Yankees and their fans lose their minds. Seems like a good guy, passionate about his team. I respect that. He is not feeling the New York Yankees, who not too long ago were the 2 seed in the American League and also leading the American League East, now 3.5 games back of the Toronto Blue Jays.
This is an embarrassment beyond embarrassment. I have no issues losing to good teams like the Dodgers, the Blue Jays, the Mets. But when you lose like a gutless guy, I can't stomach it. I can't stomach it. I mean, we're wasting the best years of one of the greatest players on the planet, Aaron Judge.
Oh!
Then we got guys like Volpe throwing balls and hitting them in the face. Idiot! We got a manager who's the face of the GM. We all know that. There's no accountability. We were in first place, 7 games ahead. Now we're in 3rd place, 3 games back. Can't win a game. Can't win a 1-run. And then we're throwing in guys. I don't even know who they are. Get it together, man. This is really bad. You can't tell me. You can't write it and tell me this is acceptable.
Oh!
If George Steinbrenner was alive, forget it.
Forget it.
Somewhere up there. Oh, God. Get it together, please.
The Yankees talk a lot about the dead people that would save them. Sorry, the ghosts, they aren't in Monument Park anymore. Haven't won nothing since 2009. Hey, I'm walking here. I'm a Yankee fan. By the way, more crying. Michael Kay is trying to rally the troops. Play-by-play voice of the New York Yankees, also host of the Michael Kay Show. He feels that Yankee fans who are calling for a rebuild that's actually happening right now are crazy.
What are you trading? What are you rebuilding for? You're 3 games out of first place. So you think that what's happened over the last week is indicative of how they're going to be for the rest of the year? I don't see that. I don't see it. There are moves to be made. Brian Cashman does make moves at the trade deadline. They got Jazz Chisholm last year. And what did that do? That ignited them, and they got to the World Series. And I love, by the way, Yankee fans that say, well, they should be rebuilt. They should rebuild, reload. Really? You couldn't take losing in the World Series. You went to the World Series last year, and now you've had a bad 3-week stretch, and you want the manager and GM fired, and you want to reload, and you're going to be able to handle that? You can't handle losing in the World Series. Imagine finishing last in the American League East. Imagine. Some people need their head screwed on a little bit better.
Yankees fans are panicking. Michael Kay's trying to talk him off the ledge.
He does have a good point. I was like, you guys flip out when they lose in the ALCS. Like, and a lot of Yankees fans, actually probably maybe the majority of Yankees fans, do not remember a time where they were like actually terrible.
Yeah.
Like actually bad.
It's been a while.
They've like, I think they've been over 500 for 15 years. Like it's been insane how solid they've been.
They've been so damn consistent. It is a riot to see.
Because it drives you insane.
They're so spoiled. And it's funny too. It's been such a long time since you've won a World Series. I mean, 16 years. Maybe stop being so spoiled and believing that it just is given to you. I mean, the Red Sox, who aren't even liked in their own town anymore, have won 4 times as many World Series as you since you blew it in 2004.
Yeah.
Like you're not special anymore. And look, no one outside of the Astros is really special in baseball of late. Like you're seeing the Braves come crashing back down to earth. You're seeing a lot of teams that are struggling. The Astros that are continuing to do it this year. This has been their most remarkable accomplishment.
Well, it's also like the 2 teams that have, I mean, at least in my mind, and they just played the last weekend, and sure seems like it's still the same way, of the 2 teams that have dominated the last decade of Major League Baseball, the Astros and Dodgers.
Right.
Won 2 each.
Yeah.
Like with caveats.
Yeah, exactly.
On the 2. Like it's just a hard sport to like dominate like they did in the late 90s and into the 2000s. Like it's just no one does that. And now they do make the playoffs every year. You would think they would have more than one since 2009. Just like if we're talking about, hey, it's just a lot of dumb luck in the playoffs. But at the same time, there is a common thread, and like this team, it does always come up short.
You heard Michael Kay trying to talk people off the ledge. Michael Kay's also acting like it's 2004.
Oh yeah,
with the Yankees up 3-0. Well, I don't know if you saw this. Michael Kay last week said the Blue Jays aren't a real first place team. And this is right before the Blue Jays swept the Yankees. Right before that happened. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this was not a 3-game sweep. I think it was a 4-game sweep. They got 4 games swept by the Yankees. So Michael Kay said they weren't a real first place team as this sweep took place. And he got called out for it by the Blue Jays post-game show after it happened. One of the Blue Jays post-game show guys brought a broom as a prop. And Michael Kay basically did an apology, not an apology, like an apology, but I was actually right kind of apology that baseball people that are, the most insufferable love to do. I'm going to read the transcription because I know for the most people, Michael Kay's voice is more grating than mine. Quote, I could easily say the Blue Jays are a first place team because I'm not a fawning fanboy. I'm a broadcaster. And the bottom line is they're, in fact, a first place team. Also, the whole narrative has been skewed by people who misinterpreted and didn't hear everything that I said on my radio show. Well, we're about to find out why no one heard everything you said on your radio show because no one wants to actually listen to the whole thing. I was talking about the Pythagorean theorem of run differential. Michael, you lost to everyone right there. Shut up. The Pythagorean theorem of run differential? which would indicate the Blue Jays should not have a record as good as they have. In fact, I was complimenting the Blue Jays that they've exceeded expectations, saying they're not a real first-place team after, as they were in progress of 4 games sweeping the New York Yankees. One final thing. This is why no one likes the Yankees. It's kind of funny if you think about it. Imagine if Jack Curry, probably a dead person, was waving a broom on the Yankees postgame show. He would probably be called into the office and shortly fired after that. Now, I love Toronto. It's a cosmopolitan city. It's one of the greatest cities in the world for me. I think it's great. You're waving a broom on a postgame show. You're turning it into Mayberry RFD. I don't know what that means. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. You should be proud of the fact that you're in first place. And one final thing, you shouldn't hang on the rim 3 minutes into the third quarter of a basketball game. Well, if it's good enough, you should. Feel good about sweeping the Yankees. Feel good about winning all these games in a row. Feel good about being in first place, but hang on to the rim this early. Let's hang on the rim in October. That's when you hang on the rim. Hey, you haven't done that in a really long time, Michael K. You can't talk down to anyone anymore. You can't, especially not the Blue Jays. You can't. They just beat you in a 4-game sweep. This is the most mealy-mouthed, well, actually, I was right. By the way, you guys haven't won bleep. Well, they won 4 games in a row, and you're now 3.5 games back of them, the American League East, despite the vast disparity, I would imagine, in payroll and in terms of everything that they can dedicate towards their team. This is why no one likes the Yankees. This is why no one likes their fans, and no one likes their broadcasters. This guy's acting like a broadcaster, and then meanwhile is doing the ivory tower looking down on people. No one respects the Yankees. They haven't since 2004, bucko. Sit down, shove it, and shut up. But shove it first. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. That was Yankees Watch, everybody, where we take a look at the New York Yankees and how bad they're generally doing. Up next, is this the peak for the 2025 Houston Astros? Because they're getting all sorts of respect, but some people are holding out. You'll hear it on the other side. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You heard it from Voiceman himself. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, to YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app, which is available on, 1, your iPhone, and 2, your Android as of Friday. How about that? The app is significantly better. Check it out. It's not just that you have the ability to listen on the app when our signal's not the best, and that you have the ability to interact with the show via the app, via the chat, or by just calling and texting with the numbers that are right on the app so you can directly connect with us. It's also, and keep an eye on it in the near future, a place where you can see giveaways. Yes, we gave something away on it a little bit ago, some tickets to Bob Dylan and I think Willie Nelson. Yeah.
Among others.
Good old time. If you're an old stoner, man, our tip of the hat to you. Hope you had fun. Astros lost yesterday to the Cleveland Guardians, 7-5. Guardians had lost 10 in a row, but you understand why the Guardians, even if they're not playing well of late, this was a around 500 team not so long ago. Towards the bottom of baseball in a lot of major statistical categories, but they do have Jose Ramirez for what it's worth. You're throwing Colton Gordon out there, got hit in the head by a ball. Maybe he had a concussion, gave up a 3-run homer not too long after getting hit right in the head by a ball. You're bringing in Kennedy Corona for his first ever major league action with Jake Myers now banged up, getting a rest day yesterday. I mean, you're outmanned and outgunned. If they can win this series against the Guardians, I will be pretty impressed, just given where they're at now from a lineup perspective. It's not nothing. You lose Jeremy Pena. Is Jake Myers going to be back by the All-Star break? We'll see. In tonight's game, the lineup I know generally gets released at about 3 o'clock. But the Astros are getting their flowers after sweeping the Los Angeles Dodgers and after a stretch where they took the Phillies to the dustbin sweep. Took 2 or 3 against the Cubs. Took 2 or 3 against the Rockies, which that one LA barbecue guy dumped on. And then they swept the Dodgers. They're on a roll. And they're getting their flowers across baseball. I'm going to show you where they're ranked amongst a couple of different power rankings. Bleacher Report, Kerry Miller has them at number 1. Kerry Miller bent the knee. Fox Sports has them at 1. Fox Sports bent the knee. CBS Sports has them first. CBS Sports bent the knee. NBC Sports has them second, right behind the Tigers. To a degree, NBC Sports bent the knee, though the Astros did beat the Tigers 2 or 3 earlier this year. But there are some who are holding out and might need a Randall Tarley-style barbecue. It's time for keep that same energy. Despite having the best record in baseball since May 2nd, and despite taking the Dodgers not once, not twice, but 3 times around the corner and beating the bejesus out of them, there are some holdouts. There are some holdouts who have not bent the knee to our beloved Houston Astros. First off, this post is 5 days old. We'll cut them some slack. But ESPN's power rankings have the Astros in 4th place and the Dodgers first. Hey, holiday weekend's over. Let's get an update. MajorLeagueBaseball.com has the Astros 3rd in the power rankings, behind the LA Dodgers. This was posted on Sunday, so I suppose it was posted before the sweep was official. But Earth to MLB.com The Astros pulled off the sweep. Pretty easy to move the Astros into at least a higher position than the Dodgers, you would think, after what they did over the weekend. But this one's the worst. And this one was posted today. There's no excuse for it. None. The Athletic doesn't just have the Astros in 5th in their power rankings, which is behind the Dodgers. It's also behind the Phillies and Cubs. Are you kidding me? They swept 2 of these teams. They took 2 or 3 against one of the other teams. What the hell am I paying $80 a month to? What am I doing? It came out today. What? Have you ignored the last 2 weeks? Have you been on sabbatical? Baseball writers. And by the way, I don't think baseball writers should be allowed to go on sabbatical. I also feel like Christian Walker should be targeting a birth of his child outside of baseball season, but I'll cut him some slack because he's finally hitting at the plate, okay? Bringing it back to the Astros and the disrespect given to them by the Athletic. What am I paying all this money for annually? That's $80 a month, and this is not as up-to-date as it should be. There are all sorts of baseball writers that can put these power rankings together. Chandler, we're boys. I like you. I respect you. I think you're a really good writer. Where were you? Where were you when Gondor? Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? Where was Chandler Rome when the Athletic put the Astros 5th in their power rankings? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I might have to have a talking to with old Chandler.
Yeah.
The text line. He'll probably roll his eyes at me and say you're an idiot, which not entirely untrue, but hey.
Most of your conversations go.
Yeah, kind of. They're fun.
That's kind of when you know when to stop. That's when he's
pretty much, yeah. Yeah, there was a time where I thought something happened and I was wrong about it, and he laughed at me, and I was like, damn, I don't know baseball. I felt so ashamed. Yeah. I was like, oh, damn. All right, well, walking it back.
But yeah, I get what you're saying with like, hey, listen, if you wanted to, if you told me that the writer who's in charge of putting out the power rankings, like, hey, listen, 4th of July weekend, I'm going to get them done on Friday and then file it. It'll go up on Monday. Okay, that's one thing. To do it and still put things that happened last week, like when did he go on vacation? Like what happened? Did he not?
I don't know.
He doesn't have cable.
It was posted today. There's no excuse. There's really no excuse.
Yeah,
they should at least be ahead of some of those teams. Behind all 3 is insane. So anyway, like everyone's giving the Astros their flowers, and we do like to see that. This could be perhaps the peak of the Astros season in terms of universal respect before the playoffs begin because of what they just did. I doubt they're going to have a stretch where they play as many division leaders in 2 weeks as they just did
and go and what
11-1,
11
or whatever, 10-2 because the Rockies are in there too. Doing math, 8-9 against those 3 teams. I doubt they have another stretch like that again. Come on, put them ahead at least of some of those teams. Okay?
Yeah, I mean they have a better record than the Phillies. They have a better record, and they beat them, and they swept them. No, they swept the Phillies. They beat the Cubs 2 out of 3. So
better record than both of those teams.
Yeah,
put them ahead of those 2. I get it with the Dodgers. They're very injured. Some of their pitchers aren't there. I get it with the Dodgers. I don't like it.
Yeah,
especially after the one-sided nature of this beatdown by and also banged up Astros team over the weekend.
I would respect the Athletic a lot, though, if they're like, we were going to put them number 2, but then they lost to the Guardians. So back down to 5.
Yeah. We're very immediate in our power.
Yeah, like it's like, no, actually, we're so on top of it that we saw last night's game. We're like, get these guys out of here.
That is Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Rafael Stone weighed in on the Houston Rockets and the moves they've made this offseason. Yesterday, we react to more of what he had to say. Next, stay put. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on the brand new ESPN Houston app on iPhone and on Android. And don't forget, Friday is part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. We're going to be hanging out on the Pleasure Pier. Sounds like a cool spot, huh? Hanging out on the Pleasure Pier, getting pleasure on. No, not that kind of pleasure. Ice cream pleasure. Inside of Sweet Scoops. We'll be there noon to 6 on Friday, and you'll have a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Stop by the promo table at the broadcast to register for a chance to win. Rafael Stone is general manager of the Houston Rockets. Yesterday, he did a press conference and talked about some of the moves that the Rockets made this offseason. Here he is talking about what they're getting in Kevin Durant.
Offensively, he's still dynamic. He's super efficient. He's a high volume scorer, at that high level of efficiency. And hopefully he just makes us a better offensive team while at the same time being another really long, very capable wing defender. And so, so we just hope he adds him, the player that he's been for the last.
The player he's been, he said, for the last 2 decades. And he said it rather cockily at the end, too. He's feeling himself. And I respect him for feeling himself. He's like, yeah, I mean, we just acquired a guy who's been like this for the past 2 decades. Yeah. Listen, he deserves to do it. It's just funny to hear him do it. He was asking about the championship window for the Houston Rockets potentially being open. I think Big Sarge Sports asked this question. And this one, a little bit more measured, less cockiness, understandably so, given the looming Oklahoma City Thunder in the Western Conference.
I mean, our goal is definitely to win a championship, but I don't know about the window opening or closing or whatever else. In order to be a champion, you have to beat them. Oklahoma City had just an amazing year last year, an amazing run in the playoffs. That's an extremely high bar, and there's other really great teams all around the NBA. So I think it's way too early to talk about championships other than, for obvious reasons, that's our goal.
Every team's goal. You can, I think, call them a championship contender going into this season, but it's going to be tough against Oklahoma City. And having Kevin Durant, it's a huge addition. Defensively, we know the Rockets are going to be good. We know the length, the size that they have. Could the double big lineup potentially be a headache for Oklahoma City? I mean, Oklahoma City does have some size, but not a lot of size. Not exactly the biggest guy in Chet Holmgren in terms of his actual, weight and such.
Yeah, tall, not big.
Right. So we'll see. That might be where they try to beat him, just by bullying him. But that is a very difficult team to take over. I think that the idea of a championship window for the Rockets, I think a lot of us have to look past Kevin Durant's tenure with the Rockets, however long. I don't think that Durant leaving or Durant retiring ends it. And I know some, I think, are. I don't think that's true. I think that he legitimizes them. This window stays open, assuming development from Amin Thompson and Alperen Şengün, which I think are safe assumptions to make, especially with Thompson and with Şengün too.
Yeah, I think that KD levels you up as far as a contender in the West. But I think actually winning a title, I think it happens when Kevin Durant isn't the best player on the team at this point. I think the hope is that it's, Amin Thompson really rounding into form, or Alperen Şengün becoming the best guy on the team and having, at that point, 38-year-old Kevin Durant helping them out, being a piece on this. But, Kevin Durant actually being the number one guy on the Rockets winning the title, I think that to me is more of a stretch.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you tell me they win, I'm like, then Amin Thompson must have been freaking amazing.
Or Şengün,
Or
same
Şengün,
thing.
yeah.
Right, one or the other. I'm with you there. I think he'll have his games for
I think
sure.
he can be the 2, but I don't think he can be the 1.
Much better to look at him to rely on as opposed to
hoping on Green or whoever.
Yeah, exactly. Or Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, Fred VanVleet. Like,
games.
yeah, crunch time. It's like, okay, we know where they're going with this. We know who's getting the
ball. This is Rafael Stone talking about Dylan Brooks. He's very excited about bringing in Dorian Finney-Smith to replace Brooks, but he's thankful for Brooks' time here in Houston.
Look, Dylan, well, I talked earlier about Jalen, but Dylan, it was everything we could have asked in terms of being a great person on and off the court. And we felt like his defense and intensity were things were really important to us. And we uniquely thought Dorian has some of those same traits. And so he was a target for us going in because we were worried about losing him.
B-hand in comments. He's a nice guy too. Rafael Stone thinks everyone that was in the Rockets organization was a nice guy. Dylan Brooks, baby mama, maybe not a nice girl.
No.
Dylan Brooks, nice guy.
I actually think, because he says nice guy on and off the court, I believe you that he's a nice guy off the court. I don't know if he's a nice guy on the court. I actually don't think he's that nice on the court. I think he's kind of mean. I think he's kind of mean.
Pulls a lot of crap.
Yeah.
Pulls a lot of crap.
Yeah.
There's no denying it.
I think some of it gets like people are so on edge when he's around them that it's like he instigates just by walking in the room at this point. So I think he gets a little bit of a bad rap as far as like him being dirty or whatever.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he's a great guy on the court though. I wouldn't say he's a great guy. He's not helping the other guys up off the floor.
He's more likely to take someone's shoe and throw it into the stands than he is to help them get up or find their shoe and hand it to them.
Yeah.
More from Rafael Stone. This is a very interesting answer when asked about Reed Sheppard, who played sparingly this past season, the 3rd overall pick in the 2024 NBA draft.
Where do you hope to see Reed Sheppard grow and grow next season?
I mean, Reed's just going to have to be really good for us. Like, period.
Damn. Well, I agree. We'll see.
I like the straight talk. That's what kind of makes me believe Rafael Stone is that he'll just say stuff like that. Where normally a GM would be like, we don't want to put it all on Reed Sheppard, and we have Aaron Holiday here, and da 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 da. It's like, no, he's got to be good. He's got to be good for us.
Especially when you combine that with what he had said about Cam Whitmore. We're not giving out developmental minutes anymore. We're done.
Yeah.
We've stopped doing that. He said that they've stopped doing that 2 years ago. I would say it's probably been like since halfway through this past season, but I am with him in that they are not a developmental team anymore. So Shepherd's got to have a great offseason if he wants to get on the court. Period.
It during the season. It's produce or not.
Exactly.
Produce or don't play.
Exactly. Like the only way you're going to get in is probably if an injury happens. I would say at this moment in time, like in terms of just getting regular over 10 minutes a game. Like I think right now, like that's what I'm looking at with him. And I mean,
well, I think it's a camp battle. I think it's like
Aaron
a
Holiday
classic.
and him?
Yeah, I think it's a NFL style camp battle of like who's gonna break camp as the backup point guard. I think it's been if Reed Sheppard doesn't actually prove it on the practice court, I think he'll be Aaron Holiday. I think if Reed Sheppard does develop, like has gotten better and is better than Aaron Holiday, he will be the backup point guard. But I don't think that's written in stone by any means right now.
Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. We'll see what happens this coming season with your Houston Rockets. That's the State of the Rockets Union, courtesy of General Manager Rafael Stone. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, Worst Take Tuesday. We're going to dive back into some of those bad power rankings where the Astros were not put at the top, but an old subsection of intolerable, disgusting subhumans has found their way back into the Paul Gallant Show's life. Unbelievable what these bozos are pushing. Worst Take Tuesday is next. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros lost last night to the Cleveland Guardians. They take on Cleveland again tonight. Hopefully, tonight's lineup is a little less barren than last night's lineup, but Astros are going to have to make do with what they have. Definitely disappointing to be the first team to lose to a team in the midst of a 10-game losing streak, but I do think it is rather understandable. On the hill tonight at Daikin Park for your Houston Astros, Hunter Brown, no-hitter watch? Perfect game watch.
Already? No hitter alert?
I'm going to say it right now, and if it doesn't happen, we'll let it go. We're going to make it sound like I actually had this take and that we never did multiple versions of this. I've got to say, I think Hunter Brown's going to have a perfect game tonight. This has been baseball, Paul. That's one. Two.
Oh, yeah, another one.
I got to say, Hunter Brown will have a no-hitter tonight. This has been baseball, Paul. All right.
Okay, got this. Yeah.
Cool. We're going to act like we were very convinced it was going to happen. By the way, this is another, in my opinion, I'm sorry, there's been a lot of these, but after the wear and tear of a Dodgers series, this is going to be another. We're going to leave the kids in the car with the AC on and the keys in game.
Monday's game especially.
Yeah, this is. Come on, we're back from the holiday weekend. Rangers, I'll be back. I'll be back for the Rangers. I ain't watching this. I ain't watching this. I'm not watching
2 out
this.
of 3 and we'll move on.
We might do box score hot takes tomorrow. That was something I used to do when I was on the Texas flagship at night because I couldn't watch any of the games that were on at the same time as me.
Yes.
The games would go final. I'd be like,
Rockets
all
game.
right,
Yeah.
well, I guess this is what happened. And I'd just be reading off the box score and acting like I knew what was happening. But being honest enough to confess to the audience, like, hey, I didn't watch it. All I got is this box score.
Right here. I was doing this while the game was on.
I couldn't do it. Anyway, it is the most interactive sports talk show in town. You know how to get aboard. Every Tuesday at 2:30, it's Worst Take Tuesday. Who's got the worst takes in sports in the past week?
You have a bad take.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Don't listen to that guy. We love him.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
It's Worst Take Tuesday.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Astros swept the Phillies, took 2 or 3 against the Cubs, and on top of that, swept the Dodgers. And yet, the Athletic, who posted their power rankings today, have them 5th behind Philadelphia, Chicago, and LA. Come on, at least put them ahead of Philadelphia and Chicago. Also, MLB.com, Dodgers 2nd, Astros 3rd. Inexcusable. Worst Take Tuesday continues. Jaguars Twitter is back to their BS, believing that Trevor Lawrence is as good, if not better, than C.J. Stroud. It's as if they took that hit from Azeez Al-Shaair and have a little something called brain damage. Travis Holmes posted this to Jaguars X. He has an insufferable font in his X handle. Let us start a dialogue, brain emoji. Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud's first 2 seasons in the same offense. Lawrence had more completions, more attempts, more incompletions, a higher completion percentage, more passing yards, more passing touchdowns, also more interceptions, a lower yards per attempt, and a lower QBR. And I think all of those 3 stats are the most important ones of all. Also, no quarters in the playoffs where 4 interceptions were thrown. Compared his rushing stats, you know what? I will say this. Trevor Lawrence actually has pretty impressive rushing stats his first 2 seasons in that Jacksonville Jaguars offense. But Jaguars Twitter is back to just talking out of their ass. Remember this clown, UCF Jaguars fan, who said this after the Jaguars beat the Houston Texans on a missed Matt Amendola field goal off the crossbar at the gun. Jaguars were 8-3 at the time. It looked like they had firm command over the AFC South back in the 2023-2024 season. This clown did this.
Texans fans, I tried to tell you guys. The Jaguars run the AFC South, okay? This is our division. Trevor Lawrence is better than C.J. Stroud. Better luck in 2024. Have fun competing with Indianapolis for 2nd in the AFC South.
Well, the Jaguars finished 3rd, by the way. Colts are ahead of the Jaguars with Gardner Minshew under center. Jaguars legend, by the way. They let him go. I think they'd rather have Gardner Minshew or Trevor Lawrence. I know some fans would rather have Gardner Minshew because he's fun and he wears jorts. Terrible take by this random guy on Jaguars X. I like it better when Jaguar fans are more like this leathery creature found seaside who once had this to say about the Jacksonville Jaguars. There's 2 sides to every Jaguars coin. It's UCF Jaguars fans spouting that BS, and then it's this broad.
As far as picks, they say they have the best draft in the entire NFL. Are you surprised to hear that?
Certainly not. The first year we took it to the limit.
And I was in Miami with my new beach house. Well, it was a couple minutes from the beach.
It's been 20 years since then. We haven't been too strong in the last few years.
Oh, we've been strong. We're just playing by the rules. You can't have a newcomer come in and steal a show.
I hope she's still alive. I have questions. I hope she got a house a little closer to the beach.
Yeah.
I gotta say, this guy interrupting her when she was about to talk about her beach house.
That was 20 years ago. Cool it, dude.
He interrupted her. What if her beach house was actually a pretty good place?
What if that was leading to a story about being at the beach house?
The beach house that actually is not on the beach.
With
a few
Tom
blocks away.
Coughlin.
Probably like a bus ride away. Let's be honest. I don't know if it's right on the beach.
Right off the beach.
I like it when Jaguars fans are cocky and confident. I guess they always are, but I like that leathery creature. I hope she's still kicking.
They're playing by the rule.
I wonder how sunburned she is now. You know, wear sunscreen, guys. Worst Take Tuesday continues. Paul Pierce on, is this breakfast? No, is it the facility? It's Speak for Your Pizza. Paul Pierce, Celtics legend, on a Speak for Your Pizza show, had this to say about his career in the league.
I was probably the best pure scorer ever in the history of the game because I was pretty equipped. When I think about it, I'm just saying, like,
Could you pull up from the elbow?
I need to be in this conversation.
Could you pull up from the elbow?
I got
Could you
all
knock
that.
down the three?
All that.
Could you back him down?
3-point contest champ.
Could you turn around?
All of that. Post up.
Could you dunk?
All of that. I was shoot, and I must have been one of the most equipped.
You went from saying the most to one of the most equipped. He was very equipped. Pierce gets a lot of crap because of the time he crapped himself and was in a wheelchair in a finals game. But I love Paul Pierce. I would always argue in favor of Paul Pierce. Come on. Pure scorer in the NBA's history.
One of the most.
One of the most. I don't know, man. I don't know
Even
about
one
that.
of the most. It's stretching it.
Yeah, it's like, I would just say in my lifetime, like, definitively Kevin Durant's better than you. Definitively. And I get it. Like, Pierce did have pretty good post moves, nice turnaround, fade away, and shots from the elbow, like what Keyshawn was asking about. I thought Pierce was one of the best from the elbow.
Yeah. No, Pierce was awesome. Like,
mid range was
he was
sick.
that kind. He was a very. I think what it was, he was a very good 2000 scorer, and that like immediately became archaic. Of like, he was great at dribbling up to 20 feet away from the basket and taking a shot.
If James Harden had played in his era, I think James Harden would have been a lot like Paul Pierce. That is high praise to give to him. You know, not always in the best looking shape. Pierce was a little bit better defensively at times, but you know, Pierce played on the Ubuntu Celtics that won that title. And who knows what happens if he doesn't have Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen with him, if he ever gets to the finish line and winning a championship. But slow it down, Pierce. Emmanuel Acho's back. Emmanuel Acho had a couple of doozies last week. So it seems like he's going to be the first on, yo, Chiefs, their time is over. Like he's the coach in Miracle. Their time is over. Our time is now. Talking about the Soviets and the Americans playing hockey. He said that Mahomes is losing his grip as top quarterback and asked, is it sacrilegious to talk about Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid? Right now, yeah, it is. You're trying to be the first. We all see through it. You're on a yapping TV show.
Yeah.
We get it. I get it. You got bills to pay, books to write, but
you got to be the guy for, you know, you have to be the Skip Bayless of every that's what it is. It's just like every topic needs the Skip Bayless of this topic, where it's like, no matter how good you are, I'm just going to be the one that says you suck.
Yeah.
It's like, that's just kind of what happens. And the cheerleader of every, like, for every Nick Wright, you need an Emmanuel Acho on the Chiefs.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree with that. And I'm just saying,
at least Nick is a fan, though. At least, like,
yeah,
he was like a Chiefs fan.
People said this for the longest time about Tom Brady and the Patriots. And by longest time, I mean, like, it was a good 7 years that they were saying, oh, it's over.
That was Max Kellerman.
Yeah.
Max Kellerman was the Chiefs or was the Patriots are done guy.
Yeah,
for
he was
5 years.
And he leaned into it eventually, I think, as a bit, but he was that for a while. Listen, people were doing this with Brady when Brady was 34, 35. Yeah. Patrick Mahomes, for those who don't know,
is he maybe 30?
is 29. He turns 30 September 17th. Please slow it down. Okay? Even I will say that. I don't like that Tom Brady's talking to Patrick Mahomes in the offseason because I don't want Patrick Mahomes to surpass Tom Brady. I'm actually concerned that might happen to my Lord and Savior. Emmanuel Acho being the first to step on this, losing his grip. Is it sacrilegious to talk about the best coach of the NFL and the best quarterback in the NFL? Like, you being the first person to do it is proof enough that you are way too early. You are premature on this bad boy.
Yeah, let's at least wait for until they're 1-2. And
yes,
that's still too early, but that's normally when we got the shovels out for the late stage Patriots.
Yeah,
when they're 1-2 and lost on Monday Night Football to the Chiefs, and Trent Dilfer said he's just not good anymore about Tom Brady, who would go on to win a Super Bowl that year.
Yeah, awful. Asante Samuel, former Patriots cornerback who lost them Super Bowl 42, and I'll never forgive him for that. Ball went right through his hands the play before the David Tyree play. Undefeated season. Asante Samuel's the reason it didn't happen. Asante Samuel is now podcasting a lot. I will give Asante Samuel this. He is not afraid to have a take or two. We'll play another one of his takes later on in the week on during the John Wall podcasting games. But Asante Samuel had this to say about gradual Christopher Darren Carter, also known as Chris Carter, NFL Hall of Famer. He says he's one of the most overrated wide receivers in NFL history. Man. I guess in a back and forth between Chad Johnson and Asante Samuel, they started there was a back and forth. Here we go. Chad Johnson said he could beat Travis Hunter in 10 straight one-on-one reps today, despite being 47. Carter thought this was ridiculous. Samuel, when they went back to this conversation, called Chris Carter overrated. Said Samuel, quote, I think Chris Carter was great during his time. He was a heck of a route runner and had some of the best hands in football, but he is really beside himself coming for Chad Johnson. He was nothing more than a possession receiver, a receiver that catches the ball and is immediately tackled. Chris Carter is one of the most overrated receivers to come into the NFL or into the Hall of Fame. He had some of the best hands in football. By the way, Chris Carter's numbers, for those who don't know, 1,101 receptions for 13,899 yards and 130 touchdowns. And he played a lot of his career without Randy Moss. Like, he didn't get Randy Moss on his side until he was 33. But Chris Carter in the 90s, one of the best. And you got to wonder where Chris Carter's numbers would be if he hadn't been a little bit of a mess, hot mess, the first couple of years of his career with the Philadelphia Eagles, 87 to 89. You forget he was with the Eagles, but he was an Eagle for a little bit. I think he had some legal issues. That might have led to his fall guy take. But Asante Samuel, come on, man. Chris Carter was awesome. Show some respect, even if maybe Chris Carter doesn't show respect to people that are in his group of friends. If, I don't know, say he did something wrong. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. ESPN Houston on YouTube, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Some texters are bringing up. Samuel also claims to be better than Deion Sanders. Good point. A good point. And he won't sniff the doorstep of the Hall of Fame. He shouldn't. He cost the Patriots perfection. I will never let that go. Never. Even though he was a pretty good corner for the Patriots. He was a good player. Was. But I don't know.
Gambled a lot.
Worst moment after losing the Super Bowl for the Patriots, for me, the Patriots fan, going to Syracuse University my freshman year, wearing a very thin Patriots coat that was not thick enough for the winter at Syracuse, was some Eagles fan getting in my face, talking trash about how the Eagles had signed away Asante Samuel that offseason. I was like, yeah, enjoy him. Enjoy him. Enjoy him. Anyway, I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. A little garbage time next. Stay put. Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. There's a podcast called Call Her Daddy. I will admit, I used to listen to it. It was pretty good. It's an interesting listen. If you're perhaps a enthusiastic person like myself, you might enjoy listening to a couple of hot chicks talk about stuff. I don't know. You might not. They're strong, powerful, independent women. Now it's just Alex Cooper doing the show. I guess she lives in Chicago. She had the opportunity to sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game at a Cubs-Cardinals game. Keep in mind, the Cubs were winning this game over their arch rival by 10-plus runs in this moment in time. That's a war crime. Imagine getting Cubs fans to boo in the midst of a game that they're up 11 runs on the Cardinals. I think Joe George would confirm for us that does not happen very often. That was awful. Alex Cooper, everybody. Ruining America's pastime song.
I do like that the Cubs fans get to be like Emperor Commodus in Gladiator, where they can just like they decide thumbs up, thumbs down the first 30 seconds of like, do we like this guy or do we like this person? Do we like the energy that they're bringing to this? Nope. Boo.
100% deserved boos. And I mean, I guess don't bring her back. Ever.
No,
she's not welcome in the ballpark ever again.
It's got to be tough if you're the Cubs because you have to find someone to throw out the first pitch and do the 7th inning stretch like every game.
Right, and they always have someone relatively famous.
Yeah.
She was doing a TikTok dance while doing it with 2 other girls too. It was awful.
I can see why.
Honestly, like I'm siding for a change with the fuddy-duddies who cover baseball. The stewards of America's pastime. Yeah, I find that disrespectful and to not be a lady. Guys, Rob McElhenney, I might have said that wrong, which is the reason for this. You might know him from Always Sunny in Philadelphia or the Wrexham show. What's it called? Wrexham.
Welcome to Wrexham.
Welcome to Wrexham.
This is
yes.
Wrexham. Something. Like
he's changed his name and he felt the need to post an announcement for him.
Hi. Okay, I'm going to dedicate exactly 1 minute to this. Start the clock. Yes, I'm shortening my name to Rob Mack, mostly a stage name, but I digress. Is it kind of douchey? Sure. But the amount of time that I've wasted trying to get people to either say or spell my name correctly is literally days of my life. Trust me, I added it up. More importantly, it means thousands of you have had minutes of your lives stolen by me because of my last name, including this one. Still, it's a family name. My grandparents, parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, and I all share it, and I love them and I want to stay connected. There's heritage. Except, it's not even really our name. Not only have many generations changed the spelling, the current one was just given to my ancestor by a government official who decided that this was now the spelling. Quick example, my great-great-grandmother. Oh, that's different. All good. It was a crazy time, but times have changed and most people already call me Rob Mack anyway. My family knows me and loves me regardless of how many syllables I have, and that's the only thing that I really care about. There are so many things going on in the world, and this is a silly one to continue to waste your time with. Honestly, call me whatever you want. Marion, Jerome, Archibald, Eric, Maurice, Stephanie, Francis, Marvin, Gordon, or Sam. But maybe we just keep it simple and try Rob Mack. Let's see how it goes.
I'm cool with this. People were crushing him for announcing this. Rob Mack can do no wrong in my eyes. Perhaps Ryan Reynolds is a bad influence on him. For those who are familiar with the backstory of Ryan Reynolds, which actually bums me out because I'm a big Ryan Reynolds fan, or at least was a big Ryan Reynolds fan. But I like Rob Mack. Rob Mack can do whatever he wants. Always Sunny in Philadelphia is the greatest sitcom of all time. We're talking about longevity, folks. Ain't easy to do. And they've somehow, the gang, not evolved at all.
Yeah.
And
not really
like
2
decades.
Not like really a drop off either.
No.
Like, there's not like a, you can tell that, the Arrested Development season 4, where it's like, you can tell these guys are a little too famous to be doing this still.
Mhm.
It's like, nope, they're still kind of churning them out.
That is the voice of Sean Ace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Subscribe to the Paul Gallant Show podcast, Apple Podcasts, and on Spotify if you don't have the ESPN Houston app. What are you waiting for? Big thanks to our callers, texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and everyone else who listened. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
Doing well. He is Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It is a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You can catch us on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and on our new fantastic app that Blankers can now use.
Yes.
Blankers can now use that app.
The droid will be sufficient now.
Yeah. 75 says Branham green thumb. I did plant a couple of potato vines today. It's funny that you know that. My power was out all morning. I feel like I'm out of rhythm here. I didn't get a chance to meditate. I didn't get a chance to combine green tea, black spice chai tea, ginger turmeric tea together. So I don't have my tea. I'm all out of sync here.
Did you storm out there?
It did eventually, but this morning, no. It was randomly out. I read in the Facebook group that they were doing some, they were adding power to the new addition to the neighborhood or whatever. So yeah, the power was out from the moment I woke up until 30 minutes after I left.
That sucks.
But I went to the coffee shop.
Okay.
So I went somewhere to work, but I'm out of my rhythm. I didn't eat my normal lunch. I didn't get my triple dose of teas.
Now, when you say meditate, you didn't get a chance to meditate. Is that the meditate we're familiar with?
Well, yeah, it's because I don't think it got really stirring because I was out of rhythm.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't like the electricity affected the plumbing. It was just that
I meditated a little earlier than I normally do.
All right. Okay. There we go. All right.
I meditated a little earlier. Blankety says, pay my bill. That actually did happen to me once. It wasn't this time where it wasn't because I was broke, although I've been broke many times in my life. It was, we switched credit cards and I forgot to change it.
Uh-huh.
You ever do that with your power?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I called oh yeah, you have the wrong credit card. And it took 8 hours to get it restored. That sucked. But no, it wasn't that case today. It was just out, which kind of threw me for a loop. So I'm all over the place today. Kind of like the Astros yesterday, huh?
Yeah.
How about that for a segue, huh? Professional segue. Astros lose a baseball game. Colton Gordon. We start with pitching because the Astros start with pitching. Yes. What'd you think of Colton Gordon?
I didn't think he was bad. I mean, when you look at it, and I went back and watched it again this morning, and you're in the fourth inning and it's scoreless, and you're like, look, he's battling. He's keeping you in the ball game. He's doing everything to try and keep this team in a game in which you're starting a majority of your lineup looked like Sugarland Space Cowboys guys. I wasn't overly displeased with him. I will say that. I don't like the fact that he pitched to Ramirez when he did. I had questions about that because Ramirez was attacking him, and he's a hell of a hitter. But I also have some questions on the way the whole thing ended afterwards.
All right, let's hear it.
If he gets hit in the dome, okay, it's one thing that the medical staff is going to allow him to finish the inning, but you're going to send him back out there, and then you hear that there were rumors that he had a concussion. He was being tested for a concussion.
Okay.
What?
I think this is the wussification of sports. No offense, respectfully. He got touched by a baseball and was perfectly fine. Why wouldn't he keep pitching?
Because one, I think that he looked like he had about enough after that. He got out of it. They let him go back out there. But I wouldn't have sent him back out there to start the next inning. I think that this was the combination of the fact that he got hit with the fact that he was getting hit that I would not have sent him out there, especially when they came all the way back to tie the baseball game. I would have lived with the results of my bullpen from that point forward.
Okay. Bullpen did let him down. Okert didn't get out of a situation because, when they pulled Gordon in the sixth inning, there was runner at second, 2 outs. He got 2 more outs in that spot. And then Okert walked Naylor. Brian Rocchio was able to double, scored a couple of runs there. I've heard and read this opinion that can you believe that the Houston Astros left Colton Gordon in the game after he got hit in the dome with a line drive? He was immediately doing push-ups. He was fine. This is the wussification of sports where if any player gets touched in the head, if you flick his ear, oh, it's a concussion. It's a concussion. Get him off the field. Do you think football players have their bell rung from time to time? In my opinion, he was perfectly fine. Yes, he got hit by the ball that ricocheted off his glove. Yes, it looked scary. But do I think that he had anything wrong with him? Absolutely not.
That's
absolutely
fine.
not.
But once you get through that inning, I think he's done.
It's fair to pull a hook there.
Yeah, my biggest concern was that he went back out there for another inning. The fact that if you're going to leave him out there, but he somehow found a way to scrap his way through it, he got through it, okay, fine. But now your medical team, whoever is evaluating and looking at him, do we need to, whether it's just a precautionary, let's look at him for a concussion or not. The end result to me was the fact that the total picture was you got hit in the dome and it looked like you were starting to lose it. I would have been, at that point, I don't send him out there for another inning.
I think it's fair to pull the hook after the fifth. I don't have too much of a pushback over that. And most of my angst in my voice has to do with a lot of the reaction that I saw. Like, we blame the Astros training staff for a lot of things, rightfully so. They deserve it. But I saw some posts today. Can you believe the Astros training staff left a pitcher that got hit by a line drive in the head in the game? There was nothing wrong with him. He was fine. I hit my head on the wall 18 times a day. Am I fine? Probably not. But Colton Gordon was fine. It's the wussification. And then like the tweet afterwards where like he's in the concussion. That wasn't even the phrasing. The phrasing from McTaggart, which he took from Espada, was that he's being evaluated for a concussion, which being evaluated for a concussion isn't the same as having a concussion. Maybe it comes out today he has a concussion, and what I'm saying right now is ignorant. Maybe that's the case. I think it's more likely they just didn't want him to talk to the media, and a way for him to not talk to the media was to say he's being diagnosed for a concussion. I mean, was there any moment last night after Colton Gordon got hit in the head where you're like, man, he's not right. He needs to get off the field. He needs to get off the mound. He was doing push-ups by the time that he hit the ground. His velo was there. His movement was there. He got out of the inning. He struck out a dude in the 6th inning. He was an out away from escaping the 6th unscathed and got pulled, and then Okert came into the game and gave up his runs. Look, we can say that Gordon wasn't good, which is fine. I'm with you. I tweeted out yesterday. I was not displeased by his outing. I thought he was okay. Not great. Okay. The 2-out homer by Ramirez certainly swung things. It's just the wussification. Oh my goodness, he got hit in the head with a baseball. He needs to never pitch again. It's ridiculous. And I know that it sounds like I'm coming at you. I'm not. It's more what I saw on the internet.
Yeah, and for me, it was just a matter of, look, and I saw people on the internet prior to the start saying if he doesn't have a good start, that they need to DFA him or take him out of the rotation, send him back to Sugarland. It's like
who'd you see that from?
I saved it because I want to put it up.
Yeah, pull it up because I think that guy's been doing that with every pitcher, like as a reverse jinx.
Okay, I'll pull it up. But in the meantime, the point I'm making is, I just, when he gave up the home run, I thought the game was over. Yeah. I thought with the lineup that they have. And the fact that he was pitching out of trouble, but he was battling. He kept you scoreless through 4. The 5th inning was not pretty. He got through it. He's done. In my mind, he's done. That's it. Even if you want to use the concussion protocol as an excuse, hey, we're not going to put him back out there for another inning. Regardless, I thought that he was near the end of the rope anyway. I wouldn't have put him back out there for an extra inning when you came all the way back and climbed the ladder. And that's what really kind of got me. I'm sitting there on the couch going, why is he going back out there?
Yeah. I mean, There was also some questioning if they should have given Gordon the rest of the inning because he was an out away from getting out of the inning. I'm sure their advanced analytics said this is the time to go to Okert. I'm okay with the hook. I'm just not okay with the excuses after the game. We're like, oh my goodness, can you believe that the Astros left him in the game? Like, come on, man. He's perfectly fine. Like, give me any example, any hint whatsoever that he is not okay to continue pitching. Immediately doing push-ups. He's laughing with Jeremiah Randall. He's laughing with Espada. The umpire was giving him more time. He was, I read his lips. He goes, I appreciate you, Blue. Like, there was nothing wrong with Colton Gordon other than like his stuff and his ability, but there was nothing wrong upstairs. Like it's the wussification. Like, oh my goodness, somebody got hit in the head. They need to sit out for a week. No, that's not always the case. And I'm good. Like I'm for head safety or whatever we want to call it. Like, I think that they should be overly cautious and should be looking at the player and, put them in the, diagnose them for concussions. Like, all of that stuff is necessary and warranted and should happen. But there was nothing wrong with Colton Gordon yesterday after that. It was scary, no doubt about that. Now, I do have a rule in college baseball where you can come out of the game to go under like a concussion diagnosis or whatever, and then actually come back in the game.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I rewound it before they even were going to show the replay. I thought that they were in the truck debating whether they should show the replay or not. But the fact is that thankfully it wasn't 100 plus off the bat, barreled up that hit him in the dome.
Should have caught it.
But at the same time, when you get hit in the dome, and I think, like you said, you look at him, it looked like he was getting near the end of his rope. But to me, the big surprise to me was he was out there again on the 6th to start the 6th inning.
I thought it was those are very difficult to catch because you think they're coming back at you 800 miles per hour. Like, he got a change up and thought he got a fastball and just whiffed on it.
Yep.
It would have been nice if he would have caught that ball. Would have been nice if Isaac Paredes would have caught that line drive that just barely got over his glove at third. But yeah, Colton Gordon was kind of meh. In terms of his line score, not awful. Like, obviously what changed the course of his line scores, the Jose Ramirez home run, the 2-out 3-run homer. A lot of people were saying that the earlier in the at bat, should have got a strike, changed the course of the AB. I do believe that. Like, I believe, like, it sounds like I'm excuse making now. I do believe that take. Now, I know that you didn't have first base open. I know it's first and second. I know you don't want to like work around Jose Ramirez because now you load the bases with 2 outs. It's not wonderful. I would rather face Carlos Santana with the bases loaded 2 outs than Jose Ramirez first and second 2 outs. So I don't love that you were pitching to Ramirez.
Yeah, I was wondering if this was
really.
going to come up and where you were going to be on this, because for me, I know from a baseball purist standpoint, you don't put the winning run, the go ahead run on third base with 2 outs, but it's Jose Ramirez. And the fact is that you don't have your regular lineup offensively to expect that. As much as like I was surprised, and I think everybody should be surprised and appreciate the fact that they got all the way back to the ball game. Like I need to keep this a 1-run game or a tie game for as long as I can until I find a way to scratch a run across the plate. And I'll take my chances facing anybody other in that lineup other than Jose Ramirez. And so to me, I know it's unorthodox to say this, but I would have pitched around and found a place for Jose Ramirez anywhere but being able to swing at a strike to take my chances with just someone else in that lineup.
Yeah, I don't believe in the intentional walk in that spot, but I believe in not giving him a pitch to hit. Like if he wants to get himself out by swinging at a pitch a foot off the outside corner, if he wants to chase one down low below the zone, if he wants to elevate and chase one out of the zone, okay, whatever. But I don't believe in the intentional walk in that spot, but I also am not going to let him beat me in that spot. If he beats me out of the zone, he beats me out of the zone. But I'm not pitching.
No, that's what I'm saying. I would pitch around him. I would I would nibble, but not even too close. Like you said, I would elevate the strike zone a little bit. See if a guy that normally is a pretty damn good disciplined hitter at the plate, but if he decides to like get over anxious or do you a favor in a solid, that's great. But I'll take the loss battling anybody else in that lineup with as bad as they've been playing as well.
Yeah, I do too. 713-780-ESPN. More to get to from yesterday's game. We'll take your complaints about it too. It feels weird for the Astros to lose a game. It's been a little while that they've lost. It's been a little while for Cleveland to win a game too. Snapped a long losing streak last night as well. 713-780-ESPN. You can catch us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can catch us on the new ESPN app. Just search for it. It's fantastic. It is the best. You can also listen to us on TikTok, ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Brown. I'm on TikTok. We're also on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man. Joel Bryan at Sagman BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. 713-780-3776. Lots to get to today. Cash 'em or trash 'em with the Bees. Rafael Stone doubling down on some player. Texans too. Thank you, Joe. Plenty to get to. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 975, ESPN 92.5. First, I got to tell you about the greatness that is HRP. HRP is always up with the trends of what you and your business knows. I was on LinkedIn earlier yesterday. Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn. I'm a professional. Chris Fisher was talking about some stuff that's very important for businesses. And that's the greatness of HRP. They give you all the human resources stuff. They give you all the payroll stuff, but they also give you all the stuff that you wouldn't even think about. That's because they're always on the cutting edge. They're always thinking ahead. They're playing chess, not checkers. They're thinking about you. And HRP, Human Resources and Payroll, it's Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Go Coug, used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he's protecting your businesses. Chris Fisher over there just mentioned him. Fantastic people at HRP. Let them help you if you're a business owner, whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. Plus, they're just a great ally to have on your side. HRP can help in all of those areas. They can help with one of those things. It doesn't matter how big the job, how small the job. HRP is going to completely customize a plan for whatever you and your business need. No boxes with HRP. You're not just checking the boxes. You're not reading off a menu. They're going to customize it for exactly what you need. You have a problem, an issue. You want to take a little off your plate, a lot off your plate. HRP is going to find a way to help you make your life less stressful and make your business thrive. And they do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service, best technology in the game. You're going to love that. But their service is upper echelon. It is the very best. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. They hang their hat on a lot of things there at HRP, but their service, unbelievable. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or visit them online, hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Ocho, bless his heart, Colton Gordon does his best and does throw strikes, but dude just doesn't have major league stuff. Todd, they win games when he pitches. But no, I mean his stuff is kind of mid. I mean, let's be realistic with Colton Gordon. His stuff isn't the best. Now he's got good command, keeps hitters off balance, good sequencing. Like he's not a guy who gets barreled up a ton. But his stuff would grade out as below average. There's no arguing that. That you can look that up.
Yeah, I don't mind a guy that knows how to pitch because his fastball is less than. I don't think his fastball is major league level. I think that if you could kind of refine the command a little bit, I think he knows how to pitch. I think that his spin stuff can work, and we've seen that. I just don't know how many times he can get through a lineup. So, I mean, it's one of those things where, for the time being, I think he's exceeded expectations. But I do think that in spots, because he could be a guy that you could put in. Maybe he's better suited eventually for his career in the bullpen. But I think right now his stuff can compete. I just don't know for how many times through a lineup.
I mean, usually the guys in the bullpen are the guys that have unbelievable stuff. They just don't have like the long conditioning built up to be a starter. They're kind of a two-pitch guy. You don't really see a whole lot of junk ballers in the bullpen unless they're like a long guy.
It could be, well, maybe he is a long guy, but I just think that if he could refine the spin stuff and maybe tighten it up a little bit, maybe there's pockets where he could get guys out too. But I mean, I don't think that this team is banking on him to be a long-term starter in the rotation.
I think he's an organizational depth starter. Like he's a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th starter for a big league organization. And that's fine. Like you'd got to have guys like that. You just don't pay guys like that. Like here's your 6 years of service. And then when they're up, hopefully we find somebody else. Like it does bring up an interesting thing though with these starters, because I mean, the Astros right now have 2 great starters, Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, 2 great starters. And then after that, they have a bunch of starters. I mean, you have Walter, who's been a career, kind of minor leaguer, Gordon, Gusto. Then you have like Lance McCullers, who's been injured, has shown flashes, doesn't have the velo, although his velo was the highest in LA, but how much you trust him? Then you have the injured guys like Javier, Garcia, Arrighetti. If you want to throw JP France into the mix, I wouldn't. I think he's more of a Gordon, Gusto type, but it does bring in you do wonder if you start to think out in 2 months. Now, these things always have a way of kind of balancing themselves out, but you wonder if all of these guys are healthy, what the Astros would do.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you think about because you have to contemplate who's coming back, because you can't just expect that all 4 of those starters are going to be back this year, because we just know that we can't trust whatever they're telling us, and the fact that most of these rehab stints and these guys coming back have not been coming back on time. But if they do come back, you start wondering, well, I mean, when we start kicking around the trade deadline, when we start kicking around what teams are looking at and what the Astros can afford to give up, and if they're looking for guys off their major league roster, are one or more of these guys going to be enticing to another team that's probably a less than team, looking for a guy that can just bridge a gap, fill in as a starter, be a guy that can eat up some innings for a team that's not worried so much about wins and losses. And
why would they trade anybody for that guy, though?
Because they're probably trying to get a contract off their books, or they're trying to get rid of a veteran to give a younger guy in their system a start as well. I mean, a chance as well. So maybe they're trying to clear a veteran off, and it could do the Astros a favor. Doesn't necessarily have to be another pitcher. It could be, a bat if they're looking for a bat, and then get a guy that's very cheap that can come in and be a guy that fits into your rotation on the back half and eats up innings.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't view like Gordon or Gusto as guys who have any trade value. Their stuff's just not good enough, and they're older. Like I think Gusto's like 27. Gordon's like 26. So like they're not guys that I think that those teams would be trading pieces for. Now maybe in your case, like dumping a salary, just getting something back. I get that's the most possible scenario. Like if we just entertain the thought, all these guys are healthy, which they're probably not going to be. I mean, reality tells us they're not going to be.
Right.
They hope that they are, but reality tells us they're not going to. Obviously, Framber and Hunter are your 1-2. After that, what is your best possible outcome? Probably Arrighetti, Javier, 3-4 in whatever order. And then would your 5 be Luis Garcia, or would it be like Brandon Walter?
See, the question, there's so many questions about that, because
McCullers.
if it's Javier prior to surgery, then Javier is your slam dunk 3. But you just don't know what you don't know about. Not only is he going to be back medically, but then when he comes back medically, how effective is he going to be physically from where we've seen him and what we got accustomed to know of him to what we are now to expect coming right off the surgery and the elongated time it took to get him back. Same thing with Garcia. Garcia prior would probably be your 4. But Garcia now, and because he was shut down, well, you just don't know physically what he's going to be able to do and how his stuff's going to look and the confidence he's going to have in his spin. So I would say Arrigetti's probably my 3.
I would say best case scenario, like just playing the completely optimistic, oh my goodness, like the perfect scenario happens, which you're right. All those are variables and factors and probably like reality. But if you get those guys back, and again, not probably going to happen, but if you do, I mean, I think Javier is your 3rd best starter that you have of those guys if he's pitching at his best. I'm sad about Blanco because Blanco has been so stinking good last year, and even the start of this year was pretty solid. But Javier, probably Arrigetti, then probably Luis, and then I guess Lance.
It's hard to say from my standpoint, the 5th starter until I see what they've got, that Lance would not be the 5th starter.
No, I like from a reality standpoint of like what they would do with the rotation, there's no way they move Lance to the bullpen. I'm with you on that. But I'm just talking about like what would if you could place them 1 through 5. I don't think that Lance would be better than Luis Garcia if you're getting the Luis Garcia that got hurt back.
I completely agree with you because I would almost say that if those guys are coming back and we are to expect that they are going to be where they were prior to injury, then Javier's your 3. I think Garcia's your 4. And then from a 5 perspective, it's more between Lance and Arrigetti because they've been so hot and cold.
I think the guy we could be sleeping on here too, Brandon Walter's been a lot better than I thought. He's been a lot better than I thought. And small sample, maybe it's the sample that's speaking here. But I'm curious what Brandon Walter looks like over his next 5 starts. And if what we've seen so far with Brandon Walter is like legit. Because if it is, we're sleeping on Brandon Walter.
Okay. And I would hope that might be the case. And there would be another guy that could factor in because I think to the point you were making earlier, the one thing that I would push back is I think Gusto, because he at least, if you could, kind of piggyback off of what he does against the Dodgers, if he continues, if he has another opportunity to start and throw like he did, that you could have some teams that were looking at him because his fastball can compete. Because I think that he has a fastball and he has major league stuff to where that might be some more value because you bring up a name that's not factoring in for this year, but for the long-term big picture of it all, it's harder to see guys like Gusto being a part of this as a starter if that's what he wants to be because you're going to get Blanco back next year.
See, I think, well, maybe.
That's a good point.
It would be like the Javier timeline because Javier got hurt kind of early in the year last year. They're hoping he's back by summer. That's kind of what they're expecting with Blanco too, or hoping with Blanco. See, Gusto, unlike Gordon to me, is a guy who could play in the pen because he's got a fastball that he can get the velo up to like upper 90s ish, and then it can play top of the zone too. I think he's more of a bullpen arm than like Gordon would be.
To your point too, he has a chance to be more of a leverage guy because of the fact that if he's emptying the tank, I'm not saying 8th and 9th, but I'm saying like he could be your 7th inning guy like an Ort because his other stuff competes and his fastball, if he's emptying the tank for 3 batters or trying to get 3 outs, he can pump it up there.
I mean, if you put him in the bullpen today, he's probably my 2nd lowest leverage reliever, maybe 3rd, because I would have him ahead of Neris. I'd probably have him ahead of Ort, but that's it. Like I'd have Okert ahead of him. I'd have King ahead of him. I'd have Souza ahead of him. I obviously have Abreu and Hader above him, but that maybe that speaks to the state of the Astros bullpen. Your life is on the line. Everything else is the same. You have to pick between one of 3 starters.
Okay.
Colton Gordon, Ryan Gusto, Brandon Walter, Jamie Moyer. Who you taking? You have to win the game or you're dead.
Colton Gordon, Jamie Moyer,
or Gusto. You have first pick. I'll have second pick, and then Brian would be left with the leftovers.
Brian gets Colton Gordon. I'm gonna go with Walter.
Oh, you stole my pick. There's no way I thought you were taking Walter there.
Well, the only problem is I would have said Gusto, except for the fact that Gusto's so hot and cold. Like he's either really good or he can be really bad. And again, I don't like the fact that I don't even know if this is the true Ryan Gusto just based on stretched out and then throw to the they screw around with him so much. But Walter so far seems like he understands how to pitch, and his stuff at least translates to getting major league hitters out.
Yeah.
To the point where I think he kind of between the ears too is as mature of the 3.
Yeah, you stole my pick. So I'm going to go with Gusto, I guess, because I think he can give you a few innings. Like this texture says, how many innings are they going to have to pitch? Like not many. You have a good bullpen. Like if this game is do or die, game 7 of the World Series, and like the other starters are used up, then you really only need one of these guys for like 3 innings because you're going to turn it over to the bullpen, reverse engineer it. Abreu and Hader are 2 guys that are going to give you 3. King's going to give you 1. That's 4 innings. Souza's going to give you another inning. That's 5 innings. And then you even can throw an Okert in there to give you another. That's 6 innings. So you don't need a whole lot of coverage if this is a do or die game. That's why I would go Gusto because the outing doesn't need to be long. Like, I believe Gusto for 3 innings more than I believe Gordon for 3 innings. If you said which one can give you 6 innings in a best start, I might go Gordon. But 3 innings, I would go Gusto.
And I think that's the key, too, bringing up what we were talking about earlier when I said, look, if you only got to get through the lineup one time because of the fact that you have so many arms and options in the bullpen, I think even Colton Gordon can compete for 9 hitters for one trip through the lineup. But I think that because of the fact that he doesn't have a fastball that competes and his secondary stuff ain't great, I would be leery of him.
Yeah. There's the possibility for there to be some interesting questions when the starters come back, if they come back. 713-780 ESPN. They made a good comeback and was in a good game. Good game, Stros. That was Israel. Clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. Yeah. All right. So Victor Caratini homered again yesterday. There were some interesting things from Brian McTaggart about the future of the Astros catcher position. I'm curious what the future of the Astros catcher position is. Also, a couple of guys hitting homers yesterday. One that maybe Blankers got going. One that gave us some free chicken. And how about the debut? Good on you, Astro fans. 713-780 ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Who are you going to talk bad about today? That way they can hit a 3-run homer.
I mean, who do you want me to? I think you're trying to kickstart your guy, Israel's guy. So
yeah, Cam's been in a little bit of a 2.5 games. He hadn't got a hit.
Yeah, 0
for 11, I think. 5 Ks, 4 Ks.
Yiner hasn't been awful. Who do I need to kickstart?
Astros lineup today.
Okay.
Paredes, Cam, Altuve. Okay. Yiner, Caratini, Hummel. Dubon, Short, and Trammell.
Who the is that guy?
Which one? Short, Trammell,
several
Hummel.
guys.
Who are you referring to?
It was for Short.
Could have hit it 3 times. Zach Short, who looks like my friend Screet. It's Zach Short season, baby.
That guy.
It's Zach Short season. Looks
Short
like Dustin
season?
Diamond.
R.I.P.
He is no longer with us, unfortunately.
Not exactly a legendary Wisconsinite.
He never he's from Wisconsin?
Indeed.
I don't think he ever got with Lisa Turtle either.
Poor shame. I was rooting for him.
We all were.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to go Cooper Hummel.
Because you said that Trammell should not be on the Major League Baseball team.
I was waiting to hear it from people, but look, if it works, great. I heard somebody somewhere today talking about an ex-player talking about the fact that he's a boomer bust guy. I haven't seen the boom enough to see he's a boomer bust guy. He finally got a hit.
It was his first Astro hit. Now, I did go back and look at some of the numbers for Taylor Trammell. The guy does have some power. Like he has 16 career homers in 377 plate appearances. Like you get a top half of the order guy that usually gets 600, 650 plate appearances a year. Like that kind of plays out to close to 30 homers a season. Now everything else stinks. We're looking like a 163 average, 267 on base, but he does have power.
Yeah, I think in order to have power, you got to put the bat to the baseball.
16 homers and 377 plate appearances shows power.
Right, but since he's been with the Astros, he hasn't put the bat to the baseball.
He's got 1 homer and 18 plate appearances.
But
that's pretty good ratio.
Out a lot, and he hasn't been putting the ball. Occasionally he'll put the ball in play and ground out.
But that doesn't mean power.
No, he just looks overmatched as a major league hitter.
I agree with that. But he has pop.
Okay.
He has pop.
Well, I need to see more.
Well, you're probably not gonna because he can't touch the baseball.
That's what I'm saying.
He can't touch the baseball. I am kind of curious. I would like him to have a little bit of a runway just to see what you have, though. Like if Myers isn't going to play, which he's not in the lineup today, that's not great. A second straight game he's missed with a calf injury after being pulled from a game because of the calf injury. Like I'm just to the point now where just IL him. Like just hit the reset. Don't even think about playing him until after the All-Star break. Make sure that he's 100% right. Like, you know how I feel about that, especially whenever you have a lead in the division and things are going well. There's no reason for him to come back even at 95%, pull that bad boy again, and now he's out a month. Like, if you could just, hey, let's give you a week and a half off, come back after the All-Star break, good to go. Like, I rather see Trammell have some ABs than Hummel have some ABs. Not to say that Trammell's better than Hummel, but I do think that Trammell has a higher upside. Hummel hasn't been good against righties either. Now, they are facing a lefty today. But, no, I'm kind of curious about Trammell a little bit.
Yeah, I look at it and it's just the situation that they're in right now because of all the injuries. But to see this lineup, it's like, yeah, I'm glad we have Hunter Brown on the mound tonight, but Hunter Brown is going to have to be top level Hunter Brown because I just don't know where the runs are coming from other than the top. I mean, the top 5, yeah, okay, I'll live with it. The bottom 4 are, and Dubon is just hit or miss, but I'm looking at it going, man, it is tough if you're the Astros right now, looking at trying to get production out of the bottom half of that lineup. Either one of those guys I'll take. I don't care which one. Just have one of them have like an outburst like Short did in L.A.
Yeah. Short's going to homer today. Zach Short looks like my buddy Screech. All that and Cam still batting 282. We're not knocking Cam. Cam's great. He's just, he's been feeling it a little bit lately. That happens in baseball. So Caratini hit a home run yesterday. I was reading the Brian McTaggart newsletter like 2 weeks ago, maybe, and he kind of alluded to the fact that the Astros might not love Yiner because of his play discipline and probably his defense a little bit. Caratini's a free agent after the end of the year. Mm-hmm. He also mentioned McTaggart in his newsletter that they really like Walker Yannick, who was a first-round pick last year. He's still an A-ball, though. And his bat, I think, is a ways away. Now, he can pick it. He can defend. I wonder what the state of the Astros catcher position is going forward. Because if they make a commitment to Caratini to keep him around, Yannick, you think you hope he's a big leaguer at some point. Yiner would have some trade value. Now he's cheap because he's still under service time, but maybe you just don't think he's capable of playing the catcher position another season. I wonder if it is possible that they could move Yiner at the end of the year.
Well, I never would have thought so. With as much as this team likes young talent under team control, and with what we saw early on from him, to think that, he was going to be a long-term Astro. But I can't argue with the fact that he's still making like dumb mistakes, both chasing, breaking pitches, no matter what breaking pitches they are, middle out, he just flails. His plate discipline is one thing. We talked about it last week. The way he's catching games is another thing. Like the backhanded catches, again, he got away with one last night. He was doing it when guys weren't on base too. But it's like, as a catcher, you just cannot catch the base or attempt to catch the baseball like that. And even throwing, like I think sometimes he falls asleep and realizes, oh God, there's a runner running, and he double pumps, and then he throws, and he still has a chance to get him. But Altuve's diving in front of the ball, or Short's trying to knock it down because he double pumped, because he didn't even look at the fact that the runner was going, to where I could understand it. If the Astros are looking or at least entertaining offers on him, I would understand it, because it's twofold. Because the other thing is Caratini's been so damn good.
Yeah, and I don't think it would happen at the deadline. I think this would be an off-season decision, which is just I had never really thought of that. And then when McTaggart's like, yeah, the Astros don't love his his approach at the plate. Caratini's a free agent who they would like to have back, and they think highly of Walker Yannick. So it's kind of like, ooh, okay. Like, I wonder if that's something that they would entertain. Look, if anybody has the cojones to do it, Dana Brown traded Kyle Tucker in the offseason. Like, he has the bravado to do it. So it would be interesting.
But the other thing that would be interesting in it is how much would they be willing to pay Caratini? Because to me, it would seem like that it would have to be a mutual agreement where Caratini would take a little less than his open market value to come back to a team that he really likes playing for and around.
Yeah.
And then them willing to, give him a couple of years so that he can find the security, even if it isn't at the top dollar another team was willing to make him their starter for.
Yeah, it is fascinating. Like, I would just play it out with Yiner and probably just let him play the years of club control, see what you get with him, and then just let him leave in free agency when his time is up. But, maybe Dana's looking at it kind of like a Tucker. Like, if his value's up here, we don't really love him long term. Let's flip him for something now and get, 15 years of club control in a package, several players, not just one, for a guy who has 3 years of club control. Chris from Sam Houston, Jordan's the DH, move Yiner. Yiner's a DH waiting to happen. He's not great behind the dish. He's not great. I had visions of moving him to first. I don't think he'd be great at first either, but it's better to have poor defense at first than it is behind the dish. And they signed Walker to a $60 million 3-year deal. So they're committed.
Now.
No, you're not doing that now. That's something that would have been done in the offseason.
Right.
You're not doing it now. I can see that.
But we talked about it a year ago when we said, hey, the offseason, they should be working with him behind the dish, that he has to clean it up.
I mean, he's
got to get better. But no, because some of the things that you hear are maybe he didn't want to. He didn't want to put in extra work in the offseason, or he didn't want to do that much stuff. So you just don't know. But from a Yannick perspective, look, I think he can throw runners out. He's really good defensively. I would rely on you for this more, having seen him. I just wonder offensively if he's a major league hitter, even as a
Yiner?
catcher. No. Yannick.
I don't know how you could possibly say that right now. He's in single A.
Yeah.
Like, I would like to see what he looks like in at least double A before I'm ready to commit to him as in my future plans. Now, defensively, he can go.
Yeah.
Defensively, he can go. So, do I think he can at minimum be a backup catcher by the summer of next year? Yeah. He could potentially be a backup catcher by the summer of next season. I guess even opening day, if you really rush it and he's just a backup with defensive minded, but still, you would like to see him more than high A ball on July 8th. If you have any idea and any visions that he's on the opening day roster next season.
I know they rave about his defense and even his pop times, his ability to throw and all those things. I just don't know if he's a major league hitter. And if you don't know that, is he better than Cesar Salazar, to where you say, okay, he could be the third catcher, but could he be the second catcher? Could he be a guy that every fifth or sixth day you plug into the lineup as a catcher, and you just have to live with the fact that you don't know what he's going to be offensively?
I mean, there's a lot of catchers who can't hit.
Mm-hmm.
It's very rare that catchers can hit.
Right.
There's probably 15 catchers that are above average offensive players, period, in all of Major League Baseball. So it's not a position you see a whole lot of offense. That's what the allure was for Yiner. It was like, oh, if he can handle himself defensively there, he's got an above average bat. We're getting an above average bat at a position that's usually weak offensively. That's a major win. And look, I mean, he's still young. Yiner has been hitting much better over the last month of the season or so. So, we'll see. Yiner traded for outfield this year's trade deadline. I really couldn't see it this trade deadline. I really couldn't. Texture Dusty was right about Yiner. Yeah, maybe. How about moving him to first base to keep Caratini at home? I was in favor of that idea in the offseason. But the moment you sign Christian Walker to a $60 million 3-year deal, that idea was dead.
Yeah, that ship sailed, and you've
dead.
got a guy now that's starting to heat up. So, yeah, and he's got 2 years left.
And you have two DHs. Yeah. And you have two DHs ahead of Yiner already. So it's not like, hey, let's give Yiner DH at bats. Well, what are you going to do with Jordan? What are you going to do without Altuve? Trammell, yay. I said, can we now agree that yesterday and today's lineup is the worst we've seen in a decade? No, not in a decade. Maybe. I don't know. It's pretty bad. Trammell Banks is a texture. Would you trade Jordan Alvarez for Paul Skiing straight up right now? Yeah, I would trade Jordan for Paul Skiing right now. I would.
Yeah, would you?
Yeah, I would. You go 1, 2, 3 if Fromber, Hunter Brown, and Paul Skeens, and Jordan's not on the field. Yeah, I would trade Jordan for Paul Skeens.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, at a certain point, you got to pay him, and that's going to be a hefty salary that I'm not sure they're going to be in on.
No, you're probably not going to pay him.
But you're right. Short term and for this year alone, because you haven't gotten anything from Jordan all year. My goodness. Yeah, and the Jordan deal for the Pirates is extremely enticing because they're cheap.
I mean, the Pirates wouldn't do that. There's
but
no
I'm
way
saying,
to
I'm
try
just looking at a
Pirates
hypothetical deal. The Pirates would love a guy that they got for less than market value that has the capability of possibly producing.
I mean, if they traded Paul Skeens, they're trading him for a smorgasbord of prospects that are all in their early 20s and maybe even in their teenage years. Now, Skeens isn't a free agent until after the 29th season. So, I mean, you have him for this year and 4 more. Yeah, I would trade Jordan Alvarez for Paul Skeens without batting an eye. Sorry, Jordan. I know you turned the game upside down and you're a franchise icon, but if I could trade Jordan, who's never on the field, for one of the best pitchers in all of baseball, yeah, I would do that without no one. Like, the Pirates would laugh at that, though.
Yeah, they need just an absolute killing of on a return just to even save face, because of the fact that the fan base is going to be livid if you're going to trade Skeens when it looks like they finally got a guy that can be a franchise guy. And you just know that they're so cheap, and that they're with their track record, it just doesn't seem like that there's a way that they're going to keep it. They're going to try.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, they've signed some guys in the past. Like, a texture says, do you think that the Astros could go after Brian Reynolds? They signed Brian Reynolds, but not for anything that Skeens is going to demand. I think Brian Reynolds is overrated. I'm not a fan of Brian Reynolds. I think that everybody's hyped up Brian Reynolds for numbers he put up 3 years ago. I think he's been spectacularly average in the last couple of years. Texture blows me away. Walker, after totally sucking all year, finally gets it going, takes time off. I think he'll go right back to sucking. Way to blow the only momentum you've ever had here. When I just graduated, my executive chef told me you better be dead if you ever call in sick. So we have a guy bashing Christian Walker for taking paternity
being a good
leave.
family guy and being there for the birth of his child. Come on, man.
Not great. Minute Maid Park, good job with Kennedy Corona, or the Dyke, I guess. Kennedy Corona. They gave him a nice ovation. That was very nice.
Who the f*** is that guy?
Corona is who he is, Connor. They gave him a nice ovation. They made him emotional in the batter's box, and then he got that terrific walk. Kennedy Corona.
Give you a little bat flip on the walk.
He did. Bat flip the walk.
Yeah, he seems like he's got a little charisma, if you want to put it that way. But
Bush League?
A little bit.
Bat flip and a walk?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it's a little bit.
If I'm the opposing team,
if I'm a rookie,
I might fit. If a rookie
in my first
flips
major league game and I'm bat flipping a walk, I thought that it might be a little much.
I might throw one high.
He took the helmet off a little bit too, like you didn't know what he was. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, that
what
was
you're
kind of
doing
weird
there.
with the helmet.
Yeah, I didn't understand it either. I'm like, what are you doing, man?
He pimped the walk.
Yeah, I'm not letting a rookie pimp a walk on me.
Now, to his credit,
hit him because he can't get on base unless you walk him.
True.
To his credit, in the same kind of credit I gave Jacob Melton when he was capable of doing it, when he was able to do this, but 0-2 count, and he worked his way for a walk. Then he took another 0-2 count, worked at the 3-2 before he grounded out, to where I at least give him credit that he had a couple of competitive at bats.
Yeah. I mean,
he is what he is, right?
I don't think he's a big leaguer. I really don't.
Defensively, again, it's like, but on a less than scale. Defensively, he could be a major league outfielder.
Yeah, I think he's a defensive guy, but
offensively, I don't know if he's anything other than a late inning replacement if he makes a major league roster.
Yeah,
no matter where he is in his career.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for him to carve out a big league role, especially in this organization. I got into a couple of arguments yesterday. If Jake Myers was 100%, he didn't have the calf thing. He was 100%, totally fine, 100%, great, good to go. Do they still call up Kennedy Corona with Christian Walker going to the paternity list?
No,
I don't think so either. I think they would have brought up Singleton. And people, oh, he's not on the 40-man. Okay, well, you can easily transfer guys who are on the 15-day IL to the 60-day or maybe the 10-day IL. There's easily ways to create space on the 40. Well, he's out of options. Are you really concerned that whenever you DFA him, if you DFA him, that some other major league team is going to sign him? Like, nobody else in Major League Baseball wanted him on their big league team, not once, but twice already this season. And then, like, he's re-signed with Sugarland after you released him from the club. Like, I don't think they're worried about John Singleton's option time. I think that they would have brought up Singleton if Myers was 100%.
They already took a pulse of the market by watching what happened. Like, anybody could have had a chance to have him after he was released by the Mets or wherever organization he
Syracuse
was.
Mets.
Yeah, and no one wanted him. So he re-signed with Sugarland. So he's already been through the ringer and no one was biting. So I wouldn't worry about it at all, because you know what John Singleton is at this point in his career. If for a short term, maybe gives you one game with 2 bombs again. I don't know, but short term, he's at least been through the ringer of a Major League Baseball season and no Major League Baseball pitching. You would assume he gets some good at bats. I think he's better than what you got.
And here's the other thing. Like, you wouldn't have to send him down. Like, you could keep, like, there is a way for John Singleton to be on this team when Christian Walker comes off the paternity list.
Salazar.
There's so many. Yeah. Like, it's Salazar, who pitches more often than he catches. He only comes in blowout situations. So there's an avenue. He can have Salazar's roster spot. For Shea Whitcomb never plays. Like, he'll do something and, like, he'll get a spot start and then he won't play for a week. Like, they don't like Forshea Whitcomb. They don't think that Forshea Whitcomb's a big league player. You could send down Forshea Whitcomb and keep John Singleton on this roster. So, like, oh, well, they don't want to blow his options. They don't want to DFA him in 3 days whenever Walker comes back. Cool. Well, he can take Salazar's spot or he can take Forshea Whitcomb's spot. It ain't hard.
No, it's not. And at this point, you just need at least a guy or two at the bottom of the lineup with Major League experience where you believe they're going to have good quality at bats with a chance to possibly do something, as opposed to looking the lineup the last 2 days and going, man, 6, 7, 8, 9 is rough.
Yeah, and, like, it would be hard to put Singleton in the lineup, like, in the starting 9, because he's not playing left
where's
field.
he going to play? Right.
Yeah, so, like, I understand that part of it, but Shea Whitcomb's not playing. Cesar Salazar's not playing, and then Singleton actually gives you a threat off the bench with a left-handed bat. I firmly believe if Jake Myers is 100%, Singleton would have gotten the call, not Corona. There's no way of ever proving that, but Myers now, with today's lineup, is missing his second game in a row. So I think that is a bit of evidence that part of the reason they called him Corona is because they wanted some insurance in case, at minimum, they wanted some insurance in case Myers is unable to go.
Yeah, it seems like it was insurance and a backup plan regardless, because of the outfield and the fact that maybe they are going to be smart and slow roll this with Jake so that he is 100% coming out of the All-Star break. I don't even mind that at this point. I just realized the fact that no matter how deep you thought this team was or wasn't previously, DeCenzo would have been a guy that would have been playing all the time if he was available. He's not only not available, we don't know when he's going to be available. Jacob Melton is a guy that looked like he could be that guy, sprained an ankle. We don't even know when he's going to be available. So you got to do whatever you have to do right now, CYA-wise, just to make sure you've got guys that can at least play the position and then worry about if they can hit or not.
It is frustrating that DeCenzo and Chaz are both out right now. Like, they could really use them, and then they would have an opportunity to prove their worth. Like, it'd be great from the team front and it'd be great from the player front, because here's my chance. Like, Chaz McCormick, I really want an opportunity, and I'm not knocking the guy. He's hurt, but this would be the perfect runway to be getting everyday at bats in left field. If he was healthy, he would be playing every single day.
And we said after the last 2 years with a real Chaz McCormick, please stand up. And then this year, he just hasn't had the real opportunity to prove it one way or the other. And even from a DeCenzo standpoint, from the time they called him up, and even last year, we know he can hit. We saw that he could actually start playing the outfield a little bit, but at least offensively, there's a guy that you can move around that gives you a chance to compete major league at bats, as opposed to some of these guys they're putting out there night in, night out right now.
I trade Jordan for Gallant right now, says Ocho. What would Paul Gallant hit in the bigs? Would he have a better batting average than Trammell? Of course not.
The batting cage.
How many, if you gave Paul 100 at bats, batting ninth for the Astros, how many hits would he get in 100 at bats?
0.
None?
None.
Not even one? Not even like touching the ball and then run fast? I think he'd get at least one.
I don't.
If you
I think he'd
threw
get
him,
one.
Like nothing but fastballs, I think he could.
We're talking about, why would he get nothing but fastballs?
I'm just trying to game it to where Paul could get a hit, because if it's legit pitching, he's not getting a hit.
I think we're selling Major League baseball pitchers short.
I think he would touch a ball, roll it weakly up the third base line, and beat it out for an infield single. I think he'd get one. I think he'd get one.
No, it's no slap at Paul. I don't think Paul against Major League pitching is going to get a hit in 100 bats.
I don't think there's anything harder to do in sports than hit a ball.
I think Paul can touch the baseball and beat it out at given 100 at bats.
Touch a baseball maybe to get a foul ball or a
No,
foul
he put
tip.
one in play out of 100 at bats. That's 300 opportunities to put one in play. 100 at bats times 3 strikes, 300 opportunities. He'd put a ball in play.
Nope.
Come on.
Nope. And again, to Brian's point, is what I was thinking. Until he proves that he could hit a breaking pitch, I would be making him dance all over the place trying to figure out how to hit a breaking pitch, because he has no chance to like warm up and figure this out and get like experience. If you're just putting him out there and telling me he gets 100 at bats against Major League pitching, you're not going to hit.
I'm giving him one hit. Chris said he would hit 200. That's insane.
I mean, Jose Abreu couldn't even do that. He was a former MVP.
That's a good point.
Trammell doesn't hit 200 in his career. So, like, Paul's going to have a better batting average than an actual big leaguer currently right now?
Nope.
No. I think he can get one hit.
I don't.
I think I'm going one hit.
Again, no slap at Paul, but no way.
It's a slap at Paul.
Well, no, I just don't believe. It's like taking man off the street and saying, "Go, you're going to get a hit in Major League Baseball." I don't think it's happening.
Well, I mean, Paul's an athlete, though. He was tapped 6A, 6-man state in Florida
20 years ago.
20 years ago. Texture says negative 225. That's not possible. Paul is skinny, but he isn't that fast. Hello. How do you know?
Yeah, I think Paul's fast.
Paul can touch the ball once, and then it hits the catcher's mitt. Paul has openly said he quit baseball because he was scared in the batter's box. Oh,
there you go, Jeremy.
Yeah,
there's your touching the baseball one hit guy.
I think I either did or almost used that in Who Said It, but he was apparently afraid of the baseball.
He just he's buckling his knees at 91.
Yeah. Like, I wish I remember the story, but the short of it was he was afraid of baseball.
Maybe one's too many.
Yeah, it is. It certainly is.
Come over to our side.
Yep.
0.
I didn't know he was scared of the baseball.
Yeah, that would have been useful information to give you ahead of time.
There's your deep dive.
I mean, if I stood in the batter's box against Hunter Brown today, I'd be terrified.
Oh, 100%.
I'd be terrified too.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of guys.
Especially
don't know.
knowing he's hit a couple guys recently.
I mean, put Paul in there against Colton Gordon. I don't care. He's not getting a hit.
He'd have a better chance against Colton Gordon.
Well, of course he would.
Montero, could he get hit against
Montero's
today?
got some velo. And Montero's kind of scary. Like
Montero does that.
I'd rather face Gordon than
what
Montero.
What
He doesn't know where it's
would he
going.
get?
Yeah, you haven't you're not scared. Like you think he's going to throw you a strike. Like
Sure.
it's going to be in the box. He's
It's
not
the
going to
classic.
dot you.
Yeah, it's the classic Wild thing where you just throw it anywhere and the guy's in the box not digging in, knowing he could get dotted at any time and he's not got no confidence.
Yeah, I would rather face Gordon.
Who
Plus,
would give
it's
Paul the
splits.
best chance?
I would rather face a lefty. Paul's right-handed.
Yeah.
Like, what do
I
you mean?
think so, at least.
Like, what's
Like
our
what?
pool here?
Yeah, who
Who
are we
best chance
pulling
to get a
from?
hit?
What, Astros pitchers or any pitcher?
Recent Astros.
Cesar Salazar.
Well, no, I mean,
He's
guys,
a recent pitcher.
Mike Gallo.
Is he recent? That's
Tony
what-
Sipp. Tony Sipp pitched in the Golden Era.
He did.
He did. I was going to
Tony
go
Sipp.
Josh James.
Josh James's mental
No,
coach.
if
Josh
he's
James
scared,
goes 100.
if he's scared of the
Yeah.
fastball, you can't give him guys with gas.
Okay, that's fair.
You got to give him guys who like have trouble hitting 90.
You need a plus baller.
Mike
Brandon
Gallo,
Walter?
Colton Gordon, Brandon Walter throws harder. You think you're
Yeah.
disrespecting Brandon Walter? Don't talk for the rest of this hour. You can't disrespect
the guy
Brandon
you
Walter
put
like that.
Jamie Moyer on him.
Yeah, but it was cute. It was cute. It was a friendly thing.
No one
between
knew
them.
who it was.
Phrasing.
Nathan from Mont
Oh, that's-
Bellevue is Paul gay. No, he's not gay. I don't think he's gay.
He's got a steady girlfriend right now.
Does he?
Yeah.
Paul's got
He's been
a
talking about
girlfriend.
it. He's been
Yeah,
talking about
steady.
it. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Posted pictures on Facebook.
Yes, he has.
No way.
I think last night was birthday celebration. picture.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not know this.
Yes,
So
he's been
serious
talking
or-
about it outwardly.
So
Yeah.
no, he's not gay. Unless she's his beard.
He does like to play the game.
He's not
Yes,
gay.
he does.
Pete
No,
is
he's
great.
not,
Not that
but he
there's
likes to
anything
play
wrong
the
with
game.
that.
Yeah.
Not that there's
No, he
anything wrong
does
with
like to play the game.
As great as the Astros have been lately, they really need to start getting players back from the IL, says Pete. You're right. They do. There's
Sure,
no
but,
about that.
I mean, thankfully with the
It's good advice.
All-Star break, you buy a little extra time, but you hope after the break or real soon after the break, you do start getting some of those guys.
Texture Lance at home. Yeah, it's not a bad call. But but Lance still has good breaking
Yeah.
stuff that's going to be breaking away from you.
His breaking stuff's nasty, and he can still get it around 94, 95.
And it's
So,
breaking away from you. So it's tougher. Could he draw a walk? Yeah, if he just doesn't swing. Now he can face McCullers and maybe draw a walk in 100 plate appearances. It's not
Yeah.
a bad call.
Yeah, he could draw a walk in 100 plate appearances against McCullers.
Yeah, I think he could too. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Is Reed Shepherd going to live up to this bigger role that the Rockets are hoping out of him, and any other additions to this team? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Dell Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Colton Gordon went to bed feeling good, woke up feeling good, and is cleared of any concussion concerns. His immediate reaction, quote, my immediate reaction is, I wish I'd have caught it, but I'm glad I'm all right. Colton Gordon. Push-ups right after he got hit in the dome. And then gave up a dog. Then gave up a home run to Jose Ramirez, though. So it kind of eliminated the dogness right there. Rafael Stone doubled down that Reed will have a bigger role on the team this season. Do you believe in Rafael Stone? Do you believe in Reed Shepherd?
So I think that's the thing. I believe that Rafael Stone and the organization believes that Reed Shepherd is ready to take the next step. I mean, he's honest in the fact that, you know, they love everything about him, and they keep saying that now he's in the gym every day and that he's working on being more physical, and he is accepting the fact that they want him to play a significant role off the bench, whether it be at point guard strictly or in multiple situations, being on the floor more often. The fact is do you believe that he's going to be able to defend NBA players? Do you believe that he's going to consistently make the shots? And if he's going to play point guard, as much as we hear he's doing all the right things and working on his ball handling and making decisions, we saw bad decision-making last year, and we saw less than from the offensive perspective of his ability to handle the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think Reed's going to be fine as a backup point guard. I don't think we're going to be sitting here being like, oh, my goodness, Reed's a bum. I think he's going to be fine. Like, do I expect him to be one of the Rockets' best 5 players? No, but they're not asking him to. They're asking him to be one of their best 10 players. I think that he's going to be fine in the role they're asking him to be.
I think that from the perspective of this team, I think when you know that they've got a little more than $3 million to play with, you know that it looks like right now they're probably going to go into the early season without adding anybody else from this point through maybe Christmas, that it's going to be interesting that that's going to be his runway. His runway is going to be starting the season. We're going to see what he can truly do. He's not going to get in there and Stone said in his press conference, hey, look, we carved out minutes for him in the early portions of the season. Well, now these minutes are going to be more significant because it's out of his own mouth when he said, you know, that we are no longer, you know, trying to kind of get these guys ready to go and build up guys. We need guys that can go. He's got to go. And I don't care what he does in the summer league from points perspective. I care that he is handling the basketball, that he's playing defense, that he is being more physical and accepting more punishment if the people play physical with him, and making the right decisions with the basketball in his hands, because that's what he's going to be asked to do. And nothing more than that, I don't think, because of how talented the rest of the roster is.
So do you think he's going to do it?
I believe he can. So yes, I believe that he is capable, and I think that he will. If he doesn't, I think that they are going to sit in the position that they are currently in, because I think when you look at some of the guys that are still out there, that they're, you know, depending on how long it takes Dame Lillard to recoup, Dame Lillard's looking to win a chip, and he's already getting all the money that he needs from Milwaukee. He's looking for a situation where he can win a chip and contribute. He could contribute on this team. I think that CP3, the Bucks already talked to CP3. They were trying to get to him, but he said he wants to play closer to home. If he doesn't want to play that, but he's familiar with Houston, would CP3 not start the season with a team and then find a team? Well, again, because the one thing missing from his resume is a championship. So is there backup plans out there from a veteran perspective, even buyouts later in the year, that if Reed doesn't, would they be opposed to moving on from him by midseason, not for the long haul, but by trying to find somebody else? I think they would.
I think that's I guess the backup plan. Like, that's the exit plan. Like, Reed Shepherd's going to have every opportunity to carve out a role. And I don't think the role is that large. I think it's the 9th, 10th guy on this team. Just whenever you're on the floor, don't kill us, quite frankly. I think the exit plan would be, if he's not succeeding in that role, that point of the calendar, let's see what's out there. Because they're not doing anything else before the start of the year. I think they're done. I mean, Rafael Stone said yesterday in his press conference, like, we're a hard tax at the first apron. I think the roster we're going to have is the roster we currently have. And that's from the horse's mouth.
Right. And I think that when you look at it from the perspective of the only other thing that would change anything would be if Fred got hurt, if you had injuries, because now you've got to react on the fly. You do have a little money to play with, but you also know you need somebody else to handle the basketball. And I know Holiday's on the roster, but when you look at that from that perspective, that might force the issue quicker. But at the same time, this is the key right now. This is it for Reed, to where if you're looking for that one shining opportunity for you to step in and actually take a real role on this team. This is it. But don't think it's going to last forever, because this team has grandiose expectations to where if you're not, they'll find someone that will.
When it happens on the calendar matters too, though. Like if Fred VanVleet gets hurt in camp, like everybody's going to be used up, and like teams aren't going to be trading them.
Right.
So like when it would happen too. Hopefully it doesn't happen. 713-780-ESPN. Texture 321. Israel hate text on Reed. Laughing emoji. Nope, one better. He's on the phone. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up?
What's up, fellas? It ain't that I hate him, you know what I mean? But a number 3 pick got to produce. That's just the bottom line. He had when they picked him number 3, he had the opportunity right there. He's now the ante is up. They got more vets. They trying to win the whole chip. They ain't got time for him. When they signed Aaron, when they signed him back, Reed can't outplay him. When they get in practice, he can't hide on defense. That's his thing. He's okay with the 3. He can shoot the 3 a little bit. The 10th league level for that coach, Stone is not the coach. He's not going to be like, when the 10th league level come up, for them to try to win this chip, the defense is key, especially with this coach. Reed Shepard just not defensively inclined, and his 3 ability is not that. And he can't do it. He ain't got no midi. I mean, bro, he did a good thing at whatever college he went to. Kentucky,
yes.
He did great there, but this is a different level, and Aaron is gonna make him look. That's why they signed Aaron. He can't outplay him. I don't care what pick he was, he cannot outplay him. And with KD, when they in their practice, they'll be like, man, coach, I don't know. And with KD and them talk, because they be talking, man, coach, man, this guy right here, bro. We got time for him. We trying to get this. All right, KD. Hey, Reed, you at the bottom. You at the last on there. And they got a great team, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you maybe he'd be the 12th man on the bench or whatever, you know what I mean? But I don't plan on VanVleet. I don't plan on him actually getting hurt. So
neither does he, but it can happen, Israel. Israel, it can happen. But here's the thing I got to ask you about what you said. You don't think that Stone and Ime are on the same page? Because if Ime doesn't think he can play, he may be the first one to tell Rafael, we got to get another guard in here.
I understand that they on the same page. They gotta, if he picked the owner, if they picked him number 3. First of all, whoever the owner's like, yo, this guy y'all wasted a number 3 pick on this guy. This guy is just not producing. A number 3 pick, I can see the second round. They can't trade him now for a number 1. Right now, they say, okay, give us a second round. They be like, ain't nobody gonna read. I'm sorry, y'all can cheerlead. Hey, just like you talk about Tremble, like you could talk about Tremble. I think Tremble is an MLB player. You don't think he is? I think he is. Reed is just a number 3 bust. Tremble ain't on his level. If we gonna talk about sports, we got everybody on the table. All right, man.
Rack 'em.
Appreciate it, Israel. You can't spell Reed without D. I'll say that, Israel. I think Reed.
Boy. I think Reed has a midi too. It's just
can't spell Reed without D. He said he had no D in his game. He's got it in his name, Israel.
Further explaining it doesn't help the joke.
My bad. I'll just wear that one. I'll just
Turbo Punch.
I'll take the L on that one. I couldn't help myself in my cheesy, terrible puns. Is it a boomer take of me that I don't like the word chip?
I don't really like it either.
I don't like the word chip.
I don't know if it makes us boomers, but
I think it makes us boomers.
Maybe.
Yeah, I definitely think it makes us boomers.
I don't know when that came in because
it became
was
a
like,
cool way to say championship.
Like my entire life, it was just championship, and all of a sudden I woke up one day and everyone was saying ship. I don't know when it happened.
I'm even okay with ship.
I don't even like that.
I don't mind ship because I mean, ship is at least in the word.
Yeah.
What is chip?
Chip's not
what
in
is
the word.
chip? You took the first letter and then the last 3 letters and just put them together. That means championship. Now, how? I don't like it.
I don't mind it. I mean,
I'm not a fan.
I was get off our lawn.
I was more annoyed with the LOB. Trying to win the LOB, the Larry O'Brien Trophy.
Oh, I've never heard that.
Oh my God, that was big for a while, and it drove me nuts.
Never heard that.
Yeah, everybody wants to chase the LOB. No, and most people don't know who Larry O'Brien was or that the trophy's named after it. If you want to say a ring, I get it.
Yeah, ring's fine.
I don't like the chip. I'm just not a fan of that. It's like, you're just getting rid of a bunch of letters in the word. I don't know. Again, I'm a boomer. I'm not, but I am. Shepard needs to get that fight in him like John Stockton. He needs to go out there and be a beast on defense and offense. Why Stockton? Why did you mention Stockton? Why didn't you say like Dylan Brooks? Why did you say he needs to get that fight in him like Stockton?
I mean,
why did he say Stockton?
Get him a Ford Escort and a whole lot of dirtiness and let him play because Stockton was dirty and he wasn't afraid to get in there. He didn't want to fight anybody.
I don't mind my players being dirty. I have no problem with it. It came from the movie Hardball, says a texter, Chip. I've seen Hardball. I don't remember the quote.
Oh, the Keanu Reeves movie?
I don't remember the quote.
Yeah.
I don't remember him saying. I believe that he said it. I'm just saying my memory's fuzzy. Texter said it was a movie. It was from a movie called Blue Chips. No, that's not the same thing. Blue Chips is not the same thing as chip. Chip means a championship.
Yes, it does.
Blue Chips means a blue chip recruit.
Correct.
It's not the same thing.
That was the Nick Nolte movie with Shaq.
Yep.
Penny.
Blue Chips. And Penny, yeah.
There was another player in there too.
There
was a couple on the other team.
Yeah, I think it was a UCLA player. I
can't remember. Yeah, Bobby Knight was in that movie.
Yep.
That was a great. I
really like
great
that movie.
movies. It's probably too strong, but I did like that movie. I will trust Ime until I can't. That's how I feel about things too. He knows what he's doing. I'm not too worried. I'd like a backup point guard if Mim or Reed don't pan out, but I'll trust an Ime. That's fair. Give Reed another year before calling him a bust. I mean, people can have their opinions, and then opinions can be wrong. We all know that. If they don't believe in Reed, they would have targeted guards, not more forwards and centers. Yeah, I think we all can agree that they believe in Reed. I think the argument here is, are they right to believe in Reed?
Yeah, I mean, I think until we see him consistently on the court, it's going to be the never-ending question because this team has done so much to like fill holes and prove that they are, loaded for bear to chase a chip. You're welcome. But at the same time, if this guy truly we're being told right from the get-go, this guy's going to have a role, then all eyes are going to be on him. And until he gets on the court and he plays against NBA competition, he kind of proves these naysayers and these people that question him wrong, then we're going to continue to sit there and say we need to see more of Reed Shepard because, 3-4 minutes here or there is not going to get it done either to prove what he's going to be. But this is it for him. I think this is a big, big opportunity for him. And I don't know what happens in terms of his development if indeed he doesn't do it this time.
Yeah, I don't know if it's it for him.
No, I'm not saying end of his career, but I'm saying because I think to Israel's point, I think you get a first-round pick for Reed Shepard right now. I think Rafael said that. He said in the press conference it wasn't us shopping Reed when name was being floated out there in deals. It was teams inquiring about Reed. I think there's plenty of teams that believe in Reed Shepard that would give you a first-round pick for Reed Shepard right now.
Yeah, but that's not a win. Like he was the number 3 pick in the draft last year. Like getting a second half of the first round draft pick for Reed isn't great. Like, yes, like I'm not arguing with you about his value, but if you were to flip Reed Shepard, the number 3 pick in last year's draft, for the 18th pick in this draft, that's a major loss.
Should be.
That's a terrible return on investment
on your part. Yeah, but I still think to Israel's point of you couldn't get a second round pick for Reed Shepard, or most you could get a second round pick. I disagree vehemently.
Yeah, I do too.
That you could get a first round pick for him.
If you trade it in, like, this is hypothetical. If you were to trade Reed Shepard for the highest possible pick before this year's draft, what do you think it would have been?
Probably in that 9-10 range.
Okay, see, I think it's outside of the top 10.
I think it's right there at 9-10.
Like, is Phoenix trading Malawatch for Reed Shepard?
I mean, they're desperately needing bigs.
Yeah, that's probably not fair of a question for me, to be honest.
But I think that if they had a big on their roster, I think they would be more intrigued with the upside of Reed versus Malawatch. Because I think Reed offensively, that's where his upside lies.
Yeah.
On the NBA level.
I feel if Udoka felt Reed wasn't him, he would have gotten him traded along with Cam for someone he believed in. See, the other part of this too is the cap. Like Reed Shepard has a rookie contract. You can't trade a rookie contract for the $25 million salary. Right. The Rockets are up against it. The Rockets are full. They're right up against the first apron. Rafael Stone mentioned it yesterday. So they couldn't just trade Reed Shepard, and they really don't have contracts to trade anymore because they brought in Kevin Durant, and that took a lot of money to bring in Kevin Durant. So it's not as simple as, Reed Shepard for a backup point guard, because every decent backup point guard is making at least $15 million.
And no, you're right. But I think here's the other thing. When you can't put him in the same boat as Cam, because you can't question what this kid has done to try and make himself better. He's doing everything they ask. Every time they sent him down to the G League, he welcomed it. The off-season workouts, he's in the gym before anybody told him that he had to be in the gym. He's listening to everybody. He's doing everything they ask. When they watch him on the court and they put him, you can't put him in the G League anymore because he's already proven he's better than anybody in the G League. It's now just coming to the grips of when is he and if he's going to be whatever he can truly be to maximize his potential on the NBA level, because they love everything about his attitude, his intelligence on the floor, and his ability to kind of fit into the team scheme. That was the biggest problem with Cam. That's why, without saying it, they're done babysitting, because it doesn't matter how talented a guy is. If he's not going to do the things that the organization and the head coach ask you to do, at a certain point, then they're just done putting the effort into it.
Ship came from a hardball. They chanted, "We go into the ship." What? Ship is different than chip. Ship and chip are not the same thing. The texter, whoever said chip is from hardball, is clearly deaf. They sang a song that said, "We go into the ship," not chip. So apparently chip did not come from hardball.
Okay. I just think that it's a matter of pronunciation, that some people say championship.
That's not pronunciation. That's a totally different word. Ship and chip are totally different words.
It depends on what part of the country you're from. That people say championship. They don't say championship. They will roll an S in there.
I am so confused right now. Yes, ship is fine. Chip is not. Chip is not a word. I mean, it's a word, but it's not a word that should mean championship. Why do they say chip?
Because in their mind, it's short for championship.
So you're saying people thought championship had a C in it?
Oh, yeah.
At the back end.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think so.
The way they pronounce it, I think so. It's always been a slang term for a championship.
Okay, that's different than they thought that there was a C
I think
at
there
the
are
end
parts
of
of the country.
championship.
We know how different parts of the country pronounce words differently. I think there are people that try to accentuate it like there's a C there.
I don't think it has to do with pronunciation in part of the country. I think it is a cool, hip, modern word that people use. I don't think it was ever a mispronunciation.
Okay, we disagree.
What part of the country are they saying championship?
I think up north. I think that where they're
I mean, it's your country. Were you ever saying championship?
Yeah.
You said championship?
I think when I was younger, I probably did. I think up north that I would hear people pronounce it with more of a ch than a sh.
I just don't think of mispronunciations as using a completely different word. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but championship.
I think chip was like a cool way to say championship.
Probably.
Well, now everybody's doing it. It is the hip thing to do.
I don't think it was ever. I mean, I'm just giving you my point of view. Like, maybe you guys said it in Milwaukee, championship, but I'm
not trying to dummy down Milwaukee, but I'm saying that in parts of the country, we all know there's mispronunciations of words depending on where you are in the country.
I just never thought championship was one of them. Like tournament, sure. Like, but championship and championship?
Yeah, I'll stand by that.
Okay, 713-780-ESPN. I don't know for sure, but it's the first two and last two letters, so it's short for championship. I know what it's short for. I think it's stupid. I think it's a stupid, modern, hip thing to do. And look, I'm not the guy you look at for modernness. Wisconsin, right country guys. I don't know what that means. Somebody's smoking some of that good stuff. I don't know which one he's referring to. Could be either one of us. When you win in poker or blackjack, you get the chip. Win a chip. That's not what that means.
But it's
that's
actually called a poker chip, so it's not changing the word.
That's not where chip came from. The word chip, whenever it's in relation to a championship, was a cool way to shorten the word championship. And by shortening the word championship, they took the first letter and the last three and combined it. That it didn't come from poker or blackjack. What was the other what was the other theory that they had?
It's
Urban Dictionary, this.
By the way, Blue Chips had Calbert Chaney, I think, who we were thinking of.
And Ed O'Bannon.
And Alan Houston.
Ed O'Bannon.
See, okay, the Urban Dictionary have a very good definition of it. They're talking about, like, the chip on your shoulder. See, like, that's okay. Like, we've heard chip on the shoulder forever. Like, that's always been a thing. Won the chip? Why don't you say you won the championship or won the ship? I don't even like ship, now that I think about it.
I like it more than chip, though.
I like ship more than chip.
Yes.
I prefer to say championship.
Agreed.
The title, the ring. Like, why are we making it chip? That doesn't even sound good.
Okay. I think this is your get off my lawn moment.
That's what I said at the very beginning.
I know. I get it. Normally it's pointed at me.
Guy.
Normally it's me.
You are taking this way too far. Who cares? A lot of people. Text line's on fire about this. 713-780-ESPN. Maybe you're on something with pronunciation. Think of Texas saying chest of drawers. Texans do add the R to like wash and stuff like that. You ever notice that?
Yeah,
the wash.
East Coast does naked, wash, birthday.
Yeah. Rack and Pete, I'm Hispanic and definitely had a relative who would say championship. See, I'm half Mexican. I'd never had a relative that said champion.
And I'm Mexican.
Ever. I hadn't heard chip until like 3 years ago. Well, a little longer than that. Maybe like last 7 years. I think it's the last 7-year term.
I think the way it's being constantly floated around there as frequently as it is, I think it's more recent than that. I think it's in the last couple of years.
Hold on a second. You're saying that you've only heard the last couple of years?
No, I think the last couple of years it's become like a modern hip slang term for the championship.
Okay. Next person to say championship is going to get pistol whip. Chip. Lay's invented it. Okay. Yeah. Lay's invented it. Depending on how Reed grew from his lack of playing time last year, is it a learning experience for him being a stud to a reserve? Has it crushed his ego or has it brought him down? I don't think so.
I don't think so at all. He's still young. And I think that, he's got parents that both played the game. And everybody knows that, everybody's different. I know Israel expects that all number 3 picks overnight just become good if they're going to be good. And you look at Chauncey Billups, you look at some of the guys that took longer to kind of finally hit their stride. But I don't think that he's lost confidence. I mean, he knows he can get 50 in a G League game. It's just he knows it's taking work. And part of it is working on his body to kind of mature and get stronger to take the beating of an NBA game.
My Hispanic accent will pronounce it as chip, but I would never write it like that. Laughing face emoji. I've never heard somebody mispronounce it that way.
Yeah, I would never write it, but I've heard it.
I've never heard somebody say champion chip. I've never heard that. Have you?
I have.
No, I've never heard that.
I've never heard champion chip. Ever. We had this discussion at work the other day, and 8 out of the 11 people that were in the conversation all agree that abbreviating championship with the word chip is flat out stupid. You work with the finest people, Dexter.
Well, 8 out of the 10 finest people.
8 of the 11.
Oh, 11.
It comes from shortening the word and getting that chip off your shoulder. It comes from shortening the word, but does it come with chip off your shoulder? Do you think who invented like the shortening of the word with the modernness and coolness of the word was like, we're going to call it chip because it also means that chip on your shoulder?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
That's a stretch.
And like, I mean, we would have to talk to like who invented the genesis of the nickname chip to really know. So it's all a theory from everybody. I'm having a tough time buying that one.
Yeah, because people will say like, I want to get the chip, so that wouldn't relate to getting the chip off your shoulder. Like
you want to win it.
Yeah, that doesn't really fit.
He's gonna get the chip, and plus, like if like people who've won one before say it again. I want another chip. So you getting another chip off your shoulder? I don't think that's the genesis of it.
It has nothing to do with poker chips or getting it off your shoulder.
No.
It's about winning the ring.
It's about winning the ring. All right. Never know what you're going to get with the Killer Bees.
Yeah, this wasn't on the rundown today.
Yeah, normally we're debating like our favorite brands of chips or the worst chips.
Not Sun Chips. Those are terrible.
Yeah, I was going to say, and those
came
are
out
your
with
favorites.
50 better? Was that how many?
I had 50 better chips than Sun Chips. And I could probably do 100. I could probably do 100.
You think the ladies down the hall think there are 50 better chips than Sun Chips? After
Yes.
Lance brought them the
They
garden
were,
salsa?
yes, they're Spanish speakers. Spanish speakers don't like Sun Chips. You kidding me?
You should know.
You think you go down? You think that Sun Chips are like a big seller in Mexico?
But
no
he got him,
chance.
But he got him garden salsa because
Yeah, garden salsa is a joke. That's a 1 on a scale of 1 to 10 on the pica meter. You go to Mexico, they have like flaming hot stuff on everything, Takis and like. Have you ever seen like the chips in Mexico? Whenever we went on our cruise, I think it was last summer, wasn't it? We went to the grocery store just to like see like the cool stuff that they had there. Like every single chip had a spicy flavor. Every single one of them. They would laugh at salsa garden. You know what chip I didn't see on the chip aisle? Sun Chips.
They're not rocking with it.
No. 713-780-ESPN. Cash them or trash them with the bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Cash 'em or trash 'em with a B, 713-780-3776. Cash 'em or trash 'em. Brendan Heights driving for Uber and lady in the backseat was probably very confused while I was listening to two guys argue about chip versus ship for 10 minutes. It's July. It's July, Brent. And I'm sure she got a little bit of radio greatness. Winning a Marconi. I'm cashing that using the word chip to abbreviate is very idiotic, says a texter. YouTube, I think it was Alan. Alan said that the genesis of that word, it was Drake saying it after the Raptors won. He said, I need my chip with the dip. I don't think that was the genesis of it. I think it was already out before that.
I think it probably was too.
Yeah, I don't think that
It's
was
just the abbreviated word with their own spin on it to put the C there.
Yeah, I don't like it. I think it's dumb. Cash or trash, 713-780 ESPN. What's your cash or trash, Blankers?
First one I got is the Astros will not make a deal at the deadline.
Trash.
And live with what they have coming back off the
Trash.
interest.
Yeah, trashed it.
You don't think they're going to make – I think there's a chance they don't make a deal.
I think they'll make a deal.
Just to say you made a deal?
Yeah, I think they'll make a deal.
Okay.
Go over the competitive balance tax?
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah, I would agree with Joel if the idea is they're not going to go over the competitive balance tax. I don't think they will, but you're right. It could be another move that's either cost neutral or something that actually even saves them a little bit more. So
yeah, they could trade Chaz, save a few bucks.
So I guess for that reason I'll trash it. I do agree though that they're not going to go over the competitive balance tax.
I don't think they're going to be like splashes at all. But I like Dana Brown not doing anything. I don't see it. I don't see it. I think they make at least one move.
I don't want to think that it's like Daryl Morey where you have to keep your streak alive every year and make one move. I hope that if they do, it's something that can still benefit this team. I'm leery of them not wanting to spend the money.
What'd they do last year at the deadline? I mean, they did some stuff last year at the deadline.
Yeah,
2 years ago they traded for Verlander again. So like Dana will. I mean, Dana's like low key Will and Dylan son of a gun.
Yeah,
like he's more of a quiet. He's not. I would say more of a tame.
The second Verlander trade though wasn't at the deadline though, wasn't it? Wasn't it
Verlander?
The second one?
It was deadline season. No, it was pretty close to the deadline.
I thought it was more closer to July 1st than the end of July.
No, I want to say it was closer to the end of July because it was something that had been talked about for like weeks and like they were wondering if it was going to get done. No, it happened pretty close.
You're right because didn't it happen the same day as Frommer's no-hitter?
I think that was the next day.
Was it the next day?
I think Frommer threw a no-hitter the next day, but it was towards the deadline.
Yeah, you're right.
Kikuchi
Never mind.
Last year,
Kikuchi, of course.
Caleb Ferguson.
Who's Kikuchi?
Oh yeah, I forgot about Caleb Ferguson.
I would like to forget about Caleb Ferguson.
I forgot all about Caleb Ferguson. Yeah, but the Kikuchi trade was the big one last year. I forgot about Kikuchi. He's an all-star. That's who he is, Israel.
Yeah, this year.
You say Kikuchi's an all-star.
Yep.
An all-star.
So,
I wouldn't mind trading for Kikuchi again. But he makes a lot of money. Was that their only two trades, Ferguson and Kikuchi?
I believe so.
They signed Neris again last year. Yeah, I think those were their only two trades.
And they signed Hayward later. Yeah, that was the only two deals.
Yeah, I think they'll make a trade. I think he'll make a trade. It will be interesting to see if they go into the competitive balance tax. What was your other one? You said you had more than one?
Let me look it up. You guys go with yours and I'll
Justin Verlander should have been an MLB legend pick for the All-Star game. Clayton Kershaw, if you missed this, was an MLB legend pick. Whoa, Verlander's not having a good year. It doesn't matter if you're having a good year to be an MLB legend pick. To be an MLB legend pick, Robert Manfred has to deem you a legend. And he deems Clayton Kershaw a legend with 216 wins and 3,000 strikeouts. You know how many wins Justin Verlander has? 262. That's more than 216 last I checked. I was a math major for a semester. You know how many strikeouts Justin Verlander has? 3,476. He has 476 more strikeouts than Clayton Kershaw. You know, it's better in the postseason, not including the World Series. Justin Verlander is better in the postseason than Clayton Kershaw. Robert Manfred, if you're calling Clayton Kershaw a legend and he's got to be on the All-Star team, you should be doing the same thing for Justin Verlander.
Yeah, I think I'm trashing this because Verlander has come close to saying he's done. He's not going to say.
Has Kershaw?
I think Kershaw has kind of hinted around this might be his last season. Verlander hasn't, so I'll trash
it. It's a weak trash.
Does he have to be in his last season though to be a legend pick?
But I don't think that's why. I think the bigger point is I think it's ridiculous that Manfred decided to do this.
Cabrera was an all-star his second to last year. So final year kind of loses some credibility with that.
I don't think they should do it at all.
I agree with that.
I don't know that. I think Verlander's more of a guy that I don't think would be wanting to do that. I don't think he wants the charity vote. I don't know why, and Kershaw's, I don't know anything about him to say whether he likes
that shouldn't
it or not.
factor into this conversation, though. You might be right about that.
I
but
don't
that shouldn't
like it.
Factor the invitation being sent. You know what? I'm with Brian. I don't really care that they have this. I'm okay with them having
as long as it doesn't count towards, he had 17 All-Star games.
Yeah.
That's a part of his Hall of Fame credential. Like, as long as they strike out the legendary, then I'm totally fine with it.
I think they should just strike out All-Star game, period.
Sure, I'm just saying. Yeah.
Like, if you want to include it in the bio, okay, whatever. But in terms of, like, arguing all-time greats or, like, Hall of Fame candidacy, that shouldn't be included.
Yeah, it's like the Pro Bowl. It's gotten so watered down now where every team has to have a representative, is that you might not be having an extraordinary season. You just might happen to be on the right team that sucks, and there's nobody else to pick.
Yeah.
Because I think that's pretty much how Kikuchi got it. His ERA is really low. His won-loss record's terrible.
Kikuchi deserves it.
From an ERA perspective and from his,
win-loss record's a terrible way to grade a pitcher these days.
No, but I'm just saying overall, his ERA deserves it. But, I mean, look, there's plenty of guys when you look team to team and you go, you got to have someone from the White Sox and the Rockies and all those. So it's watered down.
When did they bring that rule back? Because that went away for a little while.
I don't think it did. I don't remember there being a time where there was never a representative from each team.
Because I remember when Jason Castro got his All-Star appearance because he was the only Astro that was having a semi-decent year. But I thought the rule got done away with, at least for a little while. This is actually news to me that it was back. But
I think it was in the last 10 years.
I think it's always been there. I don't think it ever went away.
It's never gone away?
I don't think
I think
so.
it went away.
I thought it did. I thought it went away. I could be wrong.
I don't think it did. 713-780-3776. Help us out, I guess. Brian, what's yours?
I think Jaden Higgins, Iowa State rookie, Texans second-round pick, is going to easily surpass Christian Kirk and really not even have this take till the midpoint of the year to be the team's no doubt number 2 wide receiver and beat Kirk in basically all major receiving categories.
Ooh, define it for me.
How so?
What does better mean? Like, is it one of those?
Beat him in receptions, yards,
all
touchdowns. Yeah, all 3.
I don't think he beats
I think he's going to have a better year all around than Christian Kirk production-wise.
I'll trash it. I don't think he beats him in all 3. I think he could be the second best receiver, but I don't think he beats him in all 3.
Okay, so you're going more. You're saying he could surpass him as far as like eye test.
Yeah. Okay. I think at the end of the year, we're like, who is the Texans' second best receiver? It wouldn't. I would actually give Higgins the edge. Like if you said, give me your top 3 receivers at the end of the year, I would go Nico, Higgins, Kirk. But I don't think he sweeps the stats over Kirk.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I just think, and especially early on, I think Kirk's going to get plenty of looks. I think he's going to be good. So,
I do too, but part of this is Kirk's missed 12 games the last 2 years. Maybe you could say injury prone is not a real thing, but he's missed a lot of games.
See, this is not something I would bet unless you gave me an injury insurance.
Sure.
Like if you're like, if I would bet this, I would bet that Christian Kirk will have more receptions than Jaden Higgins, but I would need like a 14-game minimum. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
so
that makes sense.
It's definitely in play. Like I'm not demeaning it at all because I think it is in play. And like Higgins is going way ahead of Christian Kirk in fantasy drafts too. By the way.
For sure, he should too, especially in best ball.
Should he?
In best ball, yeah. I think because your best ball, you're playing upside.
Full point PPR. Kirk's going to rack up a bunch of receptions.
Yeah, but he hasn't proven he could stay on the field to rack up those receptions.
That is true. All right. What was your second one? Did you pull it up, Blinkers? It is thundering.
I did. The Rockets are going to add a veteran to this team that will end up contributing in the rotation by the end of the season.
So at any point of the season?
At any point in the season, because I got to believe right now that they're not going to add a 15th man, and they're going to save that money.
So in the rotation?
As in like top 8? Top 9? What are we talking here?
We said top 10 is normally the rotation in the regular season. You said top 10.
I didn't say top 10 was in a rotation. I said they're counting on Reed to be a top 10 player.
I'm just trying to figure out how good this player has to be to quote unquote crack the rotation.
I will cash it because of injury. Like if a guy goes down, I think they're going to try to add to the team to help him out. And it could be as minor as like Tari. Like getting Tari's minutes would be part of the rotation. So I'll cash that. I'm hoping it doesn't happen actually. I'm hoping that they don't need that.
I'm kind of intrigued by the possibility of adding a veteran late that could be like a difference maker.
It just depends on what the season looks like. Like if Reed Shepard's playing well and everybody's healthy, they're not going to do that.
But if you get a chance to get a Dame on the cheap or a guy like that,
It depends on how they're performing.
I guess the one guy that's out and he's going, I think he's going to the Clippers anyway, but there's no way, because I saw people throwing Beal's name as a guy the Rockets could sign to get a true 2-guard. Whatever happened or didn't happen in Phoenix, I don't think KD's playing with Beal another year, but I do think that Dame would be in play depending on his rehab and where he's at.
The other thing too is like those guys are going to be signed. So like whoever signs those guys would have to be bad and then buy them out. Like is whoever signs Damian Lillard going to be a bad team where they're buying him out at any point during the regular season?
I don't think Lillard's going to sign.
See, I do.
I think he's going to wait and rehab and then pick his spot.
I think it's going to be the other way. I think he's going to sign rehab with the team.
We'll see.
We shall. This cash or trash is from Laken Tomlinson. Do you know who that is?
Texans guard.
He told Texans radio in an interview posted last week, I believe the offensive line could be the strength of a team.
Of this team? This year?
No, wait, hold on. Read that quote again.
Yeah, maybe I misread the quote.
Because I thought you said the offensive line could be the strength of a team, which is...
That's a lot different than the way that I meant it.
Yeah, because yes, an offensive line could be the strength of a team. Will it be the strength of this team? That's an entirely different question.
Okay, yeah, I misread that. That's my bad. Put me on the list. Car wreck of the day.
You just made the list.
The way that I read that was I believe the offensive line could be the strength of this team. But he said a team. And I do, okay, yeah, that's my bad.
That's not even really a take.
No, he's right.
By Laken, yeah,
he's right. That's my bad. I misread that. That's on me. I need to be better. I will strive to be better the rest of the week.
Go back.
I can't
and look
promise
at the film.
it.
Yeah,
Probably
go back
won't
and look
happen.
at the film, Gary.
Yeah, that's a mistake. I believe offensive line can be the strength of a team. Yeah, that's fine. I cash it. I knew what he was saying the whole way. I believe an offensive line can be the strength of a team. Cash it. Cash it, Laken Tomlinson. I cash. Do you cash it?
Of his
Do y'all
actual
cash
quote?
it?
Yes. Cash it.
Cash
yes.
it. All right, so we all cash Laken Tomlinson's brilliant take.
It helps to still have good skill
Teams
players.
can win football games. Thank you, Lincoln.
I thought he said our offensive line. That's my bad. Cash or trash? The state of Texas collectively has the best teams in sports. Corey. I mean, football, no, right?
Well, we did the study of like who could, or we did the conversation. Was it a week ago, 2 weeks ago, out at Cactus Jack about which team could Tiger Slam or which city could Tiger Slam. We had Houston towards the top of the list.
Yeah, Philadelphia was high. Remember Philadelphia being up there?
LA was up there, obviously.
We could have 6 teams.
Detroit, not so much. Yeah, I mean, Texas would be up there. California, who would be California's best chance in basketball? The Warriors, Lakers, Clippers.
You got three pretty good chances.
Their best football chance would be the Rams or Niners.
Yeah.
Huh.
The Chargers are a playoff team, too.
Dodgers, obviously. And, well, I mean, Astros have scoreboard on the Dodgers recently. Yeah, I think I'm going to cash that, Corey.
I think
I'm going to cash it. I'm going to be a hammer and cash it.
Yeah, I'm going to trash. I mean, California. I think. I mean, they have the advantage because they have so many more teams, but I think they've got the better teams overall.
Oh, Brian.
I know. I don't like to say it,
That's
but
dirty.
I mean, just look for how many teams they had, and almost all of them are at least pretty good. To actually playoff teams or contenders or recent World Series champions.
Dodgers got swept by the Astros.
I know, but only really the Angels are kind of bums in their sports.
The Raiders aren't in LA anymore. They're in Vegas.
I guess you could say the Kings are kind of bums, but they made the
Athletics.
playoffs, 2 years ago? Okay, Athletics. Okay, 2 teams are bums.
Sacramento
But I mean, the A's
Sacramento
are about to move
Kings.
to Vegas in a couple years anyway.
Yeah,
so.
you can't get that, though. That's a reach.
I'm just saying.
Cash, the chicharrones are considered chips.
I've used it as a chip.
Yeah, I don't know if you can consider that a chip. I'm
I've
gonna
used it
trash
as one, though.
You can find it in the same aisle.
What are they?
Chicharrones are pork rinds.
Oh.
Like
pork rinds?
No, my dad loved them.
They're great with ketchup.
Ugh.
There's some Tex-Mex places I go to that'll serve those as the chip for like guacamole.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I like chicharrones. They're pretty good. They're high in fat, no carbs, though.
Yeah.
So a lot of people in the keto
I think
diet
I'd cash
like
it.
chicharrones.
I think
like
I have to because I've used it as a chip.
I like crackling. Yeah, but using something as a chip doesn't make it a chip. Like a lot of health conscious people use cucumbers as chips, or they'll bake like zucchini and then use that as chips.
Fair.
Yeah, or like banana chips or
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah, they're like hardened a vegetable and like here you go, it's a chip.
What makes a chip then?
I mean, you know when you see it. I think.
I mean, crispy, salty.
I mean, that's a chicharrone. I mean,
I would argue that it needs to be like potato or tortilla.
I was going to say, because they're not all potato, but if you go tortilla and potato, I think you pretty much cover your bases.
I don't think it has to be potato or tortilla. I'm going to catch this. I think chicharron is a chip.
Yeah, it's hard to find a definition of this because, like a small piece of something removed in the course of chopping, cutting, or breaking a hard material, such as wood or stone. Like,
I think
now they're
has
talking
to
about
be,
like a chip of the old block.
I think it has to be crispy, and it has to be the smaller piece of something bigger. But I don't think it has to be.
So would Cheetos be a chip?
Yes.
Is that? I guess that's crispy.
Yeah.
Crispy, crunchy, yeah.
A very thin slice or small piece of food. Okay, I forgot about chocolate chips. I don't know, man.
Yeah, but that to me, that's weird because I don't consider. I mean, that's just a name. I don't think that's like a chip.
Certainly not a potato chip.
Right. I mean,
Certainly
it's
not a
like-
tortilla chip.
Yeah, it's just a chip of chocolate instead of saying a piece of chocolate. But
Google AI says yes. Yes, they can be considered a type of chip. They're a popular crunchy snack enjoyed in many cultures. In some regions like Mexico.
And I'm Mexican.
Okay. I mean, Google AI says you're right. Google AI stinks, though. They're the worst AI that's out there. But they back you up here, Brian. Cash or trash, apple is the superior fruit.
trash that.
Yeah, I could think of 10 fruits.
Trash.
Apples.
Apples
Yeah,
are
same.
okay, but yeah, no.
Unanimous.
I mean, cherries, strawberries,
Bananas,
blueberries,
blackberries,
blueberries, watermelon,
pineapple, mango,
cantaloupe. Pineapple's awesome.
tomato.
Yep. Tomato.
Tomato's better than apple. I think avocado's a fruit.
It is.
It is, yeah.
It is a fruit.
What is the determination of my
Seed with
Branham-
inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Has seeds inside as it makes it a fruit.
Branham kid always explains this to me. Cash or trash, Tigers in the World Series?
Trash.
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 That would mean the Astros are not.
Brian?
No, that was my trash. Yeah, I
Branham
trashed
salty
it.
about his trash take on a chip. That's your opinion, man. Cash or trash, Sun chips are better than original Lay's. Way too greasy.
Trash that. I don't like sun chips.
Trash.
I mean, I can eat them if there's nothing else there, but I don't care for them.
Yeah, I trash that.
Trash.
I might actually choose Sun Chips over original Lay's.
Really?
Yeah, I do agree with the take of the texture. It's so greasy. I don't prefer it. That's not a pro Sun Chip endorsement. I just really do not like original Lay's.
Original Lay's are fine.
Yeah, I think you said it. They're fine. I don't prefer them. I would never go out of my way to buy them.
I mean, it's.
I can't remember the last time I went to the store, like the grocery store, or convenience store, anything like that, and bought original Lay's. It's never my first, second, third, fourth, fifth choice.
Texture says chicharrones is a chip made out of bacon. Are championships considered a chip? For some people. Some people are not cool. Brandon wanted his tomato as a fruit comment to trigger someone, and it didn't. Yeah, I was trying to get a reaction. Trigger is too strong of a word, but I was trying to get some argument there.
I mean, it is factually a fruit.
You were right, Texter. I was trying to get somebody to respond to that, and then it didn't.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
I didn't care who it was. I don't discriminate. Louisiana hot sauce spread on them is pretty good on chicharrones. I do like Louisiana hot sauce. Louisiana hot sauce is always in Branham fridge. Cash or trash, Paul Skeens can win the Cy Young with a losing record.
Boy.
I don't think so.
I think he could. I just don't think I think they're so bad offensively that it's hard to make an argument because his numbers are great. I mean, you look at how putrid their offense has been over the last 10 games he's pitched. I just don't think he'll win it.
Yeah, I don't think there's been one Cy Young to have a losing record in the history of the game.
DeGrom?
Nope.
DeGrom was 11.
Nolan never won a Cy Young, Brian.
I know. I knew it as soon as I said it.
DeGrom was 11-11 the year he won it, I think.
I don't know.
You know who the answer is?
I do. I Googled it.
Well, are you going to tell us?
I was wondering if y'all wanted to guess. Play a little guessing game, Brian, like what you do in sports radio.
Tom Seaver.
DeGrom was 10-9 when he won his first one, 11-8 when he won his second one. That's a low amount of wins.
It is.
Young, yeah. 10. Nope.
Dwight Gooden?
Nope. You aren't thinking.
Oh, Eric Gagne?
Eric Gagne.
Yeah. It just came to me.
It's a bit of a trick question.
Relief pitcher.
It's a bit of a trick question. Eric Gagne won his Cy Young. He was 2-3.
That's a trick.
It's a trick question.
Yeah.
You want to guess how many saves he had that year?
52.
Did you know that Eric Gagne was a top 10 Cy Young guy 3 years in a row?
I did not.
And he was top 7 actually 3 years in a row. He was top 5 back-to-back years.
Wasn't he considered to be the roid guy?
I don't remember that.
I think he did get busted
Yeah, I
for
think
something.
either he got
I don't
busted
remember
or
what it
he
was.
might have been on the list or
52 was his fourth place Cy
boom.
Young year.
Nailed it.
No, you didn't.
Oh, fourth place. Okay.
He didn't even lead the league that year with 52 saves. The year that he won the Cy Young, he had 55 saves.
Wow.
55.
Man.
Appeared in
What's
77.
Hader got right now? 26?
Is it that high now?
Something like that?
I don't know how many he's got.
I think he's north of 25.
He's not coming close to 50. He's at 25.
He's at 25? Okay.
He's on the equator with 25, not north of it.
God. That's not as bad as some of your other jokes today, but
do you consider goldfish a chip or a cracker?
Cracker.
No doubt.
I think it says crackers on the package.
Yeah, doesn't it say goldfish?
I think
cracker?
it says goldfish crackers.
Where do you stand on goldfish? You like goldfish?
I'm not a fan.
They're fine.
Kids love them. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I like them from time to time. Cash or trash tiger sauce.
I don't know. What is tiger sauce?
I've never heard of it.
Is it a combination of
it's
two
a
other
hot
condiments?
sauce. It's a hot sauce. I've never tried tiger sauce, so I'm not. I can't answer.
If it's a hot sauce, you know me, I'm out because I'm boring.
Chicken chicharrones. I've never had chicken chicharrones. Key from LA. Don't forget to say that Eric Gagne was a loser Los Angeles Dodger. My bad. He was a loser Los Angeles Dodger. That's my bad.
Thanks
Key.
for stopping in today, Key.
All right. 713-780-ESPN. NFL starting their countdown of the top 100 players in the NFL. How many Texans do you expect on the top 100 players of the NFL? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Yeah, it's that time. 713-780-ESPN. Dr. North Branham, you're not going to get on NFL Network with Lance if you don't start using the full name National Football League. The NFL doesn't like being called NFL. I don't love when sports radio hosts call it the National Football League. I think it sounds a little pretentious. Let's talk about the National Football League.
Why isn't it just the NFL?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but people do, to Jeremy's point, like people make it a point to always say the full name for some reason.
We're learning about all my complaints today.
I also didn't like when people would refer to the NBA as only the association.
I hated that. Yes, I did hate that.
Like, I think Stuart Scott was the first one I remember doing that. He would always refer to the NBA as the association.
I feel like whenever you say National Football League, like you're
try hard.
Yeah, maybe that's the word. Try hard. Posturing. Like, I know the NFL because I say the National Football League.
You're trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham.
No,
trying to make
but
everybody think that you know ball.
Like, right? Like, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I feel like it's posturing a bit when you say National Football League. Like, are you ever like, let's talk about Major League Baseball? No.
Occasionally, but no.
No. I think I don't know. Let me get off my high horse here. But anyways, the NFL, they do this every year, which I like this countdown thing. It like kind of lets you know like who's good in the NFL and stuff if you're a casual. But
you need that help to know who's good.
I'll be honest with you. Like there are times like, hey, there's a defensive tackle for Seattle.
Okay,
I forgot who that was.
That's fair.
You know what I mean? Like, so that like there's an offensive lineman for the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, I kind of misremembered him at times. So they started their countdown, and they're slowly going to leak this out until I think September. But actually, I'm not going to give you who they've leaked out yet. How many Houston Texans, when it's all said and done, when the National Football League releases their top 100 players, how many of the Houston Texans will be on the National Football League's top 100?
Oh, boy. I'm torn between 3 and 4.
I think you're low.
I'm going to say 4.
I did this exercise in my head. Maybe I'm too optimistic, too homer, too battle red.
Tomlinson, who's going to build around the offensive line.
Ed Ingram. No, but I came up with 6, actually.
Okay.
I'm going to go
Stroud.
Yeah, Stroud was one of them.
Nico.
Yep.
Will Anderson.
Yep.
Derek Stingley.
Yep.
So your other 2 is interesting.
Daniil Hunter.
Daniil Hunter's
the one. I was going to guess him. Come on, Brian. Stop burying the game, man.
All right.
That's why you're on that side of the glass. Let the talent do this. Let the talent run the show. Except for Saturdays. Who you said Hunter? That's a good call.
Yeah.
It's a good call. I'm going to guess your 6 guys Mixon.
It is.
Yeah.
Now, part of that, you could argue maybe Mixon doesn't work, although he did have stretches last year where he was great. But some of this is just name recognition and being around for a while, and people prop you up. So I think that plays a factor into it.
I would have had 5.
Did you include Hunter?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Mixon
the one
would
that
have
I
been
probably
my cut.
should have.
But after seeing the first few names on this list,
they started 100.
They started 100, counting backwards. Yeah. Aaron Jones is 98.
Mixon should be.
Then Mixon's got to be on there,
right?
Yep.
So knowing that Jones is at 98, I think Brian's gonna be right. I think there's gonna be 6.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought 6, and I wouldn't have thought Mixon. But if Aaron Jones is on the list, then I think that it's a disservice to Joe Mixon if he's not on the list.
Yeah, I would have him on there too. I do feel like a lot of these guys are. I feel like a lot of these lists. I feel like they're too polite to the old guys. I feel like they're slow to move guys off the list, like out of respect to the name value.
And then their rebuttal is because the younger guys got to prove it for another year.
That's why, like, I almost put Kamari Lassiter on my list, but I thought, well, they're not going to put a guy after year one. Unless he's someone like Sauce Gardner who got a lot of media attention, they're not going to put a rookie, 1-year guy like Kamari Lassiter on there. Although I think you can make the argument.
So number 100 is a rookie.
Okay.
Hasn't played in the league yet?
No, I mean he's coming off a rookie year.
Okay.
Coming off a rookie year.
So
he's
a
Charger.
I should know this.
McConkey.
Yeah, it's Ladd.
Oh,
McConkey.
Ladd. Okay.
Ladd McConkey's 100. Leonard Williams, Seattle defensive lineman, 99. Aaron Jones, we mentioned, 98. Drake London's 97. Big year last year.
I think he should be higher, honestly.
Big year last year. See, I think that's where like his youth and lack of name value comes into play.
Yeah, because I think people expected more from him early on, and then he had a good year last year.
He had 100. He got 100 passes for over almost 1,300 yards last year.
With busted old Kirk Cousins and 3 games of Michael Penix.
You think Kirk Cousins is busted and broken?
Except for that 500-yard game he had against the Saints, or Tampa last year, I forget. Yeah, he was kind of old and busted last year. Didn't seem like he was fully recovered from the Achilles injury.
That quarterback show came out last night.
Yeah, there's been a lot of clips out there.
Yeah, I've ignored them because I want to watch them. I don't like to get spoiled.
You're going to enjoy the Burrow stuff.
Oh, I know. We're friends.
You guys are best friends.
I was telling my wife last night. I was telling her how close Burrow and I are.
Is she jealous?
You remember?
She's a little bit. She's like, why don't you look at me the way you look at Joe? Burrow.
yeah, not that Joe. I was a little disappointed that Kirk Cousins is on the show again. Like I didn't feel like I needed more Cousins.
He's just so nice.
But you remember last year when we were talking about Burrow and how fiery he was even when they won? That's the one you're going to enjoy because we were doing some lip reading and we were right.
Who? Burrow?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually, I did hear that one.
Yeah, the one where they won the game,
line.
but he was so ticked at the offensive line, and he was saying it's an effing embarrassment, and we were reading his lips going, he wasn't happy even if they won. And then even to get Zach Taylor's kind of how he tried to soft sell it, that's a great bit right there. That's a great piece of that show.
That's the one trailer that I saw.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward. I did like that last year. I think it was last season, right? Didn't they do it last season?
No, it was 2 years ago because
I
they
thought
did
it
wide
was last
receiver.
season about 2 years ago. Oh, that's right. You're 100% right.
What happened?
They did quarterback 2 years ago, wide receiver last year. Because I did the receiver one was Justin Jefferson. I think they had
Devontae Adams.
I think they had Debo
Kittle.
and Kittle.
Yeah, they had Kittle in there. Yeah.
And Debo.
Yep.
Because Kittle's a tight end, Brian.
I'm aware.
That's right. Devontae was there because Devontae was like blasting his quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. It was receiver. But I'm excited about watching Burrow there. So, anyways, they had London 97, Levante David at number 96, linebacker from Tampa, of course. Of course, everybody knows that.
Feels like a reputation pick.
I think so too. That's
yeah,
what I mean.
think he's over the hill.
Like I think now he did have 122 tackles last year, but EJ Speed had that many. About Josh Sweat 95, Sam Laporta, the Texans could have had at 94. I feel like that's low for Laporta, although he didn't have a great year.
He didn't have a great year last year, yeah. I feel that's kind of like
was he not injured?
He played 16 games. I mean, one game missed.
Huh.
He just didn't put up the huge numbers. He's being drafted pretty low right now in fantasy, by the way. His ADP, Laporta, 76.1. Creed Humphrey at 93.
No clue.
He's the center for the Chiefs.
Of course he is.
Creed Humphrey. Jesse Bates, Falcons safety. Tua's 91.
Fraudulent.
I don't think that he's a top 100 player. Am I wrong for thinking that?
No. I think the combination of the fact that he's hurt all the time and the fact that I just think that his skills are kind of diminished already. Maybe it's based on how many times he has been hit all the time.
I don't love him at 91. I wouldn't have him in my top 100.
I wouldn't either.
Like, we don't have any other quarterbacks to see, like, where maybe they're just overvaluing quarterback.
If he's on there instead of Baker, I would have a problem with that.
Oh, for sure.
I was going to say, is he even top 15 in the league right now?
I wouldn't have him.
I don't think he is.
If he is, it's back end.
I don't think he's top 15. When we do the top 10 list and we dissect those, if he went to 15, I don't think we ever have a conversation where we're debating Tua.
Fantasy football is not the same thing. But his average draft position, Tua, amongst quarterbacks, according to Underdog, 22.
Yeah, he's not top 15.
22. Yeah. And look, I understand that that's not the same thing, fantasy versus are they a top 100 player? But kind of.
I mean, from a statistic, yeah, I mean,
and like that's supposed to be a high-powered offense too. Yeah, that's. I think that's high.
I think that's part of it. Like part of why I think people pumped him up so much is he had Waddle and Tyreek. I think they kind of artificially boosted his numbers a little bit. If that, I don't know, maybe that's
Achane too.
Yeah.
Jonnu Smith.
Not quite the same.
I think he's a stud.
Yeah, that Steelers got a good one there. Not quite the same as how Mike Evans would constantly bail out Johnny Manziel at A&M when he throw those lollipop, pop
like
flies.
Jordan Love does. Yeah.
But I think there's a degree to that where Tua would throw it just to an area and Tyreek would find a way to run underneath it that kind of artificially boosted him up.
Yeah, he can't quite throw it deep downfield though.
No, they've always questioned his arm strength, but he does throw it up there.
Like if you could pick Laporta and Tua, and if you pick Laporta, you just have to figure out quarterback later. And if you pick Tua, you just have to figure out tight end later. And I understand the positional difference. Would you rather have Laporta or Tua on your team?
I would aim higher than Tua, so I guess I would pick Laporta.
Yeah, but could you get higher? You could get another tight end easier than you could get another quarterback that could be starting caliber, even if they are top 22.
Yeah, I just think Laporta relative to the tight end position is far better than Tua relative to the quarterback position.
But it's the most important position on the field.
Yeah,
and
that's
if
why I
it-
wonder if they're overrating the position. Like, I shouldn't say overrating the position, but adding that boost to quarterback. And that's why I want to see what the other quarterbacks are, because maybe they just have 25 quarterbacks in the top 100. Maybe they just have 20 quarterbacks in the top 100. Like Zach Allen, lineman for the Broncos, is 90. Like, that's a dude. Like, I needed a refresher on who that guy was. James Cook, 89. Andrew Van Ginkel
from the Vikes
at 88. And the long, flowing blonde hair of Andrew Van Ginkel.
Gotcha.
And then Quinnen Williams, 87. That feels low.
Yeah, because, boy, we know from the small sample size we saw against the Texans, he's pretty disruptive.
Stroud.
He's disruptive.
He ruined Stroud's head. Concussed that guy. Yeah, so that's where they're at now, though. They're going to slow leak the rest of the 86. So you're thinking 6 Texans. I think so, too. If Aaron Jones is on here,
I
Joe
think that's the
Mixon should be
kicker.
on here.
That's the telltale. If you didn't tell me that in the bottom 14 or 15 that Aaron Jones was one of them, then I would say they're only going to have 5.
Will any Texans offensive lineman be in the top 100? Of course not.
No.
Of course not. Who would be the
Tunsil?
first if they? I think so. Yeah.
The Tunsil will be top 100.
I
But
think
right
Tunsil
now?
will be- yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I think he'll be top 100. If you had this list from 1 to affinity, who would be the first Texans offensive lineman?
I mean,
all time or right now?
No, right now.
Cam Robinson, probably,
2025.
right?
I think it'd be Titus. But I think it would be like player 482.
I was going to say
It would
200
need to be a
something. I
top
wasn't going to
500
quite that
list.
high.
Yeah, I think it would be Titus.
Yeah, I don't. if
Although
they would-
Robinson has the name value. I think Titus is better as a player today, but Robinson's had name value and cachet.
And this list to me is more. It leans further to name value than it does performance.
Yeah, because I think Robinson he has where he was drafted, and I think it's a more household name. But I think in terms of overall performance and the versatility, I think as a better overall player right now, I think it is Titus.
Yeah. I would go Titus is who I think is the better player. But I'm with you as the popularity contest of this list that he would be more popular nationally. I think Titus is more popular locally, but not nationally. People who always call it National Football League are just as annoying as people who emphasize the at the beginning of a college name.
Oh, Ohio State. I hate that.
What if he lived in the Woodlands? That'd be trouble.
Well, you always say the Woodlands.
I do. 3 players: the quarterback, cornerback, defensive lineman, wide receiver. He meant 4. So he doesn't have Mixon, and he doesn't have Daniil Hunter, I'm sure. People that say ship say the National Football League. That's a good point. C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
He did win a Super Bowl, but I don't think so.
I think
he'd
he's
be
on
top
the
100?
downside. No,
I don't
I think
think
he's on the
so.
downside, so I don't think he would be.
Let's see. Do we say a safety that they had?
I don't think you mentioned one yet.
No, but Bullock I think would be closer.
Oh, yes, you did, from Atlanta.
I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson would be rated higher than Bullock.
You mentioned the safety from Atlanta.
Oh, Jesse Bates.
Yeah, I don't think that would C.J. Gardner-Johnson be higher than Jesse Bates?
I don't think so.
I don't think
I
so.
don't think so either. Yeah, I don't think CJ would be on here. But that's a good call, though. I hadn't thought about him potentially cracking the list. I don't think he'll be on here, but he'd probably be the 7th guy.
Yeah.
He's been on Twitter a lot lately.
Seedy? That's what they call him.
Of the 6, who will be the most likely to miss?
Mixon.
Yep.
See, I think maybe this is crazy. I think it could be Stroud. Just because people are going to kill him for the...
if Tua's on the list, again, it's the telltale, just like if Aaron Jones is on the list.
Brian, you might be right. Bad sophomore year.
People
Wasn't bad year, but-
overreact to the down year. I mean, maybe some people give him the excuse of slow
line.
bad offensive line. I agree with that opinion, but I can see some national people like, oh, he was overhyped. He fell apart in year 2.
I don't think so.
If
I think he's on the list.
If I didn't see Tua, I would get on. I would be like, okay, maybe I could be more on your side if I didn't see Tua. But after seeing Tua,
fair, yeah,
I can't
Agreed.
imagine that he'd be below Tua.
That's the telltale
Shouldn't
sign
be.
for both guys.
He shouldn't be.
If
For sure.
if we did this last week before the top 100, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I could see your argument there. But I can't see him below Tua.
He shouldn't be.
No, he shouldn't be below
No,
Tua. And Tua had a bad year last year too. So like you couldn't dock Stroud and then not dock Tua for the bad last season.
Yeah,
I mean, Tua missed 8 games last year though.
No, I think it was more than that. I think he played in. I just had it up here.
Oh, there's your Reese's peanut butter cups with the jelly in it. Ugh.
Tua played in 11 games, so he missed 6. 19 touchdowns, 7 picks, less than 3,000 yards.
There's no way. There's no way if Tua's on the list that CJ's not on the list.
I would agree. That's an interesting argument, though. I'm intrigued because I can't actually see it. Cam over Titus. Titus gets docked for stripping the ball from his own quarterback. Oh, so I forgot about that play. He ripped it from his hands.
Mhm.
You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
I forgot about that. What are you guys thinking about Kirk? I like Kirk, but he's not going to crack the top 100 list, especially not playing very many games last year.
Yeah, I think based on what he's coming off of, I think there's a high ceiling for him to get in a new environment with a better quarterback, but I don't think he's going to make the list.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make this list. Texans, you left tackle, allowed 7 sacks, 13 penalties, 7 quarterback hits, allowed 52 quarterback pressures, 999 snaps. I'm just wondering, maybe it's just me. I don't like the fact that Cam Robinson is our tackle.
For now.
Time will tell. Based off of last year's performances, right? Yeah, the players vote on it. This is a players vote. See, I think Stroud's also respected by the league.
do too.
Like, I think that helps Stroud in this case.
Mm-hmm.
I think it helps Mixon in this case. I think it helps Danielle Hunter in this case.
I think you're right. If you take the national media out of it and just the guys that play the game see the talent level, you think about how Diggs really wanted to play with CJ and saw the talent. I think they know talent.
Yeah. CJ won back-to-back division titles in his second year. How many quarterbacks have done that? It's a good point. Favor CJ there. You already got to 86 and no Texans so far. Don't think we get 6. Okay, but where would Stroud be top 100? Like, if you're going over or under, where would you have Stroud?
In the top 50.
Okay, I'd probably have him like top 60. Close enough. If you have Mixon, where are you putting Mixon?
In the last 25.
Yeah, fair. I was going to say late 70s, early 80s, so it's the same thing. Nico?
Top 40.
See, I think Nico would be like top 30.
I was thinking top 30.
I think Nico is going to be pretty high on this. Stingley?
Top 30.
Top 25. Anderson?
Top 30.
Okay, and then Danielle Hunter?
Top 50.
I'd have him like top 75. So I wouldn't have any Texans in this range yet. I wouldn't so I don't
think about the year that Danielle came off of with Minnesota though, too. To where I think that from a player's perspective, they know that he has been just a beast the last couple of years.
He's been a beast.
So I think if it's just the player's opinion, I think that raises his stock in this list.
Yeah, I do too. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, top 100 list, always a good time of year. I think every position should be listed or eligible for the top 100. So if you're the best at, say, kicker or punter, you should be a top 100 NFL player. I think Kaimi Fairbairn is at least top 125, maybe even top 100 if he's a top 5 kicker. Maybe only Brandon Aubrey is better than him with Justin Tucker officially removed from all lists. What do you think about Kaimi getting the snub?
Oh, he's on a wanted list.
Who?
Justin Tucker.
Yeah. No, I don't think the kicker should be in the top 100 players. I don't think think their value is top 100. It's like, should a long reliever, because he's the best long reliever, be in the top 10 of all pitchers in baseball? Like, their roles matter. Their roles come into play.
So did you see someone tweeted out today that their kid was wondering how good a football player Pat McAfee was? So they did a highlight reel of McAfee, and it was like onside kicks and tackles on kickoffs and like fake punt passes. And I'm like, this is what we're doing right now?
He had some big hits, Pat McAfee. He'll take a bump. Vermont says I got John Weeks in the top 10. I mean, hey, if we're counting players at the top of their position in the top 100, how could you leave Weeks out? I would have a tough time putting a specialist in the top 100.
Yeah.
Like maybe in the heyday of like Tucker, maybe he's top 100.
Well, Devin Hester. Like a specialist that was a return
I would
guy.
put
Devin Hester
I
back
think
in
I'd be
his
fine with that.
peak would have probably been on the list.
Maybe. He did score a lot of touchdowns. I think that's valid about the kicker, says Israel. No kickers do not belong in the top 100, says another texter. Texter says kickers aren't even people. I agree. Like, you walk into the locker room, like you see all these football players, and then you look over at the kicker and the punter, and you're like, who are these guys? They should be hanging out with us. Like, they're not.
I got the car
Who
last
the
night.
f-
And
is that
the
guy?
ESPN National, that Ian Fitzsimmons guy was killing punters and kickers.
Yeah, they're not real people.
Yeah, he basically was saying that and more.
Really? What else was he saying?
And he was saying, because they were saying that the guy that he was hosting the show with was talking about the new college football game and the rankings, and that some punter on some college team had like a toughness rating of 0. And they were like, and he was agreeing with it. And there's like, unless you know that he missed tackles or was afraid of tackles, how are you going to give a guy a 0 on toughness when you don't know he just kicks the ball?
I wonder where I wonder why he got a 0 for toughness. There must have been like a specific play that
Must have been something that you can refer back to. Otherwise, how do you give him that rating?
Yeah, that's funny. Poor Marine says caller is right. Fairbairn's the best Texans player they've ever had besides Andre Johnson. Yeah, Kymie Fairbairn belongs on the Texans Mount Rushmore over J.J. Watt.
Better than Arian Foster.
Better than Foster.
Better than Dwayne Brown.
Better than Hopkins.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even have Fairbairn ahead of Weeks. I mean,
I would have Fairbairn ahead of Weeks.
Nah. Fairbairn can't make these kicks if he doesn't have an excellent snap. He's an excellent snapper and make every single one of his kicks. Has Kymie Fairbairn ever made a kick that John Weeks didn't touch first?
That's really framing the argument.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
You didn't answer the question.
There's only one answer to the question.
I think the point for you to make would be John Weeks is so good that he helped Dare make a field goal.
That's right. He did.
Yeah.
He did. Like, if Dare can do it, how are we putting Kymie Fairbairn on the Texans Ring of Honor?
Because we saw how it went when
so easy.
When Kymie, who was that rando they brought in from the XFL when
Amendola.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Couldn't make a field goal past 40 yards.
Oh, that guy was awful.
He was pretty bad. Haven't talked about that. I don't think any of our O-line is in the top 300, 350. I agree. I actually agree with that. Texture says kickers have won MVP. If they did, it's like in the 30s, right?
No, the Washington kicker in like 1983 was a strike year. One kicker won an MVP.
He won an MVP in 1983.
Yeah, it was
Mark
it was
Mosley.
I don't remember the name, but it was a strike shortened year, like a
Mark
9-game season, and he won MVP.
Really?
Yeah.
He's from Texas. From Livingston, Texas. Went to high school at Livingston, played college ball at Stephen F. Austin. He was a Houston Oiler for 2 years. Huh. He was a Houston Oiler in 71, 72, and then he had his best years in Washington.
I believe.
How did he win the MVP?
Yeah, how the hell does a kicker win MVP?
I mean,
Period.
it helps that it's a 9-game season, but I don't know. I was born in '83. I don't really remember it, but I've just
he went all 9 games at the buzzer from 50, or
he made 23 straight field goals, made a league leading 20 of 21 field goals. That's not even that great.
Well, he's like you're saying
it's like a 9-game season though.
Still, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
How have you ever given a kicker the MVP?
I'm not sure I can take the NFL seriously anymore.
I can't call it the National Football League. Yeah.
Any football prior to 1983 is dead to me because I just learned this. I never knew this.
I didn't either.
That you had a kicker win an MVP in the 80s is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Like, I understand, like, you've had relief pitchers that have won MVP and Cy Young and such.
I'm gonna have to go pull it.
But a kicker winning MVP in the NFL is just ludicrous.
So 9-game year for everybody. Marcus Allen was the offensive rookie of the year. Not even, obviously not even the offensive player of the year. He was the offensive rookie of the year in 1982. Dude had 11 touchdowns, ran for 700 yards in 9 games. And you're giving a kicker the MVP over that guy?
It's ridiculous. The only thing I could think of is maybe if
there
there
had to be a quarterback.
Dan Fouts threw for 2,800 yards in 9 games. Joe Montana threw for 2,600 yards in 9 games. Terry Bradshaw, 17 touchdowns. Dan Fouts, 17 touchdowns. Joe Montana, 17 touchdowns. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
How do you not give it to a quarterback?
The only thing I could think of is if they looked at like what percentage of the team's points was scored by him.
Stop it, Brian.
I'm trying to make the argument.
Stop.
I don't. I don't
Washington
believe in
good
it
that year.
I hope.
I think they.
I think
they won the Super Bowl.
They won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you can say that he was on a good team too, because otherwise it's like if you're on a sucky team and you're the kicker, it doesn't. I don't care if you're at that many percentage points of their.
How embarrassing is that for Washington though? Like, here are all our MVPs and here's our kicker.
Yeah, I'm
who
trying
they
to
have
think
like
of who
Theismann and
was your
John Riggins. I'm saying, yeah, they had a good team.
Was that the year Theismann got his leg broke?
No, I don't think so.
He says he played every game.
Yeah, I don't think so.
He was still 33. Like, how do you not give it to Theismann? Theismann finished 4th in MVP voting. Let's pull it up. Dan Fouts finished 2nd in MVP voting. How did Dan Fouts get beat out by an idiot kicker who got liquored up and ran his mouth?
Was his Mike Vanderjagt?
Yeah.
Marcus Allen was 3rd. Theismann was 4th, and Danny White was 5th. There's no reason Mark Moses.
I'd be so mad if I was Dan Fouts.
I would be so mad if
voting
I
on this?
followed
Writers
the
that
NFL.
are drunk? Like, what are we doing?
You think McClain voted on this?
Mark Mosley was 3rd in Offensive Player of the Year voting.
Jeez. He's not even an offensive player. He's special teams.
Where do you rank on defensive player? Like Lawrence Taylor that year won Defensive Player of the Year, led the league in 7.5 sacks. He should have won the MVP over an idiot kicker who got liquored up and ran his mouth.
7.5 sacks in 9 games. Pretty good.
Yeah.
You think John McClain voted on this?
He might have.
We need to have him on to ask him about it.
John McClain, were you part of this travesty of 1982? The biggest tragedy in NFL history whenever you had an idiot kicker got liquored up and ran his mouth that won the 1982 MVP with an organization who has a racist nickname. Makes it even worse. John McClain, the general.
Guys, the media department in Washington put together a spread if we voted for the right kicker, so we did what we had to do.
I hope he voted for Dan Fouts.
I'm so mad now. What a joke a kicker could win this ruined my day.
Sorry, I didn't think that was
I'm
going to
shocked.
ruin it.
I never would have thought of you can get the conversation of offensive player there if you just go nuts. But there's no way you win MVP as a kicker.
No, what? They're not offensive players.
Yeah, that's
worse.
To me, that's more offensive than the MVP because they're not offensive
But they
players.
score points.
They're special teams players. They have their own.
Okay.
I mean,
there's the third phase of the game. What do you mean, okay? You talk about the 3 phases. You talk about offense, you talk about defense, you talk about special teams. No one says we got to be great at 2 phases. You say 3.
Okay, Coach. What I'm saying is that if you had this unbelievable season as a kicker and you make it everything,
I'm so bothered.
And even Justin Tucker, he's never won it. Well, I don't even know if he's ever been in the top 5. As
I wonder
good
if
as
he's gotten
been.
a vote. Let me see.
Don't even look. I didn't realize BMAC was a kickers' rights activist.
No,
you are acting a little activist for kickers' rights.
No, I think I saw it in America's game for that team because, like you said, they won the Super Bowl. I'm trying to remember where I saw it, but I think it was the America's game for that team.
That's a disservice like no other. A kicker winning MVP.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I can't take any NFL football prior to 83 seriously ever again. We were going to talk football next segment. I'm so hot and bothered over this. We're not gonna talk football next segment. Sorry, Joe. Would you rather have Mondays off or Fridays off? We need a fun segment to ruin the disdain and tragedy of whatever this segment was. Would you rather have Mondays off or Fridays off? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen to me. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Why? They're transparent. They don't hassle you with pricing. You're going to get your car shopping done fast. It's easy. And you don't have to worry about going to some dealership where they're trying to take advantage of you, upcharge you. You're going to spend $10,000 more than you should. That stuff doesn't happen at Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet's been in the business for over 50 years, and they've helped generations of Houstonians get into new vehicles. And then all of these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. What makes Monument Chevrolet great? Well, I mentioned the transparency, the no hassle, but also the family feel. Friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which means they have a fantastic culture there at Monument Chevrolet. You feel at ease the moment that you walk on their lot, which is a massive lot, by the way. A lot so big they have street names to navigate that lot. Also, if you're looking for a vehicle for your business, Monument Chevrolet has you covered there too. They're one of the best dealerships in the country in commercial vehicle sales. Huge selection of work trucks, vans, SUVs. Monument Chevrolet has the perfect vehicle for businesses of any size, any inventory. So get over there to Monument Chevrolet, get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, just go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Are all outraged that Sebastian Janikowski got drafted in the first round out of FSU? Not outraged, just a waste of a draft pick, even though Janikowski's good. Why would you ever draft a kicker in the first round? That's stupid. Stupid. You're not gaining enough value there. It's dumb.
Did Gruden do that? I want to say that was a Gruden pick.
I'm trying to remember what year that was. I think Gruden was already in Tampa, but I don't know, actually. Didn't Tampa Bay also draft, not first round, but
they drafted Grammatica. I think it was in the third.
That's not who I was thinking of, but I think Tampa drafted a kicker in the second round, like within the last 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, and then they cut him.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the guys. Was it? Oh, it was Aguayo. Was it Aguayo?
Yeah, Roberto Aguayo.
Yeah,
I think the Bears picked him up and he sucked there too.
I think he was the second round pick.
Why would you ever draft a kicker?
What's the earliest you would ever draft a kicker? For me, it's fifth round.
I was about to say fifth.
Yeah,
that's probably right.
About to say fifth. Even fifth, I feel kind of gross.
He better be really good. Yeah,
sixth or seventh, it's much more tolerable. Like a fifth rounder, I feel like is a real pick. I don't really care about sixth or seventh. Like you can do whatever you want with sixth or seventh. You want to be Nick Caserio and trade him for a quarterback that doesn't even make your roster, like Ryan Finley. Whatever. I don't care about sixth or seventh rounders. I care about top 5 round picks though. I really do. I wouldn't draft a specialist with a top
That's
5
the thing.
round
I mean,
pick.
you're looking for guys that can play most every down on either side of the football, whichever side they're on. You don't want a guy that's just occasionally kicking or punting.
And you can find good kickers and punters that don't get drafted at all.
Yeah.
Like, look at this Brandon Aubrey. Brandon Aubrey's arguably the best kicker in the game. They picked that dude up from, like, the MLS. Like, I don't know if it was quite MLS. Like, he wasn't playing in the MLS, or was he, like, wasn't he, like, in training for him or something? I don't remember the story.
They didn't, like, to your point, they didn't draft him out of college. Like, he was the guy just out there.
You can find great kickers and punters and long snappers that are never drafted.
It's true.
It's very rare to do that with position players. So why would you ever draft a kicker or a punter? 6th, 7th round, tolerable. Summer Circuit continues this week. We're going to be out at on Friday at Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops as we go around the Houston area every single week. Each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. Be nice. We'll be out there this Friday, 12 to 6, Pleasure Pier inside of Sweet Scoops, the entire summer circuit at ESPN975.com. All right, Mondays or Fridays, which day would you rather have off?
For me, it's easy. It's Mondays. Because Oh, yeah, for sure.
That blows my mind.
Mine's easy, but complete opposite.
Mine's Mondays because Sundays, you're always kind of reserved in what you can do because, you got to work the next day and with a family and the kids, and you want to be able to kind of still have a lot of fun on a Sunday. Then for me, I would rather have Monday off and be able to recover. And then when you start factoring in things like Super Bowl Sunday or after the playoffs, I want to be able to recover on Monday. I don't want to have to go right to work. So for me, I would prefer Mondays.
Which shows are easier, Monday or Friday?
Strictly from our perspective?
Yeah.
Mondays.
Why would you rather work on
Because
Friday?
I'm thinking about my family first.
Selfish.
Yeah.
Get your priorities in check.
I'd much rather have a Friday off. Like you get a runway into the weekend. You get like a running start into the weekend, running start into a Saturday, into a Sunday.
I don't think we need it pantomimed.
You get
you're running in your chair. We don't need you running in your chair, Jeremy, to illustrate that you are running.
Like Hasselhoff.
Athlete brand over here.
28 push-ups yesterday. How many did you do?
True. Not 28.
I don't think 28 is very much. Friday to me makes I much rather work a Monday show than a Friday show. Monday show, you can roll out of bed and you have 100 things to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Friday, you're kind of like, we still have plenty to talk about, but you're like, it's all the things you didn't talk about Monday through Thursday. Especially like in football season. Like, let's preview the game. This team needs to score more than this team. What are the key matchups coming up on Sunday versus reaction? A reaction Monday versus a proactive Friday? Oh, Monday for sure is a day I'd rather work. Give me Friday off. Give me the running start into the weekend. Friday without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, I for the show reason, absolutely. I'd rather do a Monday show than a Friday show. I also kind of feel like, maybe this is more anecdotal than something you could actually prove, but it feels like having the Friday off would just be more fun. Like, you're not going out and doing something. Like, if you have Monday off, you're probably just sitting at home and watching Netflix.
Yeah, I feel like Friday you're gonna have more
Friday, you might
activity.
go out and do something.
I agree.
I think
there's
more people
activity.
relax on Friday knowing that they're headed to the weekend so that it's not as intense of a day regardless.
What are you gonna do?
Still
You
get
start,
through
you're
it.
gonna party it up on a Monday?
No, you're going to recover on a Monday.
I mean, if you party Friday, Saturday, you recover on Sunday.
Again, family factors to me, and the fact that, yeah, and with my personal situation, just much as work, I think that with the wife working on Fridays, no matter what, Saturday, Sunday, with a chance to recover on Monday would be better.
I think you're just using the family excuse to get you out of jail for free.
Should we add Fridays to the list of things Joel hates?
I knew I was going to fire him up. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Robbie, where you stand on this?
Thank you for taking my call. I picked Friday because it guarantees I can get paid every Thursday.
Oh, that's a good answer. Look, everybody has their reasons. I got you, Robbie.
I'm just saying.
I hear you on that.
Enjoy the show, man. Y'all keep it rolling.
And Robbie, I enjoy you.
Thanks, Robbie.
Some believe the voters were protesting, so they voted for the kicker MVP. That makes sense. I hope that was the reason.
A protest?
I would love a protest.
A protest
MVP.
Against what?
The NFL strike, I guess. Like, how dare you do this to us?
That showed them. They only had a strike again, 4 years later?
Text your Mondays for sure. The Monday after the Super Bowl should be a national holiday. I wish they would do that. There's a way they could do it too.
Yeah,
Couldn't
they
they?
should.
If they extend the season 1 week,
Right.
doesn't it run into President's Day?
That's the whole point. I guess we wouldn't have President's Day off, but bankers, anyone that keeps, I guess, a longer
government job.
Yeah. All those people would have President's Day off, and so the day after the Super Bowl would then, in fact, be a holiday.
Brian can't vote. He's off every day.
Wow.
That's a really good point. Y'all don't work until 3 p.m. on Mondays. How much recovery does Blankers need?
I'm just saying you can stay up. The kids and everybody stays up later and things like that. So I would prefer it. It's just my own personal preference.
Houston has the best Sunday fun day in the country. Definitely taking a Monday. Okay. I see where you're at on that. But you can also just be, a gamer and, show up to work,
Be a dog.
Play hard, work hard. You know how it goes. Most holidays are
Paul's
already
your role model.
Did I already read this one? Most holidays are already Mondays. So if you take Monday off, you lose a holiday.
You hadn't read that.
That's a good, technical answer.
Yeah.
Because, you already have holidays on Monday. You don't want to waste having Monday off.
How many are locked into Monday, though?
Probably
just
what,
Labor
3?
Day.
Well, I think you are.
Labor Day, Memorial Day.
President's Day, I want to say.
Well, Martin Luther King Day is a Monday.
It's not Christmas.
Right?
It's not the 4th, all the floating. Thanksgiving.
Yes, Martin Luther King Day is the third Monday of every January.
Martin Luther King Day is a Monday. Labor Day is a Monday. Memorial Day is a Monday.
That's 3. How many are designated Fridays? None of them. Well, 1. Good Friday.
Good Friday.
So 1. 3 versus 1.
Yeah, that's a good point, I guess.
It's a great point.
No, I'm with you on Friday. So, but I hadn't thought of that angle.
It's a great angle. Great text, guy. 713-780-ESPN. Lance McCullers wants Friday and Monday off.
How many days does Jordan want off?
The holidays you get on Monday, you just get off on Tuesday. That's probably true. Jordan gets Jordan's at the La Playa every day. He gets every day.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
I'm surprised you went Monday. That baffles my mind.
Good. Gruden drafted Seabass too.
I think we were all past that.
Football is I don't care. I said I'd look it up, and I did.
All right, car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 925. Car wreck of the day, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? A couple of texts about the day of the week. They went off. Give me Wednesday off so I never work more than 3 days in a row. What in the game? It's Monday or Friday. That is an interesting take, though. Would you rather work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off, Thursday, Friday, work, Saturday, Sunday off, or would you rather work 4 days in a row, get 3 days off in a row?
I still think, boy, that it's enticing to think about that midweek day off.
I think I'd rather do I'd rather work 4 days, get 3 days off.
Yeah, I think the 3 straight days in a row are the key.
Because I kind of like the rhythm of it. Like 4 days work, like okay, yeah, work, and then 3 days off would be better. I don't think I like the Wednesday day off.
No, that's kind of
It's
like
too
the
choppy.
schedule of someone that works in retail. Like you'll have like a Tuesday and then like a Thursday. I hate the 1 day off in the middle.
This is like the new proposal for teachers, right? To go to a 4-day school.
Yeah.
4-day school week.
Some
Monday through Thursday?
private
Yes.
schools do it.
Yep.
Some
I'd be
private
for it.
schools do it. I'd pick
Tougher on
Monday.
parents.
Yeah, I'd pick. I think I pick Monday just because of the weekend trips in America. I can take Friday off, leave Thursday after work, and come home on Monday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, fun day. Yeah, but you could also do that if you do it on Friday off. You could take Monday off.
Yeah, take Monday off.
Yeah.
Still get the same amount.
Doesn't
of time.
really.
Jasper, Mondays stink for me because I had to put out fires from stuff that broke over the weekend. I'd rather have Monday off. Plus, if you start early on Friday, you can get off early and still start the party on Friday. But then you'd have to put out all the fires on Tuesday. You still got a fire putting out day.
Yeah,
And there would be more fires on a
unless-
Tuesday.
Unless you're able to put that off on someone else, but
Yeah, I was just thinking like everybody. But man, maybe that's where Jasper was coming from. All right, car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What you got?
I'll start with Rafael Devers, who no-showed Will Clark 3 times when Will Clark offered to work with him and teach him the art of playing first base. And Will Clark has come out and confirmed. It wasn't just once. Devers blew him off 3 times.
It wasn't that thrilling for Rafael Devers to take first base lessons from Will Clark, huh? Huh?
We know that Will wasn't going to hold back either to let everybody know the truth. Look, I witnessed this when Carroll Dawson and Dream tried to work with Dwight Howard, and he blew him off, and he blew Carroll Dawson off several times on free throw shooting. And it was like, you got to have some respect. I don't care who you are as a player.
Yeah. Not a great look for Rafael Devers, no doubt about that. I nominate pitching to Jose Ramirez. Don't pitch to that guy, please. Thank you. Only guy in the Guardians lineup that can do damage. Don't pitch to him in critical spots. Brian.
I'm going to nominate kickers winning MVP.
It's a good one.
It's a really good call. Key from LA says the 1982 NFL. Same thing.
How about the Nationals firing their GM a week before they had the number 1 pick in the draft?
They were scared of who he was going to pick.
Well, they better have someone that can make the pick for him.
They should hire Jeff Luhnow. Jeff Luhnow would be my first call. Yes, he would turn me down. And then my second call would be James Click.
I was hoping you were going to say the group of Bagwell, Biggio, and Reggie Jackson.
Oh, if I wanted comedy,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. Let them. That's what you do. You fire your GM, and then you just bring on some ex players to do it for you. That's what good teams do.
Vermont car wreck of the day championship.
Oh yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call.
Hey, we got 2 good ones: championship and then the 1982 MVP voting in the NFL. That's tough.
Yeah, I'm gonna go MVP voting. I
MVP
just
voting
can't
is pretty
see
bad.
a kicker win an MVP. Is just unheard of.
What a day! Because championship would win most days. Most days, championship would win the car wreck of the day. But the kicker winning the MVP, I'm not sure anything can trump that. And I never knew that.
I didn't
Seemed
either.
like it wrecked your guys' day.
It did. It ruined it. I'm gonna have nightmares about it.
I thought if it was anybody, it'd be like Tom Dempsey.
Who?
Tom Dempsey, the guy that had the missing his toes that kicked the 60-yarder that had the record forever.
Oh, okay. He was a straight-on kicker.
I think he was an
wasn't
Oiler
Yeah.
too for a year or two. I think.
I have no idea.
I don't know, but yeah, no kicker winning MVP should be it.
Yeah. All right. No kicker. The kicker winning the MVP. Car wreck of the day. Thank you to Brian for the hard work. He's blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis coming up right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.